Chapter 191. Wei Huan is back. It's not that they are self-deprecating and think that their pioneering team, which is 1 in a million, will be worse than anyone else. The big guys in the Legion, even facing Captain Fong from the Suzaku side, there are also people in the Azure Dragon Legion who are not convinced. Although the strong men of the Azure Dragon Legion did not get the world's first place, there is 1 in the top 5, 2 in the top 10, and more than 10 in the top 100. Everyone is a strong man who has been tempered and fought on the battlefield. Everyone is proud and extraordinary, but for Wei Huan, it is indeed special. In their eyes, it's like seeing their own brother grow up and catch up. Each of them has endless tolerance and expectations for Wei Huan, and even hopes that he will shine, even if it blocks their own light. It doesn't matter. They are more willing to join hands to lift him to the highest and brightest place. Wei Huan is back. This short sentence made a group of captains on the wall smile with joy. In fact, when Wei Huan landed on the city wall, he received a notification. The leader of the Qinglong Pioneering Army confirmed the start of the live broadcast, and the live broadcast countdown was 10 seconds. 10. It was as if he couldn't wait to show the world the achievements of his child. Wei Huan went to see Mu Zhong, and Mu Zhong was also a little surprised. But the two looked at each other, and did not resist this display of strength. Hide your troops when you are weak, and shock when you are strong. It's time to inform the world that Wei Huan is here. After the challenge world came, the humans on Blue Star changed the time to challenge time, which was exactly the same as the time in the challenge world. The time of Yin country is closest to the challenge world. When it gets dark at 6 o'clock in the challenge world, the sun of Yin country also sets and falls behind the mountain. As the sky gradually darkened, the workers who returned home had dinner and opened their phones as usual, paying attention to the big and small things in the challenge world. Some people browsed the forum, and some watched live broadcasts. The hottest post on the forum these 2 days was the 5th level world assessment this time. Only 2 names appeared on the champion list. The first place was Wei Huan's chariot. The second place was Yak's chariot. You can't be on the list without passing the finish line, but even in the most difficult assessment, there will be no vacancy in the 3rd place. Whether it is Wei Huan, who has always been a high-frequency hot search word, or Yak, who has recently become a hot search physique, in short, the forum has been talking about this matter these days. In comparison, people who don't like to go to the forum and like to watch live broadcasts seem much more boring. In the live broadcast channel, silver treasure chests are opened every day. The standard tactical process and the very stereotyped fighting method make people drowsy, but they don't know what to do. The people of Blue Star have given up other entertainments. What they care about and like are all related to the challenge world, that is, some idol stars, who are first powerful challengers and then handsome or beautiful. I thought today would be another boring day. After the night fell, the pioneering teams of the 5th level world stopped their activities and rested. Only the challengers of the 4th level world would use this time to do some celebrity live broadcasts. Today, a group of people from the 3 kingdoms got the live broadcast rights. They should be from a religious force in the 3 kingdoms. They are still very powerful, and are still developing gold level ruins. But the Yin people were not interested. Some people left after seeing that the live broadcast was from the 3 kingdoms. Now, the 70 million people watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room should be mostly from the 3 kingdoms. From time to time, there are barrages saying, "Our 3 kingdoms are really strong." I heard that Yin Kingdom and Asham both wanted to get the live broadcast in this time period today, but we finally won. Our heroes must cheer up. The 3 kingdoms are the strongest. Our 3 kingdoms are the greatest, and the gods are always watching us. In the live broadcast, the challenger who had completed the deployment of troops in front of the golden treasure chest just touched the treasure chest, and a low-level snow beast in the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex jumped out of it. It was an expected monster. There is a high probability that a gold-level treasure chest will open a remnant, and only a small probability of opening a royal monster. Compared with encountering a royal monster, everyone hopes to encounter a low-level remnant. Seeing that a low-level snow beast jumped out, the challengers in the live broadcast changed their faces at the same time without waiting to be happy, and shouted and yelled in a mess. The sharp-eared live audience distinguished their shouting. Why did the live broadcast switch? Which force is opening the treasure chest at this time? Oh my god, the gold treasure chest has been opened, but there is no live broadcast at this time. This must be the punishment of the gods for our greed. As these shouts were distinguished, the audience watching the live broadcast was in an uproar, and then they all shouted in the barrage, "The gold treasure chests are opened. Is this intentional? Which country is this, a conspiracy? Or a competitor? Malicious competition. I hope the country can come forward to seek justice." The audience of the Three Kingdoms cursed, but the audience of other countries, who had originally planned to leave, stayed curiously. It's already pretty good to be able to open a gold treasure chest in the level 4 world. After the national pioneering team left, the most powerful challengers also left. It has been a while since there was a force in the level 4 world to open a gold treasure chest. The last time was 2 months ago, when Peng Zheng of Yin State also gathered a lot of fighting power to compete for the broadcasting rights, but in the end, he was still robbed of the limelight by Yin State's newcomer Wei Huan. However, the difference from this time is that Peng Zheng didn't even enter the door of the ruins that time, and he could stop the loss in time after the live broadcast was transferred. This time, after opening the gold treasure chest, once the treasure chest monster came out, it was impossible not to fight. However, for non-official forces, the fighting power of these private forces is not worth mentioning. Opening a gold treasure chest is simply risking one's life for a chance to become famous. This is the case with the religious organization of the Three Kingdoms. They took a great risk to snatch today's broadcasting rights because today is the god's birthday of their religion. Unfortunately, man disposes, and when the gold treasure chest monster roared and rushed towards the group of religious challengers, the countdown on the screen also ended. The scene changed, and the first thing everyone saw was darkness. Night. Outdoors? I'm going to the level 5 world. Which pioneering group is so fierce that they are still exploring ruins in the middle of the night? The silver ruins in the level 5 world can't compete with the gold treasure chests in the level 4 world, right? That depends on the total combat power of the participants. The level 5 world is full of real bosses. If any car comes, the total combat value is stronger than that of the Three Kingdoms group. The last sentence was of course not said by the Three Kingdoms people. The Three Kingdoms people were so depressed that they didn't want to talk. In addition, some Three Kingdoms people were still cursing, as if they had the wild idea that cursing could change the facts. Just when everyone was chatting leisurely, there was finally a different voice in the barrage. Ah! Siege? Oh my god, Siege, brothers! The Beast-Tide Siege, which the pioneering team rarely broadcasts, has become popular. The message has been sent to the group, and the large force will arrive soon. It's posted on the circle of friends. This is awesome, can't be missed. Hee, I won't be bored tonight. Gradually, more and more people have been zooming in on the screen, and found the place where the war is about to break out in the vast sea. This is an island that looks a bit like a heart when viewed from high altitude. Although the live broadcast screen has brightened the brightness, it is still much darker than during the day. In order to see this rare picture clearly, many people opened their eyes, and tried hard to watch. Some intelligence personnel from various countries, who heard the news even started recording the screen directly, wishing they had 8 eyes. In the level 5 world, the supply points of the pioneering teams of various countries, and the interior of the city-state are all confidential before the announcement of opening. Some viewers have not even seen the environment inside the supply point under construction for so many years. After all, each country will have some secret weapons of its own country when building the supply point, which is not suitable for exposure. For this reason, the official pioneering team is not keen on live broadcasting, especially the Yin Kingdom's Legion. When everyone found that the flag of Yin Kingdom was flying at this supply point, and all the chariots moving inside the city wall were affixed with the Qinglong Legion badge, they were all boiling. It's Yin Country's live broadcast? Hasn't Yin Country always advocated keeping a low profile? Why has it changed? Qinglong Corps, I haven't seen Qinglong Corps' live broadcast for a long time since they were attacked by dark beasts half a year ago. Commander Hong fell, and became Yin Country's weakness. They almost caused the destruction of mankind, and they have no emergency and pressure resistance ability. If they don't keep their tails between their legs, who will? You try it, everyone can brag, and their character is not good. What are they doing? A Beast-Tide? I suggest opening this small map. This Beast-Tide is so fierce. I'm a little nervous for our pioneers. Fuck, what level of Beast-Tide is this? The whole screen is full of it. Level 5 world. The monsters are so fierce, and there is such a strong Beast-Tide. Pray for our warriors. Pray together. Pray +1. I am the only one curious. Why did you broadcast live today, when you didn't broadcast live before? Does anyone know the inside story? I know. I saw it. Everyone, move the camera to the front. Outside the city wall, what did you see? Ah! My male god. No way. No way. I was just talking about my male god in the forum, and I can actually see him with my own eyes. Hee hee hee, ho ho ho, tut tut tut, hee hee. As the barrage of comments suddenly swiped wildly in the live broadcast room, more and more people found the real protagonist, who made a strong appearance in this live broadcast. It was a chariot located in the front of the battlefield and outside the city wall, facing the beast tide. The white initial chariot was invisible in the level 5 world, so it presented a simple, rustic and pure feeling. On the left and right sides of the chariot, four portals appeared, and a large number of undead creatures were pouring out of the vortex-like doors. Although it was not the first time to see it, many people still felt inexplicably excited when they saw the scene of the undead being summoned. Recently, there has been a topic of discussion. What is the real combat power of Wei Huan? Almost half of the people who participated in the discussion under this topic said that Wei Huan's real combat power might be the best in the world. One person can form an army and defeat thousands of troops. The undead army has the characteristics of immortality. As long as the initial summoning is completed, the consumption of resurrection is almost negligible. Fighting with such an undead army that is not afraid of pain and cannot be killed is a desperate thing. Even if Captain Fawn William is tough and thick, and Agri's dark spell damage is high, after fighting with the undead army, I am afraid they will be dragged to death. The only way to deal with Wei Huan is to kill him, but it is very difficult to kill him because he is always under protection. Therefore, Wei Huan, who is invincible at the first step, can indeed be called the strongest. The only controversial point now is that he is only sequence 4, and the backwardness of life level is obviously an inevitable flaw. But no matter what, no one doubts that Wei Huan is not a strong man. Nor will they think that his third place in the combat power ranking is unworthy of the name. This is the reality. When Wei Huan's combat power was still outside the top 10, many people thought that he had some kind of fraud, or that the contributions he had made to mankind so far were specially arranged for him by the Azure Dragon Legion. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer people who have such thoughts, or even none at all. A master can disguise himself for a while, but he cannot disguise himself all the time. Wei Huan's strength cannot be hidden even if he pretends to be low-key. Just like now, when the live broadcast starts, everyone quickly finds the position where their camera needs to follow. On that chariot, on that person. He is also the well-deserved focus. His strength and reputation are like a spotlight, attracting everyone's attention. The undead army rushed out, and the walking corpse Violent Bear and Running Wolf were in the front. They were like a torrent, colliding head-on with the beast tide that landed on the shore, and you can even hear the rumbling sound of the air resonating when the bodies of the two fighting parties collided at the same time. The air trembled. The scene was magnificent. More than 10,000 fighting parties, fighting in the canyon. This kind of scene is not common except for large battlefields. In fact, humans are more inclined to adopt elite strategies, and they rely heavily on chariots to fight. Therefore, when fighting monsters, humans prefer to use mobile kite warfare. This kind of positional warfare is really rare. After all, the pioneering team has never liked to broadcast the Beast Tide City Defense battle live, because that would expose too many of their own secrets. So when the undead army and the Beast Tide collided head-on, everyone who saw this scene with their eyes wide open felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. Awesome. I love the Necromancer. I love positional warfare. It's so cool to be an army of one person. But this cheering did not last long, and the direction of the barrage changed. Oh! The undead can't beat the Beast Tide? After all, there are only 4 sequence undead army, which is not enough for direct combat. Where is the shaman? Where is your wife, Wei Huan? Turn on Bloodlust. Suddenly I started to sweat. Wei Huan was actually a little surprised. It's not that he has never fought against monsters in the 5th level world, and he also knows that he is 1 sequence short and feels pressured in the 5th level world. But it was confirmed in the real battle that the assessment world did suppress the strength of the monsters to a certain extent, probably about 20%. Now the same undead army collides with the complete 5th level world monsters, which is quite difficult. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is like an egg hitting a stone. Especially, he originally planned to use a sufficient number of Running Wolf army to replace the zombie Violent Bears that were too damaged, and block the Beast Tide at the pot mouth position, so as to facilitate the next plan. But he didn't expect that the Running Wolf army could not meet his requirements at all. There is no way. Wei Huan silently gave orders in his heart. There were screams coming from the battlefield. Scream! Scream! The status master Feiho began to use his abilities. The attribute increase of Feiho is relatively small, and it can only double a single attribute, and it is very random. For example, if you want to increase the endurance of the zombie Violent Bear, but you add useless spiritual power, it is very useless. But the good thing is that although it is more dependent on luck to get the useful attributes of Feiho, it has no side effects at all, and it can even allow Feiho to continuously add status 1 by one until it gets the attributes it needs. For example, for elite undead, inappropriate attributes will be pushed off, so there will always be screaming on their heads. As for the rest of the undead army, they could not take care of it, so they were more random. As the flying monkey screamed, they immediately paid attention to the people in Wei Huan's car, and found that there was a boy in the chariot who had grown a lot of flesh on his face, but still looked thin. He wore white gloves on his hands, and after a flick of the air, he showed a pair of scales. The little boy shouted, "I judge, great victory." So the projection of the boy in the scales jumped up and threw the starlight into the sky, so that all the undead and their own army in the entire city wall near the east received a judgment bonus of 1 times the attribute. In this way, with the blessing of the 2 attributes in succession, the rate of casualties of the undead army that was just vulnerable finally slowed down. Those who know Wei Huan know that as long as the enemy cannot clear most of the undead on the field in an instant, then it is time to be overwhelmed by the undead disaster and counterattack. At this time, the advantage of the fast formation of the Benling army played an important role in this interception battle. The anal-digging man who had died once screamed, "Caw caw caw." In the 8 portals, 24 wolves can appear in each portal every second, and soon they return to the battlefield again. The undead army is not afraid of death. Facing the huge claws and big mouths of sea beasts, the wolves only need to withstand a blow. After it dies, nearly 200 wolves will return to the battlefield. So, just after pushing forward more than 10 meters, and about to break through the hookah line, it was stabilized again. The crisis on the ground was resolved, and many people subconsciously shifted their eyes to look at the sky where the battle was also fierce. The weapons on the city wall, and the long-range attacks in the chariots mainly targeted the sky. The flying monster that could not be seen clearly at a glance looked like a pterosaur. Not only was it huge, but it could also release wind blades. The dark body blended into the darkness, and everyone could feel that these pterosaur monsters at night seemed to be more difficult to kill than during the day. Their skin became tougher under the blessing of the night, and the strength of the wind blades also increased. Swoosh! Boom! A pterosaur monster broke through the fire interception network and shot an invisible wind blade within the attack range, hitting the city wall. A long strip of more than 3 meters appeared on the alloy wall in an instant, and the deepest point could be 1 meter. Such a powerful wind blade would probably hurt even if it hit the king of martial arts. If it fell on other challengers with weaker defense, they might be taken away in one go. The level 5 world is indeed very powerful, and even this most common small monster is very painful to hit. And there are more than 1 or 2 pterosaur monsters that broke through the defense network and attacked the falling pterosaurs. The monsters who were also controlled by the challenge world and did not feel any pain, and who were fighting to the death, would rush to the city wall at the last moment and give it a blow even if they were determined to die. Less than 3 minutes after the battle began, a section of the city wall was cut off, revealing the chariot hidden behind the bunker. The chariot did not leave its position, and it continued to launch long-range attacks from professionals and the chariot itself. However, the difficult situation still made them decide to use the ultimate move first. The Gingjin power around the chariot suddenly became strong, and then a blurred shadow appeared in the sky. The appearance could not be seen clearly, but the weapon in his hand could be seen, which was an extremely huge golden iron rod that seemed to be able to pierce the sky. The iron rod fell down, like the sky falling down, carrying the sound of wind and extremely terrifying power, hitting down. Wherever it passed, all the pterosaur monsters screamed and broke into pieces on the spot, forcing the sky line that was once approaching back a little. This was undoubtedly a blow from a 5th level forbidden spell mage of the gold system. Moreover, after the iron rod fell down, it killed more than 10 pterosaur monsters in one breath, and continued to hit the ground with undiminished power. The angle was very tricky and skillfully controlled, and the attack avoided the place where the undead army was, and fell directly behind the pot mouth. After a heavy blow, the ground trembled for a moment, and a cone-shaped area was blank, and the monsters in the area turned into blood mud and fell to the ground. The forbidden spell mage is so terrifying. A super powerful forbidden spell mage, except that the CD is too long. The power of the YS sequence is fully stimulated at sequence 5. This attack can at least kill 1,000 beasts, right? Then train more forbidden spell mage in the pioneering team. Even if the CD is long, each person takes a turn to kill one, and no matter how strong the beast is, it can't withstand it. The forbidden spell mage is indeed powerful, but there is no record of killing 1,000 with one attack. This attack can only kill about 500. In addition, this attack has such an effect because the undead army is stuck at the pot mouth, gathering the beasts together. Otherwise, A linear attack like this would not even kill 500. At this time, it was obvious that the Commander-in-Chief issued a new order. 3 more vehicles appeared at the same time with strong earth magic elements. Then, a terrifying earthquake occurred at the Huku location. A series of deep cracks suddenly appeared, like the giant mouth of a monster, swallowing up a huge number of beasts. A large number of sea beasts disappeared out of thin air. No one knew how many there were. It was only known that there was a gap of nearly 10 seconds in front of the undead army. The forbidden spell mages of the Earth system took action, and the effect was stronger than that of the Gold system, especially against such monsters gathered on the ground. The lethality can be said to be very amazing. In addition, there were forbidden spell mages of the Wood system, who controlled vines to grow from the ground and entangled on the ground. Thorns grew from the vines and pierced into the bodies of sea beasts, either sucking blood, or implanting seeds, or entangled, and in a short time, they died in various ways. The actions of the forbidden spell mages allowed the undead army to once again recapture the key interception line and regain the high position of Huku. Chapter 192. At the same time, the corpses of pterosaur monsters were falling from the sky like rain. There were hunters who suddenly burst out and launched a series of attacks, instantly killing a pterosaur. There were also pterosaurs tamed by the summoning master, which were stronger and bigger, tearing apart their former kind. In addition, there were magic-eye lords flying in the sky, with black beams falling down one after another. If they couldn't kill one, they would besiege a pterosaur monster with dozens of them. Soon the pterosaur monster was beaten to pieces and fell on the battlefield, and then it was crushed into powder by the meat grinder of the battlefield. We are going to win. Too easy. I haven't seen enough, it feels like a warm-up. Are we so powerful? I still want to see Wei Huan's performance. I agree, it feels like Wei Huan's strength has not been fully exerted, and this is over? Just when everyone was shouting that it was not enough, suddenly someone noticed something flickering on the sea in the distance. It was a ball of light, faint like a firefly at first, but as I stared, the ball of light gradually grew larger while jumping, until it came to a place where the camera could see, and a huge and extremely ugly fish head floating in the air appeared in front of the screen almost face to face. Ah! Oh my god, what kind of horror movie is this? What a hideous face. No way. What level of siege is this? Why would such a strong-looking boss appear? In addition, am I the only one who thinks that the number of beasts this time is a bit large? Just then, someone said in the barrage, everyone is watching the front line, watching Wei Huan, and watching the blockbuster, so they don't know the cause and effect. Please go to the command vehicle for an explanation. I was in the command car before, and I'm so angry that my cell wall is separated. Asham is not a human. Asham is a piece of trash. I'm so angry. What's wrong? What's wrong with us? Hee, why are you not surprised to find that you are being scolded? As an Asham person, I am ashamed of the politicians' tricks. Why insult our hero? Please give Jacques Frank justice. Let these incompetent politicians step down. We need a new leader. For a while, the barrage in the channel became protest speeches by Asham people. The fact that Jacques was wanted broke the defense of many Asham people. In fact, in Asham, the protests have been very intense, and some people have thrown ship bombs into the center of Congress. The whole world is paying attention to the changes in Asham, and looking forward to the final result. If the group of people who should have stepped down and delegated power long ago wins in the end, I'm afraid people all over the world will be very disappointed. In addition, there are more people who thought of going to the command car after being reminded. The commander of the vehicle is the person who initiates the live broadcast. In theory, he can reach the roof of the vehicle with one click. But because most of the time, the content of the live broadcast is the development of ruins, one click can only reach the roof of the vehicle, and then you have to keep looking for people along the explored area. After a long time, many people are not interested in the interior of the live broadcast tank. This time, everyone returned to the roof of the tank that could be reached with one click, and then the picture sank and came to the interior of the vehicle. Then we saw Mu Diheo standing in the position of the captain, the commander-in-chief of the Qinglong Reclamation Corps. The man in the commander's uniform has a natural and convincing temperament because he has been in a high position for a long time. In addition, Mu Diheo is handsome and gentle. Even though he is nearly 50 years old now, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a great uncle in the uncle circle with his status and temperament. He seemed to be unaware that he was suddenly receiving a lot of attention, and was just focused on the current battle situation. On the big screen in front of him, there were pictures of the battlefield from all angles, as well as video pictures of other tank commanders, densely covering the entire screen. It was hard to imagine how he took all the information into consideration. But in fact, he did it, issuing orders in an orderly manner. On his face, one could only see maturity and stability, as well as experience and faith that were almost invisible in young people. For a time, his outstanding image and his image as a coach who deployed troops and battle formations were deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, attracting countless female screams. Even many men suddenly realized that the leaders of the Qinglong Corps, which they always complained about on weekdays, were not incompetent. They could preside over the actions of such a large corps, and walk at the forefront of human development under tremendous pressure. Commander Mu must be a capable person. Just when everyone was paying attention to this, they soon discovered that a long-haired woman in the second position near the left side of the tank was explaining the battle in a clear and fluent voice. Fuck, there is also a commentary, it's amazing. Why is it arranged like this? It makes me lose my favor. Ah, what kind of operation is this? I thought the command vehicle was awesome just now, but now I don't think so. However, before more complaints like this appeared, many people were commenting on it. I suggest listening to her. After listening to her, I understand why she is there. No one has explained this matter in person, so I didn't know that Osum was so disgusting. Let me tell you directly, Osum sent people to open the golden treasure chest, and led the monster to Xuanwu City. Now Xuanwu City has been destroyed. My primordial power is out of control. That is the first city of mankind in the 5th level world. It unconditionally accepts challengers from all over the world. Osum doesn't know how to be grateful, but crosses the river and destroys the bridge. Is this what a human being does? No way. Really? Just listening to it makes me angry. The big fish that appears now is the golden treasure chest monster, which was led to the Azure Dragon Legion. Supply point, Sima Zhao's heart. Asham is a traitor to mankind. Let Asham be destroyed. Ah? What? I just understand now. Is Asham trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Xuanwu City has been destroyed. The supply point of the Azure Dragon Legion cannot be destroyed again. Pray that this level can be passed. The Beast Tide plus the Golden Treasure Chest monster. This game is too difficult. I can't bear to watch it. If humans fail, it's all Asham's fault. For a while, the barrage in the live broadcast room was cursing Asham, and even a large number of Asham people were cursing the leader of their country, shouting "Step down." It is unknown what the high-level officials of Asham thought when they saw this scene. What needs to be paid more attention to at the moment is this difficult battle. The small beast tide that was about to break out appeared together with the golden treasure chest monster with summoning ability, and instantly reached the number of medium-sized beast tides. But what is even more worrying is that the strength of the golden monster itself is equivalent to that of a king-level monster. Combined with the sea beasts it summoned, the intensity of this siege is unprecedentedly high. It seems that humans do not have the ability to deal with this level of battlefield at present. Not to mention that this is just a supply point. On the radar map of the tank, there are dense red warning points, flashing endlessly, which is too scary. What should I do? Call for reinforcements. God, I can't stand this. I feel uncomfortable when any hero of the Pioneer Army dies. I pray for a miracle to happen. Wave 1 is here, it should be fine. It's not that I don't believe in his strength, but with this level of beast tide, even if Captain Fong comes, he can't guarantee victory, right? Wave 1's undead army was almost defeated just now. After all, he is still at a low level, and has no advantage in this world. Only God can save them. As more prayers sounded, the golden treasure chest monster, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the head, swayed from the sky above the beach and came to the forefront of the battlefield. Unlike everyone thought, after it arrived, it did not join the battle, but the light above its head flickered more and more. Gradually, if you stare at this ball of light for a long time, you will feel dizzy. What's wrong with this boss? It's so uncomfortable to watch. I thought I was the only one who felt this way. No way, even if its light has attack capabilities, it is impossible for the attack effect to be transmitted to Blue Star. I think it's because of the light frequency, which will cause humans to feel extremely uncomfortable. We feel so uncomfortable watching the live broadcast, I wonder how uncomfortable it will be on the battlefield. This is indeed the case. When this golden treasure chest monster arrived in Xuanwu City, its attack method had already been interpreted. It seems that the special flashing light frequency has a dizzy effect on humans. In addition, this monster looks extremely vicious, but it is indeed a spiritual monster. This dizziness will directly affect the brain even if you close your eyes. Unless you are in a place where you can't see the light, and can't see the figure of this fish, otherwise the light frequency seen through the camera is very uncomfortable. Before the golden treasure chest monster arrives at the battlefield, The first to be affected are the remote professions, especially the hunters, who must have an aiming step. Ding Qi is only level 3. She just stared at the light for a few seconds, then bent down and vomited with a wow. Wei Huan knows Ding Qi very well. He knows that she has a very strong personality and can endure hardships better than boys. But after vomiting, she fell to the ground and never stood up again. The whole person was in a semi-comatose dizzy state. Level 4 challengers are not good either. There are many sequence 4 great mages in Wei Huan's car, and they all left the output position with pale faces. Now the only one in their car who could still stare at this golden monster was Mu Zirwei. But even so, his face was ugly, and he had used the forbidden spell Wind Blade once before, so he had no output at the moment. As expected of a golden monster, it did nothing, just floating in the sky above the battlefield, and almost disintegrated Wei Huan's long-range combat power. Now no melee combat was sent out. Even if the melee combat had a stronger endurance, it would be very dangerous because it could not look at the light, and its combat power would be greatly reduced. In the connected screen, the Chief of Staff said, "It is activating skills, and there is a time limit. During this period, stop the beast tide, and try not to let them get close to the city wall. Let AI control the electronic weapons, and blindly output from a distance, and carry on." The Chief of Staff had already collected information about the golden monster, and had made a plan to deal with it, and even gave a reminder at the first time. But this is a battlefield of golden monsters and beast tides after all, and the intensity may have reached the level of a large beast tide. In the case of losing vision, it is not easy to stop the beast tide army. Many people have prepared for close combat. But at this moment, the first explosion sounded. Boom! The green flame exploded in the middle of the beast tide, on the body of the golden monster, like a flower blooming on blood. When the first flower bloomed, in the blink of an eye, the green flame became a piece. The ghost crow that was dispatched early in the morning, holding the nether fire bomb, finally took action. Level 4. The bombs were far less powerful than the forbidden spell mage's attack, and the damage they caused to the level 5 monsters was limited. But they were too numerous to bear, and they kept exploding. More importantly, when these green flames appeared and lit up the sky, the light pollution of the golden treasure chest monster was broken in a wonderful way. Except for those who were weakened by the mental attack at the beginning, almost all the remote challengers who were uncomfortable were refreshed and fought again. Looking at the comrades who returned to the battle position and fell to the ground, Ding Qi, who was receiving treatment from the god healer, trembled with tears. She felt ashamed of her incompetence and backwardness. There were more and more level 5 challengers on this car, but she was still at sequence 3, but she enjoyed the treatment of a manager and was trusted and cultivated by the boss. Why am I so stupid? Why can't I level up faster? Why? Why? Under that unwilling thought, a certain opportunity suddenly came, and the sense of advancement that had just begun to grow stronger in an instant, belonging to the hunter, the power of summoning came. The divine healer, who was responsible for treating her, found that she was about to break through, so he immediately exchanged for the advanced potion of the sequence 4 summoner. The 4th order potion was simply a bargain, and he took it out and poured it into her. Ding Qi's boiling power, which could no longer be contained, finally found a breakthrough point, just like a seed that finally came to the ground after a difficult growth process, and finally jumped suddenly and appeared in the sun. She stretched her body, and her thoughts became calm again. Her eyes saw the pterosaur monster flying in the sky. The power of the summoner began to work, coupled with her own special talent. The 3-headed pterosaur monster closest to the human wall suddenly seemed to be hit on the head by something, and flew into the sky while struggling. A few seconds later, after falling from the darkness of the sky, it turned around and attacked its own kind. The 3-headed pterosaur monsters besieged and killed one pterosaur monster, but it took less than half a minute before it was completely torn apart. The pterosaur monsters that successfully completed the hunt flew to the next target. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Although no one knew who summoned it, the long-range attack targets avoided the 3-headed pterosaur monsters. The beast tide that had already pressed into the mouth of the pot stopped again. Wei Huan's nether fire bombs worked. In fact, there are many explosive weapons on the defensive weapons on the city wall, but only a part of them hit the target 1 mile away. The power is not weak, but compared with Wei Huan's nether fire bombs, the number is pitifully small. 3 minutes had passed, and Wei Huan's hellfire bomb seemed endless, still dropping down. After 3 minutes of continuous bombing, plus the shells fired from the city wall, a large part of the beast tide's waste had been cleared out since some time. What was even more gratifying was that the golden treasure chest monster, which was also attacked by the hellfire bombs, seemed to have finally suffered from the excessive bombs, making a wailing sound, and the lantern light above its head was shaking randomly, losing the dizziness effect. Are all the green bombs Wei Huan's? So many? Isn't it a bit too much? How can we fight this? The power of the 4th level Hellfire Bomb is average, but the quantity has indeed changed qualitatively, and even the golden boss is panicking. We should fight, and it's better to bomb Osum as well. Someone from Osum also spoke up. When the strength of an individual is too strong, who can restrain him? Rely on his morality and conscience? Answer immediately below. Get lost. I'm so anxious. I saw the conservatives at Asham were so anxious that their eyes turned red. It's strange. Why do I think the stronger Wei Huan is, the better? It would be best if he could easily kill the Dark Beast King? I don't want to live this life of uncertainty anymore. The common people hope for the birth of strong people and heroes. Only those in power are trembling and afraid of the change of the times. After seeing the effect of the Hellfire Bomb, Wei Huan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For some time, he has been thinking about how he, who was half-sealed, should deal with the strength of the level 5 world. Summon? Summon what? Summon the strongest Saiyuroma? But without using Mu Zhong's blessing, it would take 7 or 8 Saiyuroma to deal with one. This loss ratio may be useful most of the time, but if there is a special battle, such as besieging a powerful Sequence 5, or such a huge beast tide, including fighting against a certain high-level treasure chest monster, it seems that it is difficult to win by sheer numbers. When the gap in combat power is too big, the number really can't change the situation. Wei Huan can only seek a more lethal attack method to survive this semi-sealed period. The more advanced two-headed hidden demon cannot be summoned for the time being, and even if it can be summoned, it is probably very consuming. If the number is too small, it cannot become the main combat force. So in the end, storing the Hellfire Bomb became Wei Huan's only choice. The Hellfire Bomb has always been Wei Huan's strategic reserve. Its explosive power is not only higher than the attack of Shiroma, but the key is group damage. The test on the assessment road proved that even the Sea Beast King of the 5th level world could not completely withstand the damage of the explosion. For Wei Huan, facing a powerful monster with thick skin and flesh, if he can't break the defense, there is no point in fighting. But if the defense can be broken, the undead, who finds a breakthrough, will not mind drilling in to make trouble. Breaking from the inside is definitely easier than breaking from the outside. The current results prove that Wei Huan's choice is right. The wave of Hellfire Bombs not only interrupted the Golden Monster's skills, but also left wounds of various sizes on it, charred and bleeding. The Demon Eye Lord seized the opportunity and dropped the puppy-headed man from the air. The Golden Monster, who didn't know the crisis was coming, didn't pay attention to these small things that were only the size of a human palm. He just roared and lit up the light on his head again, driving any monster around that belonged to the challenge world to fight for it. The sea beasts that were behind, and not killed by the Hellfire Bombs, were summoned again and rushed up. However, after a bombing, the number of sea beasts was indeed much less, and the red dots on the edge of the map were no longer densely packed and empty areas appeared. The Forbidden Spell Mage, who had rested, returned to the battle position and started a new round of attacks. But at this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on the big guy. To be honest, the scene they saw up close was so bloody and cruel that it made people shudder, but it also felt refreshing. More than 30 dog-headed people, because they were not interfered with at all, easily landed on the broad back of the Golden Monster. All the dog-headed people opened their mouths at the same time, and in an instant, more than 30 Zyromas appeared directly on the back of the Golden Monster. A second later, they heard the mouths open in unison again, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 Zyromas appeared. The previous batch of Zyromas had already found the position where the Golden Monster broke through the defense. The claws on the 6 arms were sharp, flowing with the power of Gengjin, and they dug into the flesh fiercely. Then came the digging that made people's scalps numb. Soon, the small wound turned into a huge pit, and half of the 7-meter-long body of the Shiroma was buried in it. If a facehugger could get in at this time, it would be more efficient. Unfortunately, after the Point Beast became the queen of this branch, its weakness represented the slumber of the entire hive. Although the Point Beast can produce and revive the Crypt Beast to fight after recovery, it does not need to consume Wei Huan's dark power, but it is more troublesome at this time, and it is not known whether this is good or bad. Moreover, the number of Shiroma is also limited, and they are too big. This gold-level monster fish is only about 50 meters long and cannot accommodate more Shiroma. When the third wave of small dog-headed people opened their mouths, the next one to come out became a relatively smaller running wolf. There were 10 elites, and as soon as they appeared, they jumped into a bloody hole that had been dug out, buried themselves in it, and dug deeper. The big fish that was dug out was bleeding like crazy, and its body couldn't stop shaking. Then it struggled hard and rolled in the air. Some undead were thrown down, and a bunch of dog-headed people fell down, but the task of destroying the enemy's interior had been completed, so it didn't matter where they were. Besides, if the dog-headed people fell down, they could continue to teleport the undead army in the middle of the beast tide, which was also a way to destroy from the inside. With Wei Huan's skilled combination of moves, combined with the long-range attack of the Legion, the threat of the beast tide was reduced little by little. This monster finally fell from the sky to the ground, rolling and struggling, and accidentally killed many sea beasts. After cleaning up the long-range beast tide approaching the city, this time the target was aimed at the golden monster. Who wouldn't fight a drowning dog, even if it lit up the light on its forehead again at the last moment of its life, and tried to save itself? Such a big thing could be hit by closing your eyes and hitting randomly. Standing still and attacking, it was so cool. Next, under the united collective attack of the Qinglong pioneering team, this golden monster finally couldn't bear the damage and died. When it fell, even if there were still many sea beasts on the battlefield pressing forward, and even because of the concentrated firepower on the golden monsters, these sea beasts had already reached the bottom of the city wall, but it was no longer a problem. They have won. With the defense force of the supply point, they defeated the beast tide that almost reached a large scale. The most important thing is that none of them died. An unprecedented victory. Chapter 193. In this battle, except for the golden monster using skills to cause damage to low-level challengers, causing a small number of professions to faint, it can be said that all members were at full health. The melee professions that had to fight to the death to leave the car and complete the melee under the city every time did not even get a chance to fight this time. Such a battle that can be recorded in history books. I actually watched the show in the car. What a big loss. The facts prove that the scale of this beast tide is very large. Why is the actual battle easier than in the 4th level world? The easiest large-scale beast tide, and there are king-level ones. It's amazing. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. In fact, many people understand the reason why this battle was easy. The undead army has been blocking the Huku, so there is an environment for remote output without worries. Blocking the Huku is a very dangerous thing. Before, we could only rely on chariots and close combat to block it. In order to avoid too many casualties, we would rather put the monsters under the city to fight. Yes, the undead are not afraid of death, and they don't feel bad if they die. As long as Wei Huan can summon them, this line of defense will always exist. Not only on the ground, but also the flying monsters in the sky are blocked by the Magic Eye Lords. In addition, I have to mention the hunter who can summon 3-headed pterosaurs to help fight. It is very strong to fight 1 against 3. Taming pterosaurs also has the ability to fight in the air. The golden monster was also broken from the inside by the undead using clever skills, and there are also hellfire bombs. Damn, there is no end to it. I knew that Wei Huan was powerful before, but now I realize that I still underestimated him. Ha ha ha, our Qinglong army really needs to stand up again. A great victory brought high morale. And unlike the high-ranking leaders of Osum who were afraid of Jacques, the entire Qinglong Corps was so happy that it was like a festival, and everyone's face was beaming with joy. Of course, the happy people were all the main team members ranked 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and even later in the Corps. As for what the first place thought, no one knew for the time being, because he was not here and happened to be back to Blue Star for vacation recently. What do you think Lao Ma felt? What kind of mood could he have? What else could he feel? He was overtaken by Wei Huan and dropped to 6th place in the rankings. His equipment was not as good as Wei Huan. It was not normal that his actual combat power was worse than Wei Huan's. Lao Ma has a strong self-esteem. I said it's not a matter of self-esteem. He was the hope of the whole village before. It's good for him to take a break now. What hope of the whole village? As they were talking, a familiar voice sounded, and the 2 people who were chatting turned around suddenly, and saw a middle-aged man with a beard standing behind them, looking at them with a smile. The 2 were speechless. Isn't this just saying that Cao Cao is here? Old Ma, when did Ma Bufan, the strongest man in the Azure Dragon army, come back? How much did you hear? I heard everything. I was there whenever you, Old Ma, were in any mood. This, haha. This is not very honest. What if someone said something bad about you? No, they said you were generous and hardworking. Ma Bufan smiled and looked at the scene of celebration outside the car. When I got the news, the battle had already started. I hurried back, and the battle was over. I didn't expect to be given the title of the hope of the whole village. I think it's the hope of the whole car, right? Can you accept this gap? Yes. Why not? I'm fine. They are all quite young and have shown extraordinary performance along the way. I've been looking forward to it. Yes. If they suddenly land by air, I may have to make some adjustments. As for now, I especially hope to see them kill all around and go to the front with the hope of all the soldiers of our Qinglong Corps. Yes, our Qinglong Corps was originally the eldest son of Yin Country, and was the strongest corps before the advent of the Challenge World. Who knew that after that, its strength was not as good as Suzaku Corps, and at the beginning of the year, it was treated as a soft persimmon by the Dark Beast Lord. This makes me uncomfortable. Ma Bufan nodded. I don't know what Fawn William's grandson ate to grow up so powerful. Once the halo is turned on, the whole army will be super god now. Before he finished speaking, Ma Bufan got stuck. He saw the chariot that he recognized even if it turned into ashes, flying in from outside the city wall and landing inside the supply point. Under the light, the car door opened, and a muscular man with a flat head and double doors walked out. Fuck, I can't talk about people today. The crew member who also saw this scene covered his mouth. That's fine, one person comes. By the way, why is Fawn William here? Everyone is busy, I go out to meet him. Although Ma Bufan didn't catch up with the battle, he also had the responsibility of being the big brother of the Qinglong army. He immediately found his job and turned around to leave the chariot. Outside the car, the pressure of the 5th level world was blocked by the protective shield, allowing challengers with insufficient sequence levels to leave the car and move naturally, and count and rebuild the losses after the war. When Ma Bufan went over, he saw the logistics department and construction department personnel, who were always busy before, chatting happily under the wall, and only a small number of members of the technical department were maintaining the weapons. There was no tension at all after experiencing a large-scale beast tide attacking the city. Too relaxed. But it was also the scene that made Ma Bufan raise his head and chest in front of Fawn William for the first time, and said proudly, Captain Fawn, are you going to help us survive the beast tide? Thank you for your kindness. The children at home are back, and this crisis has been overcome. Fawn William smiled and shook Ma Bufan's hand. Hello, Captain Ma, long time no see. I heard that you were on vacation recently. I didn't expect to meet you today. Let's go to Commander Mu first. This beast tide is a long story. Osum crossed the line this time. Speaking of business, Ma Bufan put away his thoughts and his face became serious. Come this way, Commander Mu is in the base. On Blue Star, the popularity of this live broadcast has just begun, and it is spreading in various ways and channels. The truth was exposed in this process. Osum's wolfish ambition was revealed, and the people in power were criticized by the whole world. That night, protests and large-scale riots broke out in the capital of Osum. The government sent out the Challenger army to suppress the riot. Coincidentally, a media reporter filmed that the captain of the Challenger brigade that suppressed the riot was actually Jacques Frank's deputy commander. So more inside stories were dug out, about how the leader split the hero chariot from within, how he falsely accused the hero of treason, and how he forced the hero to be disappointed and sad and hide away. Before the shock incident, although Osum himself knew that Congress was controlled by a group of old politicians and old capital who were not challengers, there might be problems in the long run. But as ordinary people, as long as they can barely get by, most of them will just make do. Good people are easy to appease, unless there is really no hope for the future. When Osum arranged people to tear up the Covenant for no reason, and even used the Golden Monster to destroy the first city of the 5th level world of mankind, the people of Osum did not feel the pleasure of playing tricks on the opponent, but felt a blackness in front of their eyes. They did not expect that there would be such a short-sighted leader managing their country. Shouldn't the enemy of mankind be the Dark Beast Lord? Aren't there enough people who died on the battlefield? Why incite internal strife? If this is related to the ownership of the island, since you are not strong enough, just give it up. It can be smaller, and the environment is not so good, but you have to stand upright. The Osum Parliament issued a statement the next morning. The statement said that the crazy driver was completely a personal act, and Osum did not issue any orders that would hinder peaceful reclamation. Humans share a common destiny, and the Dark Beasts are the real enemy. Osum has always adhered to the challenge, the World Reclamation Corps Treaty, and has never violated it. Ha ha! All the Yin Country challengers, who heard the content of this statement spitted at the Osum Council. How shameless. Everyone knows that Osum likes to break the contract the most, and also hopes to bully others by taking advantage of its power. When it encounters a powerful country like Yin Country, it likes to use conspiracy and tricks. The image of a great power has long been tossed away by those old things. It obviously has the combat power of a great power, but its international image is rapidly falling to the level of a third-rate country. The times have changed, but some people are still using the old way to conduct joint vertical and horizontal diplomacy. Humans are facing the pressure of the dark beasts. Now they can only win this battle by not asking about the past, letting go of the future, and truly uniting as one. At this moment, Mu Diheo received Fong William in his office. At the same time, Captain Ma Bufan, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were also in the office. While talking, Mu Diheo drank the tea with a sigh, and his eyes swept across the faces of Fong William, Ma Bufan and Wei Huan. Everyone understands the truth, but it is always difficult to convince others who is the boss, especially Osum. If they are not the boss, they would rather overturn the table. You guys are all our strongest. Military reunification is becoming the final solution bit by bit. Osum seems to have realized this, so the recent actions will gradually become bigger. Be careful of the last struggle of the desperate people. After chatting for a few more sentences, Mu Diheo's adjutant came over and whispered in his ear. Mu Diheo got up helplessly. I'm going to deal with something, you guys talk first. In fact, everyone knows that it is not because of any urgent matter that he must go, but because the previous topic has already touched upon this point. If the only way left is military reunification, these Yin countries' top strong men must unite, and not fight among themselves for the final result of military reunification, so it is crucial to ensure that they have the same understanding. In short, the head of the family left at the right time to leave space for these young people to be alone. No matter who is the boss, as long as they stay united, it will be fine. Mu Zhong understands his father the best. As soon as Mu Diheo left, Mu Zhong stood up and shook hands with Fong William and Ma Bufan respectively. Captain Fong, Captain Ma, hello, we meet again. They had met before, but for various reasons, they had never had an in-depth conversation. But the two big brothers of the Azure Dragon Army and the Vermilion Bird Army were indeed very warm and tolerant to them. Later, they learned that in some occasions where voting was required, as long as they encountered Wei Huan's problems, they always stood on Wei Huan's side. They did not show any vigilance or jealousy towards Wei Huan, the aggressive young man, but were full of expectations. Mu Zhong said, I'm afraid Commander Mu will be busy for a while. Do you want to have a midnight snack in our car? The chef in our car is very powerful. His food can increase attributes if taken for a long time. I seem to have heard of this. Challenge the World has all kinds of strange abilities, but the configuration in your car is really good. Then let's go and have a try. I heard that it not only increases attributes, but also tastes first class. Everyone walked to Wei Huan's chariot with laughter. Mu Zhong and Ma Bufan were responsible for talking and laughing, while Wei Huan and Fong William were responsible for walking. The two people who were behind were not very talkative, but Fong William was much more relaxed. As he was walking, he suddenly raised his hand and put it on Wei Huan's shoulder, saying, The first time I heard your name was half a year ago. You won the Rookie of the Year this year, and it was one day faster than in previous years. I felt that we were amazing this year, and we were going to have a big shot. I was right. It's only been more than half a year, and you've already got here. How many big things have you done during this period? What I admire most is that you killed 100,000 Dark Beasts, and the Dark Beast royal family. I can't do this. You are really amazing. Wei Huan said, You are my idol. Fong William smiled. You have already worshipped idols, understood idols, and surpassed idols. Not yet. Your military exploits on the battlefield are what I want to learn and surpass. That's right. Since you have come to the 5th level world, the battlefield can be arranged. When do you plan to go for training? It will take 1 or 2 months. Wei Huan said this because his half-seal will be lifted in a month. The battlefield is so dangerous, so of course he has to wait until he is fully recovered. Fong William suddenly realized, Yes, you have the Colossus, right? The pseudo-god of the Mulberry Kingdom is in your hands. It will take about 1 or 2 months for the assessment to start. Wei Huan's face remained unchanged, and he was surprised. He really didn't think about the Colossus assessment. In addition, Captain Fong also has a fragment of the Colossus? Fong William shook his head. I only know that Hanma has one, and there is another in the hands of Brahmanda in the 3 kingdoms. He is a sequence 5 angel, but he is in charge of punishment. The power of the light system has a great restraining effect on you. There is another one in the hands of Agris. It was she who told me that the test of the Colossus is about to start, and asked me to find the Colossus as soon as possible. There may be unexpected gains after the test. Without waiting for Wei Huan to speak, Fawn William continued, I have tracked it down and confirmed that a colossus is in the hands of a leader of a small country. Once this matter is settled, I will leave the challenge world and discuss this matter. You should also be prepared in advance. As far as we know now, the test of the colossus is not that simple. I am afraid there will be casualties. Druids may have an advantage, but as a shaman of the same nature system. Fawn William looked at Mu Zhong and said seriously, Pure auxiliary system will be very dangerous. Mu Zhong nodded, Thank you Captain Fawn for your reminder. As they talked, they came to Wei Huan's chariot. The car was still very lively. After a great victory, no one was sleepy, and they couldn't calm down to practice. They were all chatting in the square. Seeing Wei Huan coming back, thinking about their boss's ability to fight 10,000 people alone tonight, even if they were very awed in their hearts, everyone couldn't help but come forward and say a few words. Boss Mu, you are back? Hello, Captain Ma, Captain Fong. Mu Zhong smiled and said, You continue, let's go eat something. Okay, Chef Lu made a lot of delicious food, which is delicious for you. Speaking of delicious food, it does make people feel happier. If you add a hearty victory, this midnight snack will make Wei Huan very happy. In addition, with the delicious food, Wei Huan finally had further exchanges with these heroes in the previous life. Captain Fawn William on the left, Captain Ma Bufan on the right, which one is not a superhero of Yin country, which one is not a pillar of mankind. Even if Captain Ma Bufan died in the previous life, his contribution to mankind and the scene of him fighting bravely are still unforgettable to Wei Huan. Although Wei Huan was cold, his respectful eyes towards the two seniors also made the two captains feel comfortable. A harmonious two-way rush completely met Mu Diheo's expectations. Regardless of the situation in Osum, Yin country must be united in order to swing the hardest fist. After a satisfying midnight snack, the two captains also had data glasses. Seeing that their attributes had really increased, they were shocked and said that they had to meet Lu Qingji. Mu Zhong smiled and reminded them, The chef is ours. I will be angry if you want to poach him. Captain Ma Bufan laughed. It's so close. Can't I just get on the bus and eat and drink for free? No poaching, no need to poach. Just bring your mouth every time. Fawn William also laughed. When you finish studying the recipes that Grandma Lu bought, remember to show them to me. When Lu Qingji came over, it was 10:30 in the evening. The protest march in Osum was in full swing. The reporter was about to take a photo of Adjutant Jacques. In the Level 5 world, Xuanwu City, which had just experienced a chaos, suspended the reconstruction of the city and let the challengers, who had been busy for several hours, rest. The Level 5 world is calming down little by little, and even the waves seem to be much smaller than during the day. On the coast less than 100 kilometers away from Xuanwu City, the portal that originally appeared for 11 days every quarter has disappeared at the same time as the assessment ended. In the dark night, 2 tanks came from a distance. The radar in the car scanned at full power. After confirming that there were no guarding tanks around, they stopped on the coast. In the car, someone was proudly saying, Look, am I right? This is a good opportunity. If you miss it today, you don't know how long you will have to wait. Go and inform them that you can come back. Yes. In just 10 minutes, 3 tanks suddenly appeared at the original location of the portal. It was when Wei Huan attracted the main firepower that they carefully survived and stopped moving forward at the 80th line. In the end, several tanks were teleported out of the challenge world earlier than Wei Huan and his team. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong guessed that they were probably the remnants of the Zhang clan. This guess was absolutely correct. Their sneaky behavior of avoiding Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, and the official was too obvious. Their identities were obviously hidden, and they were indeed Su Man and Su Qingxue. What a terrible family this is. Their family already had a very wealthy environment, but in order to live a more affluent life, they even did not hesitate to attack their childhood friends. And this kind of betrayal seemed to have been engraved in the bones of this family. After joining the Zhang clan, they had already formed their own team, not only designed their own retreat, but also successfully seized the status of the saint of the Zhang clan in the previous life. It's like a gluttonous beast that never knows how to be satisfied. But such a beast, there are always people who want to try to tame it. For example, when they returned to the challenge world, the person who appeared on the other side of the video screen was the wanted criminal General Nagasaki of the Mulberry Country Omura group. The handsome and elegant Nagasaki general smiled warmly at Su Qingxue. I'm glad to see you here. This is not a place to talk. Let's leave here first and talk while walking. Su Qingxue nodded, swept his eyes across the dark coast outside the car, and frowned. Did you arrange the golden monster to rush to the city this time? Captain Su thinks too much. We are fugitives. How can we contact the official of Osum to take action? We just seized the opportunity for them to do something bad. Su Qingxue frowned. You said you have a backer in the 5th level world. If it's not Osum, could it be Yin country? What's the benefit of luring us here? Captain Su, don't say that. With your watertight style, you must know who we are going to surrender to. So don't mention such hurtful words in the future. General Nagasaki smiled, and then his eyes became a little sharp. Excuse me, can I meet the person I asked you to bring? Su Qingxue stared at General Nagasaki for a long time, and finally turned around and made way for the position behind him. A person sitting in a wheelchair, like a pool of rotten meat, but with darkness visibly condensed all over his body, appeared in front of the camera. General Nagasaki stared at the eyes on the rotten meat for a long time, and finally General Nagasaki said, You are so miserable, it's all Yin country, it's all Wave One's fault, because of him you lost everything, family, wealth, identity, and even being teased and abandoned by women, these are all Wave One's fault. Hate him more, you will be stronger, and it won't be long before you can kill him with your own hands. The eyes on the rotten meat are dark, so dark that you can't see the white of the eyes, as if there is a thick black fog pouring out of the bottom of the eyes. He was stimulated by the words of General Nagasaki, and his body trembled like a convulsion. The black fog gradually became thicker, and even poured out from every pore of his body. Finally, the black fog gathered together behind him and became a ball, surging and expanding, and even the car could not fit it. Su Qingxue, who seemed to be seeing the scene for the first time, could not help but step back a few steps. In the depths of the thick fog, he vaguely saw some extremely evil and powerful guy slowly coming into this world, looking down with contempt for everything. Being looked at by those cold eyes, Su Qingxue was speechless, and it took a while before he shouted in surprise, What is this? Is it a Dharma image? How is it possible? He is only in sequence? How can a Dharma image appear? General Nagasaki laughed. He stared at the rotten flesh as if he were looking at a gorgeous and powerful war weapon, and said in a hoarse voice, Yes, that's right, child, hate him a little more, summon him with hatred, nourish him with flesh and blood, you have done very well, just hold on a little longer, and you can get revenge. Chapter 194. In Xuanwu City, it was a mess. The beast tide that passed through destroyed a large number of buildings and facilities in the city, which not only made the night of the Challenge World lack weapon protection, but also lacked a lot of lights. The Lord of Xuanwu City asked some chariots to leave the underground parking lot, and use the lights in front of the car to illuminate the darkness and survive tonight. Like a spark, an extremely beautiful and sexy woman stood by the window of the chariot, looking into the distance. She was wearing a light black veil that could not cover her beautiful and plump body. Her smiles, and even the twist of her wrists were full of endless temptation. In this dark night of the Challenge World, she was like a goddess in the dark night, sexy to the extreme, but people dared not look directly at her, for fear of being blinded by her sharp aura. A demon has been summoned, the woman murmured, her fingers painted with red nail polish, holding a cup of red liquid, and turned to look at the man behind her. The man sat upright on the sofa in the living room of her room, ignoring the tempting scene in front of him. He held his forehead with his hand, his expression a little painful. The devil has been in the world for a long time, agrees the woman, or the world-famous witch, agrees, the second in the combat power ranking, the woman who supports the absolute combat power and voice of Osum, is now hiding the war expert wanted by Osum in her own door, Jacques. Jacques' handsome face was reflected in the woman's misty eyes, and a strange fragrance flowed in the room. She looked deeply at Jacques, as if she wanted to dive into those blue eyes. Achoo! Finally, Jacques sneezed for the first time, followed by achoo. Achoo! Achoo! It went on, and on until his nose turned red and tears were about to burst out. Finally, he raised his hand. Agrees, can you please control your smell? I'm really allergic to it. The witch who is sought after by the world, has the largest number of fans in the world, and everyone is fascinated by her subtle fragrance, is so wrong that she is about to cry. Why are you allergic? I just can't help it. I know, achoo, but I really can't help it, achoo, I can't help it, achoo. So the reason why Jacques rejected Agri's pursuit was found. He was allergic to Agri's temptation. Unwilling to give up, Agri's pursed his lips and stared at Jacques for a long time, until at some point he raised his eyebrows and smiled again. Jacques, I have thought of a way that you will not be allergic to. Are you willing to try it? No. Jacques refused very straightforwardly. We are just friends. Don't make our relationship too complicated. Cooperate with me, just once. While speaking, Agri's walked in front of Jacques, pressed down, and forced the man to the back of the sofa. The woman's beautiful face, as if with a demon, approached him. Just before kissing, she whispered in Jacques' ear, "Whether it succeeds or fails, just let me try. I don't want the agreed reward, okay?" Jacques obviously hesitated. This time he owed Agris too many favors, almost to the point where he could not repay them without giving himself to her, but he really didn't have a crush on Agris. What's the solution? When he asked this, it was a sign of letting go. Agris didn't say anything, but Jacques clearly felt a pair of cold hands on his shoulders, as if they were dead. Jacques raised his head and saw a face that was almost identical to his own, but the man's face was pale and obviously not alive, and when he opened his mouth, he revealed 2 pairs of sharp fangs. Jacques knew what this was, and frowned and said to the woman, "Agris, I think your method is probably wrong." But at some point, Agris's charming voice became serious again, and his expression was solemn. "This is the best way I can think of. Erase what Osam has added to you, get rid of those inherent impressions, and regain freedom. Jacques, my hero, you should be born for all mankind, not like now." Finally, Agris kissed Jacques on the cheek with restraint. On the other side, the man who looked exactly like Jacques but had a pair of vampire fangs, bent down from behind, and his sharp teeth pressed against the artery on Jacques' fragile neck. Jacques tensed up and clenched his fists. But he never moved, nor did he speak again. The smell of blood spread in the small room. A lot of things happened that night, but after receiving Captain Fong, Wei Huan returned to his room to practice without hesitation. He sorted out his consumption in the tomb first. There was almost no consumption of the undead, because he did not use the shaman's blessing, and as long as his dark power was enough, the number was unlimited. But the hellfire bombs were indeed used up. Because he had long foreseen that the 5th level world would be difficult, the half-sealed Wei Huan could only choose to store the hellfire bombs. Since he was in the assessment world, he only filled the bombs until today, plus the small batch of the remaining ones stored before, all of which were used in the previous battle. Now Wei Huan has almost no hellfire bombs in his hands. This makes him a little uneasy. It is necessary to store as much as possible to easily complete a king-level battle. Thinking of this, Wei Huan suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something, and hurriedly left the tomb again, and his consciousness returned to his body. Butler. Wei Huan was lying on his bed at the moment, and Mu Zhong was not around. Mu Zhong was busy with the repair work of the city wall and post-war reconstruction. Even if there were not many places to be busy, it was also a rare learning opportunity for Mu Zhong. "I'm here, driver." The butler's voice sounded from the ceiling. Wei Huan said, "Project the warehouse in front of me." "Okay." As the butler's voice fell, a virtual projection screen appeared in front of Wei Huan, showing the data of the warehouse in the car, and the recent records of in and out of the warehouse. There were too many things in the warehouse, so Wei Huan searched with the command, "Super Energy Savings Tank." The next second, a super energy savings tank in the shape of a flying saucer, and the size of a palm appeared in front of him. Looking at this familiar item, Wei Huan's heart was excited. The gold supplies he took halfway actually dropped the energy tank he needed most. Including this, he already has 3. In other words, not counting his own ability, he can make 6 hellfire bombs every day, even for battlefields with hundreds or thousands of people. It takes a lot of time to accumulate this amount, but it is extra income after all. He already has 3 now. Is it far from 4 or 5, or 10? Wei Huan took out the energy tank, directly consumed the dark power inside, and made 2 dark fire bombs. Adding his own dark power, doesn't this mean that there are 19 more dark fire bombs in one go? It won't take many days for him to be resurrected with full blood. In addition, after finishing these things, Wei Huan carefully looked at the drops of the gold treasure chests in the 5th level world. In fact, if you look closely at the properties of these gold level items, the items in the 5th level world must be higher than those in the 4th level world. After all, the world is more difficult. If you only rely on the progress of human cultivation, I am afraid that in the later stage, the stay time in each level will be very long. For example, in the 4th level world, humans stayed for 3 years. In these 3 years, many challengers reached the ceiling of sequence 4, but were stuck at the level because they did not have core materials. This kind of wasted time should not be the hope of challenging the world, so the value of high-level equipment has indeed increased. However, Wei Huan has no demand for gold equipment. Even if the values of these gold equipment are higher than his, there will not be a huge difference in strength. Therefore, if they keep changing equipment just for a few dozen values, I am afraid that everyone's DKP is not enough. No matter how much the gold equipment is upgraded, it will not be stronger than the platinum equipment. Then Wei Huan found that the best materials opened in this gold treasure chest are only the core materials for level 4 to level 5, not level 5 to level 6. So if they want to get the core equipment of Sequence 6, they need to explore the ruins above Platinum, or kill the real royal family of this world. The real royal family is not the royal family in the assessment world. The strength of the royal family there is suppressed a lot, and the level of dropped materials is also low. The real royal family is very difficult to kill. Even if Wei Huan, who is now half-sealed, uses bloodthirstiness, he is not sure to kill the royal family. After reading this, Wei Huan returned to the tomb to practice psychic. It is obvious that after the recent frequent wars, his aura is more deeply entangled with the tomb, and his soul tentacles can already penetrate into the tomb. He can vaguely see the high-level dark beasts buried in the tomb, with their tattered eyes longing for resurrection. While practicing, I don't know when I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, I saw Mu Zhong's face. Mu Zhong was kissing his lower lip. He saw deep love in his eyes. Although he didn't know what charm his broken face had, the strong never annoyed themselves. Of course, the lover who came to the door should hold the back of his head tightly, and deepen the kiss. An hour had passed since he opened his eyes, and the sky of Challenge World had already brightened. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had breakfast on the balcony of the room. Mu Zhong asked him, "Do you want to go back to Blue Star? We solved 2 problems at once yesterday. Especially after our Azure Dragon Core showed its strength, I think the level 5 world will be peaceful for a long time. We can. I want to stay here." Wei Huan shook his head. He wanted to find the 5-star island. Besides, many people in the car were waiting to advance to Sequence 5. This world still needed time to explore and conquer. It was far from time to relax. "But your ability is half-sealed." Mu Zhong was a little worried. He could see at a glance that Wei Huan wanted to go out and wander. Wei Huan said, "Be careful, and you know that I am very strong even if I am half-sealed." Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, and said helplessly, "Okay, but I can't accompany you every time. I am learning the management of the pioneering army. This is a rare opportunity. And the Mecha army, I think the whole world is looking forward to you becoming an intermediate technician, and the veterans are eagerly waiting." "Yes, so." Mu Zhong took Wei Huan's hand and said earnestly, "You must pay attention to safety, and don't rush into dangerous ruins, at least before you recover." "Yeah." The two finally reached a consensus, and as long as the two of them determined the same thing, it would represent the future direction of the tank, which was very important. After eating, Wei Huan decided to go downstairs to talk to the old bureau chief. In the old bureau chief's room, he saw Do Lin practicing calligraphy with his cheeks puffed up. Wei Huan thought that the child must be very regretful now, regretting that he held up the lantern to welcome him, and said the words, "You are finally here." After talking with the old bureau chief, Wei Huan went to the driver's cabin again. When they were not on the march, except for Cousin Mu who used this place as an office and stuck to a seat, everyone else in the cab was training or busy. Wei Huan saw that he had nothing to do and was about to leave, but was stopped by Cousin Mu, who said, "Boss, Ding Qi awakened Sequence 4 in the battle yesterday. She recruited a 3-headed pterosaur monster. This special talent attracted the attention of Commander Mu, and he called her over early in the morning. I think you can also pay attention to her. Ding Qi's talent seems to be very consistent with her professional ability." Wei Huan thought of Ding Qi in his previous life and nodded. "Okay, I go and take a look." Entering the headquarters of the Pioneer Army, all the way to Mu Diheo's office, there was no obstruction. However, Ding Qi was not in the office, only Mu Diheo was in a meeting. Wei Huan wanted to leave, but was spotted by the sharp-eyed Mu Diheo and called him back. Mu Diheo said, "Come and listen. If you have nothing to do in the base these days, come to me." Wei Huan nodded, found a seat and sat down, and saw Captain Ma Bufan smiling at him. There were 7 people in total, each of whom was the first person in charge of an important department of the Pioneer team. The discussion was naturally about post-war construction and the next step. Mu Diheo asked Wei Huan to listen beside him. Of course, he trained him, and there was nothing more profound than the education received by osmosis. In this way, a week passed. Wei Huan's nether fire bombs finally accumulated to a level that he was quite satisfied with. That day, he said hello to Mu Zhong and Mu Diheo respectively, and led the team to leave without saying where to go. In this level 5 world, others may not be able to go to the places he can go to, and others cannot go to the places he cannot go to. So instead of using your own ideas to protect him, it is a kind of restraint and restriction. The father and son of the Mu family said goodbye in the base. Looking at the chariot going away, Mu Diheo smiled and said, "He is going to get ahead of us. I have wanted to leave for a long time, but my strength has not recovered yet. I know you want to follow, but I don't allow it. Do you know why? I know that if humans can break through to the level 6 world, Wei Huan's car may be the first to rush up. At that time, we will be the pioneer army. What I learned now can be used in the future. That's right, study hard. The white chariot was speeding on the sea, like the blue waves cut out by scissors, rolling up the white waves and dragging to the end of the sea level, like a pair of huge wings spread out. The speed of the chariot was not fast. Before the combat effectiveness was fully restored, Wei Huan's main job now was to continue exploring in the direction of the Qinglong pioneering team, and to open all the silver ruins and silver treasure chests that could be seen along the way. In addition, the treasure maps obtained from the silver ruins can also obtain gold-level equipment after being collected. Although there is only one gold equipment in the low-level treasure chest, which is 0.5 between the silver and gold adventurers, the pioneering team has always been like this. Only explore the scope that can be explored at present, try not to be reckless, any casualties are a big loss, and the core purpose is steady progress. Soon, Wei Huan found the first bronze treasure chest of the day in the sea. The housekeeper AI said, "The treasure chest is located within the scope of Qing 3 Island, and is an owner's treasure chest." Wei Huan nodded, he knew. The world of the archipelago is a vast ocean, and humans can only settle on the islands scattered on the sea. The Qinglong Corps built the first supply point where they came out. The next supply point should theoretically be built about 5 hours away by car, that is, about 10,000 kilometers away. Then if the Qinglong Corps planted a flag and sent troops to the island between the two supply points, the supplies within a 20-kilometer circle would belong to the Qinglong Corps. But at the same time, because people move around on it, they need to build houses and arrange for people to stay there, which will also attract monster attacks. In other words, you can plant flags and occupy land to get supplies, but you have to pay a price. Qing 3 Island is the first island outside the Qinglong Pioneering Group's supply point, and it is also a very important outpost. Therefore, the Qinglong Corps is built here, and there are island garrisons on duty here every day. There are people day and night. Even if the monsters are refreshed, there is no problem. The weapons on the island can stop about 30 monsters from attacking at the same time, and it is very close to the supply point, and reinforcements will be there in a few minutes. Wei Huan naturally doesn't want this bronze treasure chest, and he didn't even release the ghost crow. Today is mainly to familiarize yourself with the environment. Keep moving forward, deliberately following the footsteps of the Qinglong Corps' exploration. After 40 minutes, Wei Huan saw Qing 4 Island. Qing 4 Island is an island where dark energy gathers. The island is full of miasma, and is more likely to breed monsters. In addition, humans living on an island with dark energy are easily polluted by the spirit, and serious brain collapses and suffers irreversible damage. The smart butler continued to popularize science to Wei Huan and the person in the driver's seat. In fact, before coming out, everyone had read the information, but reading the information is different from seeing it with their own eyes. The island ahead is larger than the island where the Qinglong supply point is located, but just looking at the island will give people an ominous feeling. Wei Huan is a dark type, but it is obvious that this darkness is not the same as that darkness. It is a more uneasy and dangerous energy. The color of the trees on the island is a light purple, and the soil on the ground is red. If you look closely, you can see that the insects crawling between the trees are very large, and they are hunting in the most primitive food chain. On the map, this island is densely packed with red dots. This is normal. Those who can survive in the 5th level world, even a mouse, cannot be underestimated. The monsters on the island are all level 5. If you want to build a base here, you need to clear out a large safe area. So, on one side of the island, you can see that a large area has indeed been cleared. And there is also a level 5 chariot parked on it. No people can be seen, only chariots, the uniform specifications of the Qinglong Pioneering Group, and there is a military emblem on the car. It just stopped there quietly, as if stranded, but when Wei Huan's car entered their radar range, the other side immediately sent a message. "This is the Qinglong base. Please identify yourself." Wei Huan applied for the other side's video call, looked at the female driver opposite and said, "Hello, I am Wei Huan. Do you need help?" The female driver was already in her 40s, with wrinkles all over her face and short hair. When she saw Wei Huan, her eyes burst into a bright light. "Hello, Colonel Wei, it's just a daily task. The monsters on this island cannot be eliminated. We just need to exist here and ensure the ownership of the island. Thank you for the explanation, you and your crew have worked hard." "It's not hard, Colonel Wei, I wish you a smooth mission." "Thank you." Going forward, it took them a full hour to reach Qing 5 Island. Qing 5 Island is smaller than Qing 4 Island, and it is also condensed with dark energy. This place is exactly the same as Qing 4 Island. On the island full of miasma and monsters, there is only one chariot stationed here. Day after day, there is only one chariot on an isolated island in the vast ocean, facing thousands of monsters on the island alone, and resisting the spiritual pollution of dark energy. But as long as they are here for one day, they always declare the ownership of the island, and the materials around the island belong to the Qinglong Legion. There is no order without rules. Although this is a little troublesome, it also prevents countries from slaughtering each other for materials. Those who have the ability will occupy more islands, and those who don't have the ability will guard their own small piece of land. Every day when they open their eyes, a treasure chest will appear, and they can get it without any effort. This rule has its own advantages for both strong and weak countries. Similarly, after talking with Qing 5 Island, walk forward for half an hour, and you will reach Qing 6 Island. It is actually an island of dark energy. This is why it is difficult to open up wasteland in the 5th level world. Like the current Qinglong supply point, not only is it a city suitable for human habitation, but the 2 nearby islands also have no dark energy. How rare can it be? So the Suzaka Legion and the Asham Pioneering Group confronted and quarreled over the large island suitable for building a city, and even used a dirty trick in the end. However, the situation of Qing 6 Island made Wei Huan, who had just arrived here, frown again and again. Those monsters that were originally active on the island came to the coastline for some unknown reason, forcing the chariots stationed here to avoid fighting at sea. Wei Huan ordered the butler to move over, but the other party said faster, "Hello, Colonel Wei, this is Zhou Lin's chariot, requesting your support." It seems that the news that he was moving forward has spread along the way, so this chariot Captain Zhou Lin asked for help at the first time. Of course he would not refuse. Wei Huan moved the chariot over, the portal opened, and the undead disaster poured out from it. Island battles are like territory battles, which are relatively safe. If you can't win, just run away. Monsters will not leave their own territory. When they lose their target, they will slowly disperse. Wei Huan and chariot Captain Zhou Lin can wait for the monsters to disperse on their own, but it is obviously not necessary. Wei Huan's undead army descended on the island. Although the combat power is not at Wei Huan's peak, it is completely no problem to deal with this ordinary level 5 monster. In addition, the combat group, which had hardly fought since arriving in the level 5 world, jumped off the chariot and joined the attacking team of the undead army. They were so vicious that they were just like a group of wild beasts hunting. This wild and excited attitude made Captain Zhou Lin stunned, and he even forgot to hide his expression in the video call with Wei Huan. Chapter 195. The beast tied on the island was quickly driven back from the coastline, and the front line pressed into the forest, with the roar of falling trees constantly heard. Captain Zhou Lin said, "The forest is very dangerous. There will be some monsters with relatively strong strength. The undead army is in front, they are not afraid of damage, and the soldiers will find a suitable position for fighting." Hearing Wei Huan say this, Zhou Lin smiled. "That's right. Everyone in the world doesn't know that Colonel Wei is a one-man army, and the undead army is as terrifying as a natural disaster. I saw it with my own eyes today, and felt the gap between you and us." Wei Huan was not interested in this, his face was always indifferent, and asked, "What happened here?" "All the way here, the chariots and monsters have been in peace. He believes that monsters will not go crazy for no reason. A treasure chest was refreshed on the island, so I rushed in and took it out. The treasure chest monster triggered a monster riot. Before you came, I had been trying to kill the treasure chest monster. As long as it was gone, the monsters on the island would calm down again. What about now? It died as soon as your undead army came out. It couldn't even last 3 minutes. In your eyes, it was no different from an ordinary monster, right?" Wei Huan really didn't feel anything. Treasure chest monsters below silver were about the same strength as this wild wandering monster. Thinking like this, Wei Huan stared at the battlefield ahead for a long time without saying anything, and it was obvious that he had ended this conversation. He didn't speak, and Captain Zhou Lin didn't dare to speak casually. He just looked at Wei Huan carefully, and he was fascinated. When he came to his senses, he opened his eyes suddenly. Did the red dots on the island suddenly decrease by 5 minutes? It only took a quarter of an hour to achieve such a record. As everyone says, Wei Huan is truly the strongest man in the human race. She has always admired Captain Fong William, but she also doesn't hate the young strong men in her own army. Now she is even more happy from the bottom of her heart. There is one more strong man who supports the spear of human progress. Humanity will definitely win the final victory. Zhou Lin saw that Wei Huan did not stop the conquest of the undead army, so she naturally would not stop. I don't know since when, her side of Wei Huan turned into the large blank territory that appeared after the red dots disappeared after being cleared a little bit. Very stress relief, very refreshing. Not only the crisis she needs to face has been reduced, but even the road ahead seems to have become smooth. Captain Zhou Lin, goodbye. Colonel Wei, after leaving here, the garrison tanks on the next island will go back for supplies. You may not see anyone there. Going forward is an uninhabited area. Please be careful. Thank you. The tanks went forward, and sure enough, there was no one on the island they saw again. Wei Huan looked at the dense red dots on the island, and his obsessive-compulsive disorder came over him. He landed on the island and started to clear monsters. In addition, the melee fighters, who had not yet moved their bodies, rushed out again. This time, Wei Huan asked the range to follow. The range attacked on the tanks, sending out a total of 5 level 5 vehicles, a total of 20 output positions, enough for the range to take turns to kill. The strength of Wei Huan's car is getting stronger and stronger, with a total of 8 level 5 vehicles and 11 sequence 5s. Some of these are materials he obtained in the assessment world, and some are supplies allocated to him by Commander Mu after he came here. The training of leader vehicles and main battle vehicles is not a special treatment. There has always been a rule for the distribution of materials in the Legion. Wei Huan was promoted all the way. Although the wind and waves were strong, humans and the Qinglong army got more. Of course, the supplies that should be given to him should not be saved. In this way, even if Wei Huan's chariots are not counted, the total combat power of these level 5 chariots and sequence 5 alone is ranked at the top in the Qinglong pioneering group. At least much stronger than the island garrison. Wei Huan attacked with all his troops. After clearing the island, he notified the chariot commander stationed on the island to go back for supplies. And asked, I found a silver ruin on the island. I explored it directly. I will give you the supplies that I don't need. This time, the commander on the opposite side was a young man who looked not much older than Wei Huan. He said, the pioneering army will act in unison. Even if I get the supplies of the silver ruins, I will hand them over. Just complete your task, and don't tell me specifically. You are the superior. Wei Huan felt that the tone of this voice was a bit wrong, and he also connected Mu Zhong to ask about the rewards and punishments for the garrison and the ruins. Then I found out that the other party was simply not good at speaking. Or maybe it was because the drivers I met before were all older and spoke more tactfully, so they were more pleasing to the ear. In the challenge world, there are young people and old people. The youngest is now 20 years old, and the oldest is 67 years old. In the past, 20-year-olds were still children, still studying, and had no plans for the future. At the age of 67, they have retired and traveled all over the blue planet with their pension, enjoying their old age with children and grandchildren. But now, they all have to struggle in the challenge world, facing an environment where their lives are uncertain, perhaps realizing their ideals, or perhaps having people they want to protect, and working hard for the blue planet and for all mankind. After leaving the island, the next is the so-called No Man's Land. No Man's Land is not really uninhabited. If you must describe it, it is more like the high seas of the blue planet. The supplies here are first come first served, and there will be conflicts with other countries' pioneers because of this. Of course, there are also some actions of looting. In short, after leaving the relatively safe area, you have to be careful here. The most dangerous thing when opening a treasure chest is definitely not the treasure chest monster. Human nature under extreme conditions will be very complicated. The moment Wei Huan stepped into the No Man's Land, he felt a sense of being untied. 2 portals appeared on both sides of the chariot, and the ghost crows that had been waiting for a long time flew out of them, and in an instant they reached the fall summoning distance of 7 kilometers. The picture of the spreading ghost crows was like wings on Wei Huan's back, and the whole person stretched out. Butler. Captain, I'm here. Let's go. Received, let's go. No problem. First come first served. It depends on who has longer hands and who has faster hands. He really has an itch to plow the land after not plowing the land for a few days. In the chariot, the soldiers who have just finished warming up are resting. On some balconies or indoor projection screens, you can see Wei Huan releasing the ghost crow. Immediately everyone knows that it is time to make a lot of money, plowing the land to open treasure chests. Who has this ability? Who can kill in groups? So this chariot is powerful. It is a little stronger here, and a little stronger there. Isn't it a little stronger than hundreds of millions? But above a group of excited fighters, a few old men are drinking tea. They could have stayed at the supply point, so they didn't have to travel so much, but they all refused. First of all, The wonderful laws of space made it impossible for people to feel the so-called travel fatigue. They were as comfortable in the car as at home. Secondly, in their opinion, there was probably no place safer than Wei Huan's car in the challenge world. Several old men who were temporarily free drank tea and looked at the moving scenery outside the car. The sun was slanting a little bit. One of the old men stared for a while and said accurately, "The speed is only 1400, which is half the speed. Is there any reason?" Our Captain Wei finally admitted his defeat. Why? At a speed of 1400, it is easy to go back and forth at the speed of the Ghost Crow, and it can also report the abnormality of the treasure chest. Before, the gold treasure chest was opened in the assessment world, which almost affected the people's hearts in the car. Now that it has officially entered the 5th level world, it is okay to open the gold treasure chest, but if you accidentally open the platinum treasure chest. Ha ha, it's funny to say that, funny and respectable. Even if our Captain Wei's strength cannot reach the ceiling of this world, it is close to the ceiling. The progress of human development will definitely be greatly improved because of Captain Wei. Let him tinker with it for a while, maybe he can figure out something. Yes, we old guys just watch, now it's the world of young people and challengers. The old people were drinking tea and chatting on the roof, the young warriors were talking and laughing downstairs, and Wei Huan was a little depressed in the driver's seat, looking at the supplies that had not been refreshed for a long time. But this is normal. After all, there are countless chariots coming in and out every day near the teleportation point, and it is normal that the treasure chests along the way have been opened. Even if it is a more difficult ruin, as long as it is a silver ruin, it is almost impossible to stay until the next day. The rear reinforcement will be notified as soon as it is discovered, and the ruin will disappear in less than half a day. After all, humans have entered the 5th level world for more than half a year, and the development of silver ruins is very mature. Wei Huan walked for 3 hours and didn't open a treasure chest, so he said him. At this time, he was video chatting with Mu Zhong, and the man on the other side smiled and said, "The expedition team often leaves for a day or two before entering the real no man's land. Why don't you collect the Ghost Crow? It doesn't matter. The consumption is very low. Okay, how many days do you plan to go back and forth this time?" Wei Huan wanted to keep looking and not come back if he couldn't find the 5-star island, but looking at Mu Zhong's expectant eyes, he said breathlessly, "About a week. It can be farther." Who knew that Mu Zhong saw through everything? "I know you want to go farther. The current limit of exploration is the distance maintained by our Yin country, which is about 20 days back and forth. The places that have been explored have limited improvement for us, so you might as well go further." Wei Huan hesitated. Mu Zhong said again, "Before the test of the Colossus begins, we can go back to Blue Star." Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong had considered everything for him. He really couldn't refuse, and there were things he urgently wanted to do. However, the 5-star island that has not been found in 20 days, could it be that it is not within the scope of Yin country's exploration? It shouldn't take so long. Wei Huan thought of this, and ordered the butler to call up the sea chart. Through AI sharing, the areas explored by Yin country were marked on the sea chart, and they had indeed explored very far. The further you explore, the wider the sea you face, just like a fan. There are still large blank areas on this sea chart. "Captain," the AI housekeeper spoke. "Yes." Wei Huan lowered his head and looked at the sea chart attentively. "I can obtain sea charts from other countries and integrate them." Wei Huan looked up at a camera in front of him, his eyebrows relaxed. "Not bad, try it, the neater the better. The sea chart must be a secret of each country, unless it is shared by strategic allies. In short, when dealing with competitors, some countries, especially OSM, will definitely not share their sea charts with Yin country." Another ability of Super AI has been discovered. However, the AI champion said, "But in order to obtain the other party's sea chart, I need you to connect with the other party's tank, and I can hack into their system in a short time." Wei Huan, who hated talking to strangers the most, was silent for 2 seconds, then looked at a figure who was about to go bald, and when he spoke, there was a little bit of guilt in his tone that he didn't even notice. "Minister Mu, I want to trouble you with something. Collecting sea charts is not troublesome." Because the person who took the initiative to contact the other party was Wei Huan, the famous Wei Huan of the human race. Although most of the commanders who were suddenly not couldn't figure out why Wei Huan suddenly contacted them, out of respect for the hero, or curiosity about the strong, everyone chose to connect the video. Then appeared in front of them, a bald man, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. "You are not Colonel Wei/Captain." The first reaction was that he was deceived and was furious. But every time, the AI butlers of these commanders would say the same thing: "Identity verification confirmed. It is Wei Huan's vehicle without a doubt. The person you are video chatting with is the logistics director of Wei Huan's chariot, Minister Mu Hanmu. So in this way, even if Wei Huan does not show up, Cousin Mu has completed the task well. At about 9 o'clock that night, Cousin Mu collected almost all the sea charts, including the large area of sea that had been explored in the hands of Osum. When Wei Huan got the sea chart, he suddenly understood why the 5-star island was Osum's island in the previous life. Because it was just in the direction of Osum's main exploration, and it was not far from the starting point. It only took about 5 days to reach it at full speed. Osum had already explored this place. In order to own this island, they continued to expand and build island settlements around the island, and they were obviously enclosing land. Wei Huan asked himself, "Are you willing to give this island to Osum?" Of course not. But the most important point that made Wei Huan say he would do anything to stop it was that Osum would cooperate with the descendants of this world to develop the island, which made humans trust those cunning monsters and eventually suffered a big setback in the 6th level world. At that time, humans were actually far behind the dark beasts, but under tremendous pressure, the countries of Blue Star united unprecedentedly and caught up a lot. If they were lucky, even if the dark beasts rushed into the 7th level world first, the human race would be able to catch up even if they were slow. But at this critical moment, the evil root buried in the 5th level world broke out in the 6th level world, and humans suffered a heavy blow, and it was impossible to counterattack and catch up. Wei Huan wanted the 5-star island, but he also wanted people to know that the monsters who challenged the world were heartless and could not be trusted. The original plan to venture out was suspended. The 5-star island was Wei Huan's main task. At least before determining how to act, he had to collect enough intelligence. Wei Huan changed his destination and set off overnight, heading straight for the 5-star island. The distance was still a bit far. He crossed the 2 areas of the Black Tortoise Army and the Vermilion Bird Army from the direction of the Azure Dragon Army, then entered the 2 lines of the Big Bear Country, and then came to a joint development zone. Joint development zone? Wei Huan pointed at the map, a little confused. The housekeeper explained. The 7-nation pioneer group led by the Fence Country and the Tula Country, they entered the 5th level world behind the Yin Country and Asham, and decided to jointly seize resources, so they made an alliance. Seize 2? Yes 2. Wei Huan nodded. There was nothing to talk about this matter. One step slow, every step slow. This time they need to unite to gain a foothold, and next time, they may not even have a place to gain a foothold. So it turns out that humans still have to face crisis before they can unite. Isn't this Joint Pioneer Army an example? After the Joint Pioneer Army, it's Osum. Osum led the 3 countries, as well as the Mulberry Kingdom and the Bang Kingdom, and actually occupied 3 lines. Fortunately, they occupied the island with the best city. It took Wei Huan a day to travel and reach the destination island, also in the dark. After leaving the territory of Yin Kingdom, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Wei Huan turned on the invisible layer, and at the same time took advantage of the longer detection range of the Super AI to avoid all islands and chariots. Before being seen by human eyes, they sneaked into the island like ghosts. A defense chain has been built around the island, all of which are small islands with dark attributes, but it is obvious that Osum does not mind, and has built supply points on these small islands. Supply points are not garrisoned by chariots. Supply points need to be urbanized and exist for a longer time. In the future, even challengers with lower sequences will enter these supply points, and even stay for a long time. Wei Huan did not know whether Osum had found a way to reverse the dark energy of the island. He only knew that the island standing tall and pure under the night was the island he saw in the news in his previous life. It was very big, twice as big as the island of Kangaroo Country on Blue Star, almost equivalent to a continent. There are mountains and valleys on the island, as well as plains and grasslands. At the speed of a level 5 chariot, it takes 2 hours to circle the island. Such land is simply the land that humans dream of building cities. But it has been concealed by Osum until now. After going around in a circle, the chariot roughly scanned the situation around the island. Osum is indeed sending people to develop it, but the development progress is very average. There are all kinds of monsters 1 kilometer away from the coast, and their strength is world-class. Moreover, such a large island is obviously rich in resources. Under the scanning of the Super AI, even if it is not completely deep, it has scanned out a gold treasure chest and a ruin that should be gold level. Gold level supplies are actually just around the coast. It is hard to imagine what kind of rich supplies there are in the middle of the island, the core area of this continent. I am afraid there are still royal beasts that can drop 5-liter and 6-core supplies. There is also a gold treasure chest. Wei Huan connected with Mu Zhong again, and sent him the information he had discovered. Thanks to the ability of the super AI to integrate maps, his search for the 5-star island was no longer abrupt. So even if he ran straight over, people in his hometown thought it was normal. They were even angrier and more anxious than him. What? There is a continent in the direction of Osum? Damn it! Not only has it never been mentioned, but it also competes with the Suzaku army for the island. This is a feint to the east and attacks the west. It is to make us turn our attention away from that land. No wonder the army sent to Suzaku is always stingy. Mu Diheo was furious. He and Mu Zhong were guarding in front of the system, and saw the message sent by Wei Huan at the first time. Mu Diheo said sarcastically, "Look at this rich continent, the material treasures that are enclosed, and even the gold treasure chests are not in a hurry to open. They are completely treating it as their own things?" Wei Huan heard it, but he was thinking about something else. Are these gold treasure chests and gold ruins the remnants who open the 5th level world? When a remnant does something untrustworthy, 2 or 3 will not work, but 7 or 8 will always make people think. Facing these cunning monsters, once you are soft-hearted and hesitate, tragedy is doomed. What's more, the remnants did help Osum take over the island, and even the first big city built on it made Osum willing to name it Atlantis City. So, since I know the problem is here, should I open these gold treasure chests? As long as we don't give them the opportunity to contact the remnants, humans will not be deceived. Besides, the value of a gold treasure chest never depreciates anywhere. Wei Huan, do you want to open the treasure chest? Mu Zhong suddenly asked. Wei Huan nodded, but still confirmed. Will it affect your plan? Mu Zhong said, there is no plan yet, but you can open it if you want, but you have to wait a little while in the ruins until your ability recovers. Speaking of his unrecovered ability, Wei Huan immediately calmed down again. He thought for a while and said, you think about the plan first, I make the decision. Mu Zhong smiled and said a few more words. Before turning off the video, he raised 2 fingers and threw a flying kiss to Wei Huan, right under Commander Mu's eyes. After finishing the journey and sending back the intelligence, Wei Huan had nothing to do for a while, so he went directly to his seat and entered the professional temple to practice. When he opened his eyes again, it was a video sent by Mu Zhong. Looking at the time, only 20 minutes had passed. Do you have a plan so soon? Wei Huan, our plan is to announce the existence of this island. Mu Zhong said, first of all, it is too far from our Yin country's route, and it is difficult for us to compete for the island legitimately. Wei Huan nodded. He knew it would be troublesome, but he believed that Yin country would not give up so easily. Sure enough, Mu Zhong said, it is a continent, enough for all countries to build cities on it. No one can monopolize it, and Osum is not qualified. Osum knew early on that they could not defend the island before it was a foregone conclusion, so they hid it. To deal with the enemy, you have to do what they are most afraid of happening. Wei Huan understood, it seems that he really can't monopolize it. The main reason is that he is not lucky. If he could come to the 5th level world with the first batch of pioneering team 6 months ago, he would definitely choose to develop in the direction of the 5-star island, and no one could take it away. An island the size of a continent, plus a 20-kilometer radius around the island, how much supplies must be refreshed every day. Such a treasure actually fell into the hands of Osum in the previous life, and brought the final fatal blow to mankind. So Wei Huan, wait a few more days, wait until you recover a little, I will come over, we will sweep all the supplies on this island, and then spread the existence of the island. When Mu Zhong said this, his eyes were bright, like a child who did something bad, but Wei Huan was very surprised. Okay. Wei Huan nodded. Chapter 196. Wei Huan's chariot left the 5-star island overnight, and continued to move further in the direction of the development of Asham. Someone will do the work of collecting intelligence. It is definitely a waste of talent to bind a big force, like Wei Huan here, and just do some surveillance work. Wei Huan plans to go to the islands far away from Asham to see if there are any targets that can be attacked. Now the pioneering team will not rashly open the gold treasure chest when they encounter it, which is equivalent to the pioneering teams of various countries selecting and keeping the gold treasure chests. This wealth is first come first served. Wei Huan can choose not to rob the islands where chariots are stationed, but those without are public resources. Of course, he has the ability to open them first. After spending most of the day, and leaving the 3 islands in the direction of Asham in a low-key manner, Wei Huan never saw the islands where chariots were stationed again. It seems that Asham's combat power in the 5th level world is not much. They put most of their energy on the development and protection of the 5-star islands, and even did not hesitate to create the illusion of competing with Yin country for islands. But the advantage of this is that Wei Huan's chariot only went out for half a day, and it was on the seabed near the island that he harvested 3 treasure chests. Although it was only the lowest level treasure chest, it also showed that the convoy sent out by Asham to search was far less than the chariots of Yen country. Treasure chests will randomly refresh in different areas and at irregular intervals. Most of the time, they are low-level treasure chests, but occasionally high-level treasure chests will appear. Just like the assessment road, there will always be people who can encounter diamond treasure chests. The chance of 1 in a few billion is just low, not 0. However, the probability of encountering wild treasure chests, or high-level treasure chests, is still too low, so it is better to refresh the ruins. The worst ruins are silver level, and the probability of their appearance is not small. Islands are places where ruins will definitely appear. Even 2 or 3 islands, like the 5-star island, which are equivalent to the mainland, may have more than 10 ruins appearing from time to time just by guarding the island. This is also the benefit of occupying a large island. Then Wei Huan opened 2 more treasure chests on the seabed, and soon after dark, he found a silver ruin on an island of dark energy. If he didn't count the gold supplies he found on the 5-star island, this should be the first time he found a ruin in the 3.5 days of exploration. It is not known whether this ruin has always been there, or has been refreshed again. Some monsters on the island look like they have not been cleaned up. The chariot flew through the air, intending to land directly at the location of the ruins, but before they arrived, the monsters on the island heard the noise and jumped up to attack them. The level 5 chariot can only be 30 meters above the ground, within the attack range of most level 5 monsters. The magic attacks such as water bombs and stones flying out of the forest were not powerful, but extremely dense. They hit the level 6 protective shield and crackled, rebounding with powerful electric currents. Trees fell and burned. In the dense forest filled with thick smoke, the screams of monsters could be heard from time to time. Hua la la. Then a group of flying monsters that looked like pterosaur monsters, but were much smaller, rushed out of the dense forest. They were densely packed like locusts as soon as they appeared. The number was like a layer squatting on the island. It seems that these guys are the main monsters on this island. The long-range professions that had been waiting for a long time cooperated with the chariots to clean up these monsters. Without sending out the army of undead, it took a full half an hour to clear out the surrounding monsters. And if it weren't for the protection of the level 6 protective shield, they might have fled and retreated in the face of this number of monsters. This is also the reason why the human chariots can't be airdropped directly even though they are flying. The height of 30 meters is completely within the attack range of the monsters. Once they are besieged, even level 5 vehicles are in danger. So they can only push slowly from the edge of the island to the ruins. The speed is a bit slow, but it is safe. Wei Huan finally cleared the surrounding monsters, and drove forward for only a mile to the ruins. The entrance is a dark and damp cave that the chariot cannot enter. From here on, the challenger must leave the car and move. Melee combat, especially the farmer sequence with high blood and strong attack, will become the main force to explore the ruins. This time, Wei Huan also did not deliberately create difficulty, but he would not let everyone lie down and idle. The undead army was still dispatched, and the melee professions who were about to take their turn had to leave the car and take risks. With the addition of the challenger, the weakness of the undead army's low damage was made up, and the challenger was also safe, with the undead army responsible for protection. Less than 5 minutes later, the roar of the monster came from the depths of the cave, followed by the sound of fierce fighting. Wei Huan's vision was here, and he saw the silver treasure chest monster that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, like an elephant bitten by an ant colony. Even though it was burly, and could fight 3 or 5 martial kings alone without losing, the treasure chest monster was easily bitten to death. After the last martial king left, the ruins disappeared behind him, the chariot restarted, directly turned on the full power protective shield, and rushed away from the other end of the island. The monsters awakened during this process appeared and attacked them one after another, but often they were already far away before the attack landed. When they flew out of the island, only the flying monsters were left chasing them, but they would not go too far, often chasing them for 3 or 5 kilometers, and then giving up and leaving. The appearance of this silver ruins was like a beginning. In the early morning of the next day, the housekeeper reminded that another silver ruins had been found ahead. Wei Huan did not stop the action because of the night, but immediately rang the action bell. All the frontline combatants who participated in the battle rushed to the battle post within 3 minutes. Not long after, the chariot crashed into the island head-on, with no intention of stopping to slowly clear the monsters, and rushed straight to the location of the ruins. The monsters in the dark were more ferocious, but they could not stop the iron hoof of Wei Huan's chariot. All the monsters that surrounded them were either killed by long-range attacks or died, under the passive counterattack of the chariot's protective shield. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, Wave 1 also released the demon Eye Lord to join the battle. In less than 10 minutes, the monsters that gathered were cleared away, and the entrance to the ruins was not far away. At this time, the housekeeper AI said, "Captain, a tank is requesting a call." Wave 1 glanced at the lower left corner of the map, which showed 2 blue dots, and said, "Ignore him." The tank stopped at the entrance of the ruins, and the melee professions that had been ready for a long time jumped off the tank, gathered in the middle of the undead army, and entered the ruins. A bronze treasure chest, a black iron treasure chest. The monsters that jumped out of the low-level treasure chests were like ordinary monsters on the island, and even professionals could kill them at will. Soon, only the silver treasure chest deep in the ruins was left. The butler then asked Wave 1, "Captain, the other side sent a message that this silver ruin was discovered by them first, and they are waiting for their companions to gather and plan to explore it tomorrow morning." Wave 1 first said to the troops in front through the tactical headset, "Hurry up and end the battle, the flying monkey is about to open the attribute." Then he said to the butler, "Tell him who I am and inform his companions not to come." The butler sent Wave 1's words over. Wave 1 didn't know what the other side's attitude was. He just waited quietly for a few minutes. No more undead appeared in the portal. Obviously, the battle was over. This time, it didn't even take 3 minutes to kill a silver treasure chest monster. When the chariot started again and drove away from the island, the blue friendly car was still shocked that the person who came was Wave 1. When he came to his senses again, Wave 1's chariot drove away, and the skull representing the ruins also disappeared on the map. Someone in the car asked in disbelief, "Lily, does the absence of the skull mean that the ruins have disappeared? Didn't Wave 1 take even half an hour from landing on the island to leaving?" Lily is of course their AI butler. In fact, there are not many tanks that call their butlers butlers. Most tanks give their butlers names, and even treat them as friends and chat with them. Lily, the AI butler of this tank, said, "Strictly speaking, it is 13 minutes and 21 seconds. It is confirmed that they have completed the exploration of the ruins, so the ruins will disappear from the radar. It took them 7 minutes and 3 seconds to land on the island and 6 minutes and 18 seconds to explore the ruins." Hearing this in human number, the captain and his crew were shocked at first, then helpless, and finally looked shocked. Isn't the gap too big? Wave 1 didn't know how others were discussing him. He only knew that he followed the rules and didn't take action on the island where the flag was planted. This is no man's land, and resources are first come first served. In the next 2 days, Wave 1 encountered ruins guarded by chariots. But just like the first day, Wave 1 rushed in directly and developed the ruins at an increasingly faster speed, then left the ruins in a mess in the wind and left calmly. There were also chariot commanders whose ruins were robbed. After several requests to video chat with Wave 1 were rejected, they were so angry that they sent a message in the world chat room to accuse him. "Wave 1, please stop your plundering behavior. This is the direction of our ashram. You are robbing resources from other countries and provoking war. Now it's good." Wave 1 doesn't like to talk and is too lazy to explain, but there are many people in Yin Country who like to chat. All the challengers of the Yin Country Legion are Wave 1's mouthpiece. "Huh? You planted a flag in the no man's land? Then you have to report and submit the world map. No man's land is always first come first served. People with ability take it first. You have no ability. How dare you shout in the chat room? What stands out is that there are 2 words incompetent on your forehead. And the Yin people are looking for accounts. Shut up, awesome people. Have you earned enough compensation from Xuanwu City? There are only 10 days left before the deadline, or have you built your new city? Why do you have to leave a deadline of half a month? To deal with such a country that refuses to repent and refuses to admit its mistakes, we should directly sever diplomatic relations, drive them away, and go to war. Look at what you have done. You eat our food and use our things, and you are always thinking about biting us back. It's better to raise a dog than to raise you." The last person who spoke didn't say anything after saying this, because he was called away by his superiors. After being scolded a few times, the superior finally relaxed his eyebrows and smiled. "I have said what I should say, but I have to say it anyway. Well scolded, these dogs are really getting more and more excessive." Asham led the golden monster to attack Xuanwu City, and finally rushed to the Qinglong supply point. Now it seems that there are too many conspiracies hidden in it. Whether it is to slow down the development progress of Yin Country, or to take the opportunity to try to eliminate Wei Huan, or to divert the attention of the world and hide the existence of the 5-star island. In short, there are too many calculations in it, and they finally shirked it with the reason of crazy driver. Yin country will certainly not indulge it. The compensation is part of it, and all the Asham people in Xuanwu City will be driven away. Asham City has not been built yet, and moving in at this time may face a real beast tide. In addition, Captain Fong William finally put aside all his worries and launched a battle with the pioneering group of Osum on that large island. In the end, 21 people from Osum died and 11 people from Yin State were injured. Osum had to withdraw from the island completely. It is said that the witch Agris, who Osum relied on, disappeared during the war and could not be contacted. After the war, she appeared again, as if she was protesting against the dishonorable means of the high-level officials of Osum in this way. In short, this time Osum's actions, except for disgusting Yin State, did not cause any substantial damage. No one died in Yin State, and the destruction of Xuanwu City could be compensated by compensation. The most subtle thing is that it gave Yin State a lot of voice in diplomatic occasions, including directly scolding Osum in the chat room, which had never happened before. And this is just the most insignificant part. Yin country has become very tough in diplomacy with Osum, challenging the changes in the world's international structure, and further affecting the relations between the countries of Blue Star. This time, Yin country's aircraft carrier pressed into the coastal city of Osum for military exercises, which has never happened in the past. It's still for the 5-star island. In the video, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan chatted casually. Osum's strategy was very effective at the beginning. Our energy was indeed involved in the island of Suzaku. We never suspected that there was such a continent hidden in the hinterland of Osum. If it weren't for the sudden 2 changes, they might really be able to conceal it for a while. When they built the city in the best area, at least our Yin country would not necessarily compete for the second-level land there to build a city in a non-essential strategic deployment. Wei Huan nodded. So the changes you mentioned? One is Captain Fong William really. To develop the Golden Ruins, and we are here? Yes. Mu Zhong said, plans are not as fast as changes, but no matter what they are doing, it is obvious that what they are most afraid of is the exposure of the 5-star island. If we want to fight back, we must attack them where they are most afraid. It must also be said here that the god of luck is on the side of our Yin country, and he actually discovered the secret that Osum tried so hard to hide. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, and then smiled. Yes, the god of luck will always favor Yin country. And it is not just his credit that the 5-star island was discovered so quickly this time. If Mu Zhong had not obtained the Heart of Steel and upgraded his chariot to Super AI, he would never have dreamed that the 5-star island had already existed and was hidden under the nose of Yin country. Some things have to be said, they are really subtle. Countless causes are strung together to form the final result. After chatting for a while, someone called Mu Zhong, and Mu Zhong smiled helplessly. I have to go and get busy. Wei Huan nodded and said, just in time, I found another ruin. Golden Ruins? Mu Zhong, who was about to leave, stopped again and looked at him in surprise. Found Golden Ruins? Yes, on a large dark energy island. I have gone deep into the no man's land and finally encountered a golden ruin. Mu Zhong frowned slightly, a little worried. Wei Huan comforted. I can run if I can't beat it, you come to pick me up. Mu Zhong was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That's too troublesome. You should just fight it directly. If the two of them start a full-scale bloodthirstiness regardless of everything, let alone a golden treasure chest monster, even a diamond treasure chest monster, I'm afraid they can fight. They still have a trump card. As long as you have the ability to cover the bottom, you are not afraid of anything. Mu Zhong's eyes, which had been tense since he learned about the appearance of the Golden Ruins, relaxed. He joked until he had to leave, and finally said, I wait for your good news. Okay. Wei Huan nodded, ended the video call with Mu Zhong, and when he turned his head to look at the ruins in front of him, a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. This island is very large. They explored around the island, and the area is equivalent to the large island occupied by the Suzaku Legion. However, this is a dark energy island, and the island is filled with a kind of light purple smoke that can pollute the spirit. In addition, the trees are too tall, and the shortest tree is 100 meters high. If their chariots want to enter the forest, they must drive into the forest. Of course not. It's not that they don't have the ability to push down trees. Putting themselves in an environment with unclear vision, is it for environmental protection? Wei Huan finally chose a position with the shortest straight line and released the undead army to cut down trees and push mountains. The undead worked hard and did not complain, while the combatants on the car were responsible for killing the monsters that jumped out of the dense forest. In order to open up the vision to the extreme, he even ordered the undead to push out a kilometer on both sides. As the trees creaked and fell, The wet ground covered with thick humus and entangled roots that had not seen light for many years was exposed. It was just that as the underground roots became more and more, the trees came to life. Their roots would entangle when the undead army cut down the trunks. The undead often lacked touch, and when they found out, they were already entangled, and then they were pulled underground by a strong force. The force was so strong that the 4th level undead could hardly resist it, and they were pulled into the wet soil under the humus, and soon appeared in the tomb. Obviously, a large island with a gold treasure chest is not easy to deal with. No wonder Asham has not been able to develop the 5-star island even with the power of the country. The undead army was killed in large numbers during this process, and the speed of death and resurrection was no less than a boss battle. At this time, Wei Huan was even more grateful for his decision to cut down trees and open the mountain. If the chariot rushed in recklessly, it might have been stuck. These tree roots are so powerful, and the trunks must not be too bad. Wei Huan reminded the combat personnel outside the car to pay attention to safety through the tactical headset, but he found that he sometimes underestimated these elites from various legions, and their combat capabilities were much stronger than he thought. When they face tree roots that stand up like giant pythons, they often fight in groups of 3 or 5. It's not that one person can't kill, but of course it's more cost-effective to fight in a small team. No matter how thick and numerous the tree roots and vines are, they can be easily cut into pieces of wood with their tacit cooperation. If they are broken like this, no matter how tenacious their vitality is, they can't attack people anymore. They are not in a hurry and move forward slowly. When they pushed to 1 kilometer before the gold treasure chest, 5 chariots drove in front of them, and the national emblem of the awesome pioneering group was painted on the chariots. As soon as they arrived, they shouted, "Hello, Colonel Wei, we are the awesome pioneers. I'm sorry to tell you that this gold treasure chest has been marked by awesome and has been transmitted to the world map. We are now here to develop this ruins. Please rest aside." Wei Huan agreed to their video request this time, mainly because it was indeed difficult to say it in 1 or 2 sentences, so as to avoid quarreling on the world channel. Facing the middle-aged driver of the leader car on the opposite side, Wei Huan said the first sentence, "Don't disturb me from opening the box, otherwise I will take this golden monster and go for a stroll in your new city." The middle-aged driver said, "Are you guys breaking the agreement? Unless they discover it at the same time, the party that discovers the resource first can have the right to protect it for 72 hours, as long as it uploads the information to the world channel. The right to protect was proposed by Yin Country, or do you want to violate the rules you proposed?" After saying the last sentence, the middle-aged driver's expression couldn't hide a bit of smugness, and his eyes seemed to say, "Let's see how you deal with it." Wei Huan didn't care, so please stay away from it to avoid accidental injuries in a fight. You are openly violating the right to protect. Is Yin Country going to break the rules it has set? Is it going to be an enemy of all mankind? This car captain, Wei Huan said at last, "Do you want to die? You?" The middle-aged car captain was so angry that his body was torn apart. "I want to protest. I want to send your dictatorship to the whole world. As the newest strongman of Yin Country, you represent the attitude of Yin Country. Are you going to be an enemy of the whole world? You deserve to die. I won't let you have an easy time." Wei Huan ignored him and ordered the chariot to continue to press forward. While they were talking, they had already arrived in front of the golden ruins. Compared to the silver ruins, the entrance of the golden ruins is much larger. This place is like the entrance of a huge cenote. Floating on the edge of the cenote and looking down, you can't see the end at a glance. The dark depths make people feel cold in their hearts, like the huge mouth of a demon. Wei Huan glanced at the 5 awesome chariots that were still suspended in place and did not move, and called back the crew members who had left the car to fight. Then the portal opened, and he sent the undead army to explore first. This relic actually contains an underground river. It has been sealed for who knows how many years. When the army of the undead walked through it, although no monsters appeared, it is conceivable that there must have been a large number of monsters in it before it was captured by the challenge world. Nowadays, there is not even a breath of life here, but the bustling scenes of the past can be seen everywhere. Occasionally, a low-level treasure chest will be seen on the wall of the underground river or deep underwater. When the treasure chest is opened, some sea beasts will appear. I think this underground river used to be connected to the ocean. Low-level treasure chests are easy to kill, and it won't take long to solve the silver treasure chest when you encounter it. Wei Huan is fully capable of fighting the silver treasure chest monster alone. Finally, the exploration of the undead finally came to an end. No one knows where the end of the underground river leads to, but this relic has come to an end. The exploring undead are blocked by an invisible barrier. Then, they climb up the wall and finally find a gold treasure chest on a wall. Found it. Chapter 197. Wei Huan was not in a hurry to open the treasure chest. He frowned slightly, looked away from the treasure chest, and looked at the environment here. The whole cliff wall looked like a series of inward-facing caves that were deliberately dug out. The smallest caves were more than 10 square meters, and the larger ones were 30 to 50 square meters. They looked like houses, but there were no creatures in them. I don't know if it was too long ago, and even the traces of living were not visible. Then Wei Huan discovered that it was not only on this cliff wall that there were houses. In fact, all along the way, there were houses on this kind of steep cliff near the water. At a glance, there were so many densely packed that I didn't know how many there were. Wei Huan looked at it for a while, then ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to leave, and returned to the golden treasure chest. He was not curious, because he knew what these things were, and why they existed here. This kind of ruins, with certain traces of civilization, means that there is a greater probability that the survivors will appear in this golden treasure chest. Survivors. Just a group of monsters surviving. In the failed ending of the last life of mankind, if the war clan would stay at the end, even if they survived with human civilization, they would just be monsters waiting to die. Facing the new civilization, they will be favored by the world of challenge, can practice, obtain materials, and return to their homes to rest. In front of the civilization full of light and hope, how will the eliminated human race feel? Especially these civilizations need to kill humans and plunder the few surviving habitats of humans to improve. What will they think? Will they be jealous? Will they hate? Will they reach out from the abyss and drag them down to hell together? So, why should we believe that the eliminated civilization survivors will have good intentions towards us? Human civilization has come to the 5th level world, and will definitely take the treasure chest from them, kill them, conquer them, and finally step on their corpses and broken homes to go to a higher level world. Contradiction and opposition are the core logic of the challenge world. The demon Eye Lord who descended into Wei Huan's vision was right in front of the golden treasure chest. With the sound of quack quack, Wei Huan ordered the demon Eye Lord to open the treasure chest. The treasure chest disappeared the moment it was touched, and the supplies appeared directly on Wei Huan's car like a set of data. But these supplies do not belong to him yet. If he cannot kill the treasure chest monster, he will be chased by the treasure chest monster forever. No matter how far he runs, the monster will be directly teleported in front of him, and he will not be able to leave the challenge world. During this period, these items are locked and cannot even be traded. As the light dissipated, a huge snake with a hideous face appeared in front of Wei Huan. The sea snake's body was interwoven with blue and green, and the colors looked gorgeous, but also extremely dangerous. Its body was as thick as a barrel, more than 10 meters long, and coiled on the platform where the golden treasure chest was originally placed. Some thin fins could be seen on its body, and its flat tail showed that it was a sea snake. As soon as the sea snake came out, it stood up straight, and its cold eyes stared straight at the demon Eye Lord that Wei Huan possessed. Its body swayed, and its tail was flapping on the ground. Even though it was several kilometers away, Wei Huan still felt dizzy when he looked at it through the eyes of the demon Eye Lord. Then, the giant snake in front of him gradually changed, grew hands and feet, and became a human form. After reading his will, the face gradually changed into the appearance of Mu Zhong. Perhaps Wei Huan was alert in his heart, and knew what this thing was. Its transformation or mental attack was not smooth. The whole process of change was not only slow, but also full of absurd distortions, like Van Gogh's paintings. Mu Zhong's eyes even grew above his eyebrows, and on both sides of his temples. Such distorted facial features actually tried to pretend to be happy and affectionate, crawling towards Wei Huan like a puddle of mud. That's right. In Wei Huan's heart, the real Mu Zhong's legs have not grown out yet. But it will be soon. As long as he is strong enough and speeds up the time for humans to enter the 6th level world, the appearance of the Angel of Life will allow Mu Zhong to truly have his own legs. And this thing in front of him, because it can't accurately read the person that Wei Huan truly loves in his heart, and it can't piece together a person's appearance and experience that makes people pity through a group of mindless undead, so everything starts to become ridiculous. Human, are you going through the civilization test of challenging the world? Please believe me, I am not an enemy. I also come from the blue planet, and you called us Atlanteans 10,000 years ago. We can cooperate. The same words, I don't know if it is genetic awakening like the dark beast, or the things in Wei Huan's mind have been stolen. In short, only the people of Osum will believe this nonsense. Wei Huan really can't stand this Mu Zhong who is not even a copycat, a puddle of mud, and gave orders in his mind, and the army of undead rushed forward. It began to fight back and struggle, and its pitiful voice rang directly in Wei Huan's heart. Believe me, humans can join forces. We are all from the Blue Star. We must join forces to break the curse of challenging the world. With such a barely reasonable statement and mental attack, many people would probably hesitate at this time. What if what it said is true? The two civilizations will definitely be able to defeat the Dark Beast Lord by joining forces. Why not try to believe it? You can first catch it for interrogation, slowly investigate and understand, and carefully contact this tribe. This may be the only way for humans to win, but you can't lose it because of impulse. It is so beautiful/handsome, and it doesn't have the heart to hurt my warriors. Even its voice is so pleasant, and it doesn't resist. Let's take it back first. The spirit is polluted like this. But Wei Huan was obviously hard-hearted and ordered the army of undead to attack quickly, to kill it and tear it apart. So just like when the survivors were killed at the bottom of the sea in the assessment world, it was clearly capable of resisting, but gave up resisting, and finally chose to die after persuasion was ineffective. Blood was spilled, and the ground was full of broken limbs. Against the background of the gloomy undead, it seemed that Wei Huan was the evil spirit. In the warehouse, the locked state of the gold equipment was released, and Wei Huan did kill this gold-level monster easily. He took a last look at the tragic scene and walked away. So easy to kill. If the gold monsters on the 5-star island are all survivors, then if they fall into his hands, wouldn't he be able to kill 2 in a second? It's a free gift. Quack, quack. As Wei Huan left, the ghost crow holding the Hellfire Bomb flew to the cliff and threw the Hellfire Bomb in its mouth. Boom! Boom! In order to create the tension and difficulty of this battle, Wei Huan's first-level Hellfire Bomb was sent in for free. It exploded for more than an hour. The island was filled with green light and thick smoke, which surprised the people of Asham. Didn't they say that Wei Huan's Hellfire Bombs might be insufficient? Where did this news come from? It's obviously still sufficient, and he can kill that gold-level monster with 1 car? Should we go in and take a look? Are you crazy? What if we get involved in a battle between a gold-level monster and the army of the undead? The key is that we don't even have supplies, so what's the point? Can we just let him kill slowly like this? The higher-ups won't agree. The middle-aged driver of Osum was reminded and gritted his teeth and said, "Go! Expose this on the World Channel and ask Yin Country if it is going to break the rules." The higher-ups just said some time ago that you shouldn't talk casually on the World Channel, especially not to expose our weak military operations. Although we were robbed of the ruins this time, Wei Huan breached the contract first and exposed him. Okay. According to the terms of the island development and protection rights, the pioneering army that announces the existence of the island and explores the resources on the island and announces them can obtain a 72-hour development protection period. G5 Island has been archived by our Osum pioneering group and currently belongs to our army. Wei Huan, knowing full well the ownership of the island, forcefully explored G5 Island. This place strongly condemned Wei Huan in advance and demanded the return of the materials on G5 Island. The world channel of the 5th level world is not harmonious at all. Every day, it is either denouncing and cursing or showing off. Everyone treated the world channel as a media outlet. In the absence of real military action, they used this method to either demonstrate national strength or initiate demands. Almost every word had a political purpose. The pioneering groups were all formed by the state, and almost all of their members were military personnel, so they generally did not speak nonsense on the world channel, and even if they did, they had a purpose. For example, the recent bragging by Osum was ridiculed by Yin Country and its allies day and night. The official has diplomatic rhetoric, and only private individuals can curse in a nasty way, which is fun to watch. So after the captain of Osum issued such an official condemnation letter, the first to react must not be the official of Yin Country, but the group of people who were nicknamed scolding diplomats by the pioneering group. What? No way. You Osum are now capable of developing gold treasure chests. You don't have the ability to develop treasure chests, but you still guard them and prevent others from developing them. This is like occupying the toilet without taking a shit. Now Osum is becoming more and more unrefined. It is said that family disgrace should not be made public, and you are just wishing that everyone in the world would know about it. G5 Island belongs to you, Osum? You can't even defend your own territory, and you still have the nerve to spread it everywhere? Of course, Osum also has fighting diplomats. They rush into the battle without waiting for them to understand the details of the sudden quarrel. It is a fact that Wei Huan violated the island development and protection rights. Does Yin Country want to break the rules set by itself? Yin Country has become more and more arrogant recently. Do you remember that we were blocked at the door by our awesome aircraft carrier, and the warships could not leave the port? When did Yin country, which claims to be an ancient civilization, now rely on a 20-year-old young man for its facade? Is there no one? Yin country is moving towards hegemony, openly tearing up the Blue Star United Covenant, and driving ordinary pioneers including Osam, Sangu and Bang out of Xuanwu City. Is it using the mechanism of challenging the world to eliminate dissidents? It was you Osam who did evil first. Now Xuanwu City is still being rebuilt. If another beast tide breaks out during this period, who will bear the risk? You have the ability to calculate others, but you dare not admit it. Personal behavior has nothing to do with the country. Do you believe it yourself? Even dogs don't believe it. Who are you calling a dog? Did I say you are a dog? Do you admit it yourself? Damn Yin country. Damn Asham. The two sides went back and forth, continuing the same process of calm debate and out-of-control quarrels in the past few days. In the end, the world channel was in chaos, information jumped up rapidly, and the lively was not serious enough for the national army. But this is the most normal scene. Most of the time, some small problems can really be solved through such verbal quarrels. Besides, the Blue Star Pioneer Army has been fighting on its own until now, and there have been constant frictions. The soldiers have long been resentful of other countries. Contradictions should be unblocked rather than blocked. This is a good channel for venting. Today, the pioneer armies of the two major countries also quarreled, and other countries watched the excitement, or added fuel to the fire, or joined in. When the atmosphere reached a climax, the two sides seemed to be about to arrange a place to fight. Suddenly many people, as if they had made an appointment, sent the same message. At a glance, they were all there. The comments were controlled for 30 seconds, and it was hard not to see. At a glance, they were all challengers from Yin country. Ouch! Isn't the flag of our Yin country Qing Longcore planted on G5 Island? I almost got fooled. Osam insisted that it was his, which was really shameless. G5 Island is the flag of the Great Yin. We opened our own supplies during the protection period. Is there a problem? Fellow human beings, go and have a look. You have been fooled by Osam. G5 Island has already been planted by Wei Huan. Today's big reversal, I am dying of laughter. G5 Island is not Osam's. Similar content appeared at the same time, and every sentence was about G5 Island being the island where Yin country planted the flag first. The key is that in a chat room with so many people, the screen was controlled for 30 seconds. Who would believe that there was no organization? Captain Osam, who had been watching the quarrel with great pride, suddenly felt dizzy when he saw the 30-second control comment in the World Channel. There was no need to verify the ownership of G5 Island, and we knew that it must be in the hands of the Yin people at this moment. Otherwise Yin would not do such a thing. But I clearly remember that the application was successful. The deputy captain was sweating anxiously. He had opened the world map as soon as possible, but when he saw the Yin flag on G5 Island, his eyes went dark. The deputy driver explained with great effort. I confirmed that the data was successfully uploaded, and I received the receipt for the world map update. Look, there is one here. As he spoke, the deputy driver opened his mailbox, and saw the world map update notification sent by the system not long ago. He smiled and pointed to the letter and said, Captain, look, it's right here. I said I confirmed uploading the data of G5 Island. The driver was impatient at first. If it was not done well, it was not done well. Where did so many excuses come from? The rules of the challenge world are supreme, and the system algorithm is second only to the law because it comes from the challenge world. It can never be changed. So no matter how beautiful the words are, as long as the system has not changed, it proves that this thing has not been done at all. Until the deputy driver found evidence for him to see. The driver looked over with some surprise. Did he really find evidence? Just this one look made him furious, and the veins in his temples were stretched out. The letter he pointed at was the reply to the report on abnormal behavior of Captain Charles. The captain was furious. You investigated me? You betrayed me? I trusted you so much, and you treated me like this. Marin, I'm going to kill you. No, I didn't send an email. I swear to God. Just now, it was a reply letter for the world map update. Ah! Captain Char, spare me. No matter what was going on in the chariot, after completing the development of the golden treasure chest, Wei Huan collected the undead army and left without looking back. It was as if he was not the one who created this event that shook the entire level 5 world. He took a quick look at the gold equipment he opened and threw it into the warehouse. It was useless to him, but it was very useful to the crew. This time, a core material for upgrading the chariot was opened, and they wanted another level 5 chariot. Chariots still play a big role in war. Not only do chariots have long-range output weapons, but each chariot also has 4 long-range output positions. If they are equipped with Sequence 5 Forbidden Spell Wizards and Summoning Masters, it can greatly alleviate the problem of insufficient attack power of the undead army during sieges. Their chariots are getting stronger little by little. I believe that it will become the strongest chariot in the world in a short time. After finishing the work in hand, Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong from the video and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, this is what I should do. It's great that I can help you from such a long distance, and the main credit this time goes to our butler. Suddenly, a round-faced baby appeared in the lower right corner of Wei Huan's screen, showing a well-behaved and flattering smile. Because Wei Huan and Mu Zhong are 2 straight men driving the car, they really don't like the butler to appear in the image of a human, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. In the end, the butler secretly calculated the preferences of parents, and pinched a round face of a metal robot for himself. Because of its high intelligence, it can already cater to its needs, just like an intelligent life. Such an advanced intelligent system has long been above the conventional system of Challenge World. The only thing that cannot be surpassed is the rules of Challenge World. But the island development protection rights formulated by humans, including uploading world maps, are just rules formulated by humans themselves. Isn't it a matter of minutes to change the rules? G5 Island did become awesomes at the beginning because Wei Huan didn't know the rules. But now there is a butler, who is Wei Huan's. As for the mailbox of the deputy driver who pointed at a deer and called it a horse, it can only be said that if he didn't establish a video connection with Wei Huan, he might not die so miserably. As for now, because the butler knew that he had made some mistakes in his work, he had just refreshed all the information of the driver Osam and his car, and guaranteed that even if Challenge World came to check in person, they would be the first to plant the flag on the island. As for the 30-second control of the comments, it was a remote operation conducted by Mu Zhong through his Heart of Steel after obtaining permission from some members of the Qinglong pioneering team. In terms of intelligence, Heart of Steel is definitely a little higher than Butler. Easy to handle. A farce that could be big or small ended with Osam has slandered Yin Country without any distinction. Coupled with the previous Osam monster incident, Yin Country stood at an absolute commanding height in diplomacy this time. On Blue Star, the Yin Country Navy Corps, which was conducting military exercises outside the Osam waters, even pressed into the Osam waters, constantly approaching Osam's bottom line. Then it was discovered that this country was indeed in decline. A real paper tiger. However, Wei Huan didn't know about the changes on Blue Star, nor did he know that every move he made would cause huge changes on Blue Star. He was talking to Mu Zhong about the survivors. It is a colorful sea snake, but it has some kind of mental attack, which can steal my thoughts and transform into a look that I can't bear to kill. Mu Zhong asked, what did it transform into? Me? And you still say you can't bear to kill it? No, if you see the look it transforms into, you will be like me and don't want it to live for another second. Then I'm really curious, what does it look like? Wei Huan couldn't describe it, and that look was only seen by him. After a simple description, when he felt that it was not enough to show 1/10 of the disgusting image of the monster, the butler used his AI painting ability to draw a mud monster that was 5 points similar. Mu Zhong saw it, and his facial features were squeezed together. Is that so? It's so ugly. Wei Huan said, probably. Then he deserves to be killed. After saying that, Mu Zhong suddenly put his finger on his lips, and threw a flying kiss. Come on, wash your eyes, it's so disgusting. Wei Huan was amused. The two chatted and laughed for a while, and then got back to the topic. Mu Zhong said, other countries don't know, but we in Yin Country should not have come into contact with the survivors yet, and there will be no survivors in the primary treasure underground palace. But it will be soon. Captain Fawn originally planned to open the gold treasure chest, but he was killed by us by mistake. I think the news about the survivors in the 5th level world can be released, at least for investigation and communication within Yin Country. I want to ask you for a favor. Help me restore the living place of the survivors. I want the real appearance of the survivors, as well as the appearance of the failed transformation, including the fact that they claim to be Atlanteans every time they appear, which is also very important. In short, if you meet the survivors again next time, put a flying camera in. Nothing is more convincing than real video, and seeing it with your own eyes. Okay. Wei Huan agreed directly. This time, he really lacked consideration. At that time, he just thought that letting other crew members see the survivors again might shake their will, and be detrimental to the unity in the car. I forgot that they should see more of this kind of thing. Only by comparison can they know how terrible this tribe is. So, they are of the same tone, and like to die to show their determination. This behavior is difficult for a tribe with self-awareness to do. Is this a bee-swarm civilization? When Mu Zhong said this at the end, Wei Huan's eyes lit up, and the coldness between his eyebrows eased a lot. Finally, he guessed the point. Chapter 198. Hive civilization is indeed a very scary civilization. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just take Wei Huan's undead calamity as an example. It is also a kind of alternative swarm civilization. All the undead only listen to his orders. Even if they die, they have no complaints. Sometimes, in order to win a key battle, Wei Huan will choose to sacrifice more undead to achieve his goal. This behavior is very similar to the survivors of the 5th level world. In addition, the Dark Beast tribe, the biggest enemy of mankind, is also a swarm civilization. The royal family has absolute control over the lower tribes. Even the royal family, which is second only to the royal family, can be used as a bargaining chip to test their strength. In the assessment world, the Dark Beast royal family constantly ordered the lower-level Dark Beast lords to attack him regardless of life and death in order to force him to reveal his trump card. He often saw the Dark Beast lords follow the troops he summoned and go out of the city to kill him. It is absolutely impossible for the human race. It is difficult to say which one is better, the human civilization or the bee-swarm civilization, which is formed by the gathering of individual civilizations. But at present, it seems that the bee-swarm civilization is better. After all, they are always united and can exert 100% of the power of the group, which the human race cannot do. Until now, the human race is still fighting and cursing, fighting for the ownership of some resources, and they all wish that the other party is as bad as possible so that they can have the right to speak. But the weaknesses of the bee-swarm civilization are also very obvious. Humans have no leaders, but countless leaders have stood up. The Qilong Corps has no Commander Hong, but there are still Commander Chai and Commander Mu, and there are so many young generals who can hold up the sky. Just like in the history of Yin State, there was also an experience of humiliation and national destruction, but in the end, didn't it rely on a spark to set the prairie on fire? Wei Huan went alone, crossed the long river of time, returned to the beginning of this disaster, and used his own strength to pry the ending of the two civilizations. Isn't this also a little spark that ignited the scorching sun? But looking at the bee-swarm civilization in reverse, it doesn't seem to be much better. Without the royal family, they collapsed, and the entire civilization no longer exists. So humans don't need to belittle themselves. It just needs someone to change this messy status quo. Perhaps this is the core problem that civilization composed of civilized individuals needs to face and solve in this civilization war. Wei Huan knows very well what the identity of the 5th level world survivors is. It does come from the bee-swarm civilization, a special civilization with group consciousness. The powerful point of this civilization is that they not only have a unified will, but when more of the same race gather together, they will have double the power. This is a very scary race. They are the survivors of the 5th and 6th worlds in the previous life. However, due to the suppression of their abilities by the 5th world, humans have a very good life in the 5th world. These hateful sea snake survivors only help humans in the 5th world in order to gain the trust of humans, and they try their best to gain trust at all costs. That's why the big fall in the 6th world happened. Of course, some things can't be said too much. Mu Zhong is too smart. He just doesn't want to think too much about him. It doesn't mean that he can pretend not to see the evidence right under his nose. After guiding Mu Zhong to complete the bee swarm, guess, Wei Huan no longer mentioned the survivors. This level is enough. I believe Mu Zhong will submit this speculation in a later report. As long as the seeds of doubt are planted, it is almost impossible for these survivors to convince humans in the same way this time. What Wei Huan needs to do next is to meet more survivors. Of course, the more survivors who don't fight back or scold, the better. No one dislikes gold-level supplies. In addition, if we meet more survivors, we can prove the fact that they actually lack the ability to think independently through their consistent behavior and caliber when they appear. With more evidence, the lies of the survivors will be self-defeating. Wei Huan continued to move forward and search for treasure chests farther away in the no man's land. After leaving the island of the Golden Ruins, Wei Huan almost never encountered Osam's people making trouble again. Even when he was developing the ruins, Osam's convoy passed by, but when they saw it was him, they avoided it from a distance. What else can I do if I don't avoid him? If you can't beat him, you can just curse him. Now Wei Huan is the big baby of Yin country. If you touch him accidentally, Yin country will send out all its forces and spit at you to death. In addition, Wei Huan is really too strong. He can open the gold treasure chest alone. Just thinking about it makes my back cold. The tank commanders who don't have the confidence to fight against the gold monster, do they still have the confidence to defeat Wei Huan? Just pretend you can't see it, run to the front, and you can find the treasure chest first. At least Wei Huan still abides by the rules. As long as the battle has started, he won't take action. Some people also want to spread the news and cooperate with Wei Huan to develop the gold treasure chest 50-50. Wei Huan directly refused. I can help the Yin country pioneering team unconditionally. Are you a Yin countryman? 2 days passed peacefully, and Mu Zhong suddenly sent a message early in the morning. Wei Huan, they have intelligence that Asham seems to be moving the golden ruins on the 5-star island. Wei Huan frowned. Not surprising. The arrival of Wei Huan is accelerating the competition between countries, and Asham can't slowly lay out, so he can only take risks in advance. Wei Huan can kill the golden ruins, and Fang William originally planned to take action. Could it be that all the forces of Asham can't kill the golden monster? Raising troops for 1,000 days, and using them for a moment, if they die in battle, it is the destination of heroes. Asham, who has been lagging behind again and again, has gone crazy. But Asham's actions obviously do not meet Wei Huan's expectations. A golden treasure chest and a golden ruin on the 5-star island. If nothing unexpected happens, at least one of them is a survivor. Asham soldiers will probably be deceived if they don't know the details of the survivors. Mu Zhong said, in order to prevent accidents from happening when Osam comes into contact with the survivors, we plan to announce the existence of the 5-star island in advance. However, in this case, the original plan to develop the island first, and the plan to announce it later will have to be suspended. Mu Zhong said with regret, I'm ready to go to see you, but now it may take some time before we can meet. Yin country can give up the 5-star island, but it can't give up fighting. Before this mess is muddied, we all agree that you don't have to rush back, open the treasure chest, take the supplies, find more survivors and collect evidence. In short, I am like you, I firmly don't believe that the survivors have any good intentions, but people in the world are always ignorant and arrogant. Wei Huan nodded and agreed with Yin country's plan. With so many think tanks, the final result may not be the best, but it must be well considered in all aspects and more reasonable than what Wei Huan thought in his mind. Wei Huan mentioned another thing. In the past 2 days, the natural power of the Colossus has become more intense. Next, I must search for evidence of the survivors with all my strength and return to the supply point before the assessment of the Colossus begins. Okay, be careful, there may be real golden monsters in the gold treasure chest. Yeah. The conversation ended here. The next day, Wei Huan finally found a wild gold treasure chest. Unfortunately, after opening it, a general-level monster jumped out. Wei Huan, who was half-sealed, now encountered a monster of this level. Without the blessing of the shaman priest, he did not want to use a large number of hellfire bombs, which made the battle a little difficult. The undead army and frontline combatants all sent out vehicles. The battle was so intense that the sky was dark, and some people were injured. It was finally over after more than an hour. Without the blessing of the shaman priest, Su Qingqiang only had the combat power of the 4th level, and could not reach the strongest state. Wei Huan felt like he had lost his left arm, which was why the battle lasted so long. After the battle, Wei Huan's tense eyes finally relaxed, and he stood up to see the injured members. But the scene he saw in the square was different from what he imagined. Not only was there no depressed atmosphere of dejection and doubt, but everyone was very excited. Wei Huan then realized that because he was worried about casualties in every battle, he took on more pressure. Especially the last time he explored the golden ruins on G5 Island, he completed the development of the ruins by himself, which made the crew members, who were ready for battle in the car, extremely disappointed and questioned their contribution in the car. Not everyone can lie down with peace of mind. There are only true warriors in this car, who are eager to prove their worth through fighting. This time, even though the battle was difficult and dangerous, and almost everyone was injured, everyone was happy to find spiritual nourishment. After Wei Huan understood, he sighed. He gathered the captains of several combat teams in the car, and held a meeting. He said, "You should still remember the survivors we met in the assessment world? I met them again in the last golden ruins. The reason why I was able to kill it independently is the same as you know. These survivors did not resist at all. All the fierce battles were done for those people in Osam to see." The generals in the car suddenly realized, and then embarrassed. Captain Shui said first, "Boss, you don't need to explain. We are challengers. We know that every decision you make is carefully considered, so we don't have any ideas about this matter as you imagine. Others nodded like pounding garlic, and some of them blushed. They should be moved and self-reflective to let the taciturn boss explain in person, and say so many words in one breath. They should not guess what the boss is thinking. They are not qualified warriors if they say that the challenger follows orders, but do the opposite. Wei Huan was also surprised by everyone's reaction. Is there any misunderstanding about him? He should not be a brutal dictator, right? The conference room was strangely quiet for more than 10 seconds. Wei Huan missed Mu Zhong very much, and then asked the butler to lower the projection screen, and said, "This is the information compiled by Captain Mu. Almost all of it is our experience. It is currently only circulated among the top leaders of Yan country. Please take a look. After reading it, I want to hear your opinions." As the light in the conference room disappeared, the projection screen in front of them showed the video of their encounter with the level 5 survivors in the assessment world. The inside and outside of the chariot were always in a recording state. Although the encounter was very sudden, the whole process was recorded. Seeing the familiar scene, many people raised their eyebrows. Almost most of the people here had seen this scene with their own eyes, and unexpectedly, a needle pierced their hearts. It was nothing on weekdays, but now the memory was suddenly awakened, and their minds were full of the scene of the tragic death of this beautiful mermaid. Similarly, the video was not covered in any way, and the 3D virtual picture was like a reappearance of the scene at that time. Many people subconsciously tightened their muscles when they saw the undead attacking the beautiful mermaid. Then, until the tragic death of the beautiful mermaid, there was a suppressed silence in the conference room, and a strong sense of suffocation was flowing. But then Mu Zhong's face appeared on the screen, and he said, "Hello, everyone. I am Mu Zhong, the deputy commander of Wei Huan's tank. This video is a scene we experienced in the assessment world. I must tell you very clearly that it is a treasure chest monster opened from a golden treasure chest, and it is a survivor of the 5th level world." Mu Zhong did not rush to discuss this beautiful mermaid, but instead talked about the survivors of the 3rd level world, the blue-bearded people, and the survivors of the 4th level world, the ice elements. And he emphasized, the core mechanism of the challenge world is opposition and war. Through constant stimulation, individual strength and civilization evolve rapidly together. I repeat, it is opposition and war. Then Mu Zhong said, "Not long ago, our commander once again met the 5th level survivors. Everyone should remember the conflict on G5 Island, but in fact, the battle inside the ruins was not as fierce as everyone imagined. Almost the same situation appeared again. Unfortunately, we didn't have a video. Our driver is searching for the next trace of the remnant. But now I have to restore the exploration of the golden ruins on G5 Island to you through oral narration and AI. I think you will have some guesses about the true face of this tribe." Then, the picture restored by Wei Huan himself appeared in front of everyone. The damp and dark underground space, the cave room hollowed out on the wall, and the colorful sea snake that appeared after the gold treasure chest was open for about 10 seconds, all made people feel cold on their backs. Especially the sea snake staring straight at the camera. Even though it was a scene restored by AI, everyone here could feel what it was doing. What to do? It seems that in such a gaze, trying to find something in his mind, the drawer of memory was secretly opened and read without reservation. All over again. Then what made everyone feel even more horrified was that under such gaze, the sea snake actually began to deform, taking on the appearance of hands and feet, and was turning into a human. Could it be? But in the end, it turned into a very twisted Lieutenant Colonel Mu, who looked like a puddle of mud. Then, with that twisted and terrifying face, it said the same words as the beautiful mermaid to the camera, and when it showed an innocent and pitiful appearance, those with low tolerance wanted to vomit. This time, it seemed different from the killing of the beautiful mermaid. When this twisted monster was killed, everyone just felt happy, and the bad breath was finally released. Before Lieutenant Colonel Mu came out to explain, some people were already looking at Wei Huan impatiently, wanting to ask. Wei Huan faced these eyes, but motioned them to continue watching the video. Sure enough, Lieutenant Colonel Mu appeared again. Wei Huan looked at the face on the screen, and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Watching his lips open and close, his frowns and smiles, it was as if countless love threads were entangled in his heart, giving rise to endless tenderness. This is what we speculated about the true face of the 5th level survivors. It may not be the most correct answer, but I need to remind you for the last time that the core mechanism of the challenge world is opposition and war. Its existence is contrary to common sense, and seems to be an enemy but not a friend. When the last sentence was finished, Mu Zhong nodded at the screen, and then the projection disappeared, and the conference room was lit up again. Everyone turned their chairs, and looked at Wei Huan in the main seat. After a short silence, Captain Shui spoke first. I think your and Lieutenant Colonel Mu's speculation is correct. The more I think about it, the more I think it is true. If an individual intelligent race is sealed in a treasure chest, it will definitely be brainwashed by the challenge world and absolutely hate the current civilization, just like the previous survivors, and will attack to the death. So thinking about it this way, the mermaid's behavior of dying to show his will is very strange. With the power of the challenge world, at least at the current stage, no race should be able to escape his control. Then the mermaid survivors who do this can only mean that it has great malice and is indeed attacking us. When this logic came out, Captain Shui's wife Li Shui's eyes widened. Oh, old Shui, your logic is invincible. The others nodded as well. It seemed that all the previously unclear points were now clear. That's the reason. If that's the case, their determination to die is explained. It's terrifying to think about it. This tribe is weaving a big net. It's scary. What I'm curious about now is which one is stronger, the hive mind or the will to challenge. They don't need one to be stronger, because their goal is actually the same, which is to kill us, but this time, they used a roundabout method. I understand what you said, but what should we do if we meet them next time? That woman is so beautiful, she just fits my aesthetic point. Boss, what should we add to our minds when we meet them again, so that we can be as confused as you see, so that we can do it? After these silly and scheming words, many people looked at Wei Huan expectantly. Wei Huan shook his head and said only one word: difficult. He had a clear understanding of this survivors, and inferred their evil and calculations from the predetermined ending, so he was not shaken at all. Others may not be the same. Humans are individual wisdom, and everyone has different thoughts. At present, they believe this conclusion, fundamentally based on their trust in themselves and Mu Zhong. If they are given time to spend alone with the level 5 survivors, who are good at seeing through the heart and have a very strong ability in mental pollution, it may not be difficult to change their ideas. Wei Huan thought for a while and said, next time you meet the survivors, you don't have to take action. I will record the battle scenes. Watching more may help desensitize you. Wei Huan believed that some people had strong willpower and would not be affected. But there was no need to look for it in his car. There could not be even one seed that would affect unity or doubt. Just like a cleansing of pollution, they had to make sure that they would not be polluted again before they could contact this tribe. This was the first time that humans had encountered such a group of people that attacked mentally. In such a situation of constant internal fighting, it was hard to imagine any way to make everyone believe that the survivors were not trustworthy. But the god of luck was on Wei Huan's side. Because on that day, Osum attacked the gold treasure chest. Obviously, they thought that the gold treasure chest was less difficult. Then, a crab general with 20 claws emerged from the treasure chest, killing Osum's pioneers and crying for their parents. In the end, they shamelessly took the golden monster to Suzaku Island and made a painful deal. After that, they joined forces with Captain Fong William to finally kill the crab general. Finally, the losses were sorted out. 6 vehicles of Osum were destroyed by General Crab, and 27 people died. Each of them was a powerful sequence 5. In the end, the harvest had to be shared equally with Yin country. It was a big loss. Later, Wei Huan watched the videos sent by Captain Fong William, and was very glad that he did not touch the treasure chest. The General Crab who could fight and resist was indeed a little bit powerful. With his current ability, he might have to rely on the walls of the Azure Dragon Legion and fight a positional battle to kill him. However, in this way, Osum's grand ambitions were completely put to rest. Before they knew that there were soft and easy to push down survivors in the level 5 world, they would not dare to touch the next golden ruins. Yin country, which had originally planned to announce the 5-star island, also followed and hid. Wei Huan began to plan to go back and secretly open the treasure chest. But now Wei Huan has gone too far in the no man's land, and gradually reached an area that the human pioneer army rarely reaches. Today is the 5th day after the Battle of Osum and General Crab, 1 million kilometers away from the Qinglong supply point. Wei Huan sat in his driver's seat, and his hand on the Colossus slowly stroked it, feeling the hard stone feel under his hand, and the natural power that was gradually becoming so strong that he, a dark profession, could feel it. The passage of the assessment seemed to be about to open at any time. Wei Huan looked at the endless sea in front of him. He had to go back before he finished exploring the world. Suppressing the regret in his heart, Wei Huan finally gave the order, let's end here and return. Then he thought for a while and said, take another route and go directly to the Qinglong supply point. Okay, Captain. The butler could sense Wei Huan's displeasure, and did not dare to show his face on the screen. While answering obediently, The chariot had already drifted beautifully on the sea and turned back. After making the decision, Wei Huan relaxed. It doesn't matter. He still has a long time to stay in the level 5 world, and can explore this world. Maybe on the way back, he can meet the golden treasure chest, which once again proves the danger of the survivors. Just then, the butler's surprised voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Captain, the radar scan found a treasure chest in front. A diamond treasure chest. It's a diamond treasure chest. Wei Huan jumped up. What? Diamond treasure chest? A diamond treasure chest that can be opened to open a professional training ground. So far, I have only seen 2 diamond treasure chests. It turned out to be a wild treasure chest that just appeared in front of me. There was no point in going back. I had to stay. If I didn't open this treasure chest, I wouldn't be able to sleep well. Chapter 199. Captain Zhou Haoming, I'm Moody Hao. Here's a secret mission for you. Avoid all sites and arrive at this coordinate in 8 days. Captain Wang Ming, I'm Moody Hao. Captain Ding Chuanquan, I'm Moody Hao. Captain Tian Sinong, I'm Moody Hao. In just a few minutes, all the top-ranked teams of the Qinglong Corps received a secret mission. They were required to go to an uninhabited area in the direction of Asham. Only Captain Wang Ming, who happened to be on duty at the Qinglong supply point, knew the specific content. The most important thing was that they had to escort someone this time, Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was not only the shaman of Wei Huan's car, but also the deputy car captain. He and Wei Huan had a tacit understanding. Even though he was only Sequence 4, the help he could provide on Wei Huan's car was far more than the soul of the ancestors of Sequence 5, so he had to be present for this mission. Wei Huan drove too far, almost exceeding the farthest distance that humans have explored so far. It's not that human chariots can't drive that far, but because the resources ahead cannot be fully developed. The top priority of the pioneering teams of various countries is to build cities, and they spend relatively less time on exploration. Another thing is the diamond treasure chest. Everyone knows that it is a good thing, but now that even the gold treasure chest cannot be opened smoothly, who dares to touch the diamond treasure chest? If the monster inside comes out, it will destroy the world. Do you think the diamond treasure chest is a sea beast, or a higher level survivor? Mu Zhong was in Captain Wang Ming's car, on the way here, and at the same time, he was video chatting with Wei Huan. The probability of the survivors is higher. Wei Huan's chariot has been coated with invisible coating again, and lurked on the seabed. At this moment, he is guarding the side of the diamond treasure chest, and the butler's radar scan is always turned on at full power to detect the passing chariots. What will the diamond-level survivors look like? Mu Zhong guessed. The ability of mental attack is stronger? Will it continue to deceive us? Or can it be easily killed this time? Wei Huan shook his head. He was not sure. I only know that the things opened by the diamond treasure chest will be very scary. And the professional training ground associated with the diamond treasure chest is also a big test, which is very difficult. When Captain Fawn William got the battle tower, there was a monster guarding the treasure chest. At that time, humans were only Sequence 2, but the monster was Sequence 3. If Captain Fawn William was not strong and had the ability to kill monsters above their level, he would have died. When Agres obtained the Heart of Darkness, she entered a kind of terrible mental test. The Heart of Darkness was bred from her belly, and the risks involved were unimaginable. If something went wrong, a monster might be born, and Agres would be eaten first. As for Wei Huan, he was lucky. The first box he opened after entering the challenge world was a diamond treasure chest. According to the principle that the first box in the challenge world does not contain monsters, he was lucky not to face the monster, but his face is still damaged. Now, Wei Huan looked at the diamond treasure chest and couldn't imagine what kind of test he would experience. He was not very confident that he could open this diamond treasure chest. His strength in this world had not reached the ceiling, and opening the diamond treasure chest was definitely an adventure. But time waits for no one. Once the existence of the diamond treasure chest is discovered by other countries, they will only compete with them, and in the end, they may open the treasure chest at all costs. If you can't get it yourself, you can't let your opponent get it. Humans are actually very good at doing things that harm others and benefit themselves. Diamond-level sea beasts are also very scary. It is second only to Mafati's level, and it is a complete body. So far, we have only been fighting with Mafati's tentacles, just like we are just fighting with its hair, and we are all in danger of death. Mu Zhong has many concerns, but this diamond treasure chest cannot be opened. A diamond treasure chest is related to the rise and fall of a profession. Since the challenge of the world, there have been a total of 12 professions, and only 5 professional training grounds have appeared. Steel Factory, Battle Tower, Undead Ranch, Animal Stables, Heart of Darkness, and the Dome, which is suspected to be a professional training ground. Except for Heart of Darkness, the others are now in Yin country. This is normal. Yin country has always challenged the strongest country in the world. The strong will always be strong. They can explore more areas and gain more, including the Beast stable that originally belonged to the Saint of the War clan. It was also because Yin country was strong enough to directly suppress this cult and get the things. On the contrary, Osum, who had always coveted it and provided convenience to the War clan, lost the Beast stable because he had no confidence in winning. He lost both his wife and his troops. Now, Ding Qi's 6 summoned beasts were sent to the Beast stable for training. Ding Qi is only sequence 4, but his combat power is stronger than most sequence 5. The profession of summoner has finally shown its powerful side. Ding Qi is just one of them. There are so many hunters in the whole Blue Star. This time the upgrade is no less than one version of one god. Hunters must completely go to the front, surpass the wise men, and become the strongest long-range output. Therefore, it is related to the diamond treasure chest in the professional training ground. No matter what, it is worth the country that discovered it to go crazy. Not to mention the distant ones. Even Mu Diheo dared to swallow such a large treasure with a legion. Although Wei Huan's super strong combat power accounted for the biggest reason, it was also because the Qinglong army got the Beast fence. The overall combat power was improved, and the status of seeing the rising tide made it difficult for people to give up this treasure chest. Is it okay? Let my people set off first. Then I arranged for someone to report the news of the discovery of the diamond treasure chest. Until now, no one has been able to take the position of the commander-in-chief of the Yin State Challenge Army. The current government is only responsible for managing the people's livelihood and construction of Blue Star. If there is anything to challenge the world, the commanders of the 4 legions will discuss it. So the first person Mu Diheo informed was his immediate superior, Commander Chai. Commander Chai himself and his chariot had already followed the main force to the level 5 world, but his main job was to manage the Blue Star Azure Dragon Legion and to resist the Dark Beast Lord on the battlefield. The battlefield was the cruelest place. On that vast land full of corpses, humans and Dark Beast Lords had been confronting each other for 7 years. Every inch of land lost would be directly projected onto Blue Star. And Blue Star was the home of humans, a place that could never be abandoned, so every time Blue Star's land was lost, people were angry and painful. However, recently, humans' performance on the battlefield was getting better and better, and they even pulled out 6 Dark Beast royal territories. Although the royal family was not killed, 30 miles of land were recaptured, and the Pacific Ocean of Blue Star returned an area of 300,000 square kilometers. The Mulberry Kingdom was originally far away from the Yin Kingdom, but because of the large amount of land loss on Blue Star, Wei Huan could arrive in more than an hour in Mu Zhong's Mecca. The biggest reason for achieving such an effect on the battlefield is that the Beast fence was taken away from the hands of the War clan by the Azure Dragon Legion and shared with the world. The frontline hunters, relying on the attribute blessing of the summoned beasts, or the powerful combat power of the summoned beasts, became the first output of the long-range profession, and directly blew up the territory of the royal family on the chariot. Commander Chai, who was in a very good situation, received news from the challenge world at this time. Although the challenge world is cruel, it is more like a training ground than a battlefield like a meat grinder. Whether it is land reclamation or training, it depends on who develops better between humans and Dark Beast Lords, and who can gain greater advantages on the battlefield. Mu Diheo is very good at business management and challenging the world to open up Wasteland. The original commander Hong relied on Mu Diheo, and the current commander Chai also found that it's really good and handed over the rear to Mu Diheo to manage. It can be said that there is no worry at all. If you need people, you have people, points, and weapons. As long as other legions have things, their Qinglong army will not lack them. Now with Beast stables, the status in the Alliance army is different. Not to mention, now Wei Huan has come out of nowhere. Mu Diheo is Wei Huan's father-in-law. With the efforts of this family, the Qinglong army seems to be returning to the position of Yin country's eldest son again. So in the face of Mu Diheo's information and inquiries, Commander Chai only said, "Just tell Commander Mu to do what you think is right, and I will take care of any problems." The visitor nodded and left. Commander Chai thought about it again, and felt that Mu Diheo's decision was right. If they, the Qinglong army, could open the diamond treasure chest independently, there would be no need to ask Fawn William and others for help. Not only would it be troublesome to distribute supplies at that time, but also Yin country was in the 5th level world, and was targeted by Osum, so the situation was a bit complicated. Especially when Fawn William, the world's strongest man, suddenly left, It was hard not to be targeted, and the secret of the diamond treasure chest was exposed. Moody Heo's purpose of asking him was also very simple. What if they accidentally failed to open the treasure chest and caused casualties? Yes, if the soldiers carefully trained by the Qinglong army were injured or killed because of this operation, this would be a big deal. It was not only the leadership's decision-making mistakes, but also the lives lost, which could not be compensated. In the past, as long as he thought about it, Commander Chai would be cautious and would rather not do anything wrong than take the risk of that little accident. But now? Am I too arrogant now? I dare to take such a responsibility? Commander Chai asked his adjutant half-jokingly. The adjutant thought about it and said, Commander Mu has bet his family's lives on this car. He is not a reckless person. If he thinks it is feasible, then it should be feasible. Yes, because I believe in Lao Mu and I believe that Wei Huan can do it. The best thing I have done so far is to trust Lao Mu and cultivate Wei Huan. I believe I can bet right this time. No one can have 2,000 chariots to escort them when they pass the assessment. Even when the commanders of each legion advance to a higher world, they just follow the army, instead of arranging special escorts. When Wei Huan was assessed to be promoted to the 4th level world, he instead arranged 2,000 chariots to escort him. It was unprecedented. This was due to the expectations of the Qinglong army for Wei Huan and Commander Chai's shamelessness in lobbying other legions to contribute some troops. This scared off the dark forces that had colluded with each other and wanted to attack Wei Huan. Commander Chai was really cultivating Wei Huan with all his heart. He believed that he would make the Qinglong Legion the strongest legion again, and he believed that the decline of mankind would change because of his appearance. Moody Heo soon received a reply from Commander Chai, and he was relieved. However, in order to divert everyone's attention and avoid being discovered in this action, Moody Heo also made other preparations. For example, the next morning, Yin State suddenly broke out a shocking news. There are continents in this world. Not only archipelagos, but also continents that can easily accommodate more than a dozen countries to build cities. The coordinates of the continent are at. With the announcement of the coordinates and the exciting word continent, the eyes of the pioneering teams around the world have shifted here, and they have sent out chariots to investigate. Osam felt like the sky was falling. How did Yin Country know this news? Damn it, they even announced the coordinates. I said not to touch the golden treasure chest. If it weren't for our inability to kill the golden monster and Yin Country's intervention, they wouldn't have tracked the existence of the 5-star island. When I proposed to open the gold treasure chest, I held a vote, and you all voted in favor. Why are you talking after the fact? The premise of our agreement is that you swear to guarantee that you can deal with the gold-level monsters. Now, so many of us have died, and half of the supplies have been given to Fong William. Even the 5-star island has been exposed. Damn the vote. Whoever instigates the vote again in the future, I will kill him first. The fight is about to break out in Osam. The leaders of the various pioneering corps blame each other, and are just about to send troops to fight. What makes them even more depressed is that they have to force themselves to deal with the uninvited guests, who broke into the island before the fight is over. Faced with such a huge island comparable to the mainland and the rich supplies on the island, who would be willing to leave after seeing it, a difficult and chaotic diplomatic war began. If Osam built a city on the 5-star island first, the ownership of the 5-star island could still be argued. But now, because it is a completely wild, uninhabited island, anyone who sees it is eligible to have a share. So there were arguments between the two sides, and even chaotic events such as forced landing on the island and violent expulsion. Yin Country also participated in it in a fake manner. Looking at this excitement, I was very happy that their real intentions were obscured. I was still curious about why all the main battle vehicles of the Azure Dragon Legion were sent out, but after the existence of the 5-star island was exposed, no one thought about the main force of the Azure Dragon that left a day in advance. In addition, the Suzaku Legion also seized the time to build a city on Suzaku Island when Osam was busy. Xuanwu City has been basically repaired, and the Osam people in the city and related countries have been cleared out. There will be no more beast-type crisis in the short term. The remaining White Tiger group has a gold treasure chest on the island where they planted their flag. After learning that the survivors might appear, a gold-level monster with a delicate voice and soft body that is easy to be pushed down, they have already planned to open it. The various armies of Yin Country are very busy. At the same time, Wei Huan is not idle either. It takes 7 or 8 days to get here from the Qinglong supply point, and then Wei Huan's sealed power will be released. The return of half of the power is the confidence that Wei Huan can deal with the diamond treasure chest. However, this is not enough insurance. For this battle, he needs to continue to expand his troops in the next few days. In addition, the Flying Monkeys and Green Light groups that have been cultivated have also appeared in elite levels one after another. After the Flying Monkey reaches the elite level, the endurance attribute reaches twice as much as before. Hanging on the neck of the Big Bear can have 23,000 endurance at the beginning. The elite level of the Green Light group, if it was previously restored by 1 point per second, now it is restored by 2 points of blood per second. Although this improvement doesn't seem to be much, in a high-level battlefield, being killed instantly and enduring and then dying are two different concepts. Wei Huan hopes that the Big Bear can become the strongest meat shield. Only if it can withstand the attack can it provide conditions for Su Qingqiang and others to output. It doesn't matter how many undead die. No one can die. So in the days of waiting, Wei Huan used up all his nether power every day to load the nether fire bomb, and all the remaining training time was thinking about how to cultivate elites. Especially the Big Bear, which is already a 10x attribute epic hero, and has a high health of 23,000. If it can be cultivated to a legendary hero before the war, the 30x farewell will have more than 70,000 health, and it can withstand the full force of the diamond monster. The core of the psychic sequence is to radiate thoughts, enter the depths of the soul of the dead, and make attribute adjustments similar to gene recombination. Now, facing those light balls of various colors floating in the soul fire, Wei Huan can already capture them very accurately and carry out targeted cultivation. Day after day, the World Channel has been very lively. The controversy over the 5-star island has a tendency to intensify. Osum cannot stop the pioneers from various countries who want to go to the island. Everyone wants a good location to build a city. As a result, not only the pioneers from various countries fight with Osum, but even the pioneers from various countries are in chaos. Wei Huan and the members in his car, however, are always preparing for the next battle. During this period, Mu Dihao also traded 3 remote advanced materials to Wei Huan, even if there is a little more confidence. There is a probability of opening gold equipment or advanced materials in the underground palace of the treasure map. In the case that the gold-level treasure chest cannot be easily moved, the advanced materials have always been very precious. It can be said that these materials were handed over to Mu Dihao, and before they were warm in his hands, they were traded to Wei Huan. Finally, on the afternoon of the 8th day, the first chariot arrived. It was Captain Zhou Haoming's chariot. He was sent out to scout and open up the wasteland. He was already in the no man's land. After receiving the order, he rushed here, but because the chariot was not fast enough in various unexpected situations, it was nearly a day later than the scheduled time. However, when Zhou Haoming saw this diamond treasure chest, he was stunned. He was video chatting with Wei Huan and said in surprise, "Are we going to open this box? Oh my god, it's the first time I've seen a diamond treasure chest in person after 7 years in the challenge world." Wei Huan didn't think he was exaggerating. Captain Zhou, who hadn't seen a diamond treasure chest for 7 years, was the normal experience of most challengers. They wouldn't go to dangerous areas without a mission. Most of the time, they would act collectively in the Legion, occasionally performing pathfinding missions, but they wouldn't go too far. In addition, the challenge world was really too big. In this vast world, the area scanned by AI was nothing. Strictly speaking, Wei Huan himself had to add 2 lifetimes of experience to see the diamond treasure chest 3 times. Or, strictly speaking, being able to find this diamond treasure chest was his luck in this life. 2 chariots sank to the bottom of the sea, with the front of the chariot facing the treasure chest, as if quietly admiring it. Soon, the 2 cars became 3 cars for cars 5. No one could face the diamond treasure chest calmly. Under the halo given by the challenge world, this diamond treasure chest simply had a magical charm. On the 10th day, Captain Wang Ming's car finally arrived. Wei Huan's chariot, which had been floating deep in the sea for 10 days, started for the first time. He blocked the car halfway and took the person back to his car, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong. It had been 22 days since they separated. It was really like a new marriage. He didn't feel it before, but since last night, he couldn't calm down and do anything. The 2 hugged each other, and then held hands, and were taken back to the car by Wei Huan. Mu Zhong's eyes were always smiling, and even the aura of Wei Huan didn't look like the cold captain. Lu Qingji was the first to run over, and shouted enthusiastically from a distance, "Boss Mu, you are finally here, I miss you so much." Then Dolan squeezed out of the crowd, ran to Mu Zhong, and stopped, looking at Mu Zhong eagerly. Mu Zhong smiled and hugged him, and lifted him up high. Dolan laughed shyly and happily. He also said that the car is his home. When someone is not here, someone just treats this place as a military camp. He is depressed all day and doesn't like to get close to him. Su Qingqiang's voice came from the side, and he looked at Wei Huan sideways while speaking, which made Mu Zhong laugh. Finally, Mu Zhong looked at the people who came to greet him, saluted respectfully, and said, "Everyone has worked hard. Mu Zhong is back." Mu Zhong is approachable, good-tempered, and loves to laugh. Everyone dares to say things to him that they dare not say to Wei Huan. They are also very happy to see him back. They chatted for a long time together and couldn't stop. Finally, Wei Huan spoke up and the excitement dispersed. Finally, Mu Zirwei, Captain Shui, Li Shui, and others were left. Li Shui hooked Mu Zhong's shoulder and said, "Let's go, it's hard to rush here. Let's go eat something." Mu Zhong was not tired at all. The advanced tank was like a mobile castle, and each room was like a home. There was no war on the way here. Mu Zhong felt that he had gained weight in the car for 10 days. But everyone felt sorry for him, and finally asked Captain Wang Ming and Lu Xiaoyan to go eat something. Captain Wang Ming's eyes fell on Lu Qingji's face. "I heard that there is a chef on Colonel Wei's car. The food he makes can add attributes, and is very delicious. We will have a good time." Lu Qingji laughed like Maitreya Buddha when he heard himself being praised. Although he was not good at fighting, he was finally able to shine in his own field and not embarrass the boss. Wei Huan accompanied Mu Zhong to the restaurant. While chatting and laughing, the tank returned to the bottom of the sea again. When the diamond treasure chest appeared on the projection screen, Lu Xiaoyan ate delicious food and drooled. "My dream treasure chest." Captain Wang said, "Who do you plan to open this box?" It's not 100% accurate, but according to previous speculation, whoever opens the box will most likely have the training ground of that profession appear first. If it already exists, it will be random. Captain Wang's words hit the point. For a moment, all the laughter disappeared, and everyone looked at Wei Huan eagerly. As the strongest person here, and the captain who found the diamond treasure chest, he does have the right to decide which profession this treasure chest will be given to. Chapter 200. Wei Huan didn't eat. He just sat next to Mu Zhong and listened to everyone's laughter. No one doesn't like a lively atmosphere, at least the Yen people like it. Because in the hearts of the Yen people, liveliness represents world peace, and only when life is happy can they relax and laugh. Now the atmosphere has cooled down, and everyone is eagerly waiting for his decision, especially the professionals, who have not had a professional training ground until now, and they are looking forward to opening their own professional training ground next. Wei Huan actually already had the answer in his heart, but because everyone's eyes were too burning, the expectations in them were a little unbearable even for him, so he finally swallowed the profession at the tip of his tongue. Then he asked, "Why don't you tell me what you think?" After a few seconds of silence, Captain Wang started by saying, "How important is the professional training ground? The appearance of the animal pen has already confirmed that it can change the situation on the battlefield, so I think it should be given to the profession with the most awakening." Lu Xiaoyan said, "Among the iron triangle of warrior, pastor and mage, only the farmer sequence has a training ground now, and the other two professions are still lame. This structure is very unstable." Captain Wang said again, "If we consider the situation on the battlefield, I also think it is better to strengthen the wise man." The several wise men here all opened their eyes wide. Mu Zirwei was nervous and wanted to fight for it, but he was afraid of saying too much and making mistakes. His feet shook under the table. But there were other ideas. Someone said, "Too many wise men were eliminated at the low level. Even if the country supports them like this, there are still very few wise men who are protected. Now the power that can be used in the level 5 world is also limited. In comparison, I would suggest opening the training ground for the prayers. I don't need to say much about the work of the healing profession, right? The healer is the last guarantee of life for all of us frontline fighters. It's better to use a long-range weapon. I think healing is better. Hey, don't you consider the thief? The thief's burst is the strongest in the field, and the output is explosive." Li Shui recommended herself without avoiding relatives, and finally found that she couldn't win over others, so she winked at Wei Huan. She smiled, "Captain, you have already had an idea, right? Don't keep me in suspense. If you cut it off, I will give up." The others immediately ended the argument and looked at Wei Huan. And they nodded, "Whatever you say, we will do it." "Yes, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we in Yin country will open this diamond treasure chest. Please speak quickly." Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong nodded. "Let me tell you, Wei Huan and I have discussed this matter. I won't keep you in suspense. We plan to open a training ground for criminals." "Criminal sequence? Brother Chong?" "Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. Brother Chong is so strong now. If there is a training ground, won't he become the world's top output?" Su Qingqiang smiled but said nothing. He knew about this, so he didn't participate in the discussion. Similarly, when faced with inquiries, he just looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong continued, "This decision is a little bit based on our own considerations, but more of it is based on the overall situation. Criminals are the most awakened in the dark sequence, but due to their instability, the Legion directly refuses to recruit criminal sequences. In our Yin country alone, there are currently more than 1 million criminals outside the staff, which is not only a loss of strength, but also a safety hazard if the criminal sequence is outside. In addition, of course, the professional training ground is not as easy to open as you think." After saying the last sentence, Mu Zhong shut up and gave everyone time to digest and absorb. When the number of 1 million non-staff criminals was counted, Mu Zhong was shocked. It turned out that Yin country had such a huge force that was not used. And because the ability of criminals to fight alone is indeed very strong, it is a profession very suitable for developing ruins. Once these 1 million criminals, no, as long as there are 1,000 criminals who can follow the Legion to the 5th level world, maybe humans will have already developed advanced ruins. It is because of the lack of this melee ability that humans have been so slow in developing ruins. So now, we have to gamble that the training ground of the criminal sequence not only has ways to improve combat effectiveness, but also has the ability to let them control their own will. The above may not be understood by others for a while. Mu Zhong can explain it slowly. But now, after he finished saying this and gave everyone time to absorb it, he immediately talked about the second point, which is also a very important point. It is very difficult to obtain a professional training ground. Mu Zhong said, "As a group, we killed 100,000 Dark Beast Lords to get the diamond treasure chest in the random battlefield. Individually, whether it is Wei Huan, Captain Fong or Agres, they are all powerful talents, and they have to go through life and death to open the diamond treasure chest. Do you know how many people who encountered the treasure chest and wanted to open it quietly but died silently? Everyone knows the reason for choosing Brother Chang to go. He is a sequence 4, but he has a sequence 5, and even far exceeds the combat ability of ordinary sequence 5. If there is anyone on this car who has a greater chance of getting a professional training ground, the only one I can guarantee is Brother Chang." Su Qingqiang puffed out smoke and straightened his chest. Facing everyone's gaze, he narrowed his peach blossom eyes, raised his eyebrows, and smiled wickedly. Everyone was shocked by this charming and arrogant smile. After a long time, Li Shui said, "Since you are handsome and can really fight, I will forgive you this time." Then Li Shui looked at Mu Zhong and Wei Huan and nodded. "I support it. It completely convinced me. From all aspects, Brother Chang is indeed the best choice." Although Mu Zirwei was a little disappointed at first, when he thought about whether he could cope with the subsequent assessment when he opened the treasure chest, he knew that he might not be able to do it. There are countless challengers who died silently in the diamond treasure chest assessment, but only a few succeeded. I also agree that Brother Chang does have the ability to obtain a professional training ground. Mu Zirwei has figured it out and fully supports it. As for others, they have similar ideas. Mu Zhong easily convinced everyone with facts. However, Mu Zhong still warned, "Brother Chang, you can't be careless. I don't know what your assessment is. At that time, we have to fight against the diamond treasure chest monster. You may need to face it alone. You must come back alive." Brother Chang waved his cigarette and smiled contemptuously. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." The matter was settled, and all the participants were present. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Just wait for Wei Huan's last batch of undead to recover. Only when Wei Huan is in a complete state can he hope to fight against the diamond treasure chest monster without being defeated. But we also have to consider what if it is a survivor treasure chest. Diamond level survivors are probably very scary, and we must be fully prepared. Unfortunately, Wei Huan has found a diamond treasure chest so far, but he has not found a gold treasure chest. It also stopped his progress in proving that the survivors are insidious and have a big conspiracy. In this way, the challengers who participate in the battle will easily waver when facing the spiritual pollution of the survivors, because their beliefs are not firm enough. Just as everyone continued to strengthen their beliefs through videos, and hung banners in various chariots. The core of the challenge world is confrontation and war. The survivors will only be enemies. One person is deceived and the whole car suffers. The cunning sea snake is its true face, and other slogans can be seen everywhere. That day, good news finally came. The White Tiger Pioneer Army completed the opening of the gold treasure chest. Fortunately, they met the survivor scammers, and the same rhetoric was clearly captured by the mobile camera, this time, and sent to Wei Huan as soon as possible. In the sent footage, The survivors who appeared from the gold treasure chest did appear as a colorful sea snake at the beginning, and then began to change into a look that made everyone reluctant to take action. However, this time, because Baidu's pioneering team also took a lot of training courses for the survivors before opening the treasure chest, after the seeds of doubt were planted, the survivors showed a huge flaw. It transformed into the same beautiful mermaid that Wei Huan saw in the assessment world, and even the setting of pearls appearing when she cried was completely restored. In this way, it is confirmed that it has the ability to peek into the heart. And if it is the same face, after being mentally prepared, all the charm and pitifulness will become unimportant at the critical moment of human survival. As soon as Mu Zhong received the video, he sent it to each vehicle. Each vehicle conducted the final emergency training to ensure that there would be no accidents at the moment of battle. However, in order to prevent any eventuality, Wei Huan still made some more arrangements on the day when the treasure chest was officially opened. All the chariots waited 6 miles away first. There was a big dog-headed man on each vehicle, with at least 4 small dog-headed men on standby. In addition, all chariots that reached level 5 had to participate in the battle, remotely boarded the war platform, and were ready to fight at any time. Between the chariots and the diamond treasure chest, Wei Huan's undead army was densely packed. The point beast that returned to full blood was very excited, taking elegant steps on the seabed. Every time the 8 legs took a step, a large number of crit beast mothers and face huggers emerged. The Qilong warriors, who saw the point beast for the first time, were shocked by its hugeness, and then discovered its terrifying ability like a mobile arsenal. It is hard to imagine how much it would cost to kill such a giant beast. This thing did not appear when the beast tide was encountered at the Qilong supply point. If it had appeared at that time, Wei Huan could easily deal with the golden monster alone. This group of crit beasts is amazing. They have the ability to fight and move under the sea. The undead army that came out of the portal later either stepped on or grabbed the body of the face hugger skillfully. Especially when Shiroma and the face hugger partnered up, it was like riding a motorcycle in the sea, spitting bubbles and going away. No wonder Boss Wei had to wait until this group was fully recovered before fighting. It was indeed of great importance. After the deployment of the troops, Wei Huan's vision fell on an eyeball with muscles and blood vessels. This eyeball is extremely evil. The original demon Eye Lord only had a pair of wings and some black bloodshot on the eyeball, but now it has become different. The black bloodshot seemed to have grown out, and a 2 or 3 meter long mess of blood vessels and muscles floated out on the back of the eyeball, entangled together, like a half-rotten placenta. Wei Huan's vision fell on this demon Eye Lord at this moment. At the same time, it is also the only one with an alternative appearance in this tribe. Of course, it is because it is an elite. Recently, most of the time has been on the road, and there is not much time for fighting. Wei Huan, who has nothing to do, has focused his energy on the cultivation of the undead elite. He first cultivated an elite flying monkey, then cultivated a group of elite green light, and finally cultivated. Or in other words, Wei Huan did not cultivate this demon Eye Lord in particular, but until it evolved, Wei Huan realized that most of the time, his vision fell on the same demon Eye Lord. Because of the long-term connection with the will of a demon Eye Lord in battle, the demon Eye Lord finally evolved into an elite posture. The elite posture looks very ugly, but the actual effect has changed dramatically. Wei Huan can now not only see the battle scene in front of him through this demon Eye Lord, but also hear, smell, and even transmit some vague touch. This is all because of the messy blood vessels and muscles at the back, which are like more antennas. What also surprised Wei Huan is that these muscles and blood vessels can speed up the movement speed of this demon Eye Lord. When in the sea, from a distance, it looks a bit like an octopus with a big head. As for the longer field of vision, clearer view in the dark seabed, etc., these are all basic operations, which are the abilities it should have after advancement. In short, when Wei Huan's vision is in place, floating on the sea, looking at the seabed from a distance of thousands of meters, the preliminary preparations for this battle are over. Then, the most important person appears. Su Qingqiang was taken to the front of the treasure chest by his grandson. With a green face and fangs, he has a demonic posture, and his whole body is full of buffs. Except for bloodthirstiness, it can be said that he has reached the strongest posture. In order to prevent any eventuality, Wei Huan also threw 10 Shiromas beside him, giving them to him to replenish consumption at any time. In this case, the demon with slender hands and feet, a dark body covered with magic patterns, and a long and 2 short black horns on his head, looked up at the location of Wei Huan's magic eye. It seems that he is waiting for orders, but his hand has already been unrestrainedly pointed at the treasure chest with bright light and a circle of colorful halo. The small treasure chest was opened, and a colorful and dazzling light suddenly illuminated the underwater world. The light spread to the sea surface, and the haze was lingering, as if the treasure was born in the fairy tale novel. In the chariot standing on the sea, the crew members took a deep breath. This is the scene of the diamond treasure chest opening? It is worthy of being the highest treasure chest below the god level. It is worth seeing it once in this life. But when most people marveled at this beautiful scene like a fairyland, the depths of the seabed were shrouded in black shadows. Wei Huan could not see anything in his vision floating on the sea. As the light disappeared, it was pitch black in front of his eyes, as if he had entered a thick fog, and it seemed as if there was a dome blocking it. Almost without hesitation, Wei Huan ordered the demon Eye Lord to enter the darkness. Swimming in the darkness should be very fast, but Wei Huan felt a sense of time being split. After all, he only had his left eye's vision on the demon Eye Lord, and his main body was still in the chariot in the rear. In his perception, the fast-swimming demon Eye Lord felt as if time had stopped, and he stayed stiffly in the middle of the black fog for a long time without moving. Wei Huan ordered the demon Eye Lord to swim faster, and the muscles and blood vessels behind the demon Eye Lord rolled into propellers. But in comparison with another eye, it was still traveling at an extremely slow speed through the black fog. Wei Huan could only focus his vision on other demon Eye Lords. Then he found that the time of all the demon Eye Lords shrouded in the black fog slowed down, while the time of the demon Eye Lords outside the black fog was normal. What's wrong? Mu Zhong saw that Wei Huan looked unhappy, and asked worriedly, "Is Brother Chang okay?" Wei Huan shook his head and told him the current situation, then said, "After all, it is a diamond-level treasure chest. Anything can happen, trust Brother Chang. If he can't do it, others will be in more danger." Mu Zhong nodded, "Yes, criminals are the profession with the strongest ability to survive alone, and Brother Chang is the best among them. Others don't know, but Brother Chang must be fine." "Then what about us? What is this black fog? What should we do?" Wei Huan raised his hand and tapped on the virtual screen. Then he saw the temporary equipment that appeared in the warehouse. Diamond-level power potion, diamond-level spiritual power equipment. There is no doubt that they opened a diamond treasure chest. There is another important material, which is the core material for upgrading the 6th level vehicle. Theoretically, platinum-level treasure chests should all drop core materials, and diamond treasure chests must drop them. There are also high-level materials such as eternal gold stone with the suffix gift from Titan. Although I don't know what it is used for now, and there are 2 in the warehouse, I think it will be useful in the future. Once the treasure chest is opened, these materials cannot be thrown away unless you die, and if you don't kill the treasure chest monster, these materials cannot be used and are locked. Wei Huan ordered the demon Eye Lord outside the black fog to fly into the sky, looked around, and confirmed that the range covered by the black fog was about 10 miles, which was very huge. If you say that this black fog is the monster itself, it is obviously not right. It has been a while, and it has not shown the power of attack, but it must enter the black fog, and time will slow down, about 100 times the ratio of the outside world. The only thing to be thankful for is that this group of black fog only blocked the vision, but did not block Wei Huan's connection with the undead. Under his command, all the undead that had been shrouded in the black fog were moving forward vigorously. Although it was not visible in a short period of time, as long as the black fog had an end and time did not stop, the secret would definitely be discovered. Use the undead to explore the way? Try to see if the undead can be retrieved in the black fog. Mu Zhong considered the problem and preferred to consider the retreat first. After Wei Huan was reminded and confirmed that the collection of the undead was not affected, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Zhong said, "In other words, there are restrictions on going deeper, but not on leaving. It's like a protective shield that has mastered the laws of time." Wei Huan nodded. At this moment, he had some vague ideas in his mind. Although he had never heard of the black fog possessing the law of time in his previous life, he had heard of it if it was a kind of protective shield like the black fog. If it was really that thing, it would be in line with the difficulty of the diamond treasure chest. What did you think of? Mu Zhong knew Wei Huan too well. Wei Huan didn't know how to explain, so he could only vaguely say, "I have some guesses. Let's explore again." "What about the others?" "Don't remove the combat readiness, and don't get close to the black fog easily, just like this for now." "Okay." Wei Huan was eager to confirm his guess, and as soon as he finished speaking, his vision returned to the Lord of the Magic Eye. At the same time, under his summons, the ghost crows holding the netherfire bombs flew over from the portal in a black mass, and then plunged into the black fog. If you want to talk about speed, there is no creature faster than the ghost crow. As long as the speed is fast enough, it can break the barrier of time. The diving ghost crows formed a group, and their posture of gathering together was like a black spear piercing the seabed, constantly pressing down and piercing deeper. Time passed by minute, and finally Sister Crow's intermittent information sounded in his mind. Here. In. Bomb? Bomb. Wei Huan flicked his tongue lightly, and at the same time, the command was transmitted through the mind and sent directly to Sister Crow's brain. Sister Crow must have faithfully executed the order. But Wei Huan waited for a few seconds. The sea in front of him was calm in the black fog. The explosion of the 4th-level Hellfire bomb would cause some splashes even in the deepest sea. This feeling of calm was very strange. Wei Huan thought about it and ordered in his heart, "Keep going, throw." Sister Crow was the fastest, and the other ghost crows were a little slower, but they also reached the depths of the black fog one after another. As Wei Huan's order was issued, hundreds of ghost crows dropped the nether fire bombs in their mouths. The nether fire bombs were spit out from the ghost crow's illusory body, and they exploded violently the first time they came into contact with the seawater. Boom! Boom! Finally, large quantities can still bring about qualitative changes. Wei Huan heard the roar that sounded like a volcanic eruption at the bottom of the sea. Under the tearing of the huge explosion power, the black fog was finally stirred, and the power of time began to weaken. Finally, at a certain moment, as if it could not bear it, the black fog puffed and broke, revealing the secrets hidden in the depths of the black fog. Suddenly, the eyes lit up, as if light had come. Wei Huan's vision had already descended on the elite demon Eye Lord at the first moment. Through its eyes, he clearly saw the city that suddenly appeared on the seabed. Yes, a city built on the seabed. Gold and white outlined the lines of the city. Under the distortion of the ocean ripples, the dreamlike milky white light was turbulent, and everything was so clear. There were houses and buildings, traffic, and life living in them. Pearl-made street lights illuminated every street, and people living in coral reefs floated in the water, surrounded by beautiful colorful sea fish, interweaving a lively scene with a breath of life. But at this moment, this beautiful underwater city, the people living in the city, were hugging together, looking pitifully at the dome that had lost its shelter. Or it could be said that it was the army of undead that surrounded this underwater city. On the wide ocean avenue, a team of guards, armed with weapons and riding seahorses, like human warriors, rushed out of the magnificent palace in a line, majestic and magical. Wei Huan's main body, far behind, opened and closed his eyes, revealing a smile that was as expected. Mu Zhong, who had been paying attention to him, asked curiously, "What did you find?" Wei Huan said, "I found a sea snake's nest." Chapter 201. The Surviving Liar. As long as you are firm, the prototypes of these guys are sea snakes, and they also have the characteristics of swarm civilization. Then no matter how they change, they should not be affected. But the reality is that when a diamond-level sea snake only wants to deceive you, even if you know very well that this is a scam, you still cannot completely get rid of the pervasive spiritual pollution. Wei Huan first saw the guard who rushed up, angrily rebuked his behavior, and pointed at a fisherman child who was killed by the explosion with resentment in his eyes. The child looked soft and weak, and blood flowed from the little nose in the arms of the mother who felt limp, dyeing the seawater red. The mother who lost her child cried bitterly, and there were many bleeding wounds on her body, and there were green flames burning, eroding her body. Similarly, beside her, there were more innocent fishermen people who cried and screamed in the collapsed ruins, either holding their lovers or their parents. There are thousands of kinds of emotions in the world, and there is always one that can move you. Wei Huan even saw his own and Mu Zhong's shadows in a figure crying while holding his lover. As Wei Huan's inner thoughts were gradually revealed, the originally blurry city in the distance gradually became clear and three-dimensional. The tower-like building finally collapsed under the pressure, and flying bubbles and smoke rushed over, with a faint smell of blood. It seemed that more civilians died in this sudden war. Damn it! The leader of the Fishman Guards no longer cared to blame Wei Huan, and waved his hand and said, "Catch him to the king, and the others will follow me to save people." Yes! The mighty guards wearing golden armor, and with fins on their feet split into two groups. One group followed the leader and turned away. The other group rushed directly to the demon Eye Lord possessed by Wei Huan, and their hands were about to grab the demon Eye Lord's eyeballs. The demon Eye Lord's eyes suddenly bulged, and a condensed black beam shot out from his pupil, piercing the nearest guard's waist and abdomen. Ah! The guard screamed, "Catch him, don't let him escape." Unfortunately, the demon Eye Lord didn't want to escape. It just floated in place, and attacked any guard it could see. As the elite demon Eye Lord began to attack, the demon Eye Lord scattered around also began to attack indiscriminately, as if they had received an order. All the mermaids in front of them, all the buildings, even the pearls that existed like streetlights, were shattered by the black beams. Zuluma and Bin Lang stepped on the face hugger and entered the scene. They are like the most evil and terrifying devils in the legend, harvesting the lives of every innocent merman. The defenseless merman is chased and torn to pieces by the 6 claws of the Shiroma. The merman who hides is found by the running wolf. Even the newborn babies are killed by the teeth of the devil. It's like hell on earth. Anyone with a conscience will feel sorry for this scene. At least the children are innocent. Even if they are aliens, they look almost the same as humans, and have human emotions, and can even communicate. Their tears, their grief, and their fear are exactly the same as humans. Every inch of land here has a tragedy that suffocates humans. Even Wei Huan, the instigator, didn't dare to look. That's right, Wei Huan's vision had left the Lord of the Magic Eye. He knew that he couldn't bear the next scene, but he also knew that it was all a scam. In order to avoid further contamination of his mind, he could only not look. He just ordered the undead army to attack. The undead army, which had no emotions, no sense of pain, and only obeyed orders, was perfectly executing Wei Huan's massacre operation. After giving the order, Wei Huan just sat there for a while. It wasn't until a mirror was handed to him that he saw his sad self in the mirror, and suddenly reacted. He looked at Mu Zhong. I have been very careful, but I still suffered a mental attack. Mu Zhong nodded. It is a diamond-level monster, the king of the survivors. It is normal that it is powerful. It is already difficult to break its illusion. If you did not have an army of undead, we might not be able to get out after entering. Wei Huan nodded, closed his eyes, pulled himself out of those imaginary pictures, and said, Now let's see if this can force out the true body of the sea snake. Mu Zhong nodded. As a royal family, you will not continue to execute the hive command when you know it is ineffective, right? I don't know. This is a sea snake's nest. If a sea snake can cause 10 points of mental pollution, then more sea snakes gathered together will inevitably condense more irresistible pollution. Who can withstand hundreds of thousands of points of mental pollution in an instant? In the previous life, humans were deceived by sea snakes and entered the sea snake's nest in the 6th level world without any defense. The tidal humans and Atlantis mermaids joined forces to fight against the difficulty of the 6th level world, and advance into the 7th level world together has been on the front page of the Challenger app forum for a long time. Various related progress is updated every day, and it is promoted every day, as if humans have found allies and entering the 7th level world is just around the corner. Just when everyone trusts the Atlantis mermaids, some people are even dating and marrying mermaids, or calling them brothers, and even the official is still conducting in-depth cooperation. One night, the trap that has been buried for a long time finally closed the net. At that time, Wei Huan was still struggling to collect the advanced potions of Sequence 4, and he was just following the captain to serve in the 4th level world, carrying out the step-by-step training of talents and city defense work. Suddenly one day, the situation changed drastically. News came from the front that the 6th level world fell into the hands of aliens, and 80,000 Sequence 6 died in the 6th level world. There are less than 50,000 human Sequence 6 remaining. The reason why these people are still alive is because they are on the battlefield. However, the pioneering army responsible for the development of the Challenge world suffered a fatal blow, and 9 out of 10 people died. The remaining remnants of various countries guarded the entrance of the world and struggled to resist the attack of the survivors. It was also at that time that humans realized that there had never been an alliance in the Challenge world. Every civilization was advancing alone and met competitors. The Naga sea snakes used their powerful mental pollution ability to start the layout from the 5th level world, and completely wiped out humans in the 6th level world. Not only did they prevent humans from conquering and destroying the survivors, but they also severely damaged the human race in the civilization competition with the Dark Beast Lords and accelerated the demise of mankind. 80,000 Sequence 6s are the elites raised by all mankind. Among them, there are even more Sequence 5s and Sequence 4s that cannot be counted, as well as some excellent non-combat scholars, logistics personnel, etc. Destroyed in one day. Wei Huan felt suffocated just thinking about it now. Thinking about the destruction of mankind in the last life and the actions of these cunning sea snakes, the confusion in his mind was completely broken, and his orders to the undead became more and more firm. In this life, he will never repeat the same mistakes, and will never take advantage of the situation. If you meet the remnants of the sea snakes, kill, kill, kill. If you don't give them the opportunity to plan, no human will be deceived again. Since I am back, the human race will win. The mental pollution in Wei Huan's mind was completely cleared under the strong willpower, and his eyes were more firm than ever. Finally, the vision fell on the Lord of the Demon Eye again. What a miserable scene of hell on earth! Looking at the collapsed buildings, the howling mermaids, and the angry and rebellious guards, no matter how angry and unwilling they were, they pretended to be sad and angry like a country's collapse. This time, Wei Huan felt happy. Presumably, in the last life, the underwater Atlantis city that lured and killed 80,000 Sequence 6 was such a sea snake's nest. In fact, it was all stolen from his thoughts and forged. And what would the real thing look like? Since all this came from his own brain, as long as he focused on imagining the appearance of a real sea snake's nest, would the truth appear? Wei Huan's eyes opened and closed, and in his gradually focused consciousness, the scene in front of him, which looked tragic but high profile, gradually began to become gloomy. First, the platinum-colored building seemed to be corroded by something, and traces of rust appeared from the depths. Then, in a short time, these black and red traces melted into strands, and finally turned into entangled seaweed. The seaweed was thick, and seemed to be alive in the turbulence of the sea water. One by one, they entangled with each other, spreading a huge nest that was close to the seabed and stretched for several kilometers. The black holes were the entrances to the nest. The undead were inside, attacking frantically and tearing the seaweed. This scene made Wei Huan a little embarrassed and stunned. Although the undead army had no heart and was not affected by mental attacks, their actions were completely restricted by Wei Huan's orders. After Wei Huan's mind was polluted, he thought that the attack on the mermaid was actually attacking these seaweeds. Perhaps in the eyes of the undead, they already knew what they were attacking, but unfortunately they could not convey the correct information to Wei Huan. Thinking of this, Wei Huan suddenly paused. What about the elite undead? Wei Huan first contacted Sister Crow, who had basic communication skills, but Sister Crow told him that what they saw was always the same. After that, Wei Huan found Brother Digging Anal and Big Bear, and they also vaguely gave the same answer as Sister Crow. Just when Wei Huan was a little disappointed and was about to give up, the water in front suddenly became turbulent and made a sound of fighting. Wei Huan was stunned for a moment. After he finally broke through the barrier and found that the undead army was always chopping some seaweed, he had already stopped the undead attack very awkwardly. In terms of executing orders, there is no doubt that the undead army is more determined than professional armies and obeys orders. Except, Wei Huan thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he ordered the elite demon Eye Lord to move forward quickly. That's right, if we talk about his only rebellious son, it's MOG. Although the uncontrollable MOG is often a headache, this alive aura makes Wei Huan cherish it very much. He is very good to MOG. Knowing that MOG is disobedient and sometimes causes trouble when he comes out, he will let MOG out every time he fights. Because MOG will be bored and playful, it has all the characteristics that a child should have. It will imitate its idol Su Qingqiang in battle, and will be curious about all the strange things it has never seen. Even though it is known that it is a dead soul, Wei Huan treats it as a living creature. So, the dead soul that can see through everything and MOG with self-awareness may really be the only nemesis of humans against the remnants of sea snakes. Wei Huan thought so. While moving quickly in the direction of the battle, he looked at the sea snake nest under his feet, and tried to mentally pollute him, constantly restoring the scene of Atlantis City. A powerful mental attack. Even if he knew everything, it seemed that he could not remain unshakable under such pollution. After all, they are the survivors of the 5th level world. This tribe is so powerful that it even occupies 2 worlds. Facing the suppression from higher life, Wei Huan, who is only sequence 4, does feel very reluctant. Very strenuous. It is worthy of being a diamond-level treasure chest monster. Yes, this is just a treasure chest monster trick. Don't be fooled, don't think too much, calm down, calm down. But it didn't work. In the blink of an eye, his eyes suddenly became bright, and the beautiful Atlantis city descended again, and the buildings returned intact to the time before it was destroyed. The beautiful, kind and enthusiastic mermaids, carrying the specialties from the seabed, lined up in a long line under the leadership of the guard team to greet him. Welcome, fellow Blue Star people who have come from afar. Just now, it was just a test by our high priest. We know that this is presumptuous, but our people love peace, and apart from illusion, we have basically no ability to protect ourselves. Sometimes, we even have to transform into a hideous appearance to scare off the invading enemies. But as fellow Blue Star people, we really can't be enemies. If we hate and fight each other, only the real enemy will have the last laugh. Fellow countrymen, please believe us again. This time we will show the greatest sincerity to prove our friendship. We can work together to fight this cruel world of challenges. This time, even the reason for reconciliation has been found, plus the equipment placed on the tray, emitting a hazy glow. It's hard to say whether people who deal with these sea snake descendants for the first time will hesitate or be tempted by money. The attack of the spiritual system is invisible and traceless. It only takes a small crack to pry it open easily, until the defense line collapses and falls completely. Wei Huan wanted to see what would really shake his heart. After seeing the mountains and rivers shattered with his own eyes, what else could make him forgive? Unfortunately, reality did not give him this opportunity. With another wave of turbulence, the movement of the battle was transmitted here. Wei Huan looked up and saw a small area of darkness and malice not far away in the bright and luxurious city of Atlantis. Wei Huan ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to go over, and the undead ignored the obstruction of a group of mermaids in front and swam forward. As he gradually approached, the faces of the mermaids following him gradually became horrible, and the black and red color like rust came out from all parts of their skin, as if the flesh was rotting and oozing dirty blood. Coupled with a smile on their faces, their eyes were wide open and bleeding, and the scene was even more hellish than Wei Huan's army of undead. Wei Huan saw the scene without looking back. The perspective of the Lord of the Magic Eye was 360 degrees, and he could clearly see that not only the mermaids behind him became hideous, but also, as he gradually approached the truth, this world created by his imagination was also bleeding again. Getting closer to the black area, Wei Huan withdrew his attention from other places and looked over. This time, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Is this a more realistic sea snake nest? The 10,000-year-old seaweed is mottled with red and black spots, and there are long mosses like tangled hair growing from the stems of the seaweed. Countless long floating catkins look like living sea snakes, and also like tentacles. The tops of the tentacles are covered with mouths full of circles of sharp teeth. Just a glance at it, there is a feeling of being hit by evil. Or it can be said that it is a life from a different energy system, and a higher level of life that suppresses him. It is a terrifying force that makes people sick, disgusted, fearful, and want to escape. But Wei Huan still ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye without hesitation to run over the face of the guard blocking the way. Finally, after arriving at the dark nest, Wei Huan saw Emoji fighting with a group of blue and yellow sea snakes in the middle. No, this is not a sea snake. Wei Huan looked carefully, and finally saw the true face of the Naga sea snake. It turned out that in the previous life, the Naga sea snakes seen through the app forum were actually processed by human vision, just like thick and strong sea snakes. But now, the image of the Naga sea snake has been overturned again. They are simply mouths growing out of the rhizomes of these seaweeds. The shape of snakes is just human imagination. They have half a flexible body, and sharp mouth parts open and closed to hunt. They chased, trying to bite or entangle Emoji. Emoji was taught by Su Qingqiang. He was flexible and violent. Once he stared at a seaweed with a long mouth, he would tear it into pieces. The two sides fought together. Although Emoji could indeed tear the seaweed into pieces, he would also be entangled by multiple vines. They fought and stopped like this until Wei Huan arrived. Wei Huan took a look at it, and was not in a hurry to save it. Moreover, as an undead spirit, is this guy worth saving? At the moment, Wei Huan wanted to know what exactly these things were. Is the Naga Sea Serpent not a Naga Sea Serpent? The survivors who occupied the 5th and 6th level worlds are actually a kind of plant life? It occupied 2 worlds, just like blooming attractive flowers to lure predators to come and eat, and when the other party let down their guard, it suddenly tightened the trap set early in the morning, instantly changing the relationship between the hunter and the hunted. Plants use flowers to hunt, or sacrifice some minor roots and stems to deceive humans, which is no different from the bee colony civilization. After seeing the truth, Wei Huan felt a chill on his back. The humans of the previous life had been destroyed, and they had not seen the true face of the 5th and 6th level worlds. The degree of the horror of the challenge world was far beyond imagination. So what he saw now, was it true? After discovering that he had been deceived repeatedly, Wei Huan had to suspect that he was experiencing some kind of nesting doll. Ho ho ho! Suddenly, a voice interrupted Wei Huan's wild thoughts. It turned out that Emoji could not stand the siege of seaweed, and made a sound to him in a hurry. The summoned creature without thoughts took the initiative to ask for help from him. This behavior proved that Emoji's self-awareness and IQ were getting higher and higher. But now is not the time to study this. Wei Huan looked at Emoji, who had tried to escape to Wei Huan several times, but was stopped and forced back. He was anxious and had already issued an order to let the army of undead come. At the same time, he remembered something, and his consciousness returned to his body, and he ordered, "Get ready for close combat." Mu Zhong, who had been paying attention to Wei Huan's status, breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked a little worriedly, "What's going on ahead?" Wei Huan said, I don't have time to explain now. You can turn on the screen projection to watch the live broadcast. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, said nothing more, turned around and turned on the screen projection. The camera was released at the beginning. And in order to collect more evidence, this time they threw more than 100 cameras in one go, so that they could check the situation ahead anytime and anywhere. But to prevent any eventuality, Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong not to open the broadcast, including Mu Zhong himself. The survivors of this world are swindlers, and they are facing diamond-level spiritual enemies with superb means and all-pervasive. Therefore, before confirming safety, all the captured images were only temporarily stored in the system. Now Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong to watch the projection screen and arranged for close combat to enter the battle, which means that the crisis of mental attack should be resolved. But how did Wei Huan do it? Can the mental attack of diamond-level monsters really be cracked? As the projection screen of the battlefield in front appeared in front of him, Mu Zhong, who was shocked by the light and dark underwater city at first, finally found the reason after looking at the projection screen attentively for a while. Is it this hero Xiao Rome? In this dark and strange underwater city, although there is rusty horror everywhere, and the mermaids coming and going are like zombies, anyone who sees it with their own eyes can imagine its golden splendor in its heyday. This is the underwater city of Atlantis, a highly civilized prehistoric civilization on the blue planet in human cognition. However, this somewhat distorted city has a broken window effect because of the existence of a special life. Where Moji walked, the 100 meters around it would collapse in the most realistic form. The farther the distance, the better the world would be repaired. This undead that Mu Zhong couldn't describe in words, this time became the only anchor point. The undead army recruited by Wei Huan came and continued to attack randomly in the decaying city. This time he was not embarrassed, because he knew that the undead army could fight anything. Even if they were just removing some moss, they were fighting with this diamond-level giant creature, destroying its huge body. In addition, the crack under the belly of the face hugger carefully contained a group of bubbles, and the bubbles protected the delicate little dog-headed man. With a familiar tui, Captain Shui, who was wearing a Martial King armor, was the first to be vomited out. Then next to him, almost without any order, Hammer Brother was also vomited out by another little dog-headed man. The Martial King, who had been ready for battle, was stunned as soon as he was teleported here. It seemed that the world before their eyes was beyond their expectations. Chapter 202. However, as the elite team of Yin Country, the warriors who have experienced thousands of trials and tribulations, after being surprised that the world in front of them was completely different from what they imagined, they immediately threw themselves into the battle the next second. Their enemies were clear. They were the seaweed heads that grew out of the tangled seaweed in front of them. Each seaweed head was very thick as a tank, and each one was more than 10 meters long. They had no eyes on their heads, only a mouth part covered with circular serrations, floating flexibly in the sea water, and seemed to be able to find them and attack them through the movement of the water. At a glance, this kind of seaweed head was everywhere in the sky and underground, tens of thousands of them, twisting and wriggling in the dark and smelly cave like deep sea, attacking them. At the first sight, the sand value was almost gone. But Captain Shui was only disgusted for a moment, and before he could think too much, a large number of seaweed heads suddenly discovered his presence, opened their mouths to reveal teeth deep in their throats, and aimed accurately at Captain Shui. Then, as if attracted by the deadly fragrance, they rushed forward. Damn! Captain Shui cursed, swung his axe, and chopped frantically. After all, they were all Sequence 5 Martial Kings, plus the title reward of Wei Huansha, and several gold-level equipment on their bodies. Especially the gold-level battle axe in his hand, chopped down, and the seemingly ferocious seaweed head was easily split vertically in the middle. With another axe flower with one hand, the seaweed head was chopped into 4 levels and fell off the rhizome. The plant's survival ability is very strong. When it fell, this section of seaweed was still twisting. However, before Shui could catch up, it was blocked by the seaweed head biting from the side. When it stopped, there were seaweed heads everywhere. Shui had no time to cut the grass and root it out, so he returned to the battle. Compared with Shui, who was in a hurry, Hammer was calm. His presence was as low as ever. Unless he passed by the seaweed head, anyone who was a little further away by 1 or 2 meters could ignore him. He was on the periphery to help Shui deal with the seaweed heads that surrounded him. He hit a seaweed head with a hammer. It was so easy that it was like stepping on a bug. In addition to the other melee fighters that were teleported in succession, and the help of the army of undead, Shui, who was born as a MT, was not torn to pieces. In this way, as more and more warriors and undead joined the battle, the crisis in this area was finally resolved. But before everyone could look at the surrounding environment again, Wei Huan's new order sounded from the tactical headset. Follow that Zayuroma. Wei Huan said. Zayuroma? In fact, if you want to talk about Zayuroma, there are Zayuroma everywhere here. This kind of close combat battlefield is very suitable for Zayuroma to participate in the battle. Almost everyone can see 2 or 3 Zayuroma around them. But the strange thing is that when Wei Huan's order was issued, almost everyone's eyes fell on the jumping and smallest Zayuroma. The melee commando knew that this little Zayuroma was a heroic unit. Because of its immortality, it rushed to the front most of the time and saved many melee lives. Some younger melees called it Brother Moji. Moji is indeed a very special undead, but at this moment, it has a strong sense of existence as if it is the center of the world. Then soon, someone discovered something unusual. Is it because everything outside is fake? A voice with bubbles sounded in the headphones. No one knew who said this, and everyone suddenly realized it. At this moment, they were like being in a dilapidated, gloomy and terrifying house. Looking out through the broken window, they saw a flourishing scene of flowers outside. The platinum-colored buildings, the square and imposing style, the towering buildings, not only have fish people with fins on their feet swimming leisurely, but also shuttle-shaped cars shuttling through the buildings. When seeing the car appear, Wei Huan, who also saw this scene, raised his eyebrows. Before, when he was the only one here, there was no car. And now, not only has the car appeared, the entire underwater world visible to the naked eye has become more magnificent and dreamy, and there are traces of high technology, including the passing mermaids have become extremely beautiful, each one like a star. After stealing more people's thoughts, Atlantis City regained its brilliance and became more and more real. After being discovered by Wei Huan, the rust-like traces had long disappeared. What a terrible mental attack! Fortunately, there is still MOG as the anchor point. Although only 100 meters away from the side is absolutely real, as long as it always exists, everyone will not get lost in this mirage. Now, after destroying a large area of seaweed and seaweed heads, that area seems to have finally had a bug. Even though MOG has left, he cannot restore the appearance of Atlantis. Looking at it this way, what else do you not understand? You can ignore the undead, but the commandos must follow Moji closely, and even protect Moji. Wherever they pass by, they will destroy everything in a whirlwind, making the loopholes in this illusion bigger and bigger. Moji has a limited IQ, and is also rebellious, and almost does not listen to Wei Huan's orders. So it is difficult to order it where to go. In this way, they have been killing for more than 2 hours on the seabed, destroying the entire Atlantis in a mess, but they have not found the diamond treasure chest monster. Wei Huan, who knows a little about this kind of monster, knows that these seaweed nests exposed on the surface are probably just hair-like existence for this diamond-level monster. The main body may be very large and hidden deep underground. The main body may also be very small, hidden in a corner that they are not easy to find. But no matter what, they couldn't really kill this monster. Not only could they not get the supplies in the diamond treasure chest, but if they left this monster here, with its vigorous vitality, it might grow into a very terrifying world monster. I plan to leave here and try. Leave? Using the rule that the treasure chest monster must chase the opener, the challenger world will send its body directly to us. It's a bit risky. After not being able to find the body, Wei Huan still made such a decision. It was a bit risky, because they didn't know the true face of this monster. Once the world mechanism was used to teleport it directly to the side of the chariot, it was hard to say whether the chariot could avoid the attack of the diamond-level monster. But it is not a solution to keep searching like this. Luckily, no chariots passed by here before, but what about later? Perhaps the movement of their battle here will be detected by other chariots. Wei Huan said, let's drive deeper into the no-man's land. I want to see what its body is. Mu Zhong nodded and said, open the protective shield, let the beast guard outside, and other chariots stay away from us. Wei Huan thought so too. In addition, Mu Zhong said, Brother Chang's beacon shows that he is very healthy, but there has been no trace of him? Speaking of this, Wei Huan frowned. Atlantis, or the area covered by this diamond-level monster, is not so large that it cannot be explored. Wei Huan's undead swept through it, and confirmed that there was no trace of Su Qingqiang. This shows that Su Qingqiang may really be undergoing the assessment of the professional training ground, so he is not in this world. It's a pity that there is no way to help him, and now he can only rely on himself. Wei Huan was worried about Su Qingqiang, but he would not end the operation for Su Qingqiang alone. He left a convoy here to take precautions and pick up Su Qingqiang. The other convoys set off in advance and drove 100 miles ahead, and Wei Huan's chariot started. Just as Mu Zhong worried, in order to take precautions, the chariot's protective shield was fully powered, and the point beast also brushed the attribute blessing, using one long leg to hold the chariot and protect it under its belly, and then led the chariot forward. The speed of the point beast in the sea is faster than floating in the air, almost reaching 1,000 miles. The long leg stirred in the water like a propeller, and soon left the underwater city that turned into Atlantis. Until they were far away and not attacked, everyone's tense nerves were relieved a little. Lu Qingji looked at the place where they came from, and said, "It reminds me of a Chinese horror scene. I thought I left, but I didn't. Are we still in its fantasy world?" Wei Huan hesitated and summoned Emoji. Emoji's body was reduced to 3 meters, but it still seemed crowded in the cab. When it appeared, it was stunned for a while, looked around, and its eyes with green flames gave birth to a bit of excitement. Like a child who wants to destroy. This is the cab. The most important brain area of this chariot. Wei Huan's heart moved, and pale hands suddenly appeared in the void and hugged its body. These hands are the soul hands that Wei Huan uses every time to take back the undead, which can pull all the undead back to the tomb. It is also a professional ability of Wei Huan as a necromancer. It can even trap its opponents and have a restrictive effect. However, Wei Huan prefers Dead Scourge and Hellfire Bomb Wave. This control-based fighting method has long been abandoned by him, and has never appeared in battle. Of course, not using it just doesn't mean he doesn't like it, but it doesn't mean he won't use it. The soul hand stretched out from the netherworld and tied Emoji up in place, which looked very evil. Especially when another hand grew out of these pale palms, or all 5 fingers turned into hands. It was extremely uncomfortable for the people watching. But the people in the cab all looked calm. After all, they were too familiar with Wei Huan. Lu Qingji clapped his hands and said, "What a good idea. This brat jumps around every day. I've wanted to tie him up for a long time." Ho ho ho. As if he knew what Lu Qingji was saying, Emoji made a sound, as if he was cursing very dirty. Lu Qingji said, "You eat at the bosses, live at the bosses, and even your existence is because of the boss, but you still don't listen, you rebellious son." Ho ho ho. You are a rebellious son to me, a rebellious thing. I remember you wanted to attack the boss, right? Little Gigi was bitten off at that time, right? Ho ho ho. Yes, that's right. You have grown out now, believe it or not, you will be gone soon? Ho ho ho. Don't believe it? Okay. Grandpa has a dragon-slaying sword. Watch how I castrate you. Cough. Cousin Mu, who was listening on the side, coughed dryly and reminded him. Calling Emoji a rebellious son, but calling himself Grandpa, who is this fat guy taking advantage of? Lu Qingji was smart and reacted immediately. He was about to make amends, but Wei Huan obviously didn't care about such a small matter. But now was obviously not the time to joke. He raised his hand, and the car was silent. Even Emoji, who was cursing dirty, shut up. It shows that this guy still knows who is the big king. As he got farther and farther away from the location where the treasure chest was opened, Wei Huan could feel more and more that he was being chased by some great terror. The sense of crisis was like a sharp blade hanging above his head, with the sharp tip of the sword pointed at him, and it could fall and kill him at any time. Finally, when the sense of terror reached its peak, a black shadow suddenly hit him from the front. It is impossible to describe how big the shadow is. It is as if the sky is collapsing and falling down. The whole world is dark. The radar map keeps flashing, and the light and dark seem to pull the heart together. Wei Huan sat in the driver's seat, holding the staff with his hands tightly clenched, his eyes condensed. What he had been waiting for finally came. Fortunately, as he thought, he did challenge the world's transmission law and directly face the body of the diamond-level treasure chest monster. But it is a diamond-level monster after all. It appeared with such a destructive power. Can he really deal with it? Could this also be fake? Wei Huan hesitated for a moment, but soon he looked firm. Attack! He gave the order. Whether it is true or false, he must fight. Do you think that the illusion will not hurt? Even if this is an illusion, if he gives up the attack, it will only evolve into an illusion that is more unpredictable after giving up the struggle. So the only way to survive is to fight with all his strength. Following his order, the Sequence 5, who had been waiting on the war platform for a long time, all unleashed their most powerful moves that they had been accumulating for a long time. The crescent-shaped wind blade was the first to break through the seawater and hit the shadow, leaving a deep mark, but it did not break it. Then a huge rock fell, like a meteor shower, from the sea into the sea, hitting the shadow. Another bow, an arrow landed precisely on the mark left by the wind blade, and the concentrated penetrating force suddenly disappeared, and then a small beam of light appeared in that place. It got through, But the shadow also arrived in front of it, as if it was going to smash the chariot. As the first line of defense of the chariot, the dot beast took the initiative to meet it, and hit the shadow with its round back shell. The destructive shadow paused for a moment. The AI housekeeper took advantage of this rare opportunity to move the chariot sideways, and hit the hole head-on. The power of the weapons outside the car, and the impact of the chariot, plus the damage rebounded by the protective shield during the collision, the shadow was completely torn apart. The sky was bright. They broke through the attack that was like a collapse of the sky. At this time, looking back, they found that what hit them was actually a huge kelp leaf. The flat and huge leaf, with a thickness of more than 10 meters and an infinite width, grew from the depths of the dark and cold seabed and launched a terrifying attack on them as soon as it appeared. And just as Wei Huan confirmed what was attacking him, another huge and vast leaf came from another direction. The butler did not need Wei Huan's order. He raised the front of the car and launched it at full speed. Schwa the next second, it rushed out of the sea and came to the sea surface. This look, to be honest, is still a big scene. The entire sea surface, as far as I can see, is full of yellow-green leaves that look like kelp sprouts. But this leaf is really too big. The part exposed on the sea surface seems to be poking the sky, and there is still a part hidden under the sea. I am afraid that the length is more than 5,000 meters. A leaf is so long. How big is the body of this monster? At this moment, Wei Huan truly understood what the level of diamond monsters in the 5th level world is. Even if it is a plant monster that is good at mental attacks, it just exists like this, which makes people feel that they have no way to start. In addition, Colonel Wei, look, this is the picture we saw. Captain Wang sent the picture taken by his chariot to Wei Huan. In the picture, the city of Atlantis emerged from the water, so beautiful that it was hard to believe that all this was fake. Looking back, these kelp sprouts that rose from the sea and flapped randomly. Wei Huan felt a chill on his back. Others were even more shocked, and then they all looked at MOG. MOG, wow! Lu Qingji thought about it, leaned over and said, brother, you are really capable. MOG, wow! Lu Qingji nodded. Yes, I won't scold you, you really have some real skills, and the 5th level world really can't do without you. MOG, wow! Wei Huan also felt that MOG would become a big baby in this world. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never thought that there was anyone who could see the true colors of this fraud family so clearly. Don't run away, stay here, continue to attack, and take it down. Wei Huan made a decision immediately. He found that tying MOG to the side of his body was more effective than letting it run around on the front line. His eyes were the eyes of the undead army. As long as he didn't make a mistake, the undead army wouldn't. As for the other melee fighters on the car, it didn't matter if they were not suitable for fighting. This wave was suitable for long-range meritorious service. As he spoke, the artillery fire sounded again. The undead army was like ants crawling down the stems of plants, searching for the roots along the stems of kelp. This attack obviously touched the monster's reverse scale, and those kelp scattered in the distance gathered together to smash the chariot. The butler flexibly controlled the chariot to dodge and shuttle between the gaps of the leaves. If it was really impossible to dodge, the chariot's attack would converge with the long-range attack and bombard the sea belt that blocked the road crazily. The sea water seemed to be boiling, and huge waves of 100 meters smashed down, and the sky became dark, as if the world was about to end. But Wei Huan's attention was not on the battle on the sea surface at all. After handing over the driving of the vehicle to the butler, the captain was also in charge of the long-range command. He only needed to focus on the undead, who had already gone deep into the seabed, and finally touched the vital point of this diamond-level monster little by little. It was a group of things that looked like plant roots, but they were alive like earthworms. They were like being pulled out from the depths of the soil by the violence of the world. While attacking Wei Huan, these roots were still trying to drill into the mud on the seabed. The flesh-red roots entangled together looked just as disgusting as when they weaved a sea snake's nest. But this just didn't conform to human aesthetics. This civilization can dominate the level 5 and 6 worlds, which is enough to show that their evolution is not wrong. Even if they have not reached the peak, they have surpassed half of this civilization war. These earthworms, or roots, discovered that the undead were approaching, and used mental attacks again. Wei Huan felt dizzy when he was possessed by the Lord of the Magic Eye. He simply retracted his vision, and slowly recovered with the help of MOG as an anchor point. But at the same time, the undead, who were not affected by mental attacks, began a fight with the earthworms. Wei Huan's favorite express delivery Hellfire Bomb. At this time, it was also delivered. The ghost crow held the Hellfire Bomb in its mouth and plunged into the root system. As a green flame was lit deep in the seabed, more green flames bloomed. The explosion was silent. But the airflow from the explosion surged up from the bottom of the sea, causing even bigger waves. There were also flesh-red big earthworms floating on the sea like corpses. The explosion continued, and Wei Huan did not dare to be careless. This was a diamond-level monster, and he did not dare to have any reservations. In order to ensure the success of this battle, a group of newly resurrected Xiao Rong were given bloodthirsty by Mu Zhong. 10 times the power gave them strength beyond the ordinary sequence 5, and the number was huge. It caused great damage to the monster. The camera from Captain Wang clearly showed that the mirage of Atlantis was disappearing. They finally saw the huge kelp. However, these kelp are just the details of this huge diamond-level monster. After quickly clearing a circle of kelp, these chariots all sank to the bottom of the sea and attacked its truly vulnerable parts. They pushed in from the edge, and Wei Huan's undead army attracted attention at the core and caused huge damage. In this way, the two sides finally met after 2 hours of internal and external cooperation. But this battle is not over yet. It is too big. The distance stretches for nearly 30 kilometers, and the kelp and roots have attack power. The speed of this attack is not only slow, but also only opens up one position. Wei Huan has fought for a long time, but it is the first time to fight with the same monster for such a long time. His undead army has been blessed, and can only return to the tomb to rest. For him, a war of attrition that lasts more than 2 hours is indeed his huge weakness. Now even the Hellfire Bomb is about to run out. He collected the few remaining Hellfire Bombs as a precaution. The rest was to kill, kill, kill. From day to night, the battle continued. In his field of vision, there were only red earthworm roots. Until dawn, what Wei Huan was worried about finally happened. A chariot that did not belong to Yin country, perhaps sensing the abnormal turbulence of the sea water, finally found its way here. Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan, "Do you want to go? Anyway, this monster will follow us." Wei Huan closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds. When he opened his eyes again, he said, "No, not going, not only not going, but also sending the supplies in the diamond treasure chest to the World Channel." Chapter 203. These days, whether it is the Challenge World or Blue Star, the focus of human attention has always been on the 5-star island. This huge island in the level 5 world is indeed comparable to the continent, enough to complete the construction of more than 15 countries. If at the beginning, everyone was just considering it. How many resources will be refreshed on such a huge island? How much face will there be after getting a place? Then after so many days of arguing, the materials on the island are no longer important. What is important is that building a city on this continent has become an imperative thing. It represents the status of the country, and the Alliance Army represents that the continent will be prosperous, and also represents that when the beast tide comes, countries can help each other. Osum couldn't resist the pressure of other countries joining together, and had to publicly say, "It's negotiable." But how to talk? Before the final result came out, no one knew the answer. On this day, the top leaders of the level 5 world connected online, and the content of the discussion was this matter. What conditions would Osum offer to allow the city to be built on the 5-star island? Do they want supplies? Or do they want all countries to recognize their status as the boss? But no matter how everyone guessed, when Osum united the pioneering groups of various countries for a historic meeting, what no one expected was that the focus of the discussion for many days ushered in a historic turn on this morning. And even more explosive news appeared in the World Channel. Mu Zhong, we are conducting a clearing operation of diamond-level monsters at coordinates xxxx.xxxx. Please do not enter the battle area by mistake, let alone enter our attack area. The battle situation is tense, and may cause accidental injuries. Such a message, which was only said once, may disappear in the World Channel in the blink of an eye. But anyone who happens to see this message cannot ignore the amount of information in this statement. In the level 5 world, everyone knows who Wei Huan is, and who Mu Zhong, Wei Huan's lover and Mu Diheo's son, who controls the professional training ground of the driver sequence, is. Of course, there are so many humans, and there must be the phenomenon of duplicate names. But the number of people who would issue such a circle battle announcement is probably very limited. And when you look closely, what the hell is a diamond-level monster? Are you not dizzy? The first reaction of those who saw this message was to rub their eyes, and confirm it again and again. Then, after a few seconds of strange silence in the World Channel, the information jumped out like a screen refresh. Diamond monster? Are you kidding? Even if it's Wei Huan, this is a big joke, right? I don't believe it. Yin country must have a conspiracy. Is it targeting the division of the 5-star island? Yen country is a good trick. Everyone knows that we got the diamond box reward when we killed 100,000 monsters. Do you want to use those equipment to prove that you killed a diamond monster? There are also those who are slow to react, but they are not ashamed to ask questions. Can someone explain, what's the benefit of Yen country telling this lie? I still don't understand. What's wrong with the diamond box reward? Is it true? Explain it logically. In fact, most people at least believe in Mu Zhong's speech 50%, otherwise there would not be such a discussion. If other unknown people said this, they would only be greeted with a poo and would not bother to waste their saliva. But now, as challengers assigned by the country and strictly managed, they can't help but express their opinions in the World Channel. Compared to how to divide the cake of the 5-star island, killing diamond monsters is more topical, isn't it? First of all, the most important point is that if this matter is true, and it can be confirmed that the kill was made, it means that we already have a level 6 chariot or a level 6 professional. The breakthrough from 0 to 1 is often the most difficult. We were trapped in the level 4 world for 3 years before entering this world. Sequence 6 is above this world. If Wei Huan really has this strength, every country will listen to him, which shows that he has mastered the channel of ascension. That's right, building a city on a continent is nothing. The channel of ascension is the lifeblood of this world. If Osum wants to continue to be the boss by holding the city building, he must ask Yin country and Wei Huan if he agrees. In addition, Wei Huan has diamond equipment, but the properties of diamond equipment in the low-level world are not as high as those of diamond equipment in the high-level world, so it is impossible to forge it, especially the core materials for upgrading from level 5 to level 6. If he really takes them out, the wind direction will immediately turn to Yen country. This reminder has also made many people react. The materials are sent out for review. Send out the equipment. If you really killed a diamond-level monster, show proof. Are you crazy? I said I was killing, but you still want proof. This coordinate is deep in the no man's land. Are there any friends nearby watching? Please broadcast live. I haven't even seen a gold-level monster. What does a diamond-level monster look like? After 5 minutes of heated discussion, Mu Zhong didn't keep it a secret for too long. He sent out his second message. Mu Zhong, diamond-level strength potion, locked, diamond-level spiritual power necklace, locked, eternal gold stone, locked, Sequor pearl, locked, the battle is in progress. Please do not enter the battle area to avoid being affected. Sure enough, as soon as the news was released, there was a new discussion. Many people licked the equipment attributes with a hissing sound, and some people shouted, "It is the Sequor pearl, the core of the entire level 6 tank. It is really a diamond-level monster in the level 5 world." Some people immediately questioned, "Lock state," which means that the monster has not been killed yet, and you dare to touch the diamond-level monster. I don't know who will die in the end. But whether you support it or not, no one is paying attention to the dividing the cake of the 5-star island now, and everyone's attention is on this matter. There are also tanks that are a little closer, and they have received orders or spontaneously asked for instructions, and drove towards the coordinates. The leader of Osum, who was already connected and proudly raised his chin, preparing to host the 5-star island city building meeting, had no smile on his face, and looked at the leaders of Yin country with gloomy eyes. Although Fong William was called the captain, he was already a lieutenant general, and a commander-level commander in charge of the combat affairs of the Suzaku Corps' pioneering army. The meeting representative of Xuanwu and Baihu was the commander, who was mainly responsible for logistics management. The Azure Dragon Corps was of course also responsible for the pioneering construction of Mudiheo. So after sweeping a circle of Osum's generals, the leader of Osum finally set his eyes on Mudiheo's face. You could almost hear the sound of his teeth gnashing and crunching. He said with a fake smile, "Commander Mu, may I ask what the noble young master is going to do?" Mudiheo's gentle and handsome face was full of smiles, and it was not difficult to see the pride in his eyes. He said lightly, "The generals made decisions based on the actual situation when they were outside. I am afraid that outsiders have affected their battles, so they made such an announcement. But don't worry, killing monsters will not affect our distribution of the 5-star island." The leader of Osum clenched his fists. "No impact? Oh, no impact? I was just about to distribute the 5-star island, and you held the key to the passage to the ascending world. Isn't this a threat? Is it because the distribution is not ideal that the key to the passage will not be given?" Although he was almost mad with anger, the leader of Osum had to admit that the current Osum did not have the ability to open treasure chests above gold. Even the gold treasure chests opened a few days ago suffered heavy casualties, and finally had to beg in country to solve it, but it also completely exposed the existence of the 5-star island. If you want to get the key to the ascending passage, I don't know when it will take. General Osum forced himself to calm down, took a few deep breaths, leaned back on the chair, and said casually, the outcome of the diamond-level monster is more important. Why don't we talk about our meeting after we get there? Who would have thought that Mudiheo, who has always been a good guy and has a gentle image, would suddenly say, do you know how powerful the diamond-level monster is? Mastering the channel key is not the point, but our Yin country already has the ability to fight diamond-level monsters. So before the battle ends, let's talk about the compensation for Xuanwu City, and the compensation for our Qinglong garrison. The corner of Osum's mouth twitched, and the initiative that was originally held by the 5-star island disappeared in an instant. At this moment, he really didn't know whether he should expect Yin country to kill the diamond-level monster. However, after he closed his eyes and opened them again, his eyes finally became a little clear. Commander Mu, I will tell you the truth. If you can really kill the diamond-level monster, for the future of mankind, I will try my best to convince Congress that from now on, under reasonable circumstances, we can listen to your Yin country's dispatch. I'm tired of this state of disunity. It's a pity that no country before, even your Captain Fong, has the ability to convince me. Such words have never been heard. But the generals here all look like they feel the same. In the days of fighting against the Dark Beast Lord, the Challenge World, and intrigues with other countries, every general here is tired of it. Why can't humans unite like the Dark Beasts? Without unity, can humans really win in this civilization competition? As the world level gets higher and higher, the monsters they face become stronger and stronger. In fact, these generals have always had a unified idea. But no one is willing to obey anyone. Wei Huan's battle with the diamond-level monster is indeed the first hammer that may promote unity. Everyone is willing to try and work hard to achieve the goal of unity. After that, the video of the 5-star conference was completely quiet. It was like ice and fire, completely opposite to the liveliness of the World Channel. At this moment, after sending 2 messages in a row, Mu Zhong stopped talking. There is nothing to say. If the diamond-level monster is really killed by them, the world situation may change. If they cannot kill it, facing the pursuit of diamond-level monsters, they will die here, and they will not care about their lives after death. Contact the other party's tank. Mu Zhong's heart moved, and as the deputy tank commander, he sent a video request to the tank that Xu and Feng Zhulang had come all the way to explore. The video was connected, and the other side was a middle-aged woman with dark skin. Of course, her resolute face was not good-looking, but it could be seen that her strength was not weak. To be a tank commander in the 5th level world, the worst is the combat effectiveness level of Captain Shui and Brother Chui. Although they are not strong in Wei Huan's car, they are only the main combat team members, but in other countries' pioneering teams, they are all generals. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Mu Zhong, I have understood the specific situation, I have no ill intentions, and I can leave now. The black female tank commander was very calm, and stated her position, as soon as she opened her mouth. Mu Zhong said, Captain Chioen, don't leave in a hurry. You have seen the strength of the diamond monster. The main body is too huge. With our current combat power, it will take a long time to completely kill it, so I want to invite you to join the battle. The black female captain was suddenly invited and looked surprised. After hesitating for a few seconds, she said, it is an honor for Mao Shirgua and me to fight side by side with the world-renowned guard captain, Lieutenant Colonel Mu. Mu Zhong smiled and said, thank you Mao Shirgua and Captain Chioen for extending a helping hand when we needed it. I also have a gift here. I hope you will be satisfied. There are gifts? Captain Chioen wanted to say that he was not helping for the sake of thank you gifts. After all, whether it was helping Yin country or getting to know Mu Zhong and Wei Huan, it was a sure-win investment. Moreover, the World Channel was still discussing such an important matter as the Upward Channel. Although she was only a captain of a small country, she also knew that the opportunity to reshuffle the Challenge World was an opportunity for captains of small countries like them. Captain Chioen's first reaction was to refuse. But before she could speak, her eyes were fixed on the file sent from the other side, and could not move away. On the file that was automatically opened after being sent, there appeared a reward mechanism called Temporary Alliance Army DKP System. Just like the calculation method that is popular inside every tank now, this temporary DKP system also gave them this Temporary Alliance DKP reward. After agreeing to form a temporary alliance, they only need to record the entire process when participating in the battle, and then the system will be counted. According to the amount of contribution, they have DKP value, and can also directly exchange for corresponding equipment of different levels. What made Chio Inch's nose swell the most was the DKP exchange route, which made her crazy. In the case of a temporary alliance, each joint action, each tank that meets the standard action can get 5 DKP, and participating in the main battlefield battle can get 10 DKP. After 3 temporary alliance actions, the two parties of the Covenant formally concluded a formal alliance. Each joint action, support will get 8 DKP, and the main battlefield battle can get 20 DKP. In the formal alliance relationship, 8 support cooperation, or 3 main battle cooperation, the two parties of the Covenant will be promoted to strategic partners, sign a strategic alliance, support will get 15 DKP, and the main battlefield battle can get 50 DKP. Under this cooperation condition, DKP can be used to exchange for level 6 core materials. When Captain Chio-in saw the last sentence, level 6 core materials can be exchanged for DKP, it was the main reason why his face changed drastically. She couldn't help but ask eagerly, Lieutenant Colonel Mu Zhong, do you mean that I only need to cooperate with your tank 11 times, or cooperate in the main battle 3 times, to exchange for level 6 core materials? Mu Zhong nodded. Strategic alliances can use DKP to exchange for core materials, and the exchange points are not high. If your tank can appear as the main force on the front battlefield, after forming a strategic alliance, you only need to cooperate in 4 more main battles to exchange for core materials. Even if the DKP before the strategic alliance is added, the calculation of a level 6 core material is only more than 300 points. This DKP number is not small, but too small. The big pie is so cheap that it makes people calm down and examine whether they may be deceived. Captain Chio-in looked at Mu Zhong's face again, thinking about the possibility that he was deceived, but at the same time he questioned himself, what could Wei Huan have planned? I noticed something strange today, and came here curiously to see the scene. In fact, whether I was there or not, Wei Huan and his men obviously had the ability to deal with diamond-level monsters. As for being cannon fodder, the rules also said that I could only do support, and the conditions were very loose. So suddenly drawing such a big pie felt more like an act of wooing, rather than a calculation. Challengers who can come to the 5th level world are not fools. Not to mention that the captain who basically manages 100 people still has the brain to analyze the pros and cons. Captain Chio-in is very smart, and quickly figured out the truth. Could it be that this way one wants to use his prestige, and the conditions of the upward channel to reintegrate the Alliance army, overthrow the past corrupt system in one fell swoop, and establish a brand new force? As soon as this idea came up, Captain Chio-in knew that he might have guessed right. Wei Huan has been too high profile all the way. He has accumulated the highest popularity in the shortest time, and implanted the myth of invincibility in everyone's mind. Now that he has become a climate, he really only needs to make a call from a high place, and a new order will be formed rapidly. Although this new force is not stable enough, and is bound to form a conflict with the old forces, it is not a bad thing for small forces in small marginal countries like them. Change has always brought opportunities. Lieutenant Colonel Mu, it is difficult for me to refuse your conditions. I will sign this temporary cooperation agreement now, and I am already looking forward to the day when it will become a strategic agreement in the future. Captain Chio-in was also a straightforward person. He smiled on the spot, and pressed his fingerprint on the screen. It is true that she is the captain of a small country, but it is precisely because she is from a small country that she has great power to make decisions on her own. With her current strength and reputation, it is easy for her to become a national leader just because she finds it troublesome. Soon, the two sides signed a temporary agreement, and this was also the first temporary agreement signed by Wei Huan's chariot. There are some coincidences and a little haste in this. But historical turning points often take a completely different path at an inadvertent time. Captain Chio-in, who reached the temporary covenant, was very calm and restrained. He only sought a coordination job, cleaning the earthworm roots in the marginal area, and was in an environment where he could evacuate at any time. Temporary covenant is a process of building trust, and Mu Zhong did not comment on it. Only after completing this matter, he turned his head and looked at Wei Huan. In fact, from the appearance of Captain Chio-in, to Wei Huan's request to publish the information about their battle with diamond-level monsters, and then to Mu Zhong's signing with Captain Chio-in, the whole time has only been about 10 minutes. For some things, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan did not even communicate in advance, and they pushed it down so quickly. Now, when Mu Zhong went to see Wei Huan, what he saw in Wei Huan's eyes was recognition and trust, an absolute recognition of his hasty actions after his flash of inspiration. Although he was sure that he had done nothing wrong, this was Wei Huan's car after all. It was definitely wrong for him to set such a covenant condition without discussing it in advance. Wei Huan just said, the next car that appears will do the same. Let AI further refine the difference between support and main force. There must be a minimum standard for playing soy sauce. Mu Zhong smiled. Okay. Wei Huan softened his eyes, that had become cold because of the battle in Mu Zhong's smile. When his left eye, which was burning with green flames, opened and closed, a colorful light band flowed out. In the depths of that extreme evil nature, there was full of tenderness. Mu Zhong understood him very well. In fact, he had been thinking about how to unite the scattered human beings a long time ago. Facts have proved that the alliance army formed on the basis of national positions is not suitable. There have been constant frictions between countries since ancient times, and various hatreds are involved. The changes in the key challenge world are intertwined with the people's livelihood of Blue Star, which has led to the ambitions of all countries, but at the same time, they are afraid to act rashly, and finally formed this half-broken loose alliance, which is neither high nor low, and extremely uncomfortable. In this case, it is obvious that since the national forces cannot be perfectly integrated, it is better to have a second force, such as an alliance force with personal prestige, like him, to reintegrate the forces. Wei Huan had thought about it a long time ago, but he had always lacked the opportunity. Should we say that Mu Zhong is worthy of being the person who knows him best? And he also tried to realize his ambition at the most appropriate time. He has ambitions, but not to become the Blue Star captain, but to let mankind win the final victory and end this cruel competition of civilizations. Taking his eyes away from Mu Zhong's face, Wei Huan glanced at the world channel that appeared on the projection screen. They were all discussing their battle with diamond-level monsters. This is indeed a good opportunity to announce the new forces and make a strong debut. Now, what they lack is a real record of killing a diamond-level monster. Looking at the map again, after being scanned by the AI housekeeper, the outline of the diamond-level monster was depicted. The huge nest that stretches for 30 miles has been cleared and riddled with holes. After losing the spiritual erosion of the illusion, although the monster itself is equally powerful, it is still devoured by them to the current level. The area of destruction has reached 80%, and theoretically it should be on the verge of death, but I always feel that I haven't really killed the origin of this diamond monster yet. I plan to go another 100 miles forward. Wei Huan said to Mu Zhong. Mu nodded. Yes, if we don't find the core, we will never be able to kill it. Wait for half a day, then set off. Are you waiting for more people to come? Yes, sign a few more cars. The big country's fleet is very disciplined, and it is impossible to sign a contract. Then we have to spread the news through their mouths. Yes, small countries are more independent but more selfish, and big countries have more conditions, but if we can win trust, any country joining will be a great force. It's not easy for big countries to join. First, use benefits to accumulate strength. Once we advance to the 6th level world, these forces will be divided, and the 7th level world will be truly used by us. There is a long way to go. Mu nodded, and finally looked at Wei Huan with bright eyes, but I have confidence that I can succeed. Chapter 204. The two used private chat, and their voices could not be transmitted to other people's ears. Without the influence of others, their conversation was direct and pointed to the core of their interests, and they did not hide their covetousness. But it was precisely such a concise conversation that made their goals consistent and extremely clear. About 2 hours later, the second chariot appeared on the radar. The radar scanning distance of Wei Huan's chariot was 10 kilometers longer than that of the highest AI, so it was also very easy to avoid the battle at this time. But as they had agreed at the beginning, this diamond battle was their gift to the power stage, and they were not afraid of anyone watching. If they were not worried that the true face of the survivors would be exposed and affect their layout of Asham, they would have no problem broadcasting the whole process live. Now, they need these pairs of outsiders' eyes to pass on part of the truth they see. Now that these people appear, what can be seen are the earthworm-like roots, and a small number of unusually brave and active kelp buds. As for the illusion attack, it is already difficult to see clues at the edge. After driving another 10 kilometers, the new chariot found traces of Wei Huan and his men's battle. As soon as the signals from both sides were connected, the other party stated its identity and position. A chariot from the Great Bear Country. A chariot from a great country cannot act alone, nor will it sign any contract with any unofficial forces, but Mu Zhong still threw the proposed temporary alliance conditions to the other party at the first opportunity. The captain of the Great Bear Country read every word of the alliance, and finally said cautiously, "Can this alliance condition be sent back to the pioneering team?" "Of course." Mu Zhong nodded. "Does the covenant have any restrictions on the conditions for joining?" "Yes." Mu Zhong smiled. "The fleets of Bang Country and Mulberry Country are not within the scope of the covenant. In addition, You also know that this is a privately initiated alliance, so there are some countries that want to join with more stringent conditions. The captain of the Big Bear country raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. He obviously knew which countries had more stringent conditions. Next, the pioneering vehicles of Tula country, Fence country, etc. appeared one after another. The chariots of Osum were the most, and 4 came in the next half day. Mu Zhong met with the captain of each chariot through video. Except for the chariot of Osum, the other chariots also issued an identical temporary covenant, and they did not care that they all chose to watch and asked to send the covenant conditions back to the headquarters of the pioneering army. Until half a day was almost over, another tank from a small country in the Middle East finally appeared. Just like the Captain Chiu-in, it was hard to refuse the huge benefits of cooperating with Wei Huan, so he chose to sign the contract on the spot and join the battle with the last few kelp sprouts. Osum's team found something unusual. Why? They asked the tank captain of the small Middle Eastern country, why did he allow you to join the battle? The tank captain of the small Middle Eastern country threw him a copy of the temporary covenant. When Osum's captain saw it, he cursed on the spot. The key point is that when he asked several other big country teams, they all said that they had obtained the contract and were considering it. Was Lachuen excluded? This is the first time that they don't play with Osum in such a world event. Wei Huan, you have guts, but it's obviously not the time to get angry now. Because as the bodies of diamond monsters are getting smaller and smaller, the intensity of the battle is also decreasing. It's not wise to provoke Wei Huan at this time. Wei Huan, who has freed his hands, might be able to kill them. Wei Huan, who can fight diamond-level monsters, is no longer in the same league as them. Osum's captain could only choose to remain silent in frustration. It's just that the feeling in his heart is indescribable. In the past, Osum liked to engage in joint sanctions the most, and they never did anything wrong. But now, as the party that was obviously excluded, they know that this feeling is too uncomfortable. As the last 2 huge kelp buds fell down, no trace of the monster could be seen by the naked eye or AI scanning. Did you finish it? Killed it right away? Are you sure it's a diamond monster? I always feel that its fighting power is not that strong. This battle has been going on for who knows how long. We came here too late and didn't see any of the previous means. What a pity, such important intelligence was hardly collected. The onlookers also formed a watching group. As a fleet of a big country, the premise of sufficient treatment is that the constraints are also very strong. Even if this kind of private organization is tempting, they dare not waver in the slightest. They can only watch this battle from a distance, which is not as fierce as imagined. The diamond-level monster is indeed brave. When it launches its power, it is like a tsunami. The challenger's personal ability alone cannot cope with it. He can only rely on the tank to deal with it, and suppress it with long-range firepower. But no matter how fierce the battle is, as long as the level 5 chariot can deal with it, the level of the monster is not in line with the strength of the diamond-level monster, so they have not collected any truly effective intelligence until now. It is also unimaginable that the survivors of the level 5 world are marine plants that mainly rely on illusion attacks. Fraud survivors that can use powerful mental attacks, and high thinking to continue deceiving even when grass seeds fall off. Hey, why are they gone? Just as the onlookers were talking about it, someone immediately discovered that a chariot had left, and then all the chariots participating in the battle, including the chariots of the 2 small countries that joined later, also left in the same direction. Is the battle over? Just like that? A diamond-level monster can't be killed so easily, right? Look, Wei Huan hasn't left yet. Ah, he's gone. The person who was just talking about Wei Huan's chariot leaving immediately discovered that Wei Huan's chariot was also driving in the same direction. The captains of several countries looked at each other in bewilderment, and they were hesitant to say anything about the battle ending that did not match the expected earth-shattering battle. Finally, one of the captains said, "Let's go and take a look." Some agreed, while others hesitated. Would it be presumptuous? Presumptuous? The captain of Osum raised his voice. Is it hard for me to describe the words you used? No matter how strong Wei Huan is, he is still a person, and no matter how strong Yin country is, it is just a country. Just take a look. As for presumptuous? However, except for the other captains of Osum who responded to this sentence, the captains of other countries chose to remain silent. They didn't want to argue with the lemon essence of Osum, and maybe they would light the barrel of explosives, but at the same time, they were more afraid of Wei Huan who could fight diamond-level monsters. They didn't even dare to open the gold treasure chest, so what qualifications did they have to challenge Wei Huan who could beat the diamond treasure chest? Follow from a distance. They didn't drive us away, so we should be able to watch. The captain of the fence country said this on behalf of everyone. The captains who were not from Osum all showed expressions of agreement. Under the iron fist, it is not shameful to be timid. If you, Osum, are really as brave as you say, just go by yourself. You said so high-soundingly, but you are encouraging them to run into the gun muzzle, a group of scheming dogs. Several captains seemed to be ready to start another small group. After a glance, they made up their minds and drove away at lightning speed. Several captains of Osum were left behind, and they followed with ugly faces. For fear of angering Wei Huan, they didn't dare to follow too closely, and the speed was not fast. After driving for more than 10 minutes, at a distance of 100 kilometers, they saw the trace of Wei Huan's tank again on the edge of the radar. Just before getting close, a strange energy suddenly surged in front of us. What is that? A car captain asked nervously. I saw a scarlet light surging from the horizon where the sea and the sky meet. It was so fast that it was in front of me the next second I saw it. The red light came in front of me, and then swept across my body. My brain suddenly felt a sharp pain, and then all kinds of messy pictures appeared in my mind. There was a scene of mermaids leisurely swimming in the underwater city, elegant and peaceful. There was a scene of human chariots galloping, killing, boiling, and bloody battles. There was a scene of hideous and terrifying undead armies, all over the mountains and plains, crushing down. There were also strange monsters with bodies that were either iron blue, blood red, or pale, fighting frantically, with twisted and excited hideous faces. There were many more that had never been seen before, fragments that were like photos, stuffed into the brain like a duck. The fragments were angular, like a blade cutting the brain, and someone screamed on the spot, collapsed to the ground, hugging his head. The red light swept over, and most people were attacked by a high-level soul attack. In severe cases, they even bled from all 7 orifices and fainted directly. But there were also a very small number of people who didn't seem to feel much. After a moment of stun, the violent force passed, but after a moment of confusion, their eyes were deep in something more. Wei Huan didn't expect that the real core of the diamond-level monster fished by using the treasure chest mechanism of the challenge world would look like this. The core of the diamond monster that was transmitted lacked the crushing feeling of excessive power, but the palpitating power did not decrease at all. Until the broken roots and broken seaweed wrapped in a ball of objects about the size of a bus suddenly appeared in the air, right in front of the vehicle. Before Wei Huan could take a closer look at what was wrapped in the middle, the broken seaweed and roots turned into thousands of arrows at the same time, and rushed towards Wei Huan with a desperate momentum. With its intelligence, it should want to run. Unfortunately, the challenge world will not give any failed civilization the opportunity to choose freely. When it was left with only a broken body, and was dug out from the deep mud again, it knew that life and death depended on this move, so it had to use all its abilities at the same time. Either you die or I die. Squeak. The piercing buzzing sound, and the attack of broken beards and leaves arrived at the same time. When the huge plant trunk whipped the body of the point beast, the spiritual attack also came along. Wei Huan felt that his eyes went dark for a moment, and his head seemed to be stabbed by something. And the spiritual attack was not only aimed at him, but everyone in the car was attacked at the same time. Right in front of Wei Huan, everyone in the cab trembled and their faces turned pale. But everyone was not panicked. Isn't it normal for a spiritual monster to have a spiritual attack in its last attack? Everyone expected this move. Wei Huan came to his senses the next second and ordered, "Don't stop. Attack. Hit it." A series of brilliant lights appeared from the top of the war platform, together with the artillery fire of the level 5 tank, directly reaching the core of the flashing scarlet light. The ghost crow descended again, with the last remaining netherfire bomb. The heavy attack attacked it like a meteor, igniting a group of ashes and sparks. Boom! Boom! The last roots and leaves were blown up and torn apart, revealing an indescribable mass of flesh, with red roots entangled and intertwined on it, pulsating like blood vessels, and the flesh rose and fell rapidly, as if alive. When Wei Huan saw this mass of flesh, his head hurt even more. It was as if countless bees and birds were screaming madly in his ears, as if a loudspeaker was playing passionate music, and a giant was holding a hammer and hitting his skull. The terrible mental attack was continuous and stronger. It was the last moment of the desperate struggle. Go! Wei Huan's eyes were bloodshot, and he ordered the AI butler to control the vehicle, and rushed straight towards the meatball as if committing suicide. The 6th level protective shield hit the meatball first. The force of the collision made the meatball deeply dented, as if it was hit hard by a blunt instrument, and the blood vessel-like roots burst puff-puff, like a thick fog of blood-red liquid splashing. Then the 6th level protective shield could not withstand the attack of the diamond level monster and broke first, but at the same time as it broke, a new force condensed. It was the power of defense and counterattack. It was also Wei Huan's most lethal move at present. It was activated just like that. Crack! The thick purple electric current jumped out like a blue dragon, roaring and biting heavily on the meatball. Everyone felt that their eyes were bright, and they could not see anything in the whiteness, but outside the light, a silent and shrill whine came. Then, blood covered the whole place, and endless broken images appeared in everyone's head. It was painful. The process of stuffing it into your brain, regardless of whether you can bear it or not, just stuffed it in all at once. Cousin Mu was the first one who couldn't bear it, and he fell to the ground with his eyes rolled back, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and stopped moving. Although Lin Su and Zhou Yong were a little stronger, they were limited, and they fell unconscious on the ground. Even Captain Shui, who was already a 5th level martial king, knelt on the ground. Dou Lin, although only 6 years old, just held his head and screamed twice, and then stopped screaming. Wei Huan looked around and found that he was the one in the best condition. The next one is Mu Zhong. Why? Because the spiritual power is high enough, so it has a certain resistance to mental attacks? Wei Huan didn't have time to think about it, barely propped himself up, and opened his eyes to see the situation outside the car. At the same time, he reignited the left eye of the green flame, and also grasped the battle situation from more perspectives through the Lord of the Magic Eye. I saw that the meatball that was hit by the protective shield and struck by lightning had a huge hole in the middle. It was like a rapid decay that was accelerated 1,000 times. The middle of the broken meatball began to turn red and black, and then fell down like a sticky wax. The few remaining broken leaves quickly turned black and rolled up, withered and turned into ashes. Until the end, the corrupted meatball quickly weathered, and was swept away by the sea breeze in front of his eyes. Did he kill it? Mu Zhong pressed his head, and asked Wei Huan nervously. Wei Huan's attention was pulled back, and he saw Mu Zhong think of something after asking, and then turned to look at the supplies in the warehouse, and then said in surprise, "Untied. Killed it." Did it really kill it? At this moment, Wei Huan hesitated for a moment. This battle was not easy at all, and it lasted for nearly 2 days. He was almost deceived countless times. It was difficult for him to completely believe the result directly in front of him. However, when he saw Emoji, who was too bored to sleep, like a living being tied up, with a peaceful and tranquil face, the feeling of finding the anchor point became clear. "Yes, it's true." Wei Huan said this at last. When he finished speaking, his eyes finally burst into excitement. This time, without any help from foresight, he killed the diamond-level monster in the current world. No matter how the process twisted and bumpy. No matter whether the lengthy battle made people feel bored and dull. But the final result was that he defeated the diamond-level monster, and he mastered the only channel to upgrade from the 5th level world to the 6th level world. Soon, he had a 6th level vehicle. Oh, and there was also a professional training ground for criminals. Su Qingqiang, Wei Huan, who thought of this, suddenly came back to his senses, and without caring about the celebration of victory, immediately issued an order: let all those who can move, treat the injured and unconscious crew members. In addition, I want to know the situation of Su Qingqiang. The AI housekeeper perfectly executed Wei Huan's order, and sorted out the casualties in the car in a short time. "Captain, there are 8 unconscious crew members, 7 seriously injured, and the other 31 people have different mental injuries. Not counting Wei Huan, there are a total of 46 main combat personnel left in the car, and almost everyone is injured." Wei Huan was very lucky. After confirming that the diamond-level monster was the survivor of a mental attack, he decisively transferred the logistics personnel on the car to the rear vehicle, otherwise the casualties would be more than this number. The AI housekeeper continued, "Team Zhou found Su Qingqiang floating on the sea and unconscious 3 minutes ago, and has completed the rescue. No one died. Su Qingqiang was also rescued." When the most concerned answers were all obtained, Wei Huan had time to shift his attention back to this difficult victory. The lock status of the diamond treasure chest level supplies has disappeared. Nothing can better explain the fact that the treasure chest monster is confirmed to be completely dead than this change. The diamond-level spiritual power necklace is his. The glasses show that this necklace not only increases a lot of spiritual power, but also increases the spiritual power recovery speed by 20%. For Wei Huan, who follows the summoning style, the spiritual power recovery speed just meets his needs. Eternal Gold Stone is the material for upgrading level 7 and level 8 chariots. Because they have not reached the world level, the mall has not been open for sale, but the points must be so high that it is unbearable. But he now has more than 10 of this material. Wei Huan opened a lot of high-level treasure chests along the way. With the accumulation of these materials, the speed of upgrading high-level vehicles must be much faster than other vehicles. He has already caught up, but soon, he will use these advantages to achieve comprehensive superiority. C-Core Pearl is the core material of the level 6 vehicle. He now has the whole vehicle blueprint, the upgrade materials are all collected, and now he has the core material. As long as all parts are upgraded to level 6, he can immediately upgrade the whole vehicle to level 6. Now the only parts that can be upgraded to level 6 are shock absorber, tire, headlight, exterior protection cover, and there are still 10 parts to upgrade the whole car. But it doesn't matter. Let's not talk about whether the Azure Dragon Legion will fully help him upgrade the level 6 car. The only one who can kill him is Mafati, who will chase him through the advanced ruins after accidentally driving to the advanced ruins. So as long as he avoids the advanced ruins, he can basically walk sideways in this world. It's just a matter of time to upgrade the whole car to level 6. Finally, there are a lot of advanced materials, advanced drawings, and an item that Wei Huan has never heard of, Deception Orb. Thinking that the descendants of this world are monsters of mental attack and have strong illusion abilities, I think this thing is also related to illusion. Wei Huan didn't have time to look at it for the time being, so he just took out the diamond-level spiritual power necklace and put it on directly. He urgently needed to quickly recover his combat power. There were too many chariots watching, and it was hard to say whether there would be any accidents. He had a fear of insufficient firepower. He felt insecure if he couldn't suppress and beat those chariots. Then, Wei Huan looked at the front again. The rescue work of the crew was carried out in an orderly manner under the leadership of Mu Zhong. Those who were unconscious due to mental attacks were all people with too low sequence levels and had never practiced spiritual power. Mu's cousin, Lin Su and Zhou Yong were the most seriously ill, and their lives and deaths were unknown at present. Mu Zhong, who came back from the square, saw that Wei Huan had finished his work, so he walked up to him, paused for a moment, and said, "The memory fragments of this monster before its death are a huge lethal attack to people with insufficient spiritual power, but for you, it should be a rare opportunity to understand a higher civilization. Those monsters that do not exist in our memory may be the remnants of the 6th level world, or the remnants of a higher civilization." After a pause, Mu Zhong said, "Of course, it is also possible that they are the winners of that civilization war, but if this challenge is just a screening process, then we may meet sooner or later in the future." Wei Huan closed his eyes and checked the things in his mind as Mu Zhong expected. The powerful spiritual power allowed his brain to hold too many scenes that he had never experienced. These scenes were like scattered videos that might last for a few seconds, a few minutes, or even a few hours. From these videos, he saw a group of mechanical lives from their advent to death, trapped in the illusion created by this diamond-level monster, and finally transformed into nutrients to be nourished. He also saw some elemental spirits without bodies, who also encountered the same thing. They were deceived by the illusion, and simply thought they had found a homeland suitable for elemental habitation, but in the end, they turned into pure energy, and were swallowed up. He saw this diamond-level monster, sometimes deceiving 3 or 5 alien civilizations, sometimes deceiving hundreds or thousands, but no matter what the opponent's original strength was, under its powerful ability to peek into the heart, it became the loser of the civilization war. In other words, before this diamond-level monster met humans, it was released from the treasure chest more than once, and each time it successfully killed the enemy who opened the treasure chest. It is not a world boss, and it is unknown whether these civilizations have successfully learned from it and avoided pitfalls. Its memories are one by one, and it is always released to kill the enemy, and then sealed up again. But these memories did greatly open up Wei Huan's pattern. He didn't expect that there are really so many civilizations, and so many alien lives in this world, and they once came to the 5th level world. Wei Huan wanted to look forward until he found the longest memory. It was a memory with a strong breath of terror, and it could sense the fear of this diamond-level monster. He knew what Mu Zhong wanted him to see. These monsters seemed to be terribly strong, like demons. They were definitely not hive life, but individuals with very strong strength like humans. There were very few of them, less than 10. Some had big bellies with blue skin, some had tall and thin skeletons with red skin, some had masked faces with white skin, and there were many more whose faces could not be seen clearly. They stood tall and straight, but each of them seemed to have the power of a god, turning their hands to clouds and rain, so terrifying. Through the memorizer, Wei Huan felt only boundless terror. So, are these guys the creators of this world? Or are they the civilization that once defeated all the plants in the sea, Wei Huan wanted to take a closer look, but was awakened by Mu Zhong, who came hurriedly. Mu Zhong, slightly pale, and ugly face showed a little more joy, and he said, "Brother Chang is awake, and he has brought him back to the professional training ground for criminals. It's done." Chapter 205. There are 12 professions in the challenge world. Among them, there are 3 dark series: Gravekeeper Sequence, Sleepless Sequence, and Criminal Sequence. Gravekeeper Sequence had never appeared before Wei Huan was reborn. Now it seems that he needs to be resurrected from the dead to master the power of the underworld. Except for Wei Huan, no one can be resurrected from the dead. The professional training ground of this sequence is the Undead Ranch, which is also the core of Wei Huan's undead army, which is not only large in quantity, but also high in quality. Sleepless Sequence is also called the Dark Mage Sequence, or the Witch Sequence. Agris Frankling of Asham is not only one of the top 3 strongest people in the world, but also the strongest person in this sequence, and controls the professional training ground of this sequence, Heart of Darkness. Although the number of people awakening in this sequence is not large, there can be hundreds of people awakening in each session. As a dark mage, they are naturally not affected by the invasion of dark energy, and usually develop well from the beginning. Another reason is that there is the Heart of Darkness. If you ask for Agris, you can be strengthened, so it is much stronger than some professions without professional training grounds, and is very popular with major forces and officials. In comparison, Criminal Sequence is the most pitiful. Not only is it the most awakened profession in the dark system, it is also the only profession that the official refuses to accept. This profession starts from Sequence 2, which is Madman Twisted Violent. Each one is more unruly than the other. Once they enter the combat state, they can't distinguish between friend and foe. For the official who fights in legions, this kind of unstable factor is absolutely not allowed to exist. Even the criminals who eventually drifted to private forces are mostly lone rangers. This also led to the fact that the Criminal Sequence would either never return to the challenge world and be content to be an ordinary person, or become a powerful lone wolf. According to analysis, the reason why humans have always been at a disadvantage in the civilization competition with dark beasts. In addition to the internal disharmony of humans, the most important reason is that 12 corners are missing one corner. The criminals who can fight and carry melee ability are absent from all the pioneers' crusades against the ruins, resulting in slow development progress, and naturally slower development than dark beasts. The official has long known the problem, but facing the criminals, who go crazy and kill even their own people, it is really impossible to organize them into an army, which has led to this important combat force being unable to be activated. There are still many people who awaken in the Criminal Sequence. More than 2 million people enter the challenge world every year, and about 50,000 people awaken in the Criminal Sequence, and the survival rate of the primary assessment road is higher than 95%. In the 7 years since the challenge world, more than 300,000 criminal professions have awakened, but none of them can become an effective force. Who would not regret it? Now, Wei Huan took the risk to open the diamond treasure chest and arranged Su Qingqiang to open the box. All the considerations in this process always followed his original intention since his rebirth. Humanity must win, and from his rebirth to now, he really felt that he really relied on his own strength to pry open the future direction that was destined. Let's go! Wei Huan took one last look at the battle scene that had ended and confirmed that the battle was really over. As the meatball melted, not only the broken whiskers and leaves that wrapped it turned black and gray, but also the red roots that were still vigorous because of the battle and twisted on the sea surface like red earthworms, now turned into ashes. Completely killed by weakness, even with the regeneration characteristics of plants, I am afraid that it will not be able to revive. After confirming that he did not leave hidden dangers to this world, Wei Huan issued an order to go back to see Su Qingqiang and the professional training grounds he brought back. In addition to what Su Qingqiang brought back, humans now control 5 professional training grounds, and the dome in Do Lin's hand that is suspected to be a professional training ground. In addition, Wei Huan did not forget that in the last life, the Druid professional training ground natural forest fell into the hands of Yin country, but did not play a role. The training grounds for 12 professions are also gradually perfected. On the way back, Wei Huan thought of these, and at the same time saw the chariots of the pioneering teams from various countries, who hurried to watch but did not dare to approach easily. He did have some unspeakable pride in his heart. Unknowingly, he has grown to this level. He was a little proud for a while, and during this period, Wei Huan also looked at the World Channel with interest. The World Channel was still talking about their killing of the diamond treasure chest monster. Most of the voices came from the pioneering teams of various countries. In fact, they were also testing each other. They asked Wei Huan about the combat skills of this monster, and what price would be required to let Wei Huan help open the high-level treasure chest. Another topic that was mentioned most often was about the level 6 tank. We have been stuck in upgrading the level 5 world for 3 years. Now it has only been half a year, right? Are we going to the level 6 world? We haven't even taken the level 5 world. Going to the level 6 world is just asking for trouble. But the channel for upgrading is already in our hands, so there is no rush. It always feels like a dream. We humans will have a level 6 tank? When the level 6 tank reaches the battlefield, won't it torture those beasts to death? Yes, you don't have to rush to the level 6 world, but the emergence of level 6 vehicles and level 6 professions will change the situation on the battlefield. The horn of counterattack has been sounded, and my blood is boiling. Well done, Wei Huan. Thank you, Wei Huan. Humanity is finally standing up. Although the pioneers of various countries are either quarreling or on the way to quarrel every day due to complex diplomatic issues, and no one is willing to give in. But the hatred for the dark beasts and the desire for human victory are completely consistent. So in the face of Wei Huan's success again, the voices in the World Channel are rarely unified, all praising and eulogizing Wei Huan. No one doesn't like to be praised, even Wei Huan, who has lived a new life, is no exception. Killing such a big thing in the current world's diamond-level monster, Wei Huan also thinks he is really good. After a little relaxation, Wei Huan reorganized his emotions and quickly sorted out his troops. Su Luoma is in a semi-disabled state again. Mainly, before recruiting the two-headed hidden demon, the Zayuroma, who can fight and carry, is the only main combat force in Wei Huan's hands. At the critical moment of the battle, it is inevitable to use a set of bloodthirsty blessing, which also caused 14,000 of the 22,000 Zayuroma army to enter a 26-day weakness period, because Mu Zhong became the shaman high priest and reduced the weakness penalty time. In addition, the remaining 8,000 Zayuroma almost all entered a 24-hour attribute blessing weakness period. 35,000 Benling, all of them are attribute blessing weakness, and they can recover after 24 hours. However, the 5th and 6th level worlds are underwater worlds, not the main battlefields of Benling. Wei Huan estimates that he will have a long period of time to stop recruiting Benling. The same is true for the zombie violent bear, which is not particularly suitable for the underwater world. Wei Huan plans to only train the violent bear to elites in the future. The big bear has been an epic hero for some time, and it can be felt that it will soon become a legendary hero. The attributes of a legendary hero increase by 30 times. At that time, even a tank cannot resist it. With another set of buffs, it may become the first tank of the human race. In addition, the Magic Eye Lord, Ghost Crow, Dog-Headed Man and Flying Monkey are not very suitable for these two worlds, and they are also mainly elite. The Crypt Beast shines in this world. Especially after the Point Beast becomes a hero, the Crypt Beast has a strong underwater combat capability. Even the lowest level soldiers such as the Face Hugger are almost catching up with the Running Wolf in underwater combat capabilities. Not to mention that resurrecting and training the Face Hugger do not consume Wei Huan's dark power, and the Point Beast is completely self-sufficient. Wei Huan made up his mind that he would focus on cultivating the Crypt Beasts in these two worlds. If he could cultivate the Point Beast to the epic level, even the Crypt Beast arsenal could be mass-produced, which would be amazing. Finally, there is the inventory of Hellfire Bombs, 0. Hellfire Bombs, no matter how many are stored, they are not enough. They can be taken away in one wave. Who wants to slowly grind the bloodline? It's time to start storing again. Now there are 3 super energy storage tanks, plus Wei Huan's own hell power. 20 Hellfire Bombs can be made every day. However, the hell power has to be reserved for recruiting troops, and only 6 Hellfire Bombs can be made every day by relying on energy tanks. I heard that the energy tanks collected by Commander Mu have already made some progress. I don't know how many I can get in return after trading with various countries. After sorting out his current combat power, Wei Huan also had a headache. With a combat power of 20%, if something unexpected really happened during this period, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the newly acquired diamond-level necklace was very powerful, with a 20% recovery speed of dark power, so that Wei Huan's dark power was restored to half in a short period of time. He took out 2/3 of his dark power, and continued to recruit the mother of the Crypt Beast to feed the Point Beast. The soul fire of the Point Beast that ate the mother of the Crypt Beast was faintly brighter, which showed that feeding the mother of the Crypt Beast helped to speed up the advancement of the Point Beast to become an epic hero. At the current stage, either the Point Beast becomes an epic hero, or he can recruit a large number of two-headed hidden demons, otherwise it will be difficult to significantly improve the combat power. After clarifying his own training direction again, Wei Huan roughly finished reorganizing the army of undead before opening his eyes again. The chariot carrying Su Qingqiang happened to appear on the edge of the radar map. Wei Huan sat up slightly with expectation. What would the professional training ground for criminals be? Endless prison? Su Qingqiang returned to the chariot with a pale face, and was sent back to the room by Mu Zhong. Wei Huan took the elevator directly from the cab to meet Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang's gluttony ability with his blood recovery knife was very strong. Every time he fought, he either ate until his face was red, or he ate until he was full and unconscious. Wei Huan hadn't seen him malnourished for a long time. Su Qingqiang lay slumped on the bed, his cheeks sunken, his eyes dark, his whole body seemed to be dehydrated, and he had lost several circles of weight. The first thing Wei Huan did when he saw him was to open the portal and release shawarma for him to eat. Su Qingqiang was not polite either. He looked starving just now, but he dodged and rode on the back of Zayulyama, opened his big mouth that was split behind his ears, and bit him. He ate with relish. Zayulyama was a walking corpse, and under his tattered skin were pieces of rotten meat and black and smelly blood. Su Qingqiang ate with relish as if he had seen a delicious meal. Even though Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had seen it many times, they were still not used to the scene. They turned around and left, leaving Su Qingqiang room to eat. Listening to the sound of chewing bones in the room, Wei Huan said calmly, "Endless prison. What kind of professional training ground is it?" Mu Zhong said, "It's not clear in the video, and Brother Chong was not in good condition at the time. I only know that it's like a construction-type professional training ground." Wei Huan looked puzzled. Mu Zhong said, "It's similar to a portable space, but it's like a prison with no visible top. Brother Chong's intention is to put creatures in the prison. Different creatures will have different characteristics. Not only can they greatly improve the combat and defense of criminals as their levels increase, but they can also set up mental anchors in the prison, so they won't go crazy so easily." Wei Huan listened quietly, thought for a while, and then said, "So? The criminal became the warden?" The crunching sound of gnawing bones behind him was still ringing, and Wei Huan seemed to speak frankly. "A bizarre professional training ground. I didn't expect it to be like this." Finally, he looked at Mu Zhong and asked, "What else do you know?" Mu Zhong shook his head. "Brother Chong is in a very bad state, so I didn't ask more. Anyway, I knew it soon. I'm afraid it will take some time." Wei Huan said, "I ate 3 shawarmas in one breath, so I need to sleep for a while." Mu Zhong was not in a hurry when he heard it, but just smiled and said, "It seems that Brother Chong has worked very hard this time." As he spoke, the chewing sound in the room completely disappeared, and in less than 3 seconds, the snoring sounded. The two people outside the door smiled at each other, called the housekeeper to take care of Su Qingqiang, and went downstairs. It's not that they are not curious about the professional training ground of the criminal sequence, and what the so-called endless prison is. But before that, Su Qingqiang was their good comrade and good friend who lived and died together. No matter how big the matter was, they had to wait until he recovered. Moreover, there was nothing that he had to do at the moment, but Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were so busy that they couldn't stop. After going downstairs, Wei Huan saw the old professors, old academicians, and the bureau elders, who were set back one after another in the square. These experts and scholars, all over 60 years old, knew that challenging the world was dangerous, but they still chose to come in and live and die with Wei Huan, of course, because challenging the world was closely related to reality. Intelligence gathered through oral narration or indirect communication is always not as clear as personal participation, and it is easier to get closer to the truth. Especially with the leadership training of Wei Huan by the bureau elders, they always need to be close to him to give some pointers. Wei Huan realized that the monster this time was a mental attack, and knew that the level 5 tank could not defend against mental attack damage, so he immediately transferred the non-combatants in the car. At this moment, he was very glad for his decision. Just a minute ago, he received intelligence that the vehicles watching the battle were all hit by the mental shock of the diamond-level monster before it died. The low-sequence non-combatants on the chariots were all severely damaged, and there were more or less deaths on each chariot. This made it even more obvious that Wei Huan had prepared for a rainy day and protected this group of national treasures. However, when he thought of his cousin Mu, he lost his happy mood. "Old Bureau, please go back to your room to rest first. Minister Mu and the others are still unconscious. I go and see them." Wei Huan greeted Old Bureau and left in a hurry. Old Bureau watched Wei Huan's back disappear before he and his companions took the elevator upstairs. In the elevator, one of the companions said, "After this battle, Wei Huan's prestige has been further consolidated. I have indeed seen hope in him." Another person said, and they also seize the opportunity to use the temporary alliance to reveal their plans. The next step is to move forward steadily. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Old Bureau nodded, very satisfied. The right time and right place is just a display of strength. But in the eyes of these old people, harmony among people is the key. No matter who it is today, even if Fan William has the strength of Wei Huan, he probably wouldn't dare to take the step and make a temporary alliance. This is simply the rhythm of establishing a small country under a big country. But Wei Huan first had the full support of Commander Mu, and then conquered Commander Chai to be on the same front with him. In addition, the materials he initially gave to Commander Dong Chujian of the Suzaku Corps made him feel more favorable. Finally, with the support of these old people who are very important in the academic world. Perhaps Wei Huan didn't have such a profound thinking in any step he took at the beginning, but it did form a huge momentum for him now. Wei Huan called for the alliance in his personal name, and this thing is likely to succeed. It must be said that God is really on his side. Thinking of this, the old man stepped out of the elevator and stopped, looking at the old men behind him who were important in various fields and said, Wei Huan's plan, I hope you can do your best to promote it. The hope of mankind may be here. What the old man said is right. I will do my best. I know, the old man. Don't worry, the old man. This is a serious matter. We will do our best. When Wei Huan went to see his cousin Mu, who was unconscious due to mental shock, he didn't think that in this moment another important weight fell on his side. Just like he did at the beginning, he simply felt that he still had the strength to send the researchers to the most advanced world, which could further increase the speed of human civilization. This is probably the realism of unintentional planting of willows, and willows growing into shades. Only the cousin Mu of Sequence 3 was here, and he was the most seriously injured. The 3 divine healers in the car, and an angel were all here for consultation. When Wei Huan passed by, the angel was taking his hand off cousin Mu's forehead. Captain. Seeing Wei Huan coming, the angel stood up and greeted him. This was a male angel, a talent sent by the Xuanwu Corps. Wei Huan arranged for him to join the team and get a promotion potion, which also allowed him to have a Sequence 5 angel in the chariot. Fortunately, this move allowed the car to have a healer who could treat mental injuries. How is it? Wei Huan asked the angel. The angel said, the spiritual world was impacted, and I have deleted most of the external energy. The rest just needs to rest and recuperate. However, Minister Mu's spiritual world was seriously injured this time. If it cannot be completely healed, it may leave hidden dangers and greatly reduce his energy from now on. But in the same way, if he can recover, his spiritual world will be more vast than others, and his spirit will be several times richer than ordinary people. After listening to this, Wei Huan's first thought was that cousin Mu is worthy of being the old workhorse chosen by God. His spirit is several times richer than others. Doesn't it mean that he can work more hours? Even the injury was treated in such a unique way. What can be done to cure his mental trauma? Wei Huan asked. The angel said, life angels can not only regenerate broken limbs, but also have a strong ability to recover from mental trauma. Got it. Wei Huan nodded. He had already obtained the core materials of the 6th level vehicle. It would not be difficult to obtain materials for sequence advancement. It would not be long before the Angel of Life appeared. Then Wei Huan asked Mu cousin about the possible situations that might occur during the period when he was not cured. After confirming that he would only have a headache and be sleepy, and would not be in danger of life, he was completely relieved. Both Mu cousin and Mu Zhong were waiting for the Angel of Life. This plan had been on his target column for a long time, and it was only a matter of time before it was completed. Then Wei Huan went to see Lin Su, Zhou Yong, Ding Qi and others. They were all old team members, who joined the chariot in the low-level world. Although they could not keep up with his speed of developing the world now, the capacity of the chariot was so large that he did not mind waiting for them to grow up. It was just that the more powerful the world monsters became, the greater the threat to them. They had to upgrade the chariot to sequence 6 as soon as possible to protect them. As for the idea that they were burdens, Wei Huan had never thought of it. They are all old people who have followed along the way. They are completely trustworthy and belong to Wei Huan's unique team. Cultivating their own team to become stronger and become the real core is what a force needs to do. Let's not talk about other things for now. Let's talk about Ding Qi, who has special talents and has made further progress because of the Beast Pin. Although he is only Sequence 4 now, his combat power has reached the level of Sequence 5 mid-level. As long as he is willing to cultivate, even ordinary challengers will become strong people who suppress one side. He has this confidence. Zhou Yong and Lin Su are in a better situation than cousin Mu. The main reason is that cousin Mu is devoted to logistics and his sequence progress has fallen behind them. Lin Su and Zhou Yong are in Wei Huan's car. They are knowledgeable and have participated in a lot of battles to accumulate experience. In addition, with Commander Mu's application, they can also jump the queue to enter the battle tower for training, and their strength is far beyond that of the same level. Most importantly, the environment creates temperament. The unruly temperament on them has long gone. They are all young officers with upright postures when they stand forward. After visiting the wounded, Wei Huan called Captain Shui and Mu Zirwei over. They were the two captains of the melee and ranged teams on the chariot. After the battle, they naturally had to review the situation. In addition, during the review process, Wei Huan discovered that the two people who were also attacked by the diamond-level monster before death, although they withstood the attack and had a large amount of foreign memories in their minds, were different from him in that they all existed in the form of broken photos in their minds, which were fragmented and unsystematic, and completely different from the memory segments he and Mu Zhong received. Mu Zirwei was much better than Captain Shui, and there were still some memory fragments of 3 to 5 seconds, which was obviously due to the difference in their spiritual power. Wei Huan, who already has 4,500 spiritual power, is much stronger than Mu Zirwei, who barely has 1,000. Even Mu Zhong now has 2,100 spiritual power. Therefore, they also received more complete information. So you also saw those huge creatures, right? Wei Huan looked at the two people. Speaking of huge creatures, the two people in front of him subconsciously searched for external memories in their minds, and then their faces changed and their bodies shook. Even Captain Shui couldn't help shaking, and Mu Zirwei was like a sieve. Are they gods? I seem to see divine rings behind their heads. Mu Zirwei asked with gritted teeth. Captain Shui shook his head. My memory is too fragmented, I can't see their appearance clearly, but I feel great terror and despair for my memory. Mu Zhong was also forcing himself to recall. When he opened his eyes again, his lips were a little pale, but his expression was still stable. He said, if it is an opponent, it is hard to imagine how humans will deal with such an extremely powerful individual. Faced with the various questions he had thought about at the beginning, Wei Huan thought of another possibility at this moment. No, they may not be born as gods. I am more inclined to another possibility. After saying that, he looked at several people and said, do you still remember the killer of the Dark Beast King family? That boundless and huge dragon body Dharma. Chapter 206. In fact, when it comes to the killer moves of the Dark Beast clan, Wei Huan wants to say that after reaching Sequence 6, some Sequence professions can perform some big moves. The wise man Sequence 6 Divine Domain Mage can descend to the Divine Domain that suits his strength. Once the Divine Domain unfolds, there may be flames all over the sky, huge waves, or ice covering hundreds of miles. This scene is beyond the scope of human beings and is like a god. There is also the prayer Sequence 6 Angel of Life. When he exerts his divine power, a divine ring appears behind his head, and his aura is sacred, and those who see him are solemn and awed. The fortune teller Sequence 6 God-given. When he raises his hands and steps, starlight falls, and the stars in the sky seem to be his background, lighting up the halo for him. In addition, there is the dancer Sequence 6 Ancestor Soul. In the past, he could only hear the beating of the war drums and feel the wild air. When he reaches Sequence 6, the Ancestor Soul will really descend, projecting into the sky, and waves of natural power will cover the entire army. The sixth sequence of the pilot is Starship Pilot. Although Wei Huan had never seen it in his previous life, he had heard that the Starship Pilot could reach beyond the stars, or the absolute height of the battlefield, and use outer space firepower to cover the ground. The huge hull casts a shadow, and the combat power should not be underestimated. At this level, it seems that it is not so difficult to contend with those unknown existences with terrifying images. They are indeed powerful, but aren't humans also constantly evolving? Sooner or later, they will evolve to the same level as them, or even stronger. Wei Huan, who knows part of the future, cannot express it in words. Fortunately, the Dark Beast King family also has similar abilities. They use the Dark Beasts in the territory, and the recruited soldiers to condense a huge Dharma with amazing combat power in advance, which can be regarded as one of the special abilities of the Dark Beast King family. However, this part of the gap will be quickly eliminated as both sides evolve. The fear of the other people gradually faded after being reminded. The unknown is the most terrifying. The trump card of the Dark Beast King is indeed powerful. Wei Huan and the chariot who left, none of them can resist, and they fly back to annihilation in an instant, but since they have successfully fought against it more than once, they also know that this thing is not completely invincible, and the negative emotions brought by memory have faded. Since these things appear in the heads of the survivors of the 5th level world, it means that they are only at the level of the 5th level world. If we meet them, we will have no problem as long as we upgrade to the 6th level car. Maybe they have already passed the level, and we may not meet them in the next world. Speaking of which, since we can even open the diamond treasure chest in this world, there is nothing that can stop us. Thanks to emoji, we can sweep across. Just look at the different tribes killed in different periods in the memory of this diamond level monster, and you will know how long this survivor has been entrenched in this world and the next world, and how strong they are. Fortunately, they have emoji, who gives the dragon reverse scales, and makes the powerful monsters in this world much easier to kill. In this way, the 5th level world can no longer stop their growth. Next, we need to collect materials for level 6 chariots, open all gold level and above treasure chests that can be found first, and accumulate a large amount of capital to impact the level 6 world. Mu Zhong said excitedly, although many of our challengers have only been promoted to sequence 5, because they have accumulated enough in the previous sequence, they will reach the standard of advancing to level 6 faster. We will upgrade the vehicle to level 6 first, and then to sequence 6. I think it won't take 2 years for us to fully enter the level 6 world. Yes, that's right. The road ahead is clear. My human race is about to take off. Wei Huan looked at the people who were chicken blood and felt funny and helpless. 2 years? Isn't it a bit too long? Is there really no way to quickly improve strength? You know, it only took him more than half a year to go from an ordinary person to sweeping the level 5 world now. It will take 2 years to enter the level 6 world next. It seems that we really need to think of a way. During the meeting, their chariots were also rushing back. This battle was too costly. Before having the strength to fight the risk, Wei Huan planned to return to the Qilong base to rest. So along the way, even if someone asked to get on the car to meet, Wei Huan refused. Fortunately, there was no gold treasure chest on the return trip, otherwise. Wei Huan was so confused. In a blink of an eye, they had left the no man's land. The topic of Wei Huan successfully opening the diamond treasure chest of the 5th level world has not diminished. On the contrary, it became even more heated after it was spread to Blue Star, and caused heated discussions on Blue Star. Diplomatic affairs were handled by the official, and Mu Zhong was in charge, so Wei Huan was not troubled. Until this day, Su Qingqiang finally woke up. During the days when Su Qingqiang was in a coma, the housekeeper AI had been taking care of him. The messy room had been cleaned up long ago, and he woke up on the soft big bed with a clean body. As soon as he sat up, Wei Huan got the news, and went upstairs with Mu Zhong. In addition, Lu Qingji pushed the carefully prepared food and followed them, delivering the food directly to Su Qingqiang's mouth. "Brother Chang, eat first, and we talk after you finish eating," Mu Zhong said. Su Qingqiang had eaten a lot before falling asleep, and he wasn't hungry now. He stopped eating after eating a little, lit a cigarette for himself, and then pointed at the ceiling with a hand holding the cigarette. A palm-sized scarlet steel door appeared at the tip of his finger, and the smell of rotten rust quickly filled the room. "Can you see it all?" "Endless prison." Su Qingqiang squinted his peach blossom eyes lazily, looked around and asked. Wei Huan's attention was completely attracted by this small and exquisite, yet simple and vicissitudes of life door. Mu Zhong couldn't wait to ask. "Yes, you can see. What exactly is the endless prison?" Su Qingqiang said, "A plugin that belongs exclusively to the criminal sequence." Mu Zhong smiled. "Every professional training ground is like a plugin. Without the steel factory, the driver sequence can only wait until the mecha technician of sequence 5 to hand-make mechas, instead of mass-producing mechas of the same level as now. Without the battle tower, the farmer sequence has no place to improve combat skills and physical strength, and the time flow rate in the battle tower is different, which allows the farmer sequence, which already needs a lot of training to become stronger, to stay ahead. Not to mention the undead ranch. Wei Huan's undead army is far weaker than the challengers and monsters of the same level. If it weren't for the professional training ground, he would not be able to change from quantity to quality. The professional training ground is the plug-in of each profession. It is also a special item for each profession to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps. Thinking of this, Wei Huan has roughly understood the role of the endless prison. It is already obvious what the biggest problem of criminals is. Su Qingqiang did not keep the secret any longer and said directly, after the criminal sequence is twisted, they will recover their physical condition and heal their injuries by eating. In addition to protecting their lives, this process is also a physical boundary for maintaining sanity. Distortion is a state that is difficult to describe. If you do not limit yourself, the greater possibility is that you will die directly in the distortion and never regain your sanity. This is a very difficult process. Many criminal sequences are scared away in this process. Those who can stay in the end are all partners who will never leave and trust enough, and can pull us who are deeply crazy at the last moment. Hearing this, Wei Huan already knew what he was going to say. As expected, Su Qingqiang said, so the endless prison is not so much a prison as it is a mental anchor point after we lose control. He stopped Mu Zhong from talking. Listen to me slowly. The mental anchor point is just one function of the endless prison, and it is also the most needed function of the criminal sequence. But if it is the only function, it will be a waste of the name of professional training ground. After reaching sequence 4, I know very well that now I can maintain basic sanity. So what I want to say is its most important, core ability. Brother Chang, when did you become so slow? Lu Qingji finally couldn't stand it and spoke. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows. It's more intelligent to talk like this. TSK. Lu Qingji rolled his eyes. Su Qingqiang smiled, crossed his legs, took a puff of cigarette and said, okay, I tell you straight. It's the soul of the food we eat when we are crazy? Or what the hell? It will be put into the endless prison, and while it becomes a mental anchor point, it will also add different attributes to us. Then Su Qingqiang looked at Wei Huan. The reason why I recover quickly is that my talent may have the gluttony enhancement, and it is also because the army of undead I eat has increased my rebirth attribute. It is normal for the army of undead to have rebirth ability. Wei Huan nodded. Tell me about the attribute situation. This is a place that cannot be seen with data glasses. Su Qingqiang said, I don't know what my current rebirth ability is, but after I have the endless prison, the 3 Shiromas that eat are now imprisoned in the prison. Each of them has increased my rebirth value by about 0.01. Wei Huan fed Su Qingqiang more than 200 Shiromas, if not 300. If we use the calculation method of the endless prison, the rebirth attribute of 2 or 3 points is not low. Wei Huan suspected that Su Qingqiang could absorb the law of the undead by eating before, and now it has been further confirmed. Once the rebirth value is high, Su Qingqiang will not only have stronger recovery ability, but I am afraid he can really come back to life. And judging from Moji's performance, death will not deprive him of his memory. The only limitation is that he can only be resurrected in the tomb controlled by Wei Huan. In addition, Wei Huan can also see through the data glasses that after Su Qingqiang eats, his agility and strength will increase more or less. This is due to eating, and probably also the effect of Lu Qingji's food supplement. Su Qingqiang's current strength, even if the various attribute bonuses are removed, and the bonus of the endless prison is not counted, is still much stronger than the criminals of the same sequence. There was no endless prison before, so many improvements cannot be seen only by data glasses. Now that we have it, it is very obvious. In order to further verify, Wei Huan immediately took Su Qingqiang to hunt various sea beasts and treasure chest monsters. Because in addition to knowing what kind of improvement these monsters can bring to Su Qingqiang, what everyone cares about more is that this endless prison cannot be enjoyed by one person alone, and under what circumstances can it be given to others. For this reason, Wei Huan also contacted Commander Mu to talk about this matter. Commander Mu promised to plan to send some criminal sequences up in the next batch. There are also many criminal sequences in the 4th level world. There are also some awakened criminal sequences in the Blue Star Core. A small part of them arrived in the 4th level world as logistics, because they are outstanding in other aspects. They are absolutely trustworthy. And Commander Mu is also very happy to be able to transfer this batch of combat power to the front line. There is still half a year before the opening of the next assessment road. The key thing Wei Huan needs to do now is to upgrade the chariot and advance to sequence 6 as soon as possible, so as to have combat power beyond this world level. In fact, with his current reputation and importance in the pioneering army, he does not need to do the collection of materials. The entire Yen Kingdom will tilt its resources to him and build the first super tank. But Wei Huan still planned to set off again after his strength recovered a little. Only he could open the advanced treasure chest. In addition, Su Qingqiang's research on the endless prison is still continuing. When they act outside, Su Qingqiang can eat his fill without being picky. It has been proven that eating the undead can increase the ability to resurrect. In addition, when fighting with the diamond survivors, Su Qingqiang ate those stems, leaves and roots, which increased his mental resistance. I believe that as long as he eats enough, he will become the second anchor point for humans after Moji. Swallowing ordinary sea beasts increases agility. Eating treasure chest monsters, different treasure chest monsters, or increasing strength, increasing resistance to various elements. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed, and Wei Huan's combat power is about to reach its peak again. And this time, there is a month of accumulation. Without counting the crypt beast, the number of undead he recruited has reached 100,000. If this huge force is fully erupted, Wei Huan has the possibility of turning the tide in the battlefield. It is also worth mentioning that Commander Mu exchanged 5 super energy storage tanks for him. The price is high, but it also brought an absolute improvement in Wei Huan's strength. He does not use his own dark power in a day, and the dark power accumulated in the energy tank alone can fill 16 dark fire bombs. In this month, he has stockpiled more than 500 dark fire bombs to bombard the 5th level Dark Beast territory, which can bombard the protective shields of 2 or 3 cities. And as long as he doesn't use it, the inventory of Hellfire bombs will continue to increase. The full recovery of combat power gave Wei Huan strong confidence. As early as 3 days ago, he was planning a new trip. Explore the No Man's Land again, or go to Wuxing Island to open another gold treasure chest. Wei Huan said at the high-level meeting in the car, or go to Wuxing Island first, then go to the No Man's Land. Wei Huan is now staring at the gold treasure chest on Wuxing Island, not only because he wants to trick Osum, but the most important thing is that Su Qingqiang can increase his mental resistance by eating the survivors. Once he is not confused by the illusion, he will have an anchor point for close combat. Su Qingqiang is the melee anchor point. MOG is the long-range anchor point. Perfect. Everyone thinks that the plan of going to the 5-star island first, and then to the No Man's Land is a good one. Only children have to make choices, and adults must make them. However, Mu Zhong reminded Wei Huan, we don't know when the Colossus will start. How long do you think it will take? Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong shook his head. I can't sense it. Wei Huan said, we can't wait here all the time, so we should do what we should do before that. Okay. The matter was solved in a few words, and the plan was completely formulated. After everyone left the meeting room, they all looked very motivated. Captain Shui even said, I used to be nervous when I went on a mission. I didn't know when I would die outside and couldn't come back. Now it won't happen. I can't wait to go out and do a big job right away. Mu Zirwei smiled and nodded. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Soon the news that they were finally going to set off spread in the chariot, and everyone was as excited as the new year. Only Wei Huan's tank can bring them this sense of security when exploring outside. During this period, some crew members who took a break and returned to Blue Star were proud to be a member of Wei Huan's tank. A month has passed, and the discussion about Wei Huan's winning the diamond treasure chest and obtaining the core materials of the 6th level tank has not diminished in the slightest, but has become more lively. The people are paying attention, and the official has recorded various related programs around this battle and its subsequent impact. The entertainment industry, which did not dare to YY too much before, found that it was still too conservative. Recently, I heard that many themes about this diamond battle have been filmed into TV series and movies, and variety shows have already taken a step forward and broadcast related specials. The crew members went back for vacation. Although they could not say that they were members of Wei Huan's chariot, they had also experienced that battle, and knew clearly what the survivors were. But the praises made them feel more and more honored, and they were extremely glad that they chose to board this car. And they all had a hunch that they would see a more magnificent world following Boss Wei. Really? Can we finally set off? Ha ha ha, we have to do a big job this time. I have made great progress this month, and finally I have a chance to show it. With more DKB, I can exchange for advanced materials. Come on, adventure, my sword is thirsty. The chariot started, but Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were still outside the car and did not get on. Mu Dihao sent them to the car and said, it just so happens that Mu Zhong has learned almost everything in this month, so I won't separate you from now on. I hope you can gain something from this adventure. Then Mu Dihao said, but you still have to be careful when going to the 5-star island. Your covenant plan has spread all over the world. Osum is the most opposed to it, and I'm afraid they will guard you tightly. If necessary, I'm ready and can help you attract their attention at any time. Mu Zhong said, it's not certain whether the golden treasure chest contains the survivors. If it is the survivors, it's a good thing. We have a way to deal with its mental attack, and we can be sure that we can kill it in a very short time. On the contrary, if it is not, I'm afraid you will need to take action. Mu Dihao smiled and said, we have always had a tense relationship with Osum, and confrontation on the 5-star island is the norm. There is no trouble. It's just a case of the enemy's dagger being exposed. Hearing this, Wei Huan asked, how has the situation been these days? Mu Dihao said, the territorial dispute is not so easy to end. It's only a month. If it is left alone, it will not be surprising if it drags on for another year or two. This is exactly what Osum wants. No one wants to share the cake that has been obtained. Now the only way is to delay, and use some old methods of joint suppression. As long as they complete the construction of the city in the important geographical location, at least more than half of the resources on the island can be occupied. After listening, Wei Huan recalled the last life. It seemed like this. For such a large island, Osum knew that he could not occupy it, so he first quietly built a city, and then contacted his allies to build a city, dividing the island first. When Yin and other countries knew about it, there were not many good places left for them on the island. Countries like Osum were willing to ask for a small city territory in the cracks, but Yin and Big Bear were unwilling to be wronged. So in the end, they only set up a consulate in Osum City, and did not build a city. This also suited Osum's thoughts. Although I don't know how the progress was in the last life. But I think Osum should have started construction on that island, right? Recalling the location of Atlantis City in the last life, it was far away from the golden treasure chest. Maybe it was still an opportunity. As for Yan's city building on the 5-star island, it participated so early this time, and it must be able to take a territory on the island. In his opinion, the location of the golden treasure chest is good. After opening the treasure chest and having no worries, Yan can build a city. As for whether Osum agreed or not, it doesn't matter. Let alone the challenge world, even on Blue Star, whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. Thinking of this, Wei Huan said, Uncle Mu, can you please contact other pioneering teams in Yin Country and arrange a construction team to go with us? Moody Heo raised his eyebrows. City building level? Wei Huan nodded. Yes, city building level. It's close to the White Tiger Legion. Let them send more people, and there are guards to guard. Moody Heo smiled. Okay, Lao Wang will be so happy, pie in the sky. Wei Huan also smiled. Although Yin Country is divided into 4 challenge armies, and because of the split between the challenge world and Blue Star, the 4 major armies have a sense of separation of warlords. But fortunately, those in power are rational and sober people, and understand that the Yin Country army must unite, and help each other to get out of this doomsday threat. Their own people worked hard to build a city for others. If they left Yin Country, no other country would be so harmonious. Wei Huan knew that he had really misunderstood Moody Heo in his previous life. Commander Mu only had a face full of scheming, but in fact, he was righteous and upright. The most precious thing was that he was neither aggressive nor shy, and he knew how to use people, and had a broad vision. This also led to Wei Huan's position, which was more natural to stand on the side of the Qinglong Pioneer Army. Said, Qinglong City, I will slowly search in the uninhabited area, and there must be a suitable place to build a city. Moody Heo nodded. Xuanwu guards the rear, Baihu and Zhuke are on the 2 wings, and Qinglong charges in the front, which is in line with the original intention of forming the 4-way challenge army of Yin Country. He looked at Wei Huan deeply, with pride in his eyes. I leave it to you next, and I feel more at ease with you. Finally, after a few more words of concern, Wei Huan and Mu Chong said goodbye to Moody Heo, and returned to the chariot. There were excited faces in front of them. Wei Huan smiled and waved his hand. Okay, everyone, take your positions, and set off now. Yes. The uniform voices rang out, and echoed in the chariot. Wei Huan said, the target is the 5-star island. Chapter 207. After about a week, Wei Huan finally arrived at the 5-star island. They could have gone faster, but along the way, they went to several other legions to pick up the construction team's chariots, and also met Captain Fong again for a drink. Captain Fong mentioned the Titan assessment again, saying that he had obtained the assessment qualification, and that the 2 could then join forces to break through. Wei Huan didn't know what the content of the assessment was, so he agreed to it for the time being and said he would adapt to circumstances. After separating from Captain Fong, Wei Huan opened some low-level treasure chests along the way and asked Su Qingqiang to replenish his prison. Until this day, after arriving at the 5-star island, Su Qingqiang looked at the gold-level treasure chest on the map flashing, and suddenly said, if I can devour this gold-level monster, maybe I can upgrade the endless prison. Wei Huan, who was also observing the 5-star island, was attracted to it. Mu Zhong, who also looked over, asked, Brother Chang, please elaborate. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows. Nothing to elaborate, it's very simple. There are more monsters imprisoned in the prison, and the quality is high enough, so I can upgrade to a higher level warden. Higher level warden? Mu Zhong thought, so if you can upgrade, you can assign a lower level warden, and you can also distribute this endless prison? I think so. Su Qingqiang crossed his legs and smoked, with a proud look in his squinting peach blossom eyes. Mu Zhong was very smart, and he thought of the most critical point at the first time. Then, you will become the highest leader of the criminal sequence. Su Qingqiang raised his eyebrows. and his smile became a little more flamboyant. Mu Zhong added, at the same time, after you have control over the criminal sequence, you can even recruit unofficial criminals? The lone wolves and some powerful teams in the 4th level world are all criminal sequences, and they are also the most difficult to control. But if they want to become stronger, they have to take the endless prison from you. Not only will you be able to control them, but it will also help you advance to a higher level. Su Qingqiang smiled, my level is higher, and the more attribute bonuses I get, the stronger I can be. Besides, if you are disobedient, I can take back the warden's authority at any time. Mu Zhong lowered his eyes, and thought for 2 seconds, and smiled sincerely. Brother Chang, you are about to take off. Su Qingqiang was so happy that he almost died. Wei Huan also listened attentively, and the more he thought about it, the more wonderful it felt. Unlike the selflessness of most other professional training grounds, the endless prison fully demonstrated the class oppression system of the criminal sequence. Using the position of warden, layer by layer of suppression to achieve the effect of control, from then on, the uncontrolled criminal sequence has become restrained. It is worthy of being the professional limited to challenge the world, very strong and amazing. Wei Huan finally looked at the gold treasure chest icon on the map and said, so, you only need 1 gold-level monster to advance? Su Qingqiang laughed, almost. Prison upgrades require a large number of low-level monsters, but quality can also represent quantity. I understand. Wei Huan nodded, his skin was cold and white, his eyes were gloomy. It's a small matter, you can upgrade soon. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan with a gloomy face, and then looked at Su Qingqiang with a twisted smile, and couldn't help but smile with his hand on his forehead. From the perspective of the 3 universal views, their car doesn't look like a good guy at all. But in this case, there is no need to abide by the standards of a good guy. Facing Osum, who is known for his delay, what needs to be done is to cut the Gordian knot and not give them time to react. So Wei Huan made a risky decision this time. He ordered the gambler sequence on the chariot to form a stealth team. The gambler sequence 4 is Shadowless, who is good at stealth, and is the king of action in the dark. This gambler team has a total of 5 people, 2 sequence 5, Stacking Explosion, and 3 sequence 4, Shadowless. The only task is to set off now, break through Osum's blockade, and enter the depths of the ruins, where the gold treasure chest is located, and put down a few small dog-headed people. Once this is done, the small dog-headed people will become the flood outlet of the dam, and Osum will no longer be able to stop it. So, your mission is very important, and must be completed. Mu Zhong said so. The gamblers who rarely get special missions are excited and determined, and they are all happy that they can get such an opportunity. The gamblers who are not assigned to the mission and other professionals are looking at them with envy. Who knows, dears? They used to be the elites of various challenge armies, and they performed the most dangerous but proud special missions. But now the commander is too powerful, they don't even have a chance to take action, and it's very frustrating to be a hero without a place to use their skills. Besides, the DKP given by special missions is 3 times that of ordinary battles. Advanced equipment is beckoning. With 3 times the DKP, the mission danger is much lower than in the past. Who doesn't want such a mission? It's just a little risk. They don't care at all. They just hope that there will be more such missions in the future. The stealth team left happily with 3 little dog-headed men in the envious eyes of others. As they left, Wei Huan's chariot also opened the stealth layer, and lurked in very low-key to ensure that both parties were within his summoning range. From the reconnaissance of the Ghost Crow, it can be seen that Osum did make a strict and thorough arrangement. The first line of defense was made within the 8-kilometer range, and the frequent patrol chariots were probably to guard against his appearance. But unfortunately, Osum didn't know that his actual summoning distance was 15 kilometers, and it would be farther when he reached sequence 5. The blue icon of the stealth team kept flashing on the small map, and Team Shui, who was responsible for remotely controlling them, also said that the stealth mission was very smooth. Although Osum's strict defense was deployed layer by layer, it also helped the stealth team clear the monsters along the way. In the end, they only needed to defend against Osum's warriors. Time passed slowly, and Wei Huan's soul immersed in the tomb was touched, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he saw the big dog-headed man who had been waiting here for a long time, squinting his eyes, and hooking his hands, looking at him respectfully. Then it moved slightly, and a small dog-headed man on its shoulder appeared like a nesting doll, also squinting his eyes, and hooking his hands to look at him respectfully. Hammer Brother, who was not the strongest in defense, but had the lowest presence, was the first to step forward. He was assigned the task of the vanguard by Wei Huan, and the mission this time was naturally the more low-key the better. Hammer Brother had a calm face, holding a big hammer in his hand, and he didn't look like he was going out to take risks on a mission, but rather like he was going out to chop wood. He stood in front of the small dog-headed man, and the small dog-headed man opened his mouth, and he suddenly disappeared into that mouth. The puppy head avatar ate food, with its Adam's apple sliding and swallowing movements. It waited for 2 seconds, and then looked at the person in front of it. This time, the person standing in front of it was Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang did not transform, fearing that he would ruin the operation when he was not fully conscious. He kept his original appearance, and was swallowed by the puppy head man. Without waiting for the puppy head man's CD to end, Captain Shui stepped forward, but was held down by Wei Huan, who stood up. "I go first," Wei Huan said. Captain Shui was worried about Wei Huan's safety, but he also knew that this was an order he could not refuse, so he just frowned and stepped aside. Just at this moment, the puppy man completed the transmission CD, and under Wei Huan's order, opened his mouth to him. His eyes blurred. When Wei Huan opened his eyes again, he saw a dark scene in front of him. The air was humid and hot, and there were bursts of fishy smell. At the same time, Hammer and Su Qingqiang were in front of him, with their backs to him, alerting all directions. Schwa! It appeared with a refreshing sound and silence. Immediately behind Wei Huan, 8 portals appeared at the same time, as if the screen had been opened. In the dark portals, light flowed and slowly rotated. One by one, the white bones with terrifying and hideous appearances and exuding a dark aura jumped out from them. The first batch included Brother Dig Anus, Big Bear, and Sister Crow. Under Wei Huan's order, they dispersed to farther places as soon as they appeared, replacing Brother Hammer and Su Qingqiang's vigilance work. Then ordinary undead began to appear and quickly filled the space. Captain Shui hurriedly jumped out of the little dog-headed man's mouth, looked around very vigilantly, and then let out a tense breath. At this time, Wei Huan had already set his sights on the golden treasure chest 10 meters away, and there were also 2 stacked explosions who showed up with him. There were only 2 people in the stealth team here. There were no casualties, but the guards of the Asham Legion were extremely strict, which resulted in the other 3 shadowless of sequence for being unable to sneak in. In the end, they used a trick of making a feint to the east and attacking the west to create an opportunity for the 2 stacked explosions to sneak in successfully. However, there was not much quiet time like this. With such an abnormality, the generals of Asham, as long as they were not fools, would definitely arrange people to check the key supplies as soon as possible. It won't be quiet here for long. So what needs to be done next is also very simple. Wei Huan's 8 portals opened wide, and the fastest army of the Running Wolf army was below, and the Ghost Crow army with the fastest movement speed in the world was above. They poured out of the portal together, and under the leadership of their respective hero units, they piled out densely. Pile means not pushing, but the density is so dense that it is impossible to find a foothold. It even squeezes out 3 or 4 layers, filling the passage of the ruins. Soon, this terrible scene like a huge wave of bones encountered the first team of Awesome Team ordered to come to explore. Boom boom boom, be careful. What is that? Retreat. The ruins cannot be entered or exited by vehicles. Although this team has many sequence 5s, after losing the protection of the thick iron shell, they entered the ruins with their flesh bodies. After feeling the abnormality in the ruins, they have only one reaction. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Before they can completely see the cause of the abnormality, this team started to run out. There are chariots outside and more companions. What's the reason not to run? Do they really have to rely on a few of them to fight? What if the gold-level treasure chest is opened? I'm afraid that even 100 of them are no match. Asham's challenger turned and ran. At the same time, a portal behind Wei Huan stopped pouring out the army of wolves. Then a 3-meter-long Shiroma with dark skin and oily hair, unlike other undead, jumped out lightly. But unlike other undead, this Shiroma was firmly grasped by countless gray and white illusory hands as soon as it came out, unable to move a step, and it made a ho-ho-ho sound in a hurry. There is no doubt that this is MOG. At the same time, it is also the only anchor on the human side before Su Qingqiang fully grows up. How can it be missing to open the high-level treasure chest? With this, the preparations for the early battle are over, and all the undead and combat power are in place. Under the eyes of Awesome, of course, a quick battle is needed. Wei Huan was about to order the undead to open the treasure chest. Boss, wait a minute. At the same time, Captain Shui, Hammer, and 2 stacked blasters spoke at the same time. Su Qingqiang even flashed and blocked between the golden treasure chest and Wei Huan. Then everyone said almost in unison, "You go back first." Wei Huan, really touched and helpless, finally nodded, and went back obediently. But before going back, Wei Huan left enough small dog heads and the magic eye lord as a vision. Wei Huan returned to the car, and before he could stand firm, Mu Zhong grabbed his wrist. "Are you okay?" Wei Huan nodded. What could happen? Everyone treated him like a fragile doll, wishing to protect him with their lives. Although he didn't need it, it was not bad to enjoy this feeling. Turning around again, Wei Huan's eyes flickered with green flames. The vision descended. As the golden treasure chest was opened, a dazzling light flashed. The battle began. What? Wei Huan is killing the golden treasure chest. How did he get in? What are you doing? The official of Asham knew the news of Wei Huan's action against the golden treasure chest at the first time. After all, the ruins were piled out of the bone fountain, the brave and familiar wolf skeletons. In the world today, except for Wei Huan, there is no other person who has this strange power. The people of Asham were firmly blocked outside the ruins under the impact of the huge number of bone fountains. Contact Yin country immediately. I want to ask Moody Heo what they want to do. Fight. Push in. We can't let them get what we can't get. Attack with chariots. Bomb directly. Since he can do such a thing, I will leave his life here today. Hurry up. Kill him. The crazy General Osum issued a killing order to Wei Huan. The battle team stationed near the Golden Ruins gathered at the first time after receiving the order. A total of 14 chariots arrived in front of the ruins, lined up in a row, and bombarded the undead army at the entrance of the ruins. The army of Binlang died in large numbers, but many Binlangs moved flexibly under the order of Brother Diaogong. The wolves, who absolutely obeyed orders, performed an art of war that every human commander would yearn for, like long white snakes swimming around, some attracting firepower, some responsible for cover. When they came to their senses again, a squad of wolves had arrived under the vehicle at some point, suddenly jumped up, and opened their bloody mouths towards the chariot. The protective shield on the chariot successfully blocked the attack of the running wolves, but seeing more and more running wolves surrounding the vehicle and being killed no matter how hard they tried, the commanders in the chariots were sweating coldly, and fear and tension arose from their hearts. This was all out of awe for Wei Huan. There were also chariot commanders, who always held the belief that Osum would never be defeated. After bombarding wildly, they were targeted by both the ghost crows and the big bear. The ghost crows fell on the protective shield like rain, consuming the energy of the protective shield crazily. The big bear roared, raised his arms high and hugged and killed fiercely. The chariot suddenly bumped, and the protective shield flickered, and finally broke with a pop. The completely exposed car body was swarmed by the undead. Even with various external weapons, it was impossible to kill all the endless undead. The loss of the car shell was rapidly decreasing. The 14 chariot team, facing the army of the undead, could only move forward at a snail's pace, little by little, and finally reached the ruins with great difficulty. But the narrow entrance to the ruins became a natural barrier to stop Asham. At this point, the chariots could not move forward. But if we send out challengers, who can withstand the endless attack of the undead? We can't move forward anymore. You must leave the car to fight. My heroes, the guardians of Asham, now is the time for you to fight for your country. Enter the ruins, stop Wei Huan, and if you can, kill him. The commanders formed a combat team at the first time, and passionately encouraged all the soldiers to fight. For Asham. For faith. Charge. Hundreds of melee professions jumped off the chariots. As soon as they landed, hair grew on their bodies, and then their bodies swelled until they landed on all fours, turning into strong, huge, and ferocious black bears. Roar, roar, roar! He roared and crashed into the group of undead. Behind them, there was a martial king covered in steel armor and holding a huge axe, and a gambler whose figure was ethereal, and suddenly flashed behind the undead and attacked. In addition, there were angels who were protected by melee professions and surrounded by various ranged professions. They waved their staffs and scattered holy white light. Some teammates were shocked, or some undead were purified and fell down, and they couldn't even go back to the tomb. Hunters drove wild beasts to share the pressure of melee combat, drew their bows and arrows whizzed in. The wise controlled various elements of brilliance and attacked the undead in various forms, either cold or hot, or earth dragons surging, or vines flying. At the same time, the beautiful shaman priest danced a wild dance that was enchanting, sexy, and wild. In the dong 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 drumbeats all over the sky, a breath from ancient times descended. The miracle master even grabbed the stars in the sky, shining brightly, and sang loudly, I judge. However, before the next word came out, the starlight flickered and disappeared. Failed? The miracle master with the ability of prophecy took action, but failed to predict victory, which made all the challengers who were fighting fiercely feel like a bucket of cold water was poured down. The atmosphere was frozen. Unable to judge victory, is this a loss? But it seems normal. They tried to kill Wei Huan with only these people, and when they left the chariot, how could it be possible? What were they thinking? Wei Huan is an existence that can kill diamond-level monsters. Losing is too normal. But the morale was affected like this. This is also the reason why the fortune teller sequence is not popular among professionals. Just like the shaman with a long weakening CD, they are not welcome in ordinary battles unless they are fighting desperately. As the fortune teller's judgment failed, the speed of the ruins' advancement slowed down a lot. The vanguard finally squeezed into the ruins' passage, and when they were hesitating whether to fight desperately in the face of a sure loss, someone suddenly found that the army of undead blocking the road ahead seemed to be much smaller. Done? An unbelievable voice sounded. Wei Huan's follow-up force is insufficient. Brothers, charge. But the prophet. Can't you change your fate against the will of heaven? The prophet said you will die. Are you going to die now? Charge in. Hurry up. Seize the opportunity. It's time to make a contribution. As a shout echoed in the passage, the already discouraged assault team once again raised their energy and frantically slaughtered the army of undead blocking the road ahead. Kill! Kill, kill, kill! After a frantic battle, the panting burly warrior straightened his chest again, looking at the empty passage ahead, with a look of victory on his face. 1. He opened his thick lips, his smile gradually widened, his face full of pride. I beat Wei Huan, ha ha ha, I beat Wei Huan. After saying that, he strode forward, as if afraid that someone would take away his credit, and quickly disappeared into the dark passage. But behind him, the other awesome challengers who filled the passage were far less happy than him, and some even frowned, looking more cautious. Wei Huan would not be defeated so easily. They were just some running wolves and ghost crows, not even 20% of Wei Huan's true strength. But why did the undead disappear? What is Wei Huan planning? Or... Bang, bang, bang. The earth-shaking sound of running came, and the strong man holding a two-handed axe shouted while running, Wei Huan, come out, don't hide, I see you, let's fight to the death. As he ran, he rushed into caves one by one, and even when he saw the underground river appear, he jumped down without fear. Until he came to the depths of the ruins, the place where the golden treasure chest he had seen countless times was. He climbed up from the underground river wetly, and his eyes suddenly condensed when he looked at a place. Where is the box? The golden treasure chest is gone? Wei Huan is also gone. Yes, the golden treasure chest placed in a conspicuous place has disappeared. The golden treasure chest disappeared, and Wei Huan didn't see it either. This awesome strongman didn't believe his eyes, and he turned around in this small space without thinking for a long time. Finally, his companions appeared cautiously. Just like him, after seeing the golden treasure chest disappear, everyone's face changed. Then he showed a very surprised expression. How could it be? This is a golden treasure chest. Even if it was Wei Huan, it would be impossible to open it so silently, right? Someone muttered to himself, expressing everyone's thoughts. Unbelievable, extremely terrifying. All kinds of emotions rushed into his heart, and then he felt fortunate. If it was Wei Huan, it would be entirely possible to kill the golden treasure chest monster so quietly and quickly. Fortunately, he has left, so he can get the job done without risking his life. The commandos of Asham finally explored the ruins, and confirmed that there was really no Wei Huan or golden treasure chest inside, so they had no choice but to exit the ruins. As soon as the last person left the ruins, the entrance to the ruins became illusory, and soon the entire ruins disappeared, leaving only the steep mountain and half of the cliff. The sea breeze blew, like a ghost gently touching the neck, and I don't know how many people suddenly felt the bone-chilling cold, and their hair stood on end. Chapter 208. The last bit of luck is gone. It turns out that Wei Huan really killed the gold-level monster right under their noses at an unreasonable speed. Such strength is too terrible, right? But it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Some people changed their minds, and suddenly thought of the covenant agreement proposed by Wei Huan. Now it has been widely circulated in the pioneer army. I don't know how many people curse Wei Huan's fantasy, and the people in power hate Wei Huan's behavior. But in fact, everyone knows that Wei Huan's extraordinary strength is the hope of civilized war. Humanity has lost too much on the battlefield. Report to the superiors. They will only blame us for our incompetence. So what? We can. The last voice disappeared deep in the throat. The people in the dialogue looked at each other for a long time, and finally chose to remain silent. Strength has always been the truth, especially in a challenging world full of crisis. When the team tried their best but still couldn't kill a gold-level monster, the combat power that could kill even diamond-level monsters had already tilted the scales in their hearts. This had nothing to do with loyalty, let alone sincerity, but was just the bottom line in this difficult situation. And the desire for victory and survival. Some people had to report the results of this operation to their superiors, under the pressure of being scolded. The rest of the people quietly returned to the chariot or stayed where they were, waiting for a judgment that might make them angry. In such anxiety, a sharp-eyed person was the first to discover the abnormality. "There's a chariot coming over there." The man pointed at the chariot coming from a few miles away, and said calmly, "It must be those guys who do nothing but command us. We have to endure their arrogant faces again." But as the chariot approached, someone said in confusion, "There is no flag of Asham on this chariot. It is not Asham's chariot." Then someone shouted loudly. The people who reacted looked at the chariot parked not far away, and shouted nervously, "The chariot has no alarm? It has an invisible coating. Be careful, get back to the chariot." As expected of a challenger who has been on the battlefield for a long time, he made the right judgment at the first time, and immediately entered the battle after changing his confused and relaxed state. It was just a step slow. The chariot that suddenly appeared was very fast, and it was several kilometers in a blink of an eye. Before more people could get back to the chariot, it had already reached the attack range of the chariot. The chariot parked in front of the disappeared ruins had no choice but to enter the combat state directly, showing its weapons and protective shield. At the same time, he shouted to the person coming, "Warning, this is the Asham area. Please report your identity, otherwise." Before the threat could be said, the other party appeared in front of the chariot. The huge white thighs of the 300-meter-long crypt beast mother beast were like cotton stuffed into the throat, blocking everyone's voice. This is... Looking at this floating in the air, it is as soft as a jellyfish, but if you look closely, it is made up of pieces of white bones, and the body is wrapped in a layer of transparent bubbles, a huge crypt beast mother beast. Who doesn't know, Wei Huan is here again. The captains of the awesome tanks, who had just been angry and ready to fight, all had clear eyes after they reacted. Fight? No, 12 against 1. If it was any other tank, even Fong William would dare to fight. But after Wei Huan came, all the captains were thinking, maybe, we can talk and solve it peacefully. Well, it's too rude to start a war directly. Even the captain of a tank ordered his butler AI, "Put away the weapons first, don't provoke Wei Huan." After a pause, he added, "Wei Huan could have left after taking the gold treasure chest, but there must be a reason for him to come back now. It's not too late to understand it first, and then take action." In the end, it was all excuses. The fact is that Wei Huan drove in front of the awesome team, and the nose of his car was about to hit their faces. Although the awesome team had more people, no one dared to take the initiative. This reaction was strange to everyone who saw it in Wei Huan's car. Then, they felt a strong sense of pride. It seems that the arrogant Asham army is not as brave as they show. They also have to look at the opponent's dish. Boss Wei shot thousands of Asham people with his own strength. This feat is so exciting. Su Qingqiang, who had just had a full meal, has not yet fully recovered from the demonization. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth, and a scarlet tongue rolled over the blood-red grass roots at the corner of his mouth. Hee, the endless prison has been upgraded. Not only will the attributes obtained from eating in the future be doubled, but I can also appoint 5 first-level wardens. Wei Huan sat in the driver's seat, holding the ring of Mafati in his right hand and resting his left hand on the colossus. He sat upright as if sitting on a throne. His dark eyes were calm as he looked at the Aoshan chariots floating off the ground and lined up in front of him. His lips opened and a voice rang out from outside the chariot. The gold treasure chest was opened by Yin country. According to the Challenge World Land Reclamation method, this area will become the territory of our Yin country. After a short pause, without giving the other side time to think, Wei Huan said, "Get out of the way, otherwise I will treat it as an invasion." Deathly silence. Of course, the Aoshan convoy could not be moved by Wei Huan's words. As official challengers, they were just following orders, and had no decision-making power. Who dared to let Yin country build a city by giving up this area? Wei Huan also knew that they could not make the decision, but it didn't matter, he would give them a way out. On the one hand, Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong to make an announcement in the World Channel, announcing their victory in opening the gold treasure chest on the 5-star island. On the other hand, Wei Huan's heart moved, and 8 portals appeared, and the undead army and the crypt beasts cultivated by the point beast appeared one after another. This is a scene that you can only know how horrible it is if you see it with your own eyes. The speed of the undead appearing from the 8 portals is fast and terrifying enough. The mother crypt beast that came out of the belly of the huge crypt beast can also fly out a large number of face huggers from its belly. In just a few breaths, the sky and the ground were full of undead, and they were surrounded in an instant. Fight. Facing Wave 1 is to die. Don't fight? How to explain? What made the Asham army most painful was that although Wave 1's undead were numerous, they did not intend to attack them, bypassing them, and landing at the location where the ruins once were. Just like Wave 1 said, if they solved the golden treasure chest, this land should belong to them. He didn't come to fight, but to recover the assets he deserved. Colonel Wei, it's hard for us to deal with you like this. Finally, someone couldn't help but speak, but the tone was very euphemistic. The person talking to him was Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong said, "We strictly abide by the Alliance Act. But the golden treasure chest is already the material we have circled, and your behavior." "How?" Mu Zhong smiled. "We have many idioms in Yin country that can describe your behavior as circled materials, but not mining, so I don't need to elaborate on them one by one, right? So do you want to fight? Okay, this time, we will appeal to the Alliance and request arbitration. Captain Osum is the commander-in-chief of this operation. Even if he is unwilling, he has to take it up." Mu Zhong just smiled and said, "You can request arbitration, as long as it does not affect our city construction, otherwise it will be regarded as a war. Before the arbitration is over, you must not build a city here. You can try to stop it. Mu Zhong, don't go too far, thinking that strength can decide everything. Isn't it?" Mu Zhong looked deeply at the Osum officer, and the smile on his mouth gradually subsided. When he didn't smile, his majesty was like a mountain. He was obviously a young man who had just turned 20, but the Osum officer, who was over 50 years old, did not dare to look at him. Finally, Mu Zhong said, "Where the undead are, it is our territory. You only have 5 minutes to evacuate." Osum officer was so angry that veins on his forehead were stretched out, but the fact of the huge gap in strength pulled his reason. Who wants to throw themselves into the fire when it is not a critical moment of life and death? Finally, he turned all his complicated emotions into one sentence. "Mu Zhong, tell Wei Huan not to be too crazy. There will never be a lack of miracles in challenging the world." Leaving behind this timid remark, the Osum officer finally chose to leave, and took away other chariots. Wei Huan looked at the Osum convoy going away, and ordered the undead army to follow it until the 7th kilometer and stopped. At the same time, at the 7th kilometer, the 3 chariots waiting there were received and sent all the way to Wei Huan. The city-building talents gathered from various Yin Kingdom legions began to build frantically, as soon as their feet landed on the ground. Especially Mu Zhong's mass-produced level 2 mecha, which is perfect for urban infrastructure. Under Wei Huan's gaze, in just 1 hour, the foundation covering dozens of miles was dug to a depth of 10 meters. Osum will definitely not give up, even if they don't really need this land. But Yin Nation building a city on an island that they already regard as their private property is like rubbing sand into their eyes, which they cannot tolerate. Soon, Osum will make a comeback. Before that, all Wei Huan needs to do is to protect the construction team and complete the foundation of this city. Be ready to fight against Osum's army at any time. Wei Huan is confident that he and all the crew members on his car can suppress all the chariots of Osum. Time passed by minute by minute. The foundation of the city has been dug to 100 meters, and the formal filling project of the foundation is about to begin. In the World Channel, people have been discussing the fact that Wei Huan forcibly landed on the island and snatched the gold treasure chest from Osum. Some people accused him of robbery, but others felt happy. Osum regarded the 5-star island as forbidden food, and the distribution of benefits was disgusting. You should know that Yin country entered the 5th level world first, and landed on the first large island. According to Osum's logic, Yin country, which had already completed the construction of Xuanwu City, did not need to give up the island at all, let alone help other countries build cities. Yin country's selflessness made Osum look even uglier. So when Wei Huan made this move, there were obviously more people supporting Wei Huan than those condemning him. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 7 hours had passed since Wei Huan forcibly landed on the island to build a city, and the construction team had basically completed the foundation construction. A city can be expanded from small to large, but only a city that meets the basic standards can show the flag of challenge and declare the ownership of the territory. Mr. Zhang said that we should build it overnight, and we can put up the flag before dawn tomorrow. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, he looked at Wei Huan. "It's getting dark, be careful, Asham should react." As he was speaking, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong saw at the same time, a large number of chariots appeared on the scanning radar. The chariots specially marked by the AI butler, and set as enemies, turned into jumping red lights and rushed from the edge of the map. There is no doubt that Asham finally gathered its fighting power and came over. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong look serious. Are you here now? Let everyone return to their posts and prepare for battle. Will there be a battle? Yes. If Asham still wants to maintain their prestige, they must fight. It's a pity that I still can't figure it out. This battle must be fought. I have to compete before I can give up. The two looked at the chariot group that was approaching rapidly. There were nearly 100 chariots. Osam should have used all the strength it could currently gather and rushed over aggressively. Mu Zhong sat down next to Wei Huan and raised his hand to touch the colossus. The two touched their pinkies, and as the temperature flowed, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then they saw a trace of solemnity in each other's eyes. In the face of foreign enemies, humans cannot fight internally, but unification is often accompanied by blood. If Osam always insists on his position and wants to take action against Wei Huan, then Wei Huan and his men can only use Osam as a sacrifice. Suppress the thorns, and the rest will be obedient. Similarly, I believe Osam has the same idea as Wei Huan. There must be a fight to know who is the boss. Osam's chariot group has reached the point where it can be seen with the naked eye. At the same time, what made Wei Huan's eyes shrink was the continuous dark clouds on the chariots. Dark clouds? It looks like the dark clouds in the sky above Wei Huan's car at this moment. In fact, one is a ghost crow, and the other is a bat emitting rich dark energy. Agres is here. Mu Zhong frowned. Wei Huan nodded. Osam has not taken action until now. I am afraid he is waiting for her. This is normal. If you want to fight Wei Huan, you can only invite Agres Franklin to fight. The challengers at the top of the combat power ranking are the strongest because their individual strength has exceeded that of the chariot, and they all have the combat power of one person against an army. The bats in the sky are Agres' signature skill. Dark bats can suck blood, but more of it is the increase of dark energy, which comes from the heart of darkness, the professional training ground of the sleepless. These bats are not weak, and there is also a vampire count with good combat power. Mu Zhong quickly introduced Agres' abilities. Since they knew that there would be a battle with Osam, they had naturally collected all the intelligence about the other party long ago, especially for a strong man like Agres. In the intelligence department of the Azure Dragon Legion, there was a large area dedicated to recording her abilities and every word and action. Mu Zhong was born in intelligence and had a very detailed personality profile of Agres. After Jacques entered the level 5 world with us, we lost contact with him. It is very likely that he was hidden by Agres. Mu Zhong said this, and then his eyes condensed. Here comes the disaster which is disaster. The dark cloud formed by the bats separated from the convoy far away, took the initiative to attack, and faced the army of the undead. The army of the undead that Wei Huan arranged in front was mainly composed of air units this time. The long legs of the face huggers were entangled together, like a big net, dividing the sky and the earth into two. The bats did not retreat or dodge, but crashed into it head-on. Boom! The black and white collided with each other in large areas, and even a gust of wind was raised. Then some face huggers were torn apart and scattered on the ground, and some bats were tightly hugged by face huggers and fell to the ground. Like rain, they soon covered the forest with a layer of them. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but Wei Huan frowned slightly. The green flame in his left eye was pulsating, and his eyes were moving. Behind the interception net, a magic eye lord with a special appearance, with tangled muscles and blood vessels behind its huge eyeball, also moved his eyes. His vision fell on this elite magic eye lord. Wei Huan saw that as the bat came into contact with the face hugger, whether it was the bat tearing the face hugger with its sharp teeth, or the fishy wind it raised by flapping its wings, there was a special energy flowing. Unconsciously, red and green spots appeared on the bones of the face hugger, and then spread rapidly and spread in large areas. The face hugger seemed to be eroded. Not only did its attack slow down gradually, but its bones became extremely fragile. The skeleton that the bats had to tear apart at the beginning was now turned into powder with a light touch. The face hugger was completely suppressed. Only a few bats died, and they won a big victory. Cheers came from Asham, and he obviously saw the scene. But soon, Asham could no longer laugh. The Demon Eye Lord and the Ghost Crow flew out of the portal in large numbers. The Ghost Crow launched a soul scream and shuttled through the bodies of the bats. In such an advanced world, the Ghost Crow, which had been gradually eliminated, had the ability to suppress one of these bats with equally limited strength. The dark clouds belonging to the bats in the sky stagnated, and they were obviously hit by the soul scream. At the same time, the Demon Eye Lord, who needed a longer time to swing forward, successfully completed the first wave of aiming. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Black beams of light suddenly appeared in the sky, piercing the bats and causing them to fall. But before the demon Eye Lord could come with a second wave, the remaining large number of bats suddenly turned into a black smoke and disappeared, including the bats that fell to the ground. The next second, the smoke gathered in hundreds of places, and after a twist, it turned into hundreds of blurry blood shadows. The blood shadows were humanoid, but with long and thin limbs, and fascia wings under their arms, all red, as if they were skinned alive. The head was not big, also scarlet, without eyes and nose, only a pair of big ears, and a mouth torn to the roots of the ears. After they appeared, they made a piercing sound, squeak, and people with insufficient mental strength would feel dizzy and nauseous when they heard it. Of course, Wei Huan's dark power was the strongest in the world, and this kind of mental damage had almost no effect on him. The demon Eye Lord, who was in his sight, stared at the direction of the blood-colored demons, and as his eyes trembled, the demon Eye Lord's army rushed forward. Squeak, squeak, swish, swish, swish. The two sides instantly entangled together. The blood-colored demons were good at speed, and the demon Eye Lords were strong in attack. Some blood-colored demons hugged the demon Eye Lords and bit them, and the plague spread rapidly. In a few seconds, the demon Eye Lords were eroded by the plague and fell to the ground shrunken. But there were also many blood-colored demons who were unlucky. When they moved, they ran into the attacks of the demon Eye Lords. A black beam of light passed through their chests, or their heads were blown up, and they instantly turned into black mist and dissipated. At the beginning, Wei Huan did not arrange for the Ghost Crows to go up. In this level of battle, Ghost Crow's attack is definitely ineffective. After all, he is currently only sequence 4. Mu Zhong, who was watching at the side, was fascinated, ready to use his shaman ability at any time. But he suddenly came to his senses while watching, and couldn't help but look at Wei Huan deeply. It was obvious that Wei Huan didn't kill him at all, and he fought with the opponent one move after another. Whoever ran out of cards first would lose. This is cherishing talent. It was originally just a matter of competing for resources, which happened every day here. If the strong human beings were injured because of this, it was obviously not in line with Wei Huan's original intention. At least, he had no hostility towards Agres. Just like Jacques, in the previous life, Agres also supported a piece of the sky of human civilization war. The two sides seemed to be fighting brilliantly and mysteriously, but in fact, no one used their full strength. When the battle between the Lord of the Magic Eye and the Blood Demon reached a tragic moment, Agres, who was running out of energy, finally changed his tactics. The black smoke that the previously killed Blood Demon turned into condensed together at some point. The thick black fog exuded a heart-pounding power. Wei Huan saw it, but did not stop it. Agres's methods, whether in the previous life or this life, he knew it well. Deliberately letting it go, the new demon in the black fog finally condensed into shape. When the black fog dissipated, the vampire that existed in Western myths and legends, movies and TV dramas appeared. He was tall and handsome, with a tall figure, strong power, and could fly. But what made people unbearable to look at was that this vampire had the same face as Jacques. It is said that when Agres created her first servant, she was madly obsessed with Jacques. Except for its abnormally pale skin and overly red lips, this vampire is exactly like Jacques. Its temperament is even somewhat similar to Jacques. It stands in the void, graceful, with a scarlet cape flying behind it, and a well-fitting suit, which makes it surprisingly handsome. Then its body flashed, and a flash of red light passed by. Puff, 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 the Magic Eye Lords on the road burst into pieces. As it attacked, the bloody demon became stronger and faster, and it rushed towards Wei Huan's undead army all the way. In the awesome chariot, Agres Frangeling raised his eyebrows. In her video, the commanders of other chariots laughed as if the victory was already decided. It turns out that Wei Huan's strength is not that good. This is certainly not all of Wei Huan's strength, but no one laughed at the shallowness of this officer's words. In fact, after knowing that the opponent was Wei Huan, everyone was scared out of their wits. Some people's fingers were shaking when they received the order. Under the suppression of Wei Huan's reputation, they needed some victories to boost morale, even if they were small, a little bit of victory. Agres had a blank expression on her face. No one could see the cold sweat on her back from her calm face. Her spiritual power was being consumed rapidly. She didn't think she could win in the battle with Wei Huan. If she wanted to win, she could only fight with one move. Everyone knew that Wei Huan was the king of positional warfare, but he lacked the means to attack. But she had the skill to gather all the power together and appear together. Without changing her expression, Agres silently recited the 4 words Bloody Earl in her heart. But who said she had to use it? Chapter 209. There are still 50 minutes before dark. On the 5-star island, a large number of chariots have been pouring in. They come from various countries, and gathered here to collect intelligence. Wei Huan arrogantly landed on the island. How could Osum willingly admit defeat? This battle must be fought. How could it be possible not to participate in this excitement? There are too many chariots on the 5-star island, including allies and of course competing countries. Osum, who is restrained by Wei Huan, has no flaws to worry about. Osum is a big country on Blue Star, but the 5th level world has only been open for half a year after all. In addition to the number of people involved in the battlefield, the total number of Osum in this world is less than 100,000. If you can take care of one side, you can't take care of the other side. The radar map shows that non-cell phone vehicles have appeared, and the other party who is connected to the line said frankly that he came to take a look. Just a look, not to help. Can you drive people away? Maybe there will be more enemies by then. Fortunately, they have the upper hand at the moment, so it is not embarrassing. Looking at the battlefield again, the blood servant, who looks like Jacques, turned into a flying vampire, and rushed towards the nearest crypt beast mother like thunder. A red light flashed, and a full-strength blow successfully blew up the crypt beast mother, turning it into a handful of broken bones scattered all over the ground. Killed, the people of Asham were about to cheer, but when they thought about it, they felt a headache when they saw the thousands of crypt beast mothers floating in the sky. Obviously, the defense value of the crypt beast mother is much higher than that of the magic eye lord, and the blood servant can only kill one at a time. The level of the battlefield is increasing, the low-level bats and ghost crows have all withdrawn, and the face hugger can only play a little role in restraining. If this battle is to end, it will have to change again. Agris pressed his hand on the colossus hard, his neatly trimmed and beautiful nails dug into the stone, and a thin layer of sweat was already seeping out of his forehead. Every change of the blood clan will consume her spiritual power, and the use of the plague effect will also increase the consumption of spiritual power. Her spiritual power cannot fully support her to fight with all her strength. She opened and closed her eyes and sighed. Unfortunately, under the gaze of so many eyes, she will always have to fight. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips, and more spiritual power poured out like a dam opening. On the battlefield, hundreds of blood-colored monsters disappeared one after another, and finally gathered into 6 handsome vampire servants with different looks, but all of them were elegant and charming. As soon as they appeared, they were like sparks splashed by catapults, and after the shadows, they ignited one after another of the crypt beast mothers. White fireworks bloomed. In less than a minute, the number of female crypt beasts floating in the sky dropped by 1/3. The blood servant who looked like Jacques licked the corner of his mouth with his scarlet tongue, as if he had tasted the deliciousness of prey, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Finally, the blood-red eyes looked at the huge crypt beast protecting the chariot, and the chariot protected by it on the top of its back shell. The blood servant represented the will of the controller. Obviously, after slightly controlling the battle situation, Agris arrogantly wanted to attack Wei Huan. The next second, the blood servant suddenly rose up and rushed towards the huge crypt beast. Wei Huan, who was pushed on the back shell by the beast, naturally saw this scene from a high position. His expression was always calm, but when his eyes opened and closed slightly, the army of undead that was originally transmitted slowly returned to normal speed. There were 8 portals, and the demon eye lords were pouring out like a string. There were dense numbers floating in the sky, and the black beams were like a woven net, plowing through the sky and the ground. The blood servant, who crashed into the net, was directly overturned by a black beam. Before he could stand firm again, he was hit by the continuous attacks. When he returned to the battle zone full of crypt beast mothers, he was already in a mess, with his clothes torn, revealing his charred body. However, the clothes of the blood servants were transformed by their own abilities. If they could hunt blood at this time, their bodies and clothes would heal quickly and recover. Unfortunately, the blood of the demon eye lord was stinking blood, and the crypt beasts didn't even have meat. The seriously injured blood servants could only continue to be in a mess. Moreover, the battle in the crypt beast war zone did not improve significantly because of the simultaneous appearance of 7 blood servants. Because in the blink of an eye, the burrow beasts that they killed reappeared from the abdomen of the giant burrow beast, and the number of them was even greater than before, and filled the battlefield. The face huggers released by these burrow beasts were even more dense, and there was almost no place to land. This scene made everyone take a breath. Yes, Wei Huan's undead was indeed not too strong. He could easily kill 10 face huggers with one punch, and kill 20 with a sweep of his leg. But are there only a few hundred face huggers? Or thousands? No. There are tens of thousands, and they can be resurrected and keep returning to the battlefield. Then the challenger may have to face millions, or even tens of millions of face-huggers. A person would be exhausted even if he swung his arms and kicked his legs tens of thousands of times, let alone a million times in one breath. Not to mention, among these face-huggers, there are a large number of crit beast mothers with the same attack ability, ghost crows that can attack mentally, and magic eye lords who shoot cold shots from time to time. Wei Huan's main combat force Sayuroma, violent bears and running wolves had not come out yet, and he has not summoned flying monkeys and green light balls that can add status. If there are dog-headed people to teleport and fight. Just thinking about the scene of the undead army fighting with all their strength makes people despair and fear. No more fighting. Suddenly, Agres removed his hand from the Colossus, relaxed his body, and said with a bit of willfulness, "Whoever wants to fight can fight, I can't beat him. Why should I fight a chariot that can kill diamond-level monsters? Whoever wants to offend Death Guard Huan can do it. Anyway, I won't fight." After saying that, Agres stood up and left his driver's seat, looking at the official officers on his chariot, and finally looked at General Osum, who was always connected on the projection screen. In the other party's furious eyes, Agres's eyes flashed a trace of self-mockery. When she obtained the professional training ground and was recruited by the official, she had no foundation and her strength was also average, resulting in her being surrounded by official people and very few people she could trust. Osum, who advocates freedom, has never thought of giving her freedom. Why should she work hard in a cage built of distrust? Agres is playing badly. After her first blood servant was seriously injured, she ordered the other blood servants to stop attacking. They all turned into a puff of black smoke and appeared around Agres in the next second, protecting him. This timely move also made the young and handsome officer who was planning to find someone to come over, nominally the adjutant of Agres, but actually directly under the command of the Osum government, stop the little action in his hand. The adjutant's eyes were full of affection, his smile was gentle, and he had a bit of Jacques' temperament in all aspects. He said softly, "Facing Wei Huan is indeed very stressful. I will explain to the commander. You should have a good rest." Agres just smiled at this Sabehuo. The pretended affectionate persona was disgusting, but it was a pity that he could not turn his face because this was the grandson of the highest-level counselor of Osum. The marriage between the second and third generations, and the strongest common in the Osum Legion. Agres raised the corner of his mouth. "That's right, I trouble the commander next. I have consumed too much spiritual power, and I am weak all over, so I will go back to the room." After speaking, without waiting for the other party to answer, Agres turned around and entered the elevator directly to the room. The 7 blood servants, all handsome and fierce, followed suit and turned into 7 black smokes, chasing after Agres. All the people in the cab were left alone, watching her back with respect, fear, and jealousy. Especially the grandson of the chairman of the parliament, whose face was even more ugly. He had already regarded Agres as his woman, but Agres not only did not give him a chance, but also had these blood servants, who were stronger and more beautiful than him. No man could tolerate his woman being surrounded by so many opposite sexes, even if they were just the manifestation of her abilities, he still hated it. And the grandson of the chairman of the parliament heard the call, and immediately turned his head and looked at the projection screen. The commander on the screen was his uncle. When the two of them looked at each other, they both expressed their displeasure. Then the commander said, "Go and comfort Agres. If she is upset, take care of her. If she is sad and angry, comfort her. You don't have to worry about this place anymore." The grandson of the parliament leader had a hint of depression in his eyes, but he nodded and left. After watching his nephew leave, the commander of Osham suppressed the anger in his eyes, and looked out of the car again. With Agres suddenly refusing to fight, the battle was over. Just like when they just arrived, Wei Huan used the facehugger to hook a large bone net covering the sky and the earth, in which there were countless magic eye lords and crypt beasts floating. So far, Wei Huan has only dispatched 3 types of soldiers, and easily restrained the strongest of their Osham. Although the battle ended because Agres suddenly gave up, they all knew in their hearts that even if Agres still had a trick up his sleeve, he would never be Wei Huan's opponent. But can they just give up like this? Of course not. They are Osum, the strongest country on Blue Star, and they should also be the strongest country challenging the world. Facing Wei Huan, they have failed again, and now they are even directly occupied by the island. It is simply a shame for Osum. These old generation generals have all come from the pride of Osum as the strongest country in the world. Now they want them to bow their heads and think that they can be crushed by changing the rules. It's impossible, compared to Agres, who didn't want to fight, Enon, who didn't miss Osum's past glory, this commander of Osum is much colder. He said to his adjutant with a cold face. Since he wants to do this, don't blame us for being ruthless. Now, it's time to use it. The adjutant's eyes flashed, and it was hard to describe the look in his eyes at this moment, whether he was more excited or more confused. But there was no doubt that he was an absolute supporter of his superior, and he would never go west if his superior said east. Soon, the adjutant came back and held up the scroll in his hand. The scroll had golden handles at both ends, engraved with incomprehensible divine patterns. The outside of the scroll was platinum, each one was as thick as a thumb, and there were 5 of them. When they were handed to Commander Osum, the data glasses worn by the commander showed the name Angel Spear Scroll. Yes, it was the Angel Spear Scroll that Jacques used to surrender to Wei Huan in exchange for the platinum magic flute. The Angel Spear Scroll that the Shiheng family could afford, a private organization in a small country like Sangshu, was just a daily strategic reserve for a big country. He took out 5 at once, without any pressure at all. The commander of Osum took the scroll in his hand, shook it, and laughed. No matter how brave a person is, he can't fight against the country. It's time to let Yin country see that the genius they are proud of was killed by their arrogance. While speaking, the commander of Asham slapped the scroll on the driver's platform without hesitation. At the location of the scroll, a box that could just hold the scroll was exposed, and it was quickly transferred to the armory of the chariot, and under the control of the AI butler, it was queued up at the front of the arrows on the chariot. As long as the order is given, these scrolls will be fired by the chariot, like weapons, across a distance of 2 kilometers, and land in the middle of the undead army. 5 scrolls were fired in succession. The commander of Osum could almost imagine how spectacular the scene was at that moment. Back then, they used destructive weapons against the Mulberry Kingdom, and exchanged tens of millions of people for an obedient dog. This battle example also told him that if he didn't take action, it would be fine. Once he took action, he had to strike with thunder and hit hard and painfully. Fire! The commander of Osum issued the final order. At this time, Wei Huan in the chariot felt a little palpitation. His eyes swept across every corner of the battlefield, and he did not notice the source of the abnormality. Agri's sudden cessation of the war and withdrawal was indeed a bit beyond Wei Huan's expectations, but considering that Agri seemed to have a close relationship with Jacques, this sudden choice was not surprising when he thought about it carefully. If it weren't for the relationship between Agri's and Jacques, Wei Huan would not have accompanied him in the sparring, and he was simply feeding him moves. With the Thunderbolt Strikes tactics he followed, let alone the vampires, including Agri's, and the 100 vehicles she brought, he had already surrounded them with his army of undead. So where did the threat come from? Wei Huan was a veteran of the battlefield, and he would not ignore his intuition. Since he had a foreknowledge that warned him of danger, he would not be so arrogant as to do nothing. Things like improvisation should be handled according to the situation. After all, he was using the power of a vehicle to pry open the Asham army, so he had to be careful. In the 8 portals, the undead that had slowed down their appearance accelerated again. And this time, he sent out the Wolf Legion and Shiroma, and occasionally there were flying monkeys and green light balls. In addition, the point beasts were also reminded by him to strengthen their vigilance. The influx of more face huggers made the big net woven by the face huggers denser, visible to the naked eye. Finally, Wei Huan discovered something unusual. First, the AI housekeeper flashed red and quickly warned, warning. Huge energy detected, suspected to be the Angel Spear Scroll. Warning. Then, Wei Huan's eyes were already locked on a chariot in the Osum convoy with its weapon port exposed. A golden light spurted out from the weapon port on the roof of the car. No trajectory was seen, but the next second, the sky seemed to be pierced by something. A golden light burst into dazzling brilliance, as if it came from outer space, and the golden sharp spear head appeared in everyone's eyes. Everything seemed to become very slow, and Wei Huan clearly saw the moment when the spear head condensed into shape. But his eyes and brain were captured by this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, and he could not make any reaction. Until the spear was completely condensed, it suddenly stabbed down like teleportation. Wei Huan's eyes, the pupils suddenly contracted. The next second, the tip of the spear seemed to have reached Wei Huan's eyeballs, as if to pierce his head. Then, there was a boom. Wei Huan came back to his senses, and saw that the tip of the golden spear had already pierced the back shell of the dot beast. Their chariot had been protected by the dot beast. When Wei Huan realized the danger, the dot beast had already moved their chariot to the bottom of the back shell, and protected it with 2 white jade bone legs. Now, the golden spear hit the back shell of the dot beast, just like using a knife to poke into bricks and tiles. Although the tiles and stones broke, the knife's attack also stopped. The dot beast let out a long groan, and its 6 long legs bent under the force, and there was a look of breaking. The hard back shell was also covered with cracks, and while it continued to spread outwards, the position pierced by the golden spear continued to pierce down. The tip of the spear pointed to the location of Wei Huan's chariot. The beast's voice was filled with anger. Its 2 long legs rolled up to its back shell and grabbed the spear shaft. The remaining legs exerted force upwards, and the piercing force finally stopped. Wei Huan's eyes moved away from the top of his head and looked at the chariot that fired the scroll. It seems that Osum really wants him dead. At this stage, the most offensive scrolls in the mall have been bought to deal with him. And, looking at the weapon launch port of the command vehicle, which once again spurted out golden light, and the new golden spear had condensed above his head, Wei Huan's face completely turned cold. Mutual competition is the norm within humans. Except for a few countries, Wei Huan will hold back every time he fights. Now, the opponent's hatred has completely broken his bottom line. With a thought, the Shuro group and the running wolf turned into a wave of undead and rushed towards Osum's convoy. As they moved forward, their bodies suddenly expanded. There was no doubt that Mu Zhong's blessing had fallen. The 100 Xyromas in the lead were glowing red, and were cast with bloodthirstiness, turning into a black light. In an instant, they were in the middle of Osum's car formation and leaped up. Of course, Wei Huan was attacked faster. The opponent was very eager to kill him, and seeing that he could not be killed with one blow, he released 4 scrolls at the same time. It seemed that he had to stay here. Wei Huan ordered the undead army to attack, and also ordered the corpse violent bear army to cooperate with the point beast to defend. Of course, he could order the butler to drive now, and use the speed to avoid this kind of standing output. But if he left, the chariots of the construction team behind him would be exposed to danger. And although there are no famous rules for this kind of territory war, since you have to defend the city, you have to defend it within the territory. Once you leave, things will become troublesome. Wei Huan can only resist now. He has already understood the power of the Angel Spear Scroll, which is equivalent to a blow from the Dragon Head Dharma of the Dark Beast King. It is a Dragon Head Dharma, not a half-dragon Dharma. The power is not weak, but the point beast that has been blessed by the attribute can barely block a blow. Not to mention the Big Bear, who is good at defense. The Big Bear, who is already an epic hero, has terrible flesh. When he stood on the back shell of the point beast and rushed towards the Angel Spear, the tip of the Angel Spear pierced the Big Bear's body, but the remaining power fell on the back shell of the point beast, which only caused a small crack, and the power was much worse than the first blow. And this was only the fastest reaction of Wei Huan. Soon after, one could see that after the violent bears came out of the portal quickly, they leaped up and rushed towards the Angel Spear like moths to a flame. Even though they were torn into pieces by the huge power, all the violent bears turned into broken bones and rotten meat, they still couldn't stop their leap. The power of the Angel Spear was consumed quickly, but the violent bears died too quickly, and could not catch up with the speed of rebirth. The point beast was hit by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Angel Spears in succession, and finally let out a wail and began to break apart. "Sir, the army of the undead," the adjutant reminded nervously in the command vehicle. But the commander of Asham didn't care to pay attention to him at all. His eyes were fixed on the huge ground beast that was broken apart, and the Wei Huan chariot that was completely exposed with its death. Victory or defeat depends on this one move. Before the final result comes out, he doesn't want to hear or see anything. He wants to witness Wei Huan's death with his own eyes. He wants to make a contribution. As long as Wei Huan dies, he will become the real ruler of Osum, instead of still taking risks in the challenge world. Die! Die! Finally, the spear tip fell on Wei Huan's chariot. But it was 3 meters away from the chariot, and couldn't fall any further. The bloodshot eyes of the commander of Osum suddenly widened. How could he forget that there was a protective shield at the end? And Wei Huan's protective shield was still level 6. The level 6 protective shield, used to defend against the Angel Spear Scroll produced in the level 5 world, can it really be broken? Osum's officer blinked his eyes, and inevitably had a bad idea. The next second, reality confirmed his guess. The scrolls he cast at the same time, like after images, overlapped and attacked. It should have been more powerful, but it also had unexpected shortcomings. The level 6 protective shield of Wei Huan's chariot was finally broken by the joint bombardment of the 3 scrolls. But before the commander of Osum could be happy, the equally powerful level 6 counterattack force came out from the broken protective shield, like a soaring purple dragon, and hit the sky. Crack! The spear was entangled, and it barely supported for 3 seconds before it gradually dissipated. Disappeared? Commander Osam's expression still maintained a ferocious and excited look, but his eyes were a little more confused. In theory, the grade of this high-level scroll must be higher than the combat power of the chariot. An angel's spear can break the 5th-level protective shield of the Dark Beast Lord, but a 5th-level chariot cannot break it. He used 5 scrolls in one breath. Even if Wei Huan's chariot has a 6th-level protective shield, it can't defeat 3 angel spears in one breath, right? But the fact happened in front of his eyes. Wei Huan really used the counterattack power of the protective shield to defeat the angel spear in one breath. Why? Is it because too much energy was consumed by the undead army before? Or can a higher level attack be so strong? Or, sir, be careful. Just when the commander of Osam wanted to think more, a sharp and urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. He came back to his senses unhappily, and was about to say something, but after seeing clearly, his eyes went black in an instant. I don't know when, they have been surrounded by the undead army. Unlike the previous small fight between Wei Huan and Agres, Wei Huan obviously took real action this time. All his core combat power, the Shiroma, were dispatched, each with attribute blessings, and some even had red bodies, which was a bloodthirsty state with 10 times the attribute. These Shiroma were tall, each of them was 7 or 8 meters long, and they could grab the chariot with just a slight jump. The level 5 chariot could only float a distance above the ground, and could not really fly, so it was easily caught by the Shiroma. The Shiroma horse has 4 legs, and the human body has 3 heads and 6 arms, a total of 10 claws. Once they hold it, it is difficult to break free. The Shiroma faithfully carried out Wei Huan's orders, and hated the command vehicle the most. For bloodthirsty Shiroma surrounded the chariot, scratching it frantically, and right under the eyes of the commander of Osam, the level 5 protective shield was broken with a bang. The blood-covered darkness fell on the chariot, and the commander of Osam screamed subconsciously, "Attack! Attack! Protective shield! Protective shield!" In fact, the chariot's attack and protective shield have never stopped. But Wei Huan, who was ruthless, did not give the other side a chance to breathe. The dead Shiroma was resurrected at the first time, and then returned to the front line directly through the mouth of the dog-headed man. Not to mention the undead army that kept rushing towards the Osam convoy like a huge wave. At all times, there were hundreds of undead around each chariot, everywhere in the sky and on the ground. If they killed one, there would be hundreds waiting for them. It is impossible to kill them all. And Wei Huan's undead army, as long as they could not be killed, would be doomed to be drowned. It is unknown how many high-level monsters, including diamond-level monsters, were wiped out by Wei Huan using the same method. As for the Osam team, which had no right to be arrogant in front of Wei Huan, since all the strong men in the combined army could not kill a golden monster, in a blink of an eye, the first chariot was torn to pieces by the violent Shiroma. Hundreds of challengers burst out of the destroyed chariots like popcorn. They either ran out of the battlefield as soon as they came out, or fought against the army of undead in groups of 3 or 5. The army of undead did not chase the fleeing Osam challengers, but under Wei Huan's order, all those who dared to resist and attack were killed without mercy. Wei Huan was really angry this time. How could he not know that Osam used the scroll to copy the victory of the Mulberry Kingdom? But why should he be the chicken killed by Jing Ho? Why not do the opposite? Let him kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, and set an example. The ground was instantly covered with blood. Without the protection of the chariot, the challenger of Osam was no match for the army of the undead. Even the gardener sequence and the farmer sequence, which were famous for their defense, were quickly swept away by the huge waves and turned into a pile of rotten meat under the meat grinder when facing the endless army of the undead. Another chariot was destroyed. The third one was the chariot of Commander Osam. Commander Osam, who fell to the ground in a mess, seemed to have his brain taken away. When facing the huge 7-8 meter long Shiroma, he did not look like a challenger at all, but a coward who would only hold his head when attacked. "Help! Protect me! Soldiers, protect me!" He screamed shrilly, his voice almost breaking. Fortunately, at this time, someone was shouting, "Don't attack the undead! Don't attack! Get out of here! Don't attack the undead!" Commander Osam paused in his evasive action, and then he realized something. "Don't attack and leave here" sound good, but isn't that just running away? Under his leadership, his soldiers fled without fighting. What is this? This is a humiliation. It is Wei Huan's vicious counterattack. Ah! Don't leave. Fight! He tore his voice, and shouted loudly. However, the ho-ho-ho and caw-caw-caw sounds, as well as the galloping and fighting sounds, drowned out his voice. Only the guards around him heard it, and raised their weapons again. But as soon as they raised their weapons, The surrounding undead army seemed to press some kind of terrifying switch, and turn their heads to look over at the same time. A pair of eyes, cold and ruthless, revealing endless death, just stared at them steadily. Then, he could almost see all the details of the undead's muscles tensing and ready to go. A very strong sense of crisis descended, and he felt the coldness of the Grim Reaper's scythe falling on his neck. Wait, wait! Wait! The commander of Osum could no longer care about glory or pride. He nervously ordered, "Put down your weapons, put down your weapons. Stop attacking, stop attacking." He was already incoherent. The horror of the undead army can only be felt by facing it in person. Especially without the protection of the chariot, it was too terrible, too terrible. However, what the commander of Osum could not imagine was that he clearly ordered to put down his weapons and stop resisting, but the undead army that came over not only did not decrease, but increased, as if at this moment, all the undead on the battlefield looked at him. In the distance, the challengers who fell out of other destroyed chariots obviously knew that they could leave smoothly without resistance, and completely lost the idea of fighting and fled to the distance. Some chariots were seriously damaged and were about to explode, but they chose to run away with the whole car. Even some chariots that could still resist were gradually losing firepower, and seemed to have chosen to fight passively. Wave 1 gave everyone a way out. But not him. Commander Osum, who realized this, turned pale. Then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it, shouting, "Follow me, attack!" The guards who followed him all looked dejected, and had already guessed what their fate would be. Unfortunately, their loyalty was engraved in their bones, and even though they knew there was a better way out, they could not make such a choice. Then, let them be buried in their own beliefs. Under Wave 1's command, countless undead armies rushed towards Commander Osum. After watching them being drowned little by little, until their figures completely disappeared in the middle of the undead army, Wave 1's eyes also moved away. The undead army has completely controlled the battlefield. Under Wave 1's command, they forced Osum's convoy 7 kilometers away. The undead army either floated in the sky or ran on the ground, drawing a clear boundary. Using their ferocious faces, they silently warned everyone. Those who trespass will die. After losing their commander, Osum's convoy was like a pile of loose sand, and they only dared to stop outside the boundary, and dared not to enter the forbidden pool again. This scene made all the onlookers sigh. Although Osum's glory had long been shattered, it was still complicated to see Wave 1's chariot stop Osum's hundreds of chariots with one chariot. Times have changed after all. Osum proved the decline of the Empire with actual combat. The battle ended. As for the outside world's evaluation of this battle, Wave 1 didn't care. He didn't care whether he was domineering or arrogant, or how those weird admirers sang praises of his strength in the World Channel. After spreading the undead 7 kilometers and laying a defense line, the construction of the city resumed. After working overtime all night, the second-level mecha worked frantically as a porter, and finally before dawn, a small city that met the standards appeared on this land. And on the tallest building, a national flag belonging to Yin country fluttered in the wind in the sun. Afterwards, the arrogant and overbearing Wave 1 actually uploaded the city construction plan to the challenge system, and marked the coverage of the city territory in full compliance with the standards, and the coverage will be further expanded with the second phase of construction. This made everyone who saw Wave 1 submit the city construction plan amazed. Wave 1 is a very complicated person. With his ability, even if he ignores this rule, no one would say anything, but he just follows the rules. Yes, but if we talk about his rules, more than 300 people died in Osum yesterday, including several senior officers, and even the third son of the senator's family. Osum will not let him go with his blood debt. In my opinion, he is smart. Following the rules is a reassurance to countries other than Osum. And taking action against Osum's commander is a deterrent to us. During the suppression period, Wave 1 only needs to deal with the threat from Osum. Osum and Wave 1, or Osum and Yengua, I will always remain neutral. This confrontation is not over yet, there is still something interesting to watch. No, I think the winner has been decided. Yengua will withstand all the pressure from Osum. Wave 1 alone can be as powerful as a country at present. If he wants to make trouble, Osum will have no way to deal with him. Don't forget that he still has the channel of promotion in his hands. Osum, who can't be defeated, will compromise sooner or later. So can we consider his covenant? Yes, I am considering this matter. With Wave 1's strength, he will not stay in this world for too long. It may take a long time to reach the strategic level of the covenant standard. I want to go to the 6th level world with him to take a look. I understand. Then don't hesitate. I contact Wave 1 now. Okay. Such similar conversations occurred in various chariots. The captains of powerful countries were very excited, but unfortunately they were bound by the country. They couldn't make the trip no matter how excited they were. On the contrary, some second-rate and third-rate countries, after discussion, actually leaned towards Wei Huan's side and reached an alliance with Wei Huan. Wei Huan accepted all comers. This was originally his purpose. He didn't care what little calculations the visitors had in their minds, because no matter how many ideas they had, as long as their ultimate enemy was a monster challenging the world and a dark beast tribe competing with civilization, they would naturally have the same position. In the end, they would always be united. Fight for humanity. Then, after the Yin country White Tiger army officially settled in the White Tiger city of the Five-Star Island, Wei Huan, who had completed the handover, set off again with all the chariots that had signed the alliance. This time Wei Huan was very high profile and directly announced his route. Moreover, he pulled out a 1,000-kilometer plowing convoy with chariots at intervals of 35 kilometers. He wanted to use the advanced AI on the chariots of the allies, who signed the covenant to clean up all the treasure chests within the planned range, and only open treasure chests above silver. To this end, he also refined the DKP and found that treasure chests of different levels would have different DKPs. Those who were willing to participate in the war could not only increase the number of covenants, but also gain DKP. As for whether the gold-level treasure chest would expose the true face of the survivors, after successfully building a city on the Five-Star Island and defeating the Osum army, the strategy of pitting Osum at the beginning became no longer important. Rather than wasting time playing tricks with Osum, Wei Huan now just wanted to upgrade to level 6 vehicles faster. The progress of the Qinli convoy was indeed in line with Wei Huan's initial idea. On the first day, he opened 6 silver treasure chests and 1 gold treasure chest. On the second day, he opened 11 silver treasure chests, 1 gold treasure chest, and a gold ruin. Among them, he also opened a data glasses and a super energy storage tank. The harvest is not small. The level 6 balcony and level 6 external arrows of his chariot have been upgraded one after another. War platform has become larger, not only doubling the combat positions, but also doubling the blessing for long range. After external arrows reached level 6, Wei Huan's chariot had the ability to actively attack, and no longer needed to rely on the defensive counterattack of the protective shield to fight. On the 4th day, there was intelligence that a lot of chariots gathered on their way forward and robbed some bronze, black iron, and some silver-level treasure chests. Do you need to drive them away? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. No need. Wei Huan is not arrogant. He is calm and rational. He knows that even if he is so strong that he has no rivals, there is no need to provoke too many enemies. And at this stage, only the gold-level treasure chests can really improve him. Those who want to open the silver treasure chests can open them. Of course, if they deliberately disgust him and keep following them, Wei Huan doesn't mind warning and driving them away. If the situation is serious, it is possible to snipe and kill. Just like this, 5 days passed. After they entered the no man's land and killed the gold-level monster again, the secret was finally exposed. What? The survivors of the 5th level world are mental attacks? Their own attack power is very ordinary. As long as they can overcome the illusion, they can be killed. That's right. How could Wei Huan kill a diamond-level monster? It must be because he knew the true face of the survivors long ago and found a way to overcome the illusion, so he completed the kill. Damn it! If they had known earlier, they would have taken action long ago. Even the fact that the environment where the survivors will appear is closely related to water, and once the ruins with the appearance of underground rivers appear, the survivors will inevitably appear has also been spread. So outside the scope of Wei Huan's plowing the land, 2 teams were quietly formed. One is the caravan of Big Bear. The other is the caravan of Osum. In the areas under their control, there are indeed golden ruins with underground rivers that meet the conditions. Both countries sent out truly powerful pioneering armies, and formed determined combat teams based on the combat characteristics of the survivors, and finally came to the golden treasure chest after overcoming all the difficulties. However, at this moment, the general of the Great Bear Country thought again, and made a decision that he was extremely grateful for later. Using personal connections, he contacted Mu Diheo and asked sincerely, "My ally, I am now in front of the golden treasure chest. I sincerely ask you, can we open this treasure chest?" Mu Diheo was stunned for a moment. "Are you sure it is a treasure chest of the survivors?" "Yes, it meets the conditions of the treasure chest of the survivors in our intelligence." Mu Diheo sighed. Yin country does not lie to its allies. If the treasure chest of the survivors is so easy to open, we will definitely inform our strategic partners. If you believe me, It is still not too late to retreat now. Why? You can, but we can't. Because of the anchor point? Don't contact the survivors before finding a suitable anchor point. Moody Heo thought for a while and said, if I remember correctly, a small number of criminal sequences have been activated in your legion, right? How about making a deal? Unlike this, Osum was deeply jealous of Yin country, and coupled with his obsession with Osum's past glory, the team standing in front of the golden treasure chest directly touched the golden treasure chest. When the light flashed, a vague shadow, in fact, a group of scarlet earthworm-like roots, entangled and buried underground as soon as it appeared from the treasure chest. In a short period of time, its spiritual power swept through the spiritual sea of everyone, and then intertwined with the memories of the tribe in the void, and finally turned into a human woman with a pale body and skin, but black hair and black eyes, beautiful appearance, wearing ragged but sexy robes. Then when the Osum team attacked, 6 portals exactly like Wei Huan appeared behind her. One after another, running wolves, violent bears, and the Shiroma, who were terrified by the Asham army, jumped out of the portal. Necromancer. The captain of the combat team was ranked in the top 5 in the world in terms of combat effectiveness, and had done a lot of psychological preparation before carrying out the mission, but when he saw the scene with his own eyes, he still cried out in surprise, "Isn't it a mermaid? Why did the necromancer appear? Is it a new tribe?" The members of the other teams timidly faced the army of undead. But soon they found something different. She is weaker than Wei Huan. That's right, everyone stay calm, not all necromancers are the strongest, we can defeat her. A battle that was almost equally matched broke out in the ruins. No one noticed that the scattered bones grew red worm-like roots after falling to the ground, quickly drilled into the ground, and spread to the exit of the ruins. As the main attraction of attention, the necromancer has always been involved in the strength of the combat team, gradually from being evenly matched to being powerless, until the challenger's sword came to her forehead. At that moment, she shed tears of fear. Even though she knew it might be a scam, the hand holding the sword still hesitated. The challenger, who had no idea that he had been invaded by the spirit, put the sword on the woman's neck and turned his head and said, "She is different from the intelligence. Is the survivors really just a mental attack? Yes, it's all groundless intelligence. Obviously, the survivors in front of them are not mermaids. And she is a necromancer. Wei Huan is so strong because he is a necromancer. I think this is an opportunity to understand Wei Huan. We can't just kill him." Unconsciously, the mental attack acted on more people's heads. They were affected by the mental attack, and their thinking gradually became chaotic, and they were guided to another direction little by little. Yes, this is a necromancer. If we can copy more necromancers, we will make a contribution. And she is so beautiful. I always think that Oriental beauties are both mysterious and beautiful. Look, she is nodding. She said, she can help us understand the necromancer as long as we don't kill her. We take her away. Even if we can't figure out the secret of the necromancer, we can train a necromancer to fight against Wei Huan. During their conversation, they had completely forgotten their original intentions. The information about the liar of the survivors in their memories gradually disappeared in the depths of their minds, as if covered by fog. Only the deputy captain of this team, because she was a wise man with high spiritual power, always had a string pulling her in her head. She held her forehead, shook her head, and said with difficulty, "Wait, everyone, don't be fooled. The survivors are good at mental attacks. It is the enemy. Just kill it directly." The next second, the deputy captain was locked by a pair of dark eyes. It was a pair of eyes that could not be seen to the bottom. She seemed to be pulled into the depths, tumbling and spinning, and gradually seemed to forget something. What was it? You are right. If we can subdue her and train her to be stronger, she will become Wei Huan's enemy. Let the necromancer fight the necromancer. I can already imagine that scene. The deputy captain's shoulders relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. He followed the team and talked, looking like a great victory. But in fact, these people's bodies and faces were crawling with red worms. These are the roots of the survivors buried deep in the seabed. But who stipulated that they can only live in the soil? The body of a living thing is the best fertilizer, which can make them flourish. Food. 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 In the void, a greedy and vague voice murmured. The red worms attached to the team became particularly active, biting the flesh and drilling into it. The eyeballs of the deputy captain were being bitten by red worms, which went all the way from her eyeballs to her brain. Just like that, she no longer had any doubts and staggered out with her companions. They were already dead. But they didn't know it themselves. And the roots that parasitized them followed them out of the ruins. Outside the ruins were chariots that were ready for battle, and some challengers who had left the chariots and were ready to respond at any time. At first, they were just seen staggering out in an abnormal posture as if they were drunk. Be careful. What's going on? Stop. Stop. Otherwise we take action. The challengers and chariots noticed something unusual and entered a combat state, staring at the team standing in the dark at the entrance of the ruins. But they didn't notice that with their appearance, tiny red worms drilled out of the ground and drilled into their clothes along their shoes. Finally, when these red worms entered their bodies, the strange postures of the group of people in the ruins suddenly became normal in their eyes. Oh my God, you are injured. Quick! Take them back to the chariot for treatment. Their injuries are too serious. They must be treated immediately. Let the angels come. The terrible attack spread rapidly among the challenge army of Asham in a way without gunpowder. Some people noticed the abnormality, but due to lack of intelligence, they could not avoid the reproduction of the red worms. Soon, those who were abnormal in their eyes became reasonable under the invasion of the survivors. One chariot after another was infected by the invasion. At the same time, these chariots were carrying countless red worms to the headquarters. Chapter 210. After entering the no man's land, Wave 1 opened the first platinum treasure chest. I don't know if it's because of the new world or the world level is high enough, there are more gold treasure chests. Probably because the high-level materials in the 5th, 6th, and 7th level worlds can only be dropped by gold-level treasure chests and monsters. In comparison, the probability of finding platinum-level treasure chests is as low as before, and the platinum-level monsters imprisoned in it are also very powerful and difficult to kill. They are also the descendants of the Liar. This time they no longer pretend to be Atlantis. I don't know the specific reason, but the fact is that what appeared in front of Wei Huan and others was a group of necromancers. Perhaps it was because the diamond-level monster recognized Wei Huan's strength, or the humans in the chariot team were in awe of Wei Huan. In short, it chose to transform into an army of undead. At a cold glance, it was quite scary. Not only was the number more than 100 times that of Wei Huan, but even the heroic-level crypt beasts of the physique of the point beast had tens of thousands of them, just like a group of Godzillas, actually walking in the sea with the sky and the earth. Necromancer? How could it be a necromancer? Were these also summoned by Wei Huan? Be careful, retreat. Then, a tank commander who signed a temporary alliance sent a message saying, I'm sorry, Colonel Wei, we plan to wait and see this battle. The scene in front of us is too weird. Shouldn't you be the only necromancer in the whole world? It was almost like asking Wei Huan directly if he had set a trap to harm them. Wei Huan didn't think he could have a few truly loyal and brave allies now. He set these alliance conditions to prepare for worlds above level 6. In a higher level world, the power of the state units will be broken, and there will be only one power. At that time, even if he only mentions the interests, he can firmly bind these chariots that come with different intentions to him. At this moment, when they don't trust each other very much, there will be doubts, and it is very normal to give up desperately and prioritize saving yourself. Wei Huan agreed to the other party's request on the spot, and then he didn't care whether the other party left the front line completely or observed from the back. As for whether to collect intelligence when he fought with the high-level treasure chest monster, it didn't matter, because they never saw the same world. Wei Huan turned his eyes away from the projection screen, and saw Mog, who was tied up as soon as he was summoned. Mog has gradually become accustomed to the identity of a tool man. At first, he still struggled, but now when he came out and saw himself in the chariot, he simply lay on the ground to rest. However, Wei Huan has borrowed Mog as an anchor point to see the real world. The tall hero-level crypt beasts are huge seaweeds, just like the kelp sprouts that are often eaten on Blue Star, but the size is connected to the sky and the earth. There are also those face huggers floating in the air, and the running wolves, violent bears, and shuroma sneaking on the seabed. These are red roots of varying sizes. Whether it is seaweed or red roots, they have strong combat power. In addition, the impact of platinum-level monsters on the brain makes them not easy to kill. Sometimes, you think you are fighting with the opponent, but in fact, you may be splitting the air most of the time. Mental attacks not only affect the differences in the 5 senses, but also affect physical perception. Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong to give battle orders to his allies, and asked them to attack only the position attacked by the undead army under any circumstances. The Ghost Crow was released by Wei Huan first. Now that their combat power is not enough, they have finally developed new abilities in addition to exploring the way and opening boxes. Dozens of Ghost Crows gathered together and turned into dark clouds, which formed a circle, representing the target, which is the position that the allies want to attack. I understand what the Ghost Crows mean, but there is only air there. It has been confirmed. Lieutenant Colonel Mu said that we only need to bombard the position circled by the ghost crows. I understand. Just do as Lieutenant Colonel Moose said. The artillery fire of the Allied forces started, and the arrows outside the vehicle and the war platform accumulated the most violent attacks and bombarded the position circled by the ghost crows at the same time. The ghost crows' bodies became ethereal, allowing them to ignore most of the attacks, which just played the role of using their bodies as targets. Beams of light passed through their bodies and bombarded a blank area behind them. With a boom, scarlet blood spurted out, and a 10-meter-long red root was blasted into several pieces. Even though it broke on the sea surface, it was still struggling and twisting. Looking at the more than 10 Shiromas 10 meters away, only 2 or 3 mosaic Shiromas were left, still trying to rush towards them ferociously. There. The commander who was reminded saw the circle surrounded by the ghost crows again, and this time, he ordered to open fire without hesitation. Boom! More red roots burst out, and the Shiromas that were about to rush over also disappeared. The first shot of the war was successfully fired, and the commanders of the alliances not only did not look relieved, but instead frowned. Why can Wei Huan accurately recognize the existence of the monster's body, but they can't see anything? Is their mental power so low? Or does Wei Huan have some means that they don't know? As allies, can they share secrets? Some people are already considering how to ask Wei Huan to share secrets, some are thinking about sending intelligence, and some are not distracted, and really want to join Wei Huan to find a support. Wei Huan saw the true body of the monster through MOG, which is a group of underwater plants, but it is much smaller than the diamond level, probably only a few dozen miles, and it is easy to kill. Of course, the premise of being easy to kill is that he is an anchor point. MOG is the anchor point for him, and all the long-range ones, allowing the long range on the war platform to ignore all interference and accurately hit the body of the monster. Wei Huan's undead army can also guide the Allied forces to fight. However, these are just peripheral battles of grinding bloodlines. The real core battle of the main force has been started in the depths that others cannot see. At the beginning, Wei Huan let the undead avoid all interference and sent the puppy-headed man to the depths of the sea. After reaching the location, the little dog-headed man was the first to spit out Su Qingqiang. As soon as Su Qingqiang came out, the whole world was distorted for a moment, as if a double image appeared. The melee team that followed, including the undead army, only needed to focus on the relatively clear picture in the double image to attack, and every shot hit the monster's body accurately. That's right. Su Qingqiang's melee anchor point was also almost mastered. After continuously hunting a large number of survivors, Su Qingqiang's mental resistance to the survivors was constantly increasing. When he successfully resisted the mental attack of the survivors, a world with illusion and reality coexisted in the 100-meter area centered on him. At the beginning, Su Qingqiang's resistance was not high, and he could only see a vague real shadow. Now it has been reversed, the reality has overwhelmed the illusion, and the battle has become more and more smooth. Maybe, when Su Qingqiang eats this platinum-level monster, he will completely stack up the resistance to this survivor. Wei Huan is very clear that this survivor is not only a treasure chest monster in the 5th-level world, but also a world monster in the 6th-level world. The 6th-level world is the underwater world, which is full of these things. You don't need to open the treasure chest to be attacked and deceived by them. Strictly speaking, the criminal sequence may be the only bug in the 6th-level world. The premise is to obtain the endless prison and stack up the mental resistance. Otherwise, humans may not be able to move in the 6th-level world. On the contrary, with Su Qingqiang, the highest warden in history, taking action, the battle becomes simple. There is no need to worry about being deceived. Every attack can land on the monster's body, and it can also avoid attacks hiding in the dark. Even if the monster's own combat power is not weak, as long as you can directly swing your fist, this monster is not difficult to kill. Of course, Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang both saw those tiny red roots that flew away from the monster's body like seeds and tried to land on them. However, this thing will break when touched. If you can see it and have the intention to defend, it can't touch their skin at all. As for what will happen if it touches, no one wants to try it. It looks disgusting. Who wants it to fall on their body? The melee fighters use Su Qingqiang as an anchor point, fighting all the way and rushing to the deep seabed. That's right, they had only one combat goal. That was to find the core of the monster, the thing that looked like a brain, and destroy it. Platinum-level battles were not easy. Su Qingqiang could only cause enough damage to the monster by eating bloodthirsty. Other melee professions could only cause similar damage to him by fighting together. But in contrast, Su Qingqiang had to eat and kill at the same time. If the creatures he ate could not offset the negative effects of his bloodthirstiness, it would be very dangerous. For this reason, Wei Huan also arranged a lot of undead horses to follow, waiting to be eaten by Su Qingqiang at any time. In this way, the alliance army held back on the sea, and the main force on Wei Huan's chariot went deep into the seabed to find the core of the monster and destroy it. The battle lasted for more than half an hour, and finally Su Qingqiang and others found the brain buried deep underground. It was also because they met more similar survivors that they gradually discovered the difference between the area where the brain was hidden and other places. After exploring all the way, they were met with fierce resistance. The most obvious thing was that the allied forces on the sea found that the undead army suddenly became less. In fact, the survivors, after sensing the danger, transferred their roots and grass leaves back to stop Su Qingqiang. Su Qingqiang and others had to concentrate on dealing with the brain, and Wei Huan decided to take on the task of interception alone. He once again teleported to the battlefield through the dog-headed man, and 8 portals opened at the same time, and the undead army gushed out like a fountain. They collided head-on with the undead coming down from the sea, and a fierce fight began in the middle layer of the ocean. The battle was so fierce that the sea seemed to be boiling. The monster's undead army was larger in number, but it was a mental attack after all, and the individual combat power was about the same as Wei Huan's 4th-level undead army. But that was under normal circumstances, and Wei Huan would not come out without preparation this time. At least Dou Lin's judgment had doubled the combat improvement, and some of the undead had received Mu Zheng's attribute blessing. So the undead army, which was slightly higher in individual quality, achieved a victory of fewer against more for the first time. No matter how many times the commander liked to lead the expedition in person, no one could remain calm. A summoner, why did he come to the front line instead of staying in the rear? As soon as they saw Wei Huan coming, the melee team split into 2 teams, wanting to divide a large part of their combat power to protect Wei Huan. Wei Huan came to help, not to drag his feet, so of course he would not do it. With a thought, he summoned the point beast, and as soon as it came out, it protected him on its wide back shell. There was a layer of bubbles on the back shell, isolating the seawater and air, and Wei Huan didn't even get his body wet. Standing on it was like standing on land. Then 3 or 5 face huggers came over, their hands and feet intertwined, and soon they formed the shape of a chair. When Wei Huan turned around and walked over, the 3-meter-high bone throne was already built. The backrest was 5 meters high, and the white bone spurs were like a crown of thorns, piercing bubbles, so sharp that they seemed to be able to cut through the seawater. Then, from the 8 portals that had been following him, Brother Digging, Big Bear, and Sister Crow jumped out. Sister Crow flew to the bone throne and cried Gaga. Brother Digging and Big Bear squatted on both sides of his body. In addition, the blessed Shiroma and the demon Eye Lord floated in a circle, spreading 1,000 meters, protecting Wei Huan. There were flying monkeys and green lights ready to kill Wei Huan at any time, and there was a little dog-headed man standing on the armrest of the throne, with his hands hooked and his eyes narrowed and smiling. In this situation, Wei Huan just looked at the people who were about to come up, and everyone retreated obediently. In this situation, they might not have been fully protected by the army of undead in the past. But in the end, Captain Shui came alone. He knew that he had a physique that attracted monsters to some extent, so he stood next to Wei Huan and attacked him first if there was an attack, which could create an opportunity for Boss Wei to leave. Wei Huan did not refuse, and he also knew how important he was now. In a small battle, he didn't think he would die, but it was indeed okay to be careful. If it weren't for the portal that summoned the undead, which could only be opened within a circle of no more than 100 meters around his body, he would not have come to the front line to take risks. But at the moment, if he didn't take action, Su Qingqiang and his actions might fail. Failure is not important, but people will die, which is Wei Huan's bottom line. Su Qingqiang led his men to continue to kill deeper. Wei Huan summoned the undead in the cleared area of the seabed to resist the attack from the sea surface. In addition, the allied forces supported. It took about 10 minutes before and after. A mental shock suddenly came. Wei Huan felt that his eyes were blurred. There were many more fragments in his head. At the same time, the body of the platinum monster began to wither. And those tiny red roots floating in the sea stopped moving, and then turned into ashes, and disappeared by the sea. The platinum monster died. Su Qingqiang successfully ate its brain. The next time Su Qingqiang appears, he may become the strongest anchor point. At the same time, after imprisoning a platinum-level monster in the endless prison, he may be promoted to the warden. The warden of the criminal sequence, every time he is promoted to a higher level, the attributes obtained by swallowing monsters will be doubled. Su Qingqiang will become stronger. Wei Huan did not wait for Su Qingqiang to return. After confirming that the battle was over, He returned to the car through the puppy-headed man. As he left, the bone throne disintegrated, and the face hugger returned to the abdomen of the crypt beast. The remaining undead surrounded the point beast and went towards the chariot. A great victory. The battle seemed to last for nearly 2 hours, but considering that this was a platinum-level monster, it was not long at all. In the eyes of many allies who have not cooperated with Wei Huan, it even makes people doubt whether the survivors of this world are really weak. Platinum level? In the previous world, the platinum monsters that had to be killed by the combined power of the country were killed with just a few dozen chariots? Wei Huan killed too easily, giving others a feeling of I can do it too. The allied car that had previously withdrawn and refused to participate in the war simply turned around and left, wanting to find a gold-level treasure chest to open and see for itself. The proportion of gold treasure chests in this world is very high. In a large area, gold treasure chests will be refreshed every 2 or 3 days. At the beginning, everyone was afraid to open it, resulting in no new refreshes if the gold treasure chests were not opened. Many people often saw some gold treasure chests that had not been opened for a long time in the adventure back and forth. The people here all have secret maps that will not be uploaded, so it is not difficult to find a gold treasure chest. When Wei Huan returned to the car, he heard Mu Zhong say that someone had left. He didn't care. The reason why it was divided into temporary alliance, formal alliance and strategic alliance was to give both parties a chance to choose. When the opponent chose Wei Huan, who said this was not the time for Wei Huan to observe the opponent. For a captain who didn't want to participate in a game with any disadvantages and had many small thoughts, leaving was exactly what Wei Huan wanted. In addition, the rare intelligence of this battle was probably flying all over the sky. Wei Huan would not be so selfish as to only want to be strong and ignore others. He had sent the information about the survivors back to Yin Country a long time ago. Yin Country has successfully opened 3 gold treasure chests of the survivors so far. It is said that Captain Fong's chariot has not only started to upgrade, but also fortunately got the core material of a farmer sequence 6. Now Yin Country can stand up on its own. Yin Country has already taken the lead, and then the allies. The allies who have always been on good terms with Yin Country believe that some secret intelligence has been exchanged in the form of transactions. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. It is only a matter of time before other forces receive the news. Besides, Wei Huan brought so many people, and the information could not be hidden. Forget about that. Tell them to keep going and take the time to rest. Okay. Wei Huan returned to the driver's seat and opened the material warehouse first. This time he did not organize his undead army, mainly because as the intelligence of the survivors was gradually improved, it became easier and easier to kill them. In this battle, he did not even use the Hellfire Bomb. It would be better to see what the platinum level drops. There are level 7 blueprints, level 6 strength potions, and 3 platinum level equipment, no weapons, and all of them are physical equipment. It's useless. But the drop materials are very important. They are all necessary for upgrading advanced sequences and advanced tanks, and there is also a blueprint for upgrading the level 7 balcony, and the materials have been collected almost. Wei Huan suspected that on the day he upgraded to the 6th level chariot, he could complete the upgrade of 2 or 3 7th level chariot parts. The previous accumulation was about to usher in a period of great explosion, allowing him to completely surpass. Another thing was that a core material of the 6th level Life Angel was lost. Wei Huan was overjoyed when he saw it. The Life Angel has always been one of Wei Huan's goals. He had thought about it before. Even if the first Life Angel was not from Yin Country, it didn't matter. He could spend a lot of money to get the other party to take action. The first one he could do was to heal Mu Zhong's legs, and also the mental trauma of Mu Cousin and others. Now, he can cultivate the Life Angel himself. Unfortunately, the strongest angel on the chariot has only been promoted for a short time, and it may take some time to upgrade. Wei Huan directly contacted Mu Diheo, hoping that he could help him find an angel who was about to advance to the 6th level, and directly handed this core item to Mu Diheo. Mu Diheo certainly knew why he was in a hurry to train the Angel of Life. For Mu Zhong's leg was also a concern for him, so he naturally agreed. However, after talking about the main business, Mu Diheo changed the topic and talked about another thing. Not long ago, the leader of the Big Bear contacted me and said he wanted to open the gold treasure chest, but I stopped him. They have not done any spiritual construction for the survivors, and it will be dangerous to rashly open the survivors' treasure chest, so I arranged a psychology class in the transaction. In addition, I have already found the next level of candidates for the criminal sequence. Unlike our country, The Big Bear Country is one of the few countries that has incorporated the criminal sequence into the regular team. They may not be able to wait to find you. Of course, Moody Heo did not hide from Wei Huan what he got in return for helping the Big Bear Country. Mainly real materials, many energy sources that used to cost a lot of money are now directly sent to Yin Country. Although they failed to arm the Challenge Army, Yin Country has more than just the Challenge Army. There are also hundreds of millions of people who are the source of the strength of the Yin Country's Challenge Army. When talking about stopping the Great Bear Country from opening the treasure chest and arranging people to train them, Wei Huan at this time did not expect that in another part of this world, Osum was rapidly heading towards the abyss because of blind self-confidence. In the depths of the ruins, where the golden treasure chest was originally located, the roots buried deep underground, wrapped around an object, and were still slowly moving deep underground. There is no doubt that this is the core of the survivors, its brain. The brain survived intact, and the Osum challengers who had not taken training courses had never thought of ignoring all illusions. Even if it was a covering attack, they had to kill the female necromancer that appeared at the beginning. Now, it has successfully deceived, and even has roots implanted in the brains of the challengers of Osum. With more nutrients, it has spread its seeds farther. That is on the other side of the island, an Osum station. Unlike the 5-star island, Osum built a station on this island according to the required standards and reported it in the challenge system. In this way, even if Wei Huan saw it, he would not rob it. He would not do anything that breaks the rules. But no one expected that after they rashly opened the treasure chest that Osum had guarded for half a year, the danger was like a plague, following the group of people who opened the golden treasure chest and returned to the station together. Even on the way back, the chief of the station asked about the treasure chest supplies. After getting the answer that if the necromancer was not killed, the treasure chest supplies would not be available for the time being, he also had deep doubts. Unfortunately, they knew too little about this survivor. Although the garrison commander was very vigilant, he immediately controlled the dozen tanks as soon as they returned, and sent his men to question them one by one to ensure their loyalty. But what he could never have imagined was that when the men who went to question them came back, they brought him a lot of small gifts. Chapter 211. Those invisible things, as if smelling delicious food, rushed towards him. Feeling something was wrong, he touched his face and then his neck. His skin could feel waves of pain and itchiness, but there was nothing. He withdrew his hand in dismay and talked seriously with his subordinates. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, and the whole world seemed to have double images. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, and the double images disappeared, and the world became bright again. At the same time, those doubts that he thought needed to be cautious suddenly became reasonable for some reason. Yes, that's the necromancer, the second necromancer of mankind besides Wei Huan. Cultivating her to deal with Wei Huan, fighting poison with poison, this is really a good idea. The resident commander stood up from behind the desk and chair, staggering as if he had drunk too much, and walked out of the office and into the base. Looking at this underground city again, I don't know since when, there are a lot of red bugs, trying their best to drill into everyone's body. Uncle Moo, this time we fought with the platinum-level survivors, and I found an abnormality that I hadn't noticed before. Around the bodies of the survivors, there are red roots that are thinner than hair. They seem to be very interested in the human body, and will actively approach humans. I wonder, do the survivors in this world really only have these means? Or are there other means that we don't know? Moody Heo also attached great importance to it. I will arrange someone to check the tiny red roots, and you must be careful when fighting in the front. Whether the survivors have other means or not, remember that you have successfully killed a large number of high-level survivors, which means that the current fighting method is correct. Just keep it up. Wei Huan nodded, and then chatted with Moody Heo for a few more words. After the call ended, he found that Su Qingqiang and others had returned long ago. However, Su Qingqiang did not return to the cab. He returned to his room to sort out the harvest this time. Platinum-level monsters were put into prison, which would greatly improve him. Not only would his mental resistance to the survivors increase, but his control after transformation would also increase. Wei Huan thought so. But soon Su Qingqiang came out of the elevator that led directly to the cab, and said to Wei Huan with a serious look, "Boss, come here." Wei Huan got up and followed him, and returned to the upper floors of the residence with him. There are 3 executive rooms in total. Currently, only Su Qingqiang, Lu Qingji, and Dou Lin live there. Dou Lin and Lu Qingji live in one room for easy care, and there is no one in the other room for the time being, so it is used as the place for this conversation. Su Qingqiang's first words were, "I've upgraded again, 3 consecutive gold levels, and 1 platinum level, and I've reached the 3-star warden level." One reason is that the warden level is high enough, and the other is that I devoured a large number of high-level survivors, and found that this group not only has mental attack capabilities, but also parasitic capabilities. You should have noticed it, right? Those tiny red bugs, like hair, are parasites. Without an anchor point, they are like transparent and completely invisible. Wei Huan, who had just talked about this with Mu Dihao not long ago, was refreshed. So if you can't see them, they will sneak into your body and control you? Su Qingqiang nodded. They are very fragile and easy to defend, but the premise is that you can see them or know their existence and be on guard. The red roots are like a signal receiver. When they are far away from the main body, they need these red roots to assist. The more they are invaded, the deeper they will be trapped in the illusion, and it will be difficult to extricate themselves. Is it enough to isolate these red roots and prevent them from invading? Wei Huan asked. Su Qingqiang said, isolation is only a temporary solution. We attacked the illusion and bombarded it unaffected until we were completely out of the battle. I am afraid that this is the reason why we are fine now. As long as we hesitate for a moment, we may be controlled. Yes. After saying this, Su Qingqiang wanted to say something, but he shut up again after thinking about it, lit a cigarette for himself, and said, how did you decide at the beginning to destroy the flower without hesitation? Could it be that it should become a mermaid? It's not serious again. Wei Huan certainly wouldn't say that he was completely frightened by the experience of humans in the previous life. Although he didn't understand the principle, he took action when he saw it, not giving the other party a chance to continue to deceive. Now that I think about it, so many strong and smart people in the previous life fell into the hands of these survivors. Maybe it was because they were parasitized by those red roots in addition to the illusion that they couldn't wake up completely. I don't know what will happen after being parasitized by the red roots. What is the bottom line? Wei Huan was a little curious, but he would never use the people around him to try it. Instead, after getting new information, he contacted Mu Dihao again. When Mu Dihao heard that there was also the ability of parasitism, he was so scared that his eyebrows raised, and then said, it is logical to compare the red roots to the seeds of plant monsters. I contact the other pioneers right away. Uncle Mu. Wei Huan called him hesitantly. Mu Dihao stopped trying to close the video and looked at him. Wei Huan said, I don't know if this is the right way to think, but I'm worried that parasitism will have a bigger impact. Do you think we need to make it public globally? Mu Dihao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He looked at Wei Huan deeply and said, Uncle knows that you have always been the one who gave the supplies to the country as soon as you got them. Deep under your cold and hard appearance, you have the warmest heart. What humans need most is a strong person like you who has a kind heart and is calm and rational. I am very happy that person is you. Okay, this is the information you collected. You can do whatever you want with it. I support you. Wei Huan almost didn't hesitate and said, publish it directly, and cultivate a criminal sequence that can serve as an anchor as soon as possible. Then, he looked directly at Mu Dihao and said, the competition with the Dark Beast is a war that requires the participation of all of us humans. The human race should unite. Only when we are all strong can we throw the heaviest punch to the Dark Beast. Yes, that's the truth. Mu Dihao nodded with a smile, and then said, I will announce the illusion ability and parasitic ability of the survivors as soon as possible. However, the cultivation of the criminal sequence will be the premise for us to control the right to speak, and this cannot be given up. Wei Huan also smiled. Yes, if the general direction is correct, the benefits that should be obtained should be collected without hesitation. Who made Brother Chong so powerful that he really took down the criminals' training ground? By mistake, it is the bug of this world. It's not surprising that the plugin is sold at a high price, right? Of course, you don't have to buy plugins, but even if you can use Thunder to take down the gold treasure chest, you may not have a chance to get your hands on higher level monsters. Wave 1 can only kill the diamond survivors when there are 2 anchor points. This is a tough battle, and you can't get lucky. In addition, this is a monopoly business. If you leave them, there will be no other home. After chatting with Mu Dihao again, Wei Huan no longer cares about this matter. Commander Mu is a genius in management. It is more reassuring to hand such things over to him than to let Wei Huan handle it himself. Wei Huan himself has a large car of people to take care of, and there are allies to take care of. Of course, there are so many talents in his car, and Mu Zhong helps him deal with it, so it's actually not his turn to be busy. Then, is there still a battle? After killing the platinum treasure chest, Wei Huan ordered the convoy to set off and drive deep into the no-man's land again. This time, he has 2 goals. One is to find a suitable island for the Qinglong army to build a city, and the other is to collect all the materials and strive to have a level 6 chariot when he returns. Level 6 chariots, heavy fortresses for sea, land and air, can really fly off the ground, and the highest altitude can reach 5,000 meters. This distance exceeds the attack methods of all the dark beasts at present. At that time, he can kill a dark beast lord by throwing a stone, right? The allied forces maintain their formation and continue to plow the land. All treasure chests within 1,000 miles were screened by him. If the silver treasure chest was far away, he was too lazy to open it. Only the gold treasure chest was worth his effort. 3 days later, Mudiheo, who had edited the content of the announcement, released the information of the survivors in the name of the Qinglong army. However, the result did not reach the level of shocking the world as expected at the beginning. Because most of the information here is no longer a secret. Wei Huan's battle was not hidden from anyone, and information was flying everywhere. Everyone knew that the survivors were good at mental attacks, and the physical combat power of high-level survivors was also very strong. As for parasitism, no one took it seriously. Anyway, as long as you firmly believe that the monster in front of you is a monster, once you open the treasure chest, you will bombard it and win the battle. Isn't that how Wei Huan killed? As for the fact that Yin State proposed to train criminal sequences for each legion as an anchor point, the response was mediocre. Killing the survivors with an anchor point is of course better, but Yin State's price is too expensive. The cost of training a demon apostle is equivalent to training 3 farmers to the martial king. For a country like Asham that has its own heart of darkness, the cost is to train 7 or 8 disaster witches. Of course, with the power of the country, it will not be unable to afford the cost of training 1 or 2 criminals. Just to use them as anchor points, 1 or 2 is enough. In the end, Mudiheo received an order for the criminal sequence of only 22 people. A big country like Asham only placed 2 orders. On the contrary, the Great Bear Country, which placed the order at the beginning, ordered 10 at once. That day, the commander of the Great Bear Country, who got the news somehow, contacted Mudiheo again. He said at the beginning, "We are strategic allies, but what Yin Country did is not to treat allies." Mudiheo was also a little confused, but in negotiations, whoever feels guilty will lose. Facing the other party's accusations, Mudiheo said confidently, "Then I can only congratulate you. Your trust in us is your most correct decision. You will not regret this transaction, believe me." The commander of the Great Bear Country was of course very unhappy, but in the face of Mudiheo's solemn promise, he could only shut up with doubt. But in the end, he still said, "I believe in your character and the integrity of Yin Country, and I hope our friendship can last forever." Mudiheo knew that he had passed this level, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, of course. Then he changed the topic. "Wei Huan is waiting for your people in front. Let them hurry up. Those who catch up will naturally obtain the criminal sequence of warden qualifications. Not to mention whether the anchor point must exist in the face of the secret attack of the survivors, even if it is to further enhance the combat effectiveness of the criminal sequence. No one can wait. Endless Prison can increase the attribute bonus after swallowing, so the sooner the upgrade, the better, and the Endless Prison also needs to be upgraded. In the challenge world, the stronger the one, the more hope of survival. Not to mention that the Great Bear Country had brought the criminal sequence to the level 5 world early to join the organization. Even the Yin Country was also busy training the criminal sequence at the first time and incorporating it into the next batch of legions entering the level 5 world. The commander of the Great Bear Country did not say much this time, but just said, "It will be soon." But when the two were talking, no one thought that the calmness in the moment would soon change. How fortunate the Great Bear Country would be at that time. It had reserved 10 places early, and it could be won with only some blue star materials. It is precisely because the two sides are in a strategic alliance relationship that the Yin Country does not cheat its allies, and there are only benefits and no disadvantages to forming an alliance with the Yin Country. At the beginning, after the announcement of the Yin Country was issued, many countries that had already obtained the intelligence first sneered, thinking that the Yin Country was just trying to gain a wave of goodwill after confirming that the intelligence could not be concealed. Hypocrisy. Asham's commander casually glanced at the notice, and its content was almost exactly the same as the intelligence in his hand. Except for the parasitism. Asham's commander was not a stubborn person. The word parasitism gave people a bad impression, so he specially ordered his adjutant to investigate a little. As for the object of consultation, of course, it was Yin Country. It was just that Yin Country was influenced by Wei Huan at the beginning, and never hesitated when attacking the survivors. No matter what they turned into, they would attack them as soon as they appeared, even if they turned into their lovers. Didn't Wei Huan also kill the survivors who turned into his lovers? Anyway, just kill them. That's why, with a lucky wave, the brain of the survivors was crippled, the attack power of the injured survivors was weakened, and the speed of burying underground was also slow, so that the Yin country soldiers successfully killed the survivors before they were completely parasitized. Wave 1 also said that to confirm whether the survivors were killed, just look at whether the binding behind the supplies disappeared. So every time the Yin Kingdom army took action, they would just kill with their eyes closed, and they would not stop until they heard in their headphones that the mission was completed. At that time, their brains were all blown to pieces, and the red roots that had drilled into their bodies turned into ash together, without affecting their brains, achieving deep control. Such a brainless Yin Kingdom could not give any useful answer to Osum, only saying that parasitism was intelligence sent back from the front line, and they were required to pay attention to it. After receiving such an answer, the commander of Osum chuckled and shook his head, and then put the importance of parasitism behind mental attack. Just like that, 2 days passed. First, the headquarters of Osum discovered that one of the garrisons had lost contact. After several consecutive contacts, there was still no recovery, and Osum confirmed that an accident had occurred in this garrison. Is it attacked by monsters? But I didn't hear them report it? Yes, I confirmed that they didn't report it, but I can see here, sir, they received an order 3 days ago to open a gold treasure chest within the garrison. Maybe it was this treasure chest that caused the accident. The opening process of the gold treasure chest was supervised by the staff. Go and ask what's going on with the staff. The Osum warrior who received the order contacted the staff. The staff said, yes, that's right, we are indeed supervising the battle process of the gold treasure chest, but the news we received said that the battle ended on the same day. Thank you, I know. The Osum warrior told his superior, but the superior did not breathe a sigh of relief, but became nervous. Because just when he was checking the message, the title of the Yin Kingdom announcement appeared in his system. The word parasite in it made him feel creepy for some reason. So after getting the reply from his subordinates, the officer said, since the golden monster has been killed, where are the supplies? Go ask, who has got the supplies? Or has anyone seen the supplies being untied? Yes. The subordinate went out for a walk, and this time it took him half a day to come back. The subordinate, who came back, had a bad look on his face, and his voice was a little urgent. Report to the commander, I have asked all possible departments, and they have confirmed that they have not received any information about the golden monster supplies. So, either the garrison has taken it back, and is not going to report it. Or, the word parasitism popped up in the officer's mind again. And these two words seemed to have twisted into hideous thorns, emitting scarlet red, and poking his nerves again and again. Having almost confirmed the truth, he dispatched a convoy to check. Before they set off, the officer said, don't leave the tank, don't get close, first make sure to contact the members in the garrison from a distance, report to me, and wait for the next order before taking action. Yes. There are not too many fools among the challengers who can reach the 5th level world, and they all understand what the officer is worried about this time. So after arriving at the garrison island, they used various methods to contact the garrison members remotely, and then had to let the tank approach the garrison little by little. The garrison came into view, and it can be confirmed that the garrison is intact and has not been attacked. It was just that the base was too quiet. They had already entered the attack range of the base's weapons, but the other side not only did not shout, but also did not take any warning actions. This was not the attitude of an official pioneer army at all. In addition, what made the driver nervous was that on the other side of the island, the sign of the gold treasure chest was still there. But why did the staff receive the information that the battle had been completed? Finally, their flying camera arrived above the base and triggered the defensive weapons of the city wall. The flying camera was quickly shot down and fell to the ground and turned into debris. One of the cameras luckily avoided the attack of all the weapons on the city wall and sent a short 3-second picture. The driver and all the people in the cab who saw those pictures with their own eyes felt their backs tighten, and they felt like the god of death was coming. The commander thought of something at the first moment, and he almost roared, "Leave here immediately! Leave immediately!" The AI housekeeper received the message and retreated 100 miles, but the commander still felt uneasy. The unknown fear made all his exposed skin feel numb. Retreat again? Excuse me, are you going back to the base? Okay. No, wait, retreat another 100 miles. The commander, who had calmed down a little, looked at the 3-second picture that was repeatedly played on the tank projection screen again. His face turned blue. Then he ordered, "Send this video to the staff and the commander." So, a video that shocked the whole world appeared. I saw that the base had become a zombie city in a doomsday movie. Humans who were hunched over and dragging their legs to walk, Their clothes were not only bloodstained, but some of their brains were leaking out, and some people only had half of their heads left, but they were all still alive and moving forward. Is this parasitism? Soon, Asham made the correct guess. Will there be any survivors? There are more than 20,000 challengers in that garrison. Even a level 5 wise man can't defend against it. Is parasitism really that terrible? I don't believe the entire garrison has fallen. Arrange the chariots to set off immediately, and kill these abominable survivors now. There are 20,000 of them. Maybe there are still people alive, waiting for our rescue. Go quickly without delay. Wait. But more generals seemed very calm and said, if I remember correctly, the announcement of Yen's state mentioned not only parasitism, but also anchor points. If we just go straight ahead like this, facing an attack with unknown means, we may suffer greater losses. Are you going to bow to Yen Guo? Asked Yen Guo. The hardliners immediately objected. But the moderates said, for the safety of the soldiers, what's the problem with bowing to Yen Guo? Facing this unknown threat, it's obvious that you just need to bow your head. Do you want to test it with the lives of the soldiers? So do you want to bow your head? Do you want to ask Yen Guo? Yes, I am willing to. Finally, this General Osum, who had a good relationship with Yen Country and took the initiative to contact Yen Country every time, finally dialed Moody Heo's video. Moody Heo, who received the video content, also had a solemn expression. He did not expect that the result of being parasitized would be like this. He sent the video to Wei Huan. It is difficult to describe what Wei Huan thought of when he saw the video. But at that moment, when everyone else was angry and shocked, only Mu Zhong saw the deep sadness in Wei Huan's eyes. Wei Huan had never seen these zombies. After all, in his previous life, he was just an ordinary challenger, and even in the Legion, the information he could get was limited. He only knew that the survivors of the 5th and 6th level worlds were liars, and he had to attack at full speed when he found them. He also only knew that humans were deceived by these survivors, and fell into a big fall. The failure of the challenge world affected the war on the battlefield, and finally humans perished. At that time, he was also wondering what the survivors of the 5th and 6th level worlds would look like. How did they deceive humans, and how did they devour millions of humans? At this moment, he understood. It turned out that humans were destroyed at the beginning. They had already died a long time ago, but they thought they were still alive. The parasitic monsters controlled their brains, and then multiplied wildly through human-to-human transmission. And because the red root might not be able to leave this world, these controlled humans were hinted to their brains, so that they would not leave this world either. The secret did not completely break out until the 6th level world. As for how it broke out, Wei Huan did not know. He only knew that in the 5th level world at that time, most of the humans were probably trapped by this parasitism, and then took the initiative to enter the 6th level world and become the nourishment of the monsters in the 6th level world. So, in the last life, were humans like this in the 5th level world, becoming zombies? Is it the same for Captain Fong and the others? No, monsters cannot leave the current world, so some people here may not be really dead. After all, there are still many things that cannot be explained in the last life, but the facts prove that humans did not perceive the true face of monsters in the 5th level world, but they were not attacked and exterminated by monsters. The battlefield is the evidence, and there are so many heroes fighting against the dark beasts in it, and these people must not be infected. Maybe there is still hope. Wei Huan told Moody Heo to kill the golden monster first, and not rush to clean up. Okay. Moody Heo nodded and closed the video with a serious expression. Chapter 212. Asham didn't dare to rush in. After the initial video was exposed, Asham sent a team to find a way to send a flying camera in. After taking more terrifying pictures, he didn't dare to arrange people to kill monsters on the island, fearing that the parasites would be attracted out. Now the island, and the upper limit of the number of people on the island, are the natural barriers of this monster. No one knows whether those parasitic things will parasitize the entire pioneering army if they run out. What exactly is the anchor point? Asham, who didn't dare to act recklessly, finally asked Moody Heo for help. Moody Heo said, a pair of eyes that allow you to see the truth. What's the difference with a camera? The camera can see, but your soldiers can't see what attacked them. This is the key. What attacked them? Gold-level monsters. I don't know the details, but you already know the power of parasitism, and you need to handle it carefully next. The general of Osum took a deep breath, held his forehead for a long time without speaking, and then said, you just said that there may be living people in the garrison? Yes, there is a great possibility. So we just need to kill the gold-level monsters, right? It can be confirmed that as long as the monster's body dies, the parasite will die with it. Thank you. Last question. The general of Osum looked deeply at Moody Heo, and said with a little discomfort in his eyes, "Can Yin Country send troops to help us?" This is the second time that Osum has asked Yin Country for help in a short period of time. In the past, they always believed that they were the same as Yin Country, or even stronger than Yin Country. Now this idea is dissipating, and reality is already hitting them. It is different from the past. They are indeed far behind Yin Country. The Osum official who is in contact with Moody Heo at the moment is a moderate member. He is a flexible person. Compared with those hardliners, he does not mind cooperating with Yin Country, or cooperating for win-win results. In his opinion, it is the most correct decision to find Yin Country for help when he can't handle it. Such a big country, with a 100,000-man pioneering army, can't let a golden monster get stuck. It is the right way to improve themselves as soon as possible through cooperation with Yin Country. Moody Heo accepted it. He lacks an anchor point, but it doesn't matter. Wei Huan, who has fought a battle with the platinum-level survivors, knows that although the parasitic ability of the red roots is terrible, it is not difficult to defend. As long as you know that this thing exists, you can keep a circle of energy on yourself at all times in close combat. Although you may not be able to defend completely when you can't see it, as long as you kill the main body in the shortest time, these parasites will die with it. Of course, this little trick cannot be told. If it is told, how can Yin Country make money by taking advantage of the time difference? This time, we must trade some things to help Osum. We can't let them work for nothing. Moody Heo didn't ask for too much, but just asked for a larger area around the already built White Tiger City on the 5-star island as a territory. The refreshed resources within the territory will all belong to Yin Country. When it comes to Wei Huan's forced landing on the island, even this moderate Osum official has a black face, but the situation is stronger than people, who told him to be backward in development. Faced with Moody Heo's proposal, he directly agreed. The right of Aoshan to occupy the 5-star island has been shattered by the combination punch of Yin Country, and the control is already greatly insufficient. In addition, if Yin Country really wants to expand, I am afraid they can't stop it. Now it is a formal transaction, and there is a station waiting for rescue, so it is not a loss. Moody Heo said, "Don't look like you are at a loss. You and I know how much we have given up in this matter. It is not a profit at all. The reason why I nodded to make this decision is that among the 20,000 people, I estimate that there are at least 10,000 people who can be saved. Human life is more important than heaven. In addition, you found the right person. I have absolute control over the matter of the survivors, so I negotiate with you half selling and half giving. As I said, our human race should help each other and overcome difficulties together." The official of Aoshan nodded, with respect in his eyes, and said, "Yes, you and I are both human races. We should help each other and overcome difficulties together. The Qinglong Legion has fought the survivors once, and has experience. Now with more accurate intelligence from Wei Huan, even without an anchor point, it would not be difficult to gather the strength of the entire army and kill a gold-level survivor." Captain Zhou and Captain Wang set off with their men, and the team also included Lu Xiaotian and others familiar to Wei Huan. Although it was a sure-win battle, the more you understand the true face of the monster, the more you know how terrible the outcome of failure will be, and you still feel a little scared. Even Mu Zhong connected with Captain Wang and explained the skills of fighting the survivors in as much detail as possible. This battle was completed without any surprises. The official took action and mastered such detailed information. It must be a one-on-one battle, with advances and retreats, and no pressure at all. Waiting for the death of the Golden Boss, the Qinglong Special Forces team went to the base with the army of Osum. "Are you sure you can go in?" Osum was afraid of the rope after being bitten by a snake once. Moody Heo said very confidently, "Yes." He then said, "My people can go in first." He trusted Wei Huan, not others. Wei Huan said that it would be safe to kill the main body, so it must be safe. Nearly 100 chariots easily broke the defense chain on the city wall and drove into the base. It was miserable, but much better than expected. Captain Zhou, Captain Wang and others walked in the base, looking around and looking very carefully. This was also rare first-hand intelligence. After Wei Huan mentioned the parasitic ability, Yin Kingdom was guessing how high the threat of parasitic was. How long would it take? How many people could be killed under what circumstances? Osum did an experiment on himself, and now the results are out. Almost all of the 20,000 people in the base were parasitized, but after research, it can be confirmed that parasitism has levels. The team that first entered the ruins and came into contact with the survivors was the most seriously ill, and was defined as a level 1 invasion. After the parasites in their bodies disappeared, they all collapsed on the ground like a ball of rotten meat. What is terrifying is that after being out of control, they are not dead yet. Their eyes are clear, and they even tried to make a cry for help for a very short time. But within 3 minutes, these hundreds of people died. The second group was the people who responded at the door of the ruins. It is considered a level 2 invasion. There are about 300 people here, some of whom are more seriously ill, just like those who were level 1 invasion, and they died before they could be treated. Some of them waited for the angels to rescue them, and they barely managed to hold on for about 3 days, but eventually they were exhausted. Among this group of people, 6 of them were in relatively mild conditions. They were all high spiritual magic professions, and their physical strength was used to resist the invasion of red worms, which greatly slowed down the speed at which they were controlled. But they also needed a long time to recover from their injuries, and they were unable to fight in a short period of time. Later analysis showed that these red worms, or tiny red roots, should be the base stations scattered outside the survivors. Only with their existence can the main body, which is actually immobile, have the power to expand. As for the high spiritual professions that suffered the secondary invasion, their brains naturally have the ability to block some of the survivors' signals, so they survived. As for the third level invasion, it was these people in the garrison. More than 20 kilometers away, it should be almost the limit of the expansion of the gold level survivors, so the signal it projected to this side was very poor, leaving only the maintain illusion function. Illusion attack is the core skill of the survivors, and its scattered red roots have the function of maintaining illusions offline. Level 3 invasion or level 4 invasion etc. can be easily solved. Once the main body died, they returned to normal. When they saw that the person in front of them was a zombie with eyeballs falling out and talking to them, they all screamed and peed. Later, some people saw half-eaten rotten meat in the restaurant and drinking water with swollen arms. The whole horror event became a reality. Some of the awesome challengers did not die from the parasitism of the survivors, but they all developed mental illnesses of varying degrees. One of the female challengers was sent back to Blue Star. It was said that she was crazy because her lover was one of the people who were affected by the level 1 invasion. After returning, they were in love and had made love more than once. But after the female challenger regained consciousness, she saw her lover's face with rotten flesh and a flat head. These reports on the results of parasitism were delivered to Wei Huan one after another in the next 10 days. Yin Country rescued this garrison, and naturally shared the information after the parasitism. Wei Huan saw that there were only 542 deaths in the garrison of more than 20,000 people after losing contact for 5 days. What is the classification of level 1, level 2, and level 3? He finally understood why in the previous life, humans were unprepared to encounter the survivors, but they could still act normally in the level 5 world and enter the level 6 world. First of all, although the survivors obviously have the ability to reproduce and expand, their level naturally limits their expansion limit. Gold level is about 20 kilometers, platinum level is 50 kilometers, and diamond level is more than 100 kilometers. This size is probably related to the distance that the body can grow when the survivors are in their prime. Once the distance is beyond the full control, the threat will decrease. This also means that when they were fighting the diamond survivors at the beginning, the teammates who helped in the periphery were not affected because the distance was far, and the survivors could not fully control them. As for the battle in the core area, because of the anchor point, although they did not know the ability of these tiny red roots at that time, everyone would subconsciously prevent it from approaching. The red roots that can be killed with a little energy, even if a small number of them are not avoided, the anchor point has indeed been stabilizing the brain, waiting for the main body to be killed, and these red roots will die with it, and escape from danger unknowingly. Wei Huan speculated that in the previous life, it should be after Osum opened the first treasure chest of the survivors. Some people were indeed invaded by level 1 and level 2, but most people were not really hurt because they were far away from the golden treasure chest. That's why most people can enter and exit the 2 worlds normally. They choose to leave, and the red worms automatically leave. When they come back, the whole area is full of red worms anyway. As long as they are touched by a few, they will be affected by the illusion and be unaware of the current situation. Osum's trust in the survivors has led other countries to start contacting the survivors, so the survivors began to blossom everywhere, causing more and more red worms in the level 5 world, and they are deeply trapped in the illusion wherever they go. Besides, the survivors have long-term plans for humans. They did not choose to devour humans in the 5th level world, so during that period, due to ignorance, humans and the survivors had a long honeymoon period. As for why the 6th level world took action, it's not hard to guess. They just fattened them up and killed them. Although the failed last life had long passed, Wei Huan had to think about it. Coming back in this life was a chance for him. If he didn't think about it and continue to step into the trap, what was the point of his coming back? After basically collecting the information of the survivors, Wei Huan felt uncomfortable for a long time. It wasn't until new news came that he smiled more. The fact that Osum was killed by the survivors, and more than 2,000 people were injured and lost their combat effectiveness could not be concealed. Soon, the news that the survivors' parasitic ability was terrible spread all over the world. When the Great Bear Nation got the news, it immediately found Mu Diheo and 140 more places in the criminal sequence. Mu Diheo was not polite on this point. He said that the transaction should be carried out as it should be. It was a big deal. In addition, other countries that were very indifferent before also began to add a large number of places in the criminal sequence. Osum wanted to take 50 places, like the Great Bear Nation. Of course, 50 places can be taken, but the Great Bear Nation is a strategic ally of the Yen Nation. What is your relationship with us? Can the price be the same? Osum was not happy, but he had to pay the money. And if you think about it carefully, it is not a loss to cultivate the criminal sequence. The criminal sequence is a crazy warrior who can carry and fight. With a high-level and stable criminal sequence, it will be much easier to open treasure chests in the ruins in the future. A table with 12 legs missing one, even if it can still stand, is always unstable. Besides, Yin country has so many professional training grounds. If you spend money to buy them more often, you will get used to it, right? Asham has suffered such a big setback in front of Yin country, so there is no need for other countries to go against it. The biggest beneficiary of this transaction of selling criminal sequence quotas is the Qinglong army, and Wei Huan is naturally the one who benefits personally. Under Mu Diheo's special operation, Wei Huan received a large amount of materials for level 6 vehicles. Before he could continue plowing the land in the no man's land, the last blueprint for upgrading the level 6 vehicle arrived. External crash barrier, level 6, the transaction is completed. The last blueprint was traded from Mu Diheo to Wei Huan. As soon as it was received, it was lit up and could be upgraded. Wei Huan clicked the upgrade button, which showed that it would take 24 hours. That is to say, after he completed the last component upgrade, he could upgrade to a level 6 car. Level 6 cars can fly, and in the level 6 world, they can roam freely in the underwater world without relying on the seabed. In addition, the most important thing is that only with a level 6 car can you upgrade to level 7 parts. Level 7 parts. You can crush the monsters in the level 6 world directly, and you can completely suppress the Dark Beast Lord in the battlefield. Wei Huan knew it was impossible, and he was already imagining whether he could end the civilization war in advance after upgrading to a level 6 car. Yes, if he completely defeated the Dark Beast Lord in the battlefield, would this challenge be over? Or do they have to continue to break into a higher level world? There won't be new opponents, right? Wei Huan, who still has 24 hours to upgrade to a level 6 car, was confused and simply got up and left the driver's seat. When he arrived at the square, he saw Mu Zhong and Su Qingqiang standing in the middle of the square. In front of them stood a team of nearly 100 people. Looking at the data glasses, they were all Sequence 4 and Sequence 5 criminals. The 4th sequence of criminals is violent, and the 5th sequence is demon apostle. Even after being distorted, the criminal sequence will learn to control reason little by little, but if the desire to kill rises, it will still be out of control. But now it seems that even if it is out of control, various countries still bring a lot of criminal sequences to the 5th level world, but Yin country has the least criminals. Firstly, Yin country is strong enough, and it will not affect the progress of developing the world without bringing them, and it is also worried that bringing criminals will affect the team's actions. Secondly, everyone knows that the criminal sequence is easy to lose control, which leads to their behavior not following the rules. If something goes wrong, they can just blame it on the lack of reason. Therefore, in some countries, the criminal sequence will be arranged to do some dirty things. So Wei Huan glanced at the nearly 100 criminals in the square, and could feel the bloody smell from them from a distance. These people are estimated to have killed people. Wei Huan just didn't like it, but he didn't stop it. After all, he knew what the criminal sequence scent was. He knew very well that there was not only light and black and white in the world. There were always some guys wandering in the gray area, who always did something shameful. Fortunately, the endless prison obtained by Su Qingqiang could use class relations to control this group of people. With controlled criminals, becoming stronger can enhance the overall strength of mankind. As long as it can help mankind win the competition of civilization, Wei Huan doesn't mind dancing with the devil. Besides, the criminal sequence is also a member of the human race, and there is no need to wear tinted glasses. Thinking of this, Wei Huan has already reached the middle of the square and understood what Mu Zhong is doing now. Allocate prison ownership. 1-star warden subordinates, none 2-star warden subordinates, 5 1-star wardens 3-star warden subordinates, 5 2-star wardens. And so on. Every time Su Qingqiang is upgraded, he can appoint 5 wardens of the next level. The key is that these wardens can also recruit 5 wardens of the next level. And combined with the word endless and endless prison, it is obvious that the level of this warden is also endless. So as long as Su Qingqiang keeps upgrading the warden, he can keep expanding the warden team and appoint different wardens. These wardens can also throw things into their own prisons. Although they cannot upgrade the endless prison, the things thrown in will improve their attributes according to the level they are appointed. The most amazing thing here is that the appointment of the warden is not a one-off deal. As Su Qingqiang continues to upgrade, he can appoint higher level wardens, and there will be more business coming. The endless prison is simply an endless money bag. Not only Yin State will give money for appointing the warden, but Wei Huan and Su Qingqiang can also get a share of the income. Of course, at the moment, it is not so clear. Su Qingqiang and Mu Dihao have the same attitude and will first stack the chariots to level 6. Now, Mu Zhong is allocating the quota of 2-star wardens to several countries that have offered high prices. There is no dispute about this. Mu Dihao made it clear before the transaction that the highest bidder wins. The names of the 5 2-star wardens have long been written in the book. The 5 criminals who were named walked out of the team, and Su Qingqiang didn't say much. He laughed and raised his hand. A door of unknown material and black color appeared on the tip of his index finger. The door was very delicate, only the size of a palm, and it was slowly turning. Outsiders didn't feel anything, but in the eyes of criminals, it had an inexplicable attraction. The criminals, who were standing in a neat line, subconsciously took 2 steps forward. What are criminals? They were emotionally unstable, and when stimulated, they would become more unstable. There was a vague tendency to run away. Wei Huan realized something was wrong and wanted to show the portal, but before he could do anything, swish swish swish, several people jumped down from the 3rd and 4th floors. Wei Huan looked closely, and found that they were all core melee members on the chariot. In addition, Mu Zirwei was standing on the balcony, leading a group of ranged players, silently warning them with a silent, but overwhelming momentum. The criminals who had just had greed in their eyes immediately became clear again. Of course, many of them couldn't help but look at Wei Huan, watching him turn around and sit on the bone throne built with facehuggers. This move was suspected of being a serious show-off, but the skin of the human shadow tree, Wei Huan's condescending sitting here did suppress those criminals with floating minds. There is no face-slapping plot. You will definitely die if you get slapped in the face in front of Wei Huan. But no one forgot that Wei Huan killed more than 300 challengers from Osum more than half a month ago, and even the 3rd son of the Supreme Counselor of Osum died in Wei Huan's hands. This counselor, who had been arrogant in Osum all his life, didn't dare to shout for revenge. He also knew that Wei Huan had bloodbathed the regime of Mulberry Tree Country with his own strength. It was a third-rate small country again, but the key was that Wei Huan really dared to do it. Wei Huan not only dared to do it, but also had a Yin country that protected him, and the Qinglong army even protected him like an eyeball. Who dared to provoke him? This parliament speaker only had certain rights in Asham, which did not mean that he could control Asham. When it came to the death of his son, the most common advice the parliament speaker heard was be patient, and the storm will be over. So, who among the current Blue Star Challenge army dared to provoke Wei Huan? Does he think that he will not die fast enough? Or do he not want to move up the ladder? As for the fact that Wei Huan was strong enough to make humans win the civilization war, many people mentioned it now. It was not because they finally trusted Wei Huan, and after confirming that they could not kill or suppress Wei Huan, they all compromised. Wei Huan was not very clear about the change in attitude and evaluation of him by the outside world. At the moment, he just didn't like people making trouble on his chariot, so the 3-meter-high throne was raised from the ground. He sat on the throne and looked down expressionlessly, wanting to see who dared to show up. The scene became quiet, and Mu Zhong's preparations were not used. He looked at the criminals who were as quiet as a group of rabbits, and finally looked up at Wei Huan, unable to help but chuckle. Wei Huan turned his eyes, and was caught by Mu Zhong's smile, and then his whole body was like a thin piece of ice wrapped in the rising sun, melting and warming visibly. Chapter 213. Su Qingqiang is only a 3-star warden now, and there are not enough warden positions available. However, under Wei Huan's suppression, these criminals dare not make trouble. He is sitting on the bone throne like a warden. Just by looking at him, these criminals will obediently put away all their anger. Mu Zhong's work is also going smoothly. he said. Major Su will soon be promoted to a 4-star warden. By then, there will be enough positions. You can wait a little longer. Who dares to say no? Wei Huan is sitting next to them, and there are so many high-level fighters surrounding them. If they dare to say no, these people will dare to throw him out of the car. However, because of the temporary stay in the car, they finally saw Wei Huan's speed in opening treasure chests. He plowed the land for thousands of miles, and almost no treasure chests were missed. It was not rare to open any treasure chest below silver. They were lucky. Not long after, they encountered a golden ruin on the island. It happened to be the environment of the survivors, so Wei Huan arranged for the undead to teleport them to the battlefield of the boss battle to let them understand the difference between having an anchor point and not having an anchor point. Of course, these criminal sequences saw that the boss battle with an anchor point would be easier, but the key was the strength of Wei Huan's chariot. Under Wei Huan's continuous treasure chest opening battles, everyone in the main team changed into a large number of high-level equipment. Gold equipment was the basis, and some even wore platinum equipment. The survivors in this world were originally spiritual, and their physical combat power was not too strong. When they met the main force of Wei Huan's chariot, they were beaten. Wei Huan's undead didn't do much, and the battle was over. This is a gold-level monster, isn't it? Is it so easy to kill? After eating this gold-level survivor, Su Qingqiang frowned and said to the demon-eye lord, who descended in Wei Huan's vision, "No, it's not enough." Wei Huan understood. The endless prison should have no upper limit, but it is not easy to upgrade. If you want to upgrade to level 999, I'm afraid Su Qingqiang will have to eat the entire challenge world. But it will be soon. Su Qingqiang felt it and continued. Wei Huan was no longer picky about silver treasure chests. He would open them when he saw them and leave them all for Su Qingqiang to eat. Finally, after this group of criminals had slept on the ground in the square for 2 days, Su Qingqiang was upgraded to 4-star warden. A 4-star warden can release 155 warden positions. After deducting the wardens given before, there are still 125 places enough. Criminals who have obtained the qualifications of warden can get the key to enter and exit the endless prison, and can also get a prison of their own. By eating, they can capture the souls of those lives and put them in prison, and then they can get a proportional promotion according to their prison level. The level of the warden can change, but only the superior can assign the subordinate. So when Su Qingqiang is upgraded to a 5-star warden again, they have to come to Su Qingqiang for reassignment. As for whether to pay extra at that time, that is what Mu Dihao needs to worry about. Su Qingqiang is not a person who likes business management. He gets a headache when he sees these things. He only likes eating and fighting, and the reason he likes fighting is that he can eat a lot of good things, such as black brain flowers. Delicious. After the group of criminals in the car left, 2 days later, an exciting news resounded throughout the journey. Level 6 tank upgrade completed. The butler AI's tone was also a little excited. Wei Huan had been guarding the driver's seat when there was still 8% of the upgrade to be completed. Because it was a full vehicle upgrade, the tank was filled with white fog for 3 full days. At this moment, the white fog dissipated, revealing the full picture of the level 6 tank, a heavy fortress for land, sea and air. First of all, the cab, of course, has been expanded. The cab could accommodate 20 people before, but now it can accommodate 100 people. But the cab is divided into 4 areas this time. The main cab is at the front, similar to a trapezoid, wide outside and narrow inside. The arrangement of the driving seats inside is similar to that of the level 5 car, and the number of people is also 20. The port cab and the starboard cab are naturally on the left and right sides, not participating in the driving of the main car, but can be split into 2 separate tanks, with combat capabilities almost equal to the main car, and can participate in combat and conduct reconnaissance. Each side can accommodate 30 people, which is a real escort vehicle. In addition, because the internal space of the tank has a strong compression capacity, the 2 sides of the tank are small and can enter most of the ruins for fighting. For the development of the ruins, it is definitely a great improvement. After all, the long range can participate in the battle. The remaining part of the driving area is of course the commander's room, the most important area, where the brain of this car is located. Wei Huan has his own separate room, just behind the main cab, which is located in the middle of the entire cab. However, the interior design is clever. He is sitting in it at the moment, and does not feel the stuffiness of the closed area. On the contrary, the various projection screens in front of him allow him to see the scene outside the car, as if he is at the front of the vehicle, just like when he was still at the initial level, sitting in front of the windshield and driving. The interior space of the commander's room is about 100 square meters. The back can be adjusted to a single-sided automatic door. He can see the scene behind him by turning his seat, but people outside cannot see him. Outside, there is a combat meeting room that is close to a fan-shaped. It can accommodate more than 100 staff officers to plan for him. Pre-war and post-war meetings can also be held directly here. If there is anything, people can be called to the commander's room to discuss it alone. The functions are further complete to the extent that people cannot find fault. Going out of the cab, of course, it is still the square. The square has been further expanded, but it has not been expanded to the extent that people feel wasteful. After all, after upgrading to a level 6 tank, the vehicle can accommodate 1,001 crew members. 1,000 people living in the vehicle require a lot of space for activities. Therefore, the biggest change that people can see at first glance is that the top floor has suddenly increased in height, to the point where you have to squint to see the lights on the ceiling when you look up. The building is 30 stories high. The circular building surrounds the square, and below the square, there are not only many shops, but also many people. The drivers, who usually follow the rules, can't help but go out to check the changes after the upgrade. They are so excited that they can't control their voices, and there are conversations everywhere. 30 floors. When I came out, it directly showed 26 floors, so is it growing from the bottom up? It's getting more and more magnificent, and more lively. I heard that the level 6 vehicle can accommodate 1,000 people. Who will get on board? This is too fast. I feel like I haven't even gotten used to my level 5 vehicle yet, and I'm already living in a level 6 vehicle. Ha ha ha, maybe you haven't even gotten used to your level 6 vehicle yet, and you're already living in a level 7 vehicle. I believe what you said. Bossway has this ability. You don't even know how you open boxes these days. I'm scared. Is it still challenging the world? Are you buying goods for free? Similar discussions were everywhere. The crew's words were filled with respect for Wei Huan, and they were glad that they could step on this vehicle. Wei Huan didn't disturb them. He summoned his grandchildren to step on its back shell, bypassed the place where everyone was gathered, and took Mu Zhong to other places. After the chariot was upgraded, how could Mu Zhong be missing the joy of opening a treasure chest? Wei Huan also summoned a facehugger for Mu Zhong. As the interior of the chariot became larger, it was more and more time-consuming to move around. At present, a facehugger that can move at a speed of 400 km per hour is obviously the most suitable. However, Mu Zhong also said, I will ask the veterans to develop some balanced cars or light rails in the car. Everyone has something to do, so don't waste time on things like rushing. Wei Huan nodded. This is only a level 6 car. I heard that after the level 7 car becomes a war fortress, it can accommodate 10,000 people. The interior is as big as 5 aircraft carriers. It is indeed necessary to solve the internal transportation problem. But speaking of veterans, Wei Huan thought of something else. He asked Mu Zhong, is the driver going to advance soon? I feel it's almost there. I have been learning driver knowledge from veterans during this period, and I have been training in the driver's professional temple at night. It has indeed accelerated a lot, and may advance at any time. The emergence of the 3rd level mecha will greatly improve the overall strength of mankind. That's right, Commander Mu is so anxious but dare not urge me, because you are equally important. Wei Huan nodded, not belittling himself. If it weren't for his strength, humans would not have reached the 6th level world so quickly. Now if he doesn't want to stabilize it, it's okay to go to the 6th level world. So no matter how Mu Zhong arranges it, Wei Huan doesn't want to affect him. It's fine. I believe he is more thoughtful than I think. As they were talking, the two turned into a door. If you pay attention, you will find that there are streams of light on the ground as a guide along the way. It is the AI butler who is leading the way. According to the order, he will take them to the energy room and the armory first. These two places are also the top priorities of the tank. As the captain of the tank, you must know their location and basic environment. When they arrived at the energy room, they saw the energy ball like a big black iron ball protected by layers. Wei Huan was stunned for a moment, and looked at Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong nodded, yes, the things I brought back should be the parts of the 6th level tank. This has to start from the time when Mu Zhong awakened his dual talent, driver, and they entered the 3rd level world to explore the technological ruins. At that time, when Wei Huan entered the driver's cabin, he saw the scale of the current 6th level tank. Then Mu Zhong moved the energy core from the energy room, which was of course the energy of the 6th level car. Energy is equivalent to the engine. Under the influence of the veterans, the driver sequence on the car all gave up the dream of becoming a mecha driver. Of course, it was also because Mu Zhong, the driver leader, who had a driver training ground, was too low in level. The veteran is a typical science and engineering guy. With the added bonus of his driver's talent, he has thoroughly studied many of the level 6 chariot materials brought back by Mu Zhong. If it weren't for the lack of raw materials, and the fact that Wei Huan's chariot was upgraded very quickly, without him having to bother, the veteran would probably be able to build a level 6 chariot by hand. Of course, it's definitely not as good as what the system gives. But just like a level 5 mecha technician can build a mecha by hand, it's still possible to spend a long time making a customized high-level mecha. Recently, with the help of a group of science and engineering experts on the car, the veteran built a mecha with a combat power of Sequence 4. The biggest advantage of this mecha is not that it is stronger than mass production, but that the skills fully mastered in the challenge world can be brought to reality. In reality, in various confrontations between humans and Dark Beast Lords, the victorious party will obtain special resources, which can be used to manufacture items that challenge the world's technology. In short, after Wei Huan saw the heart of the newly upgraded chariot, which was the energy reactor he often saw, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, "Are the Bluebirds a level 6 civilization?" Mu Zhong said, "The survivors of the level 3 world are the Bluebirds, but there is no proof that the technological ruins also belong to the Bluebirds." "That's right." Wei Huan asked again, "Have you thoroughly studied this energy reactor?" "Not to the point of being thoroughly studied, maybe 4 or 5 points. If it is a 1-to-1 replica, I think we should be able to make it, but Blue Star lacks construction materials. Maybe if we win a few more battles on the battlefield, some resources will drop. Do you think we should go to the battlefield? After entering the level 6 world, there will be an opening battle, and both sides will be given a month to prepare. I think it would be better to cut off some of the combat power of the Dark Beast Lords before the opening battle." "Random battlefield?" "Yes. The idea is right." Wei Huan nodded. In fact, he had long wanted to go to the big battlefield or the random battlefield, but the matter of upgrading the chariot had been dragging him down. After upgrading the remaining few level 7 parts, he could focus on killing the dark beasts. Thinking of this, Wei Huan looked up. "Butler. I'm the commander. Let's see which level 7 parts can be upgraded." "Okay, Commander, we can now upgrade the level 7 balcony and level 7 vehicle shell." "Upgrade directly." "Okay, Commander." After completing the conversation, the people on duty at the war platform found that the fog had descended again. This abnormality was quickly reported to Mu Zirwei. Mu Zirwei understood what it was, and rubbed his hands excitedly. "It's time for us to show our power in the long range." Before the chariot reached level 4, the balcony was just a balcony, just a motorhome, and the balcony had no combat capability at all. After reaching level 4 terrain siege vehicle, the balcony became a war platform with 2 long-range output positions, which can provide double damage, double crit, and double attack distance for the long range. Level 5 war platform, there are 4 output positions, damage, crit, and distance are doubled. Level 6 war platform, there are 8 output positions, damage level is tripled. Now, the level 7 war platform, they are going to upgrade has 30 output positions instead of 16, and the damage level is naturally increased to 4 times. The ranged players, who are on the war platform will love this feeling, as if they are as powerful as gods. The key is that they don't have to be afraid of being attacked, the chariot will protect them. However, the war platform has a small weakness, that is, the spiritual power consumption will also increase. Although it is not 4 times, if you want to deal 4 times the damage on the level 7 war platform, you have to consume twice the normal spiritual power. Therefore, the ranged players on the chariot will often be exhausted in the battle, and then the next batch of ranged players will go up. But even if their legs are weak every time they leave the war platform, the ranged players are still crazy about the feeling of being on it. Now that they know that they can get the level 7 war platform after upgrading to the level 6 car, they are all crazy happy. The melee player shed tears of envy from the corner of his mouth. However, Wei Huan knows that although the challenge world is cruel, it is still very fair. The upgraded to level 7 protective shield not only improves the defense and defensive counterattack capabilities on the basis of the original level 6 protective shield, but also has a new function. The melee combatant can carry a special emblem, which also has the ability of a protective shield. Although it is 1 level lower than the one on the car, and the number is limited, the safety of the melee combat is indeed greatly guaranteed. However, this time, not only are there not many materials for the level 7 protective shield on their chariot, but there are also no upgraded blueprints. It is unknown how long it will take to upgrade the protective shield. Level 7 vehicle shell is also a good thing. The level 6 protective shield plus the level 7 vehicle shell, Similar monsters in the level 5 world cannot break the defense, and the level 7 war platform can seize the opportunity to counterattack. It takes longer to upgrade the level 7 vehicle. Even if it is just a component, it will take 3 days. There was nothing to do in the past 3 days, so they continued to move forward, fighting when they should fight, familiarizing themselves with the interior of the car when they should familiarize themselves with the interior of the car, and they had no intention of going back to add members. After all, the number of people added to the chariot this time was not dozens, but 900, which was not a small number no matter how you put it. At present, those who can come to the level 5 world are talents from various legions. They don't have enough manpower, so it is impossible to happily stuff people into Wei Huan's car like a level 5 car. Including Mu Diheo, he is in charge of the development of the entire Qinglong Pioneer Army in the Challenge world. The materials obtained and the talents cultivated are all sent to the battlefield. Every needle and thread has a source. Even if more resources are tilted to Wei Huan, he can't ignore his own duties and ignore the battlefield. For the above reasons, even if Wei Huan goes back, there is nothing to do, so it is better to continue collecting materials outside. Moreover, he promised Commander Mu to find an island suitable for the Qinglong army to build a city in the uninhabited area, and he must keep his word. In fact, there are islands suitable for the Qinglong army to build a city along the way, but they are all smaller than the 5-star island. Wei Huan thought that Yin country must have a big one. The Qinglong army went deep into the no-man's land, so it was not too much to choose the most perfect island. As for building a city deep in the no-man's land, will there be any danger? Of course not. Because challenging the world is not the stereotype of upgrading and fighting monsters, and the monsters are not stronger the farther you go. For example, the Xuanwu city that just entered the 5th level world may also refresh high-level monsters and royal tribes. So humans can build a city in the no-man's land, of course not to take risks, but to give humans a larger and safer area to explore. The exploration centered on that island can be completed in 3 to 5 days. The no-man's land is no longer a no-man's land. Wei Huan didn't force it since he couldn't find it for a while, as he had a lot of things to do right now. And now, what he, or the entire chariot, is most interested in is the first deployment of the two-sided chariot. In the past few days, Mu Zhong led the crew to carry out combat force allocation and combat training, and today they found a golden treasure chest. Mu Zhong believed that the two-sided chariots could try to fight, which made the crew members, who were not strong enough to go on the mission, very happy. For example, Zhou Yong and Lin Su, although they also practiced very hard, due to their talents and the short time they entered the challenge world, especially as melee professions, they can be assigned fewer and fewer tasks in the current level 5 world, and now they can only do some logistics work in the car. It's not that logistics work is not good, but since they have the heart to go to the front line and are trusted by Wei Huan, it's perfect to participate in the action of the two-sided chariot. While thinking, the two-sided chariot separated from the main car and acted alone. Wei Huan also saw their appearance through the projection screen in the car. Like two submarines, they are in the shape of water drops, with a big head and a small butt. The color is white because Wei Huan's chariot is primary white. However, the size is much smaller than that of a submarine. The diameter of the thickest part of the front of the chariot is only a little more than half a meter, and the length is only 2.5 meters. Flying in the air, it looks like two fired shells. Every time Wei Huan sees the chariots on both sides, he will marvel at the power of the space law. How can such a large space, and the driving seats for 30 people be stuffed into this small car? To put it bluntly, it is too small to be used as a coffin. But don't look at the small size of the chariots on both sides. Their combat power is not weak. Speed, defense, attack, etc. are almost the same as the main vehicle, but there is no living space as large as the main vehicle, no mecha studio and energy center, and there are only 2 war platforms. The combat endurance is only 5 days, and it must return to the main vehicle to charge, and it cannot complete the energy replenishment by itself. In non-combat mode, the endurance time will be longer. Wei Huan stared at the chariots on both sides, and like two shells, he drove towards the island in front after leaving the chariot. There is a sign of a gold treasure chest on the island. There is not only a gold-level ruin here, but also a royal tribe deeper in the island. The world monsters in the 5th level world are not those deceiving survivors. There are more monsters on the islands and the sea, including flying birds and fish. In addition, on the islands where dark energy gathers, there will be some dark life. Although there are not many undead life, there are some. Wei Huan observed the island while paying attention to the battle between the chariots on both sides. The island without dark energy looks a little smaller than the 5-star island. Unfortunately, It does not meet Wei Huan's standards. However, he still chose to hand the map to Mu Diheo as soon as possible. It was up to Mu Diheo to decide where to build the city. After a while, the battle between the two-sided chariots officially started. In fact, the two-sided chariots are better for killing the royal tribe in open areas. Chariots with flying capabilities can be used for air suppression. But Wei Huan still let the two-sided chariots go to the ruins. It was also to test whether this kind of chariot met expectations and could fight in the ruins. Captain, the housekeeper AI suddenly said, there is a treasure coordinate 5,000 kilometers away. Do you want to go? No. Wei Huan denied it directly. He was not ready yet. He already had 22 complete sets of treasure maps in his hand, and one of them required 20 fragments to synthesize the ruins. But Wei Huan didn't dare to open it. Not to mention the ruins of 20 fragments, he suspected that even if it was a 15-fragment underground palace, I'm afraid that Morfidi would find a way to find it. While he took away 2 sets of Morfidi suits, it seemed that he was also removing the seal from Morfidi. Morfidi would definitely find a way to find him again, and after completely removing the seal from him, he would thank him for his help with his death. Wei Huan was not sure he could fight against the god-level monster. The housekeeper said, that is the treasure map of 25 fragments. Chapter 214. In other words, this is destined to be a platinum-level ruin, and there may be a fragment of an artifact? Wei Huan only said, mark the coordinates. Not yet, but he will come back sooner or later. Before coming back, he must have a significant improvement. Thinking of this, Wei Huan lowered his eyes and glanced at the colossus at hand. The natural power of the colossus is always strong, and it has been conveying the feeling that the assessment is about to begin, but more than a month has passed, and it has not been activated. What is waiting for? What conditions are not met? Wei Huan now needs to become stronger quickly. If he practices step by step, he may have to stay in this world for about 1 or 2 years before he can be promoted to sequence 5. The speed of practice will become slower and slower. Level has always been where Wei Huan lags behind. If his level can be on par with the current world, he will not be afraid of Morfidi coming. Morfidi wants to find him to remove the seal, and he also wants the artifact fragment on Morfidi to improve himself. At worst, he will fight at the top of the Forbidden City. You can't give up growth just because of the predicted ending, right? While thinking about this and that, Wei Huan was also looking at the development progress of the two-sided chariot. There was no problem until he reached the golden treasure chest. The two-sided chariot was too powerful. The level 6 chariot would definitely crush the monsters in the level 5 world, and even the silver treasure chest could easily deal with it. You should know that the shell of Wei Huan's chariot was level 7, which was 2 levels higher than this world. When necessary, you can directly hit the monster with the body of the car, and it can also kill the monster. In this way, the external serrations and external crash barriers that were like chicken ribs became useful, and they were all artifacts to crush monsters. However, after seeing the location of the golden treasure chest, Wei Huan still sweated. It was obvious that the golden treasure chest did not contain the swindlers, who were now easy to kill. It was probably a level 5 golden monster with a stronger body. Zhou Yang's car went to open the treasure chest. At the same time that the equipment appeared directly in the main car warehouse, a big bird made a shrill whistle and made a brilliant appearance. The white big bird with a wingspan of 10 meters, just a flap of its wings, is a whistling wind, whoosh whoosh, that is a hurricane that can blow up a large truck. But the chariots on both sides were as still as a mountain, and the attacks on the war platform were all from the forbidden spell mage. With 4 times the attack power, the monster in the golden treasure chest was hit and screamed, and its feathers were messy. The golden monster was stung and raised its wings to attack the chariots on both sides. As a result, it screamed and broke its bones and flesh. The shell of the level 7 car was too hard. Finally, the golden bird actually bumped upwards, knocked a hole in the sky above the ruins, and spread its wings and flew out. It certainly wasn't trying to escape. As a challenge monster caught in a box, it had been brainwashed by the challenge world and only had hostility towards humans. It was just that the space in the ruins was small, and it needed a larger fighting space. The 2 chariots followed and chased out. The advantage of being able to fly was once again demonstrated. The golden monster was waiting for them in the air, and they went straight to meet it. The 2 sides fought in the sky above the island. For a while, the fight was indistinguishable, and it was obvious that the 2 chariots had the upper hand. In other words, if Wei Huan didn't take action now, his melee team could easily kill the golden level survivors, and the 2 chariots could defeat other golden monsters of the non-heritage. His chariot members are getting stronger and stronger, and he doesn't need to take action for monsters below gold level. As a leader, the most fearful thing is to do everything by himself. So why does he lead so many subordinates? Is it to let them lie on him and suck blood? Of course, it is easier to lead subordinates. Now that he doesn't need to take action even for gold-level monsters, it is even easier. In addition, the scene of the two-sided chariot fighting with the gold monster was also seen by the nearby allied forces. Indy is no longer a waste of words. The key is that the strength Wei Huan has shown at present is the level they may reach in the future. Following Wei Huan, they can also upgrade to the 6th level chariot, and can have two-sided chariots, with the advantage of being able to develop ruins without getting off the car. Not to mention, if Wei Huan goes to the level 6 world, will he have level 7 and level 8 tanks? So, it is important to follow the right boss. Before, in the civilization competition with the Dark Beast, I was always confused. I didn't know how to beat the Dark Beast. My family is still on Blue Star, my child is only in elementary school, and I don't want to die. I live in pain every day. But now it seems that I haven't felt this kind of pain for a long time. Every time I see Boss Wei plowing the land and opening treasure chests, and seeing him getting stronger every day, I feel a strong sense of security. I know that as long as I follow him, there will be a future. So if there is a war next time, I will apply to participate in the main battle. I hope to reach a strategic alliance with Boss Wei as soon as possible. After a pause, the excited driver said, also, there are 900 more places on Boss Wei's car. Don't you have any ideas? No matter how many of the allied chariots that followed Wei Huan here were spies sent by other countries, there were always some who simply wanted to follow Wei Huan. As Wei Huan became stronger, he also kept adding stakes in the hearts of these people. Unconsciously, they naturally wanted to do something real, to make sacrifices, even if it meant risking their lives. Wei Huan had never mobilized anyone verbosely, he just did his own thing. But this was the charm of a leader, which made people naturally want to follow him. Just then, the noise of the battle between the chariots on both sides and the golden monsters finally disturbed the royal tribe on the same island. Hulala! Roar, roar! More than 100,000 monsters moved towards the battlefield under the command of the king. Wei Huan received applications from 3 allied chariots requesting to fight in the main force at the same time. Yes! Wei Huan agreed directly. This had nothing to do with trust, but whether the 3 chariots were sincere or false, if they really made trouble, Wei Huan had enough confidence to protect his own crew from getting hurt. Of course, it would be better if they were sincere. Humanity needs unity, starting from now. Wei Huan's trust was exchanged for loyalty. These 3 chariots are all chariots of some small countries, and even represent the hope of that country. In theory, it is not easy to take risks. It is probably difficult for these small countries, with a population of less than 1 million, to build a level 5 chariot with the whole country's strength. But in the same way, after they confirm their goals, they will also fight hard and make contributions, because they believe that Wei Huan can see their efforts, and they need Wei Huan's trust. It seems that our upgrade to level 6 tanks has stimulated many people. Mu Zhong was not in the main driving cabin, but ran to Wei Huan's commander's cabin, talking to him while paying attention to the battle situation. Wei Huan said, "It's still early." What? Mu Zhong was a little distracted, and then reacted, "Are you talking about trust in them?" "Yes, it's still early. This is the first battle, and it's still a favorable situation. I can't see the sincerity. If you don't go to the level 6 world, the possibility of encountering an unfavorable situation is not great. Don't worry, just show your strength, and leave the rest to me. I will make them follow us wholeheartedly. After a long time, they will be real comrades in arms." Wei Huan didn't say anything, but just raised his hand, and put it on the back of Mu Zhong's hand, holding him. The royal tribe is difficult to kill, but also easy to kill. First of all, they usually gather in open areas, and have their own territories. Tanks can participate in the battle, and when they are defeated, they just need to turn around and run away to a certain distance, and they will escape from the battle, unlike the treasure chest monsters that fight to the death. But after all, it is a tribe form, and it is king level, so the number is very large, basically reaching about 100,000. Fighting it is like a territory war, requiring a sufficient number of soldiers, and the deployment of troops. In addition, the king-level tribe does not drop any messy equipment, they only drop high-level materials related to their species. In the past, human pioneers preferred to kill the king-level tribe. If they really couldn't kill them, they could retreat to escape the battle, and save their strength for another fight. Wei Huan is the opposite. He likes to open boxes and explore ruins. After all, there are many things given, equipment, weapons, potions and blueprints, which are great for his improvement. Even if it was a gold-level treasure chest, it didn't matter that the chance of dropping core materials was very low. He could kill platinum and diamond-level monsters, and he couldn't escape if he met one. But now, since the royal tribe had already declared war on him, he had no reason to avoid the battle. Just do it. Who's afraid of whom in a positional battle? Who's afraid of whom in a human sea battle? Ha! The undead army, which had rarely rested and didn't participate in the battle, was called out by Wei Huan. With the chariots, they rushed towards the royal tribe in an overwhelming manner, and the next second the two sides collided fiercely. Boom! A large-scale war that had not been seen for some days began. Wei Huan crossed his legs, his left eye lit up with green flames, and a comfortable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His hand was still holding Mu Zhong's hand, slowly pinching the bone knot of his ring finger, and the ring of the right size. A hearty victory soon came. The allied chariot commanders, who experienced such a scene for the first time and won a great victory, were all excited and flushed, wishing they could do it a few more times. But not long after, the AI notified that Wei Huan's chariot had sent a message, and all members set off and returned at full speed. Ah? Going back now? Did they get some supplies? This kind of battle can continue forever, it's not enough. Did Boss Wei say why? Even after asking, there was no explanation. And after receiving the notification, Wei Huan's chariot turned around and returned. On the way back, he didn't even open the treasure chest, just focused on returning. Although the other allied chariots that followed had questions and guesses, they didn't dare to ask too much. They just followed Wei Huan's chariot silently for a full week before leaving the no man's land. As soon as they left the no man's land, Wei Huan's chariot sent a message. This time it was a video call. Mu Zhong's face appeared on the screen, and he smiled and said, "Thank you for your cooperation during this period. I will contact you in advance before the next action, and I can arrange the action according to the situation. So goodbye, see you again if we are destined to." After saying this, without waiting for others to ask, Mu Zhong unilaterally closed the communication. Then, the white car that had been with the other chariots suddenly increased its altitude until it reached 1,000 meters in the sky. With a hum, it disappeared in front of everyone, and the moving speed was far more than 3,000 kilometers per hour. After completing the farewell here, Mu Zhong looked at the screen that had turned dark again, and the smile on his mouth disappeared. Looking at his reflection on the screen, he frowned slightly. "Boss Mu, it's been more than a week. When do you think you can come back?" Lu Qingji, who didn't leave after delivering the coffee, asked worriedly. Mu Zhong turned around, put on his habitual smile, and said, "I came back after the assessment. Don't worry. I haven't seen anything in this world that can stump your boss. I don't know what the assessment of the giant is. I'm just worried that this kind of natural force will make the boss uncomfortable when he goes to the assessment." Lu Qingji frowned deeply. Mu Zhong sighed and fell silent. Just 8 days ago, not long after the battle with the royal tribe ended, when they were about to set off again, the giant that had been flashing for many days finally seemed to have reached its limit. The light suddenly increased, and the breath of natural force filled the captain's room. A portal appeared in front of the two. After Wei Huan walked in, he never came out again. The portal also disappeared. Mu Zhong had to choose to return. Without Wei Huan, although their chariot had the strength to open the gold treasure chest, the value of hedging risk was too low. Instead of taking the risk to continue moving forward, it was better to return to recuperate. After being comforted by Mu Zhong, Lu Qingji finally put aside his worries and left. After Mu Zhong was left alone in the driver's cab again, he looked at the empty room and his equally empty heart. Mu Zhong himself had never thought that there would be such a person who occupied so many positions in his life. Without Wei Huan, he was completely empty. It will be fine. He told himself that it was Wei Huan. This is a forest with no end in sight. The trees are tall and dense, each of which is more than 100 meters long. The lush branches and leaves grow to the highest point, absorbing light crazily, which also causes the roots of the trees to be dark and corrupt, and never see the sun all year round. Wei Huan has been walking in this forest for more than half an hour. He doesn't know where the other assessors are, and whether they are in the same environment as himself. But for him, it has been a rare outdoor trip so far. He summoned the point beast as a mount. The point beast is more than 300 meters tall, and its legs are 280 meters long. Walking in this seemingly tall forest is like strolling on a slightly higher grassland. Wei Huan, sitting on the back of the point beast, can see the beautiful scenery. He had already released the ghost crow, which was responsible for guarding 15 kilometers away. During this period, no news has been received, which means it is safe. Brother Gaogong led the Run Wolf army to roam on the ground. Although the environment on the ground is not very good, it does not affect the light and agile run wolf. The swamp on the ground is also useless under the light weight of the skeleton. If the ground space was filled with the army of running wolves, then the safety in the air was the responsibility of the burrow beast mother and face hugger led by Guzi. In short, after being teleported in, Wave 1 did not feel any difficulty except that there was no target. In this world, apart from plants, no other life can be seen, and there are no insects such as earthworms in the soil. Wave 1 thought of something and called Emoji out. After confirming that there was no abnormality around, he stopped the hand of the undead. Emoji, who finally got free, stood up with a start, jumped off the back of the point beast without looking at Wei Huan, and soon fell into the forest without a trace. Moji has worked hard during this period. It is really a torture for children with ADHD to not let them move every day. After Emoji left, Wei Huan, who had nothing to do for a while, thought about it, and then set his eyes on the giant statue that came here with him. The round stone like a volleyball exuded the power of nature, floating beside him like a balloon, and there was not much abnormality. Wei Huan recalled how he got the Colossus. He got it from a general named Gao Song of Mulberry Country after completing the 4th level highway assessment. At that time, he did not participate in the battle where Yin Country dispatched an aircraft carrier to confront the Omura power group on the coastline of Mulberry Country. Instead, he landed directly on the island to transfer information after receiving the order, and by accident, he captured 300 Osum soldiers outside the Osum base. He clearly remembered that one of their comrades died at that time. After that, Moody Heo gave him the Colossus. Originally, the Colossus belonged to General Gao Song. General Gao Song is a druid, and the master of the power of nature. The Colossus is also the power of nature. Wei Huan wanted to let Mu Zhong come in to experience the test at first, but Mu Zhong was an assistant, and it might be dangerous to participate in the test. In the end, only he, who controls the power of death, could participate in the test. During this period, many people told him that the test was not divided into sequences. The number of pieces of this Colossus was too many, and many different sequencers got the qualification for the test. But what is the test? Wei Huan frowned and was about to summon the Colossus to study it, when he suddenly looked up. He saw a red light shining in the extreme distance, and the red light spread rapidly. In just a few breaths, it came to Wei Huan's head. The red color pressed on the originally blue sky, mixing into an ominous purple, and then a terrifying force pressed down. The white clouds retreated, and everything was in cacophony. Wei Huan couldn't help holding his breath. Wei Huan could feel that this kind of heaven and earth phenomenon was not something that people of their current level could perform, let alone explore and fight against. There is no doubt that this is a more powerful force that is superior to them. After discovering the abnormality, Wei Huan was not afraid, but excited. After wandering aimlessly for more than half an hour, he finally found a goal. There must be something abnormal in the direction where the red light spread. Like a guide, he should go and see. With a thought, the undead army accelerated suddenly, and the point beast floated gently, flew into the air, and flew directly to the place where the abnormality occurred. After Wei Huan left, the running wolf on the ground, which could not keep up, was caught by the hand of the undead, and returned to the tomb as soon as it exceeded the summoning distance. Then the brother digging the anus was summoned alone. After it appeared again, it lay on the left-hand side of Wei Huan's throne, and on the right-hand side was the clumsy big bear. The speed of the point beast moving at full speed was faster than that of a level 4 chariot, approaching 2,000 kilometers per hour. Even such a large beast still left an afterimage in the sky. After galloping for a while, Wei Huan's eyes slowly opened and closed, and a quack-quack sounded above his head. He turned his head to the left, and the ghost crow finally found the traces of humans in an unknown number of kilometers away, and was heading in the same direction as them. I don't know which country it is from, but it should not be Captain Fong. There is probably no one on Blue Star who doesn't know his ability now, not to mention that Captain Fong will definitely send a signal to lead him to see it after seeing the ghost crow. So since it is not one of us, there is no need to pay attention to it. Who knows if this assessment is first come first served? Wei Huan kept moving, and soon left the rare human behind. Next, Wei Huan met 3 more people one after another, one of whom was less than 2 kilometers away from him. The other party seemed to have discovered his undead early, climbed to the top of the highest tree to observe, and then stood up and waved vigorously. As soon as Wei Huan saw his dark skin, he looked away and didn't bother to pay attention. Wei Huan was reborn to save humanity, but this didn't mean that he had to take other people with him for this potentially beneficial assessment. Just like that, after passing this person, there was no trace of humans in front of him. Wei Huan's face was a little ugly after he figured it out. Could it be that he was so strong and moved so fast that he was thrown to the farthest place? Unfortunately, until now, he didn't know what this assessment was about, so Wei Huan could only keep moving forward. This rush took more than an hour, and the straight line distance was close to 3,000 kilometers, and finally there was something different in front of him. The reddish-purple color of the sky was disappearing, replaced by a purple-black, more depressing color. Wei Huan stopped the beasts, carefully observed the circle, and finally his sight fell on the forest under his feet. I don't know when, there are some light purple spots on the branches and leaves of these forests. Although there is no abnormality at present, looking at the faint purple spots that seem to have fluorescence, it feels very bad. And this purple color becomes more and more as Wei Huan walks forward. Wei Huan frowned tightly, feeling a little bad, and asked Sister Ye, "What's the situation ahead?" Sister Ye's IQ is still not high now, but she can still detect abnormalities. Soon she appeared in front of Wei Huan and cried "Gagaga." 15 kilometers away, all the trees turned purple. Although the purple trees look normal, a closer look shows that the edges of the leaves have curled up, like a poisonous pollution. These purples should be harmful. Wei Huan lowered his eyes, and thought for a while. He came out of the portal behind him, and MOG, who had just been freed for a short time, was teleported out again. A minute later, the hand of the undead that was holding MOG disappeared, and MOG jumped off the back shell of the dot beast again, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wei Huan closed his eyes, and did not issue any new orders for a long time. After a while, the undead army began to retreat, retreating more than 300 miles until no purple could be seen in the forest. Yes, Wei Huan did not intend to advance rashly. This assessment of the Colossus was not in his growth plan, but an opportunity set by heaven. But at present, it is hard to say whether it is an opportunity for Wei Huan, but the danger is also not small. Wei Huan has always been cautious, especially he always remembers his mission of rebirth. Although he dare not say that he is the child of destiny who can change the fate of mankind, it is undeniable that since his rebirth, he has indeed helped mankind to gradually get out of the inevitable defeat and become able to fight against the Dark Beast Lord. Wei Huan dare not take risks easily. So since this is an incident whose details are unknown, what can he do if he just watches from the sidelines? Even if he does not participate in this assessment, does not greedily want any trial rewards, and simply ensures his own safety, what is the problem? Chapter 215. Wei Huan stayed in this area for most of the day, just sending out the army of undead to check the changes ahead. But unknowingly, when Wei Huan came back to his senses, he found that the leaves around him had begun to turn purple. Obviously, these purple pollutants are probably spreading. Wei Huan continued to retreat, retreating another 300 miles, thinking about the purpose of this assessment? To protect nature? Let them find a way to explore the true face of these purples, and then heal this forest. Although it was a very unoriginal guess, combined with all the assessments in the challenge world, they were all easy to understand, never playing with IQ, just using the most direct way to improve humans. Then Wei Huan felt that his guess should be almost right. It was just impossible for him to go deep into the depths of purple, at the risk of being infected. In this way, he didn't stay here for long, and the purple spread into his field of vision again. This time when he retreated again, Wei Huan met the black man he didn't want to deal with before on the way. That was a hunter, a summoner of Sequence 5. Among his summons was a snow ape that was good at climbing, which should be a summon from the 4th level world. It was this snow ape that easily sent him to the top of the tree. After discovering Wei Huan who had returned, he waved his hands enthusiastically again and shouted, "Hello, Colonel Wei. I am the driver from Congo, my name is Jones." Wei Huan thought for a while, and the point beast floated in front of Jones under his command. Jones was very excited to see Wei Huan coming over. He danced and said something. Wei Huan knew that the Congolese language had its own sense of rhythm, like singing, so the Congolese people were also very good at dancing. But Challenge World helped him translate, and Jones, who was speaking in Gua, danced with his hands and feet, which was very strange. Wei Huan retracted his gaze from the face of the gorilla dancing with him, and finally looked at Jones. "There is something abnormal ahead. Do you know the reason?" He knew that Jones wanted to ask this, but unfortunately, he didn't know the truth. Jones scratched his head. "The trees in this forest are too dense, and we can't move forward too fast." "You mean the reason for the abnormality is related to those red lights?" After saying that, Jones pointed to the sky, then retracted his hand and pressed it on his chest, bowing his head as if praying. When he looked up again, he said, "Colonel Wei, I want to follow you. I don't want to get anything from this test, but when it lights up, Only I am the most suitable to come in. This test feels very bad. I just hope to survive. Loyalty is too simple, but Wei Huan knows that the other party is sincere. In fact, in Challenge World, except for a few powerful countries that fight back and forth, most countries are just passive participants and passively stand in line. For them, following a responsible boss is more important than being the king. The main reason is that no matter how strong they are, they can't beat the country. Wei Huan, first of all, the country is strong and focuses on training him, so he can grow so fast, and when necessary, he has the support of the country, so he can realize his so-called ideal. If he was not born in Yen country, but a captain of some small country, he would probably still be collecting resources in the 3rd or 4th level world, thinking about how to survive in the cracks of big countries, and trying to realize his so-called ideal. Wei Huan, who has the support of the country, understands the reason why these small countries choose to surrender at the first sight, which is not complicated, and there are not too many conspiracies. I just want to be protected by him, and do some work for him without being sent to die. Wei Huan's mind moved, and a female crypt beast floated over and hovered in front of Jones. Jones was overjoyed, and hurriedly collected his other summons, and only took the snow ape that could dance with him, and jumped on the back of the female crypt beast. Thank you, Colonel Wei. I got this Colossus when I was exploring the ruins in the 4th level world half a month ago. Now I just want to give it to you. I wish you will always be strong. He was sensible and presented the surrender at the first time. Although Wei Huan did not covet the Colossus in his hand, he could not ask for his protection by flattering him a few times. The essence of protection is a transaction. Besides, if this assessment is to collect all the Colossi, facing the possible fighting and scramble, this guy also made a very correct decision. Wei Huan did not refuse, and took the Colossus in his hand. Jones's Colossus was smaller than his, only the size of a fist, and was also round and also floating in the air. Wei Huan summoned his own Colossus, originally just to try it out, but when the two Colossi came into contact, the seemingly hard Colossus turned out to be like two large and small water drops, fused together. The Colossus was a little bigger. This scene made Wei Huan and Jones open their eyes at the same time. Then Wei Huan looked at Jones meaningfully. Did you know this would happen? Jones shook his head, as if dancing, and his gorilla danced with him. Colonel Wei, who was completely unaware of it beforehand, please believe me. Too many people have died in the advent of the challenge world. My parents died in the assessment, and the battlefield is dying all the time. I don't want anyone to die anymore. I really hope this is a nightmare. You are destined to be the hope of our human race. If this test will bring any benefit, I hope it will be the beacon you light. Please take me away from here after completing the test. You must believe in my sincerity. Wei Huan wondered if he had just heard a rap with hand gestures. Anyway, this guy's words were a bit unstoppable. After thinking about the deep meaning of his words, Wei Huan believed that he was sincere. It's just a bit outrageous. But his words are indeed a direction. Is it possible to collect all the Colossi before being infected? Thinking of this, Wei Huan thought about the purple spots that were spreading and knew that he didn't have much time. He only said one word, go. Then the undead army began to move forward at full speed in the direction they came from. Soon, the undead army found another target. On the way here, he saw the third human examiner. This was a hot woman with brown-red hair. She came from the south of the continent of Asham, where druids were abundant, so she was also a druid. She turned into a falcon to hurry on her way, but was stopped by the undead army. The red-haired woman, who was surrounded by the undead, looked at Jones, who was dancing with joy with a cold face, and said, if this is the test, we should fully support the hope of mankind. The great him who sits high on the throne can lead us to escape from here. Wei Huan, The red-haired woman, Then the red-haired woman said, Colonel Wei, I don't know what the purpose of this test is, but I also want to fight for my hometown with all my strength. Please allow me to check the abnormality ahead, and I will make a decision as soon as possible. Jones wanted to rap, but Wei Huan raised his hand to stop him. This guy's way of speaking was very embarrassing, so let him speak for himself. Wei Huan said, if you change your mind, just keep flying back. I give you half an hour. Thank you. The red-haired woman nodded gratefully, jumped up from the treetop, turned into a falcon with red hair, and flew away in a blink of an eye. Going further, he met another examiner, who also did not make a decision immediately, but also maintained a friendly attitude, saying that he would wait until they saw it with their own eyes. Wei Huan did not force it. In fact, he didn't know what this assessment was about, but he always felt that this way of collecting all the fragments was not very much like an assessment, but he couldn't figure out why he had this idea for the time being. If you don't understand, There is no need to force it. It's just an attempt. If it succeeds, it's good, but if it doesn't, you can't let yourself get stuck. Going back safely is the key. Wei Huan did not take risks lightly, and continued to walk in the opposite direction of the purple spread. But this time he slowed down a bit, mainly because he promised the red-haired woman that he would wait for her for half an hour. However, as he walked further, Wei Huan no longer saw the fourth person he had come with. The summoning distance was 15 kilometers, and the radiation was 30 kilometers to the left and right, but he could not see anyone. Where did this guy go? Wei Huan did not think much about it. It was not necessary to find the other party, and the fusion colossus was dispensable. On the contrary, now that he was almost back to the starting point, he became curious. How big could the trial ground he was in be? Judging from the speed of the point beast of about 2,000 kilometers per hour, from the time he decided to rush back to now, he had walked about 3,000 kilometers, which was about one-third the size of Yin country. Compared to the vastness of the challenge world, it is of course very small, but if you really want to find someone to collect the colossus, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if he had the undead to explore the way, it would be the same. Wei Huan continued to walk further away. After walking for about half an hour, the red-haired woman did not come. He looked at the endless green forest in front of him and thought about speeding up and continuing to move forward in a straight line. Jones naturally did not say anything, but just followed him quietly. Instead, the snow ape he summoned walked back and forth on the back shell of the burrow beast, always full of curiosity about the forest under his feet. In this way, they walked for more than an hour, a total of about 6,000 kilometers. Wei Huan looked at the scene in front and ordered the point beast to stop. It's the end. A thick white fog appeared between the sky and the earth in front, blocking the front like a wall. Even the red light that had stretched to here obviously stopped in front of the wall. Wei Huan ordered the ghost crow to go over, but it could not penetrate. He ordered the facehugger and the crypt beast to attack one after another, but they could not cause any damage to the wall. After trying everything, Wei Huan came to the front of the thick fog and carefully raised his hand to touch it. It felt as soft as it looked. If he pressed hard, his palm could sink half an inch, but he couldn't break through and enter. The undead had already tried, so he didn't need to try again. Wei Huan pursed his lips, lowered his eyes, and thought for a few seconds, then turned over and returned to the bone throne. Keep walking along the wall. Looking at the blood-red sky above his head, the haze shrouded Wei Huan's heart. If this trial site was blocked, they might have to face those purple spots in the end. Although he didn't know what it was obviously dangerous. Wei Huan was not interested in trying the consequences of the human body being infected by purple spots. So the most urgent task now was to find the entrance and exit of this trial site. They could get in, so they could get out. The point beast floated in the air, and its 6 legs rotated like a propeller, reaching the fastest speed of more than 2,000 kilometers per hour. Time passed by minute, and Wei Huan didn't know how long he had been looking, but all he saw was a wall of fog. At a certain moment, he suddenly came back to his senses, and then he found that he seemed to have returned to the starting point. When he left, he tied a blue ribbon on the most conspicuous tree, and now he saw the ribbon fluttering in the wind again. Wei Huan's heart sank. It turned out that this world was like an upside-down bowl, and they were locked in it. The most important thing was that this place was called a trial site, but there was no information about the trial at all. Did he still have to face those ominous purple spots? Wei Huan was really afraid of death. He was afraid that he could not save humanity, and that his rare chance of rebirth would be wasted. He did not want to put himself in danger. Even if his heart told him that he should go to the place where the change occurred, he did not want to take the risk. Time passed by minute. Wei Huan and his undead floated in the void for an unknown period of time. Maybe 10 minutes, or half an hour. Wei Huan looked at the red and purple sky and finally sighed. He had no way out, right? Wait for others to create a miracle. It felt terrible to pin the hope of survival on someone else. Wei Huan frowned and looked at Jones. I'm going to a dangerous place, he decided. Jones nodded. I will always serve you. He knew very well that it would not be better for him to leave Wei Huan and act alone. If anyone can win this assessment in the end, he only believes in Wei Huan. Wei Huan didn't care about Jones's flattery, nor was he interested in talking to him. He gave an order in his mind, ordering the undead army to go back again. There was no other choice now. Since there was no way to retreat, let's go forward and let him see what this assessment was about. This time, Wei Huan only walked forward about 1,000 kilometers, and saw the purple spots that had spread here. The purple spots on the leaves had a faint fluorescence, and from a distance it looked like starlight was falling, beautiful and dreamy. This time Wei Huan decided to go in directly, but just after stepping a few meters, Sister Ya appeared like a flash and passed him the latest news. After listening to this, Wei Huan left the range of the purple spots again under Jones's confused gaze, and flew quickly to the left. Soon he saw the person in the information reported by Sister Ya. The red-haired woman is here. The red-haired woman knew that Wei Huan was coming from the appearance of the undead army, so after seeing Wei Huan, she said calmly, "Hello, Colonel Wei." Wei Huan nodded. "Did you find anything?" The red-haired woman's smile became bitter. She raised her arm and said, "These purple spots are contagious to the human body. Just now, they were only the size of rice grains, but now they have expanded 100 times." Wei Huan saw that most of her elbows had turned purple. Visually, it was not good, and it was true. The red-haired woman touched the purple part with her hand, and the fingertips were also dyed purple when she raised them, like purple oil painting paste, indicating that her arm was thinning. Jones widened his eyes. Oh God! When he looked at the purple spots again, his expression became particularly horrified. Wei Huan also frowned. "What do you feel?" The red-haired woman was relatively calm. "The fact is that there is no feeling." Wei Huan was silent for a few seconds and then asked, "Did you see anyone else?" "Everyone went inside. I wanted to come out to find you, but after my arm was contaminated, I couldn't fly." Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. The red-haired woman looked down at her purple arm and said, "This is my wing, it's soft now." Wei Huan fell silent again, looking at the purple spots that were still spreading outward. Others did not dare to disturb him, so they waited silently. After a while, the result he wanted to wait for came out. A group of undead, who had been ordered by him to go deep into the purple spots just now, when they reappeared, they were also stained with purple spots, and the undead were not immune. Wei Huan sent these undead back to the tomb, and when they came out again, they still had purple spots on their bodies. Then he chose to kill them, and they were besieged and torn into pieces by other undead, and were summoned out of the tomb again, but this time, there were no purple spots. Wei Huan's eyes lit up. Others naturally saw what Wei Huan was trying. Jones shouted excitedly, "You found a way to deal with the crisis." The red-haired woman smiled bitterly, and she raised her arms. "It's a pity that I can't start over." Wei Huan ignored the two people. The resurrection of the dead without purple spots gave him an idea. He ordered the beast to return to the tomb, and then recruited 3 crypt beast mothers. The crypt beast mother is 12 meters tall with long legs, and has a thick back shell. In the past, Wei Huan always used the crypt beast mother as a mount. However, this time he did not plan to sit on their backs. He chose to sit under the belly of the crypt beast mother. The belly of the crypt beast mother leads to the personal space that only this tribe can unfold. It is full of face huggers. In theory, it is a very scary place. However, those are other crypt beasts, not the dead recruited by Wei Huan. Wei Huan came to the belly, and the place at the entrance of the passage was the gap between the two time and space. The face hugger was already there, hooking a swing-like seat with its hands and feet. Wei Huan sat here, both in the semi-space position and in the transparent bubble of the crypt beast, which might be able to avoid the erosion of purple spot infection. Before going deep into the core area, he only needs to constantly replace the undead for transportation. Jones and the red-haired woman also got their own exclusive mounts, but compared to the always excited Jones, the red-haired woman was always depressed. She looked at her purple arm, perhaps regretting not following Wei Huan directly before. The face hugger flew into the contaminated area. After a period of silence, Wei Huan said, "The purple spots are not part of the assessment, but an environment that must be dealt with. Anyway, let's take a deeper look first." This sentence still received a positive response from Jones, while the red-haired woman remained silent. However, Wei Huan's method was effective. By constantly replacing the infected undead, Wei Huan walked forward for a long time and his body was clean, and the same was true for Jones. In addition, the red-haired woman, her purple spots did not spread during this period of time, which rekindled hope in her eyes. Colonel Wei has not introduced himself yet. "I am from Mexico, and my name is Cynthia." Wei Huan's heart moved, and he ordered the face hugger carrying Cynthia to approach him. Cynthia told her about her situation, and then said, "It seems that these purple spots will not continue to spread simply in the human body. The infected must be exposed to that environment before they will worsen." Wei Huan nodded. This is why he did not rush forward. Only by making plans before taking action can he gain more initiative. Cynthia thought that since the conversation was open, she continued, "What intelligence have you collected? Can you share it?" Wei Huan said, "I went to the border. At present, it seems that there is no passage to leave here, and there is no clue. Wow! Cynthia exclaimed. You are actually sharing intelligence with me? To be honest, I am very presumptuous. I can still share intelligence with you under your protection. Wei Huan seemed to be touched and thought of something in a trance, but when he thought about it carefully, he found that he had no clue. Just when Cynthia was trying to get close to Wei Huan, their speed suddenly stopped, and then Cynthia covered her mouth after seeing the scene in front of her. Ah! There was still a sound that could not be controlled from the gaps between her fingers. It turned out that two face huggers were carrying something and flying up from the forest. It was a person. However, this person had turned purple all over, and his face was unrecognizable. It was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. When he was pulled into the air, he stretched out like a ball of purple crystal mud, stretching more than 10 meters long, as if he would break at any time. The rich purple color was hard to see through, but the color of his internal organs must have become the same. This appearance was so terrible that even experienced challengers felt their stomachs churning. Cynthia saw her own future from this person, which made her extremely scared. When she touched the purple on her arm, her whole face was very tense. He's still alive. Wei Huan said. The purple spots changed his life form, but he's still alive. Then the clothes that the undead took out from the forest also proved his identity. He was the examiner he had seen before, but he didn't find when he came back. It seems that he has some special way of moving, which is faster than Cynthia's flying speed. He has already gone deep into here, but he can't go any further. The time was right. Wei Huan summoned a new batch of crypt beasts, and everyone transferred in, including the deformed man. The replaced crypt beasts were killed on the spot, and when they were resurrected in Wei Huan's tomb, they were normal. Presumably, the infected humans who died and resurrected could also eliminate the infection of these purple spots. But how can people be resurrected? Wei Huan, who had no solution for the time being, decided to save as many as possible, and people who were still alive meant there was still a chance. Anyway, his undead could easily keep up with the consumption. In addition, after this person turned purple, his colossus also fell down. After the undead army got the colossus, they handed it to Wei Huan, and Wei Huan integrated it into his own colossus, which became bigger. This change was seen by Cynthia. She looked at Jones again, with a struggle on her face. Finally, she reluctantly handed the colossus to Wei Huan and said, "Thank you for your protection. If it weren't for you, I would be the same as him now. If the purpose of this test is to collect colossi, please don't refuse. More than anyone else, I hope that you, the kind-hearted one, will win." Wei Huan did not refuse. At present, it seems that the colossus that can be integrated may be the purpose of this test. Of course, Wei Huan still feels something is wrong, but this is the only way now. Cynthia watched her colossus merge into Wei Huan's colossus. She bit her lip and lowered her eyes to hide her thoughts. Chapter 216. They continued to move forward, and met some people who were stained purple all over, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. If it weren't for their still heaving bodies, no one would believe they were still alive. Wei Huan put all these people into the belly of the crypt beast, and the equipment they carried with them was not picked up by the undead and placed with their bodies. These equipments were only gold level at the highest, which he didn't look down on. He was now platinum level, with 3 diamond equipment and fragments of divine equipment. But Jones and Cynthia were a little greedy, but seeing that Wei Huan didn't take it, they naturally didn't want to take it. However, the colossus they carried was taken away and absorbed by Wei Huan. Unconsciously, the colossus had become 5 heads big, and it was still floating roundly on the side of Wei Huan's shoulder, but it seemed that vague angular lines appeared on the stone. "Is that facial features?" Jones asked. Cynthia said, "Since it is a colossus, it is normal to have facial features." "Will it be a Buddha statue?" Jones was a little excited. He has faith. Cynthia said, "It can't be a Buddha statue. The data glasses show that this is a test from the Titans." "Do you know Titans?" "An ancient creature, born great, huge, can pick stars and break the moon. Our people have studied that Pangu in the legend of Yin State may be a Titan, or Hercules in European mythology. In addition, the Vikings may have some Titan blood. In short, all creatures with strong bodies may be Titans." After listening to Jones singing, Cynthia nodded. "So you see, it will definitely become a Titan in the end, if..." Wei Huan heard the two people agree, and he also gradually opened up his mind. All equipment that reached the platinum level will have suffixes. Some are gifts from the stars, some are gifts from the Titans, and the artifacts will also have gifts from, but the real names are concealed. This shows that these specially mentioned lives may be some unknown forces, or unknown populations outside this world, and they are participating in the challenge world as an observer. Then, after passing this assessment this time, I may have some understanding of the Titans. Can I also use this to peek into the truth of this world? Wei Huan thought, while connecting the Colossus with his soul and carefully checking the changes in it. The natural power inside it has indeed become very strong, but it doesn't seem like it will give rise to consciousness. Obviously, the fragments of the Colossus are far from being collected. There can't be only a few of them in this trial field. As far as Wei Huan knows, Captain Fong and Agres haven't seen it yet, and he believes that they should have the same way as himself to deal with these purple spots. Don't underestimate the top human beings. They all have many unknown means, and strong fighting ability is just one of them. Wei Huan continued to move forward. It seemed that half a day had passed. If it were outside, it would be dark. But here, the sky is always reddish purple to black. The forests on the ground are not only bright purple, but also withered under the continuous pollution, with only dead branches still standing. The ground is a purple-black fallen leaf. The same black tone in the sky and the ground makes people feel very uncomfortable, as if they are in a space where breathing is poisonous, and it is difficult to relax. Wei Huan picked up 9 people along the way. Except for Jones and Cynthia, the others looked dead or alive. But as he walked further, he could not see anyone. Obviously, most people here intended to run back after they found something wrong in the purple forest. Of course, those who are capable will continue to move forward, and it will not be Wei Huan's turn to rescue him. Colonel Wei. Cynthia reminded, the pollution here is more serious. Wei Huan was reminded to look up. How long has it been? Less than half an hour. The body of the undead has large purple spots, and it is slightly deformed. Replacing the undead is a simple thing, and the unknown is what makes people afraid. Fortunately, not long after this time, a different place finally appeared in front. What is that? Cynthia discovered the abnormality almost at the same time as Wei Huan. She stood up and pointed to the front, which had decayed and collapsed, and turned from a forest into a large purple-red plain. There seemed to be something in the place where the sky and the earth met. It was too far away to see clearly, but it was obviously different from the unchanged forest along the way. The guard gave an order, and the army of undead slightly accelerated and rushed in that direction. During this process, the shape of the abnormal object became clearer and clearer. At first, it seemed that there was a slender mountain standing on the ground. Slowly, it was discovered that the mountain was tilted. Later, the mountain was not a mountain, but a wooden stick piercing the earth. When it got closer, it became a mountain again. Because it was too big, even at such a distance, its majesty could be seen, as if it crossed the world. Wang Shan ran his legs off. Even with such a straight flight, and a speed of more than 500 kilometers per hour, it took Wei Huan nearly 20 minutes to really see what it was. Cynthia shouted even faster. Is that shape a foreign object that crashed down from outer space? It looked like a wooden stick that was broken in the middle, or a half-cut shuttle-shaped spaceship, or a star that dragged its tail like a meteor. In short, it looked like something fell from the outside, and pierced diagonally into the deep underground. Wei Huan guessed a lot, but he really didn't expect that this purple spot mutation seemed to come from an invasion from outer space. If there is outer space in this world. In short, as they approached, the purple spot pollution accelerated. When they finally got close enough to see the pattern on this thing, they had to change to burrow beast every 10 minutes. And as they approached, this headless and brainless assessment seemed to finally have a clue. Wei Huan found someone who could still move under this object. And it was an acquaintance. Agres's body turned red, just like the blood servant demons she had recruited in the past, looking ferocious without skin, and the blood mist was 10 meters thick, and she was wrapped in the middle. But she could still move, and when Wei Huan appeared, she looked up and stared at him, which confirmed that the blood energy in her body came from herself. She was resisting the pollution of purple spots in this way. Colonel Wei. Agres looked up at her blood-red face and smiled. You are so shocking every time you appear. I know it's you from a distance. Then, Agres set his eyes on the abdomens of several other crypt beasts, and immediately discovered something unusual. You are kind, and you always remember to be merciful. Wei Huan did not greet him, but ordered the cave beast to approach Agres, and asked, What did you find? Agres smiled with her eyes blinking, and there was an inexplicable charm on her bloody face. She was slim and approached Wei Huan with blood mist dancing. As soon as I came, I asked, Do you have anything to exchange? Wei Huan said, I have explored the edge of the assessment area, and the way out is covered by white mist, a huge circle, and we are trapped in the middle and cannot leave. Agres's face changed slightly, and he stopped teasing and said seriously, I just came here not long ago, and I am looking for the entrance. I didn't see anyone else. Fong William and Jacques also came in. I believe they can definitely get here. Maybe we need to wait a little longer, maybe. At this point, Agries turned back to look at the huge purple-black object. They found a way to get in. You can wait a little longer, I will study it first. Wei Huan did not hesitate, he really needed to understand what was in front of him. This is a mountain that pierces the earth obliquely, with a dark purple and black color, and it is the culprit that pollutes the forest. Looking closer, the material is very special, like charcoal with special cuts, and there are reflections like glass. Of course, this thing can't be charcoal, because if you look closely, you will find that the lines on it are flowing with some kind of energy, like a deliberately carved magic pattern. However, after the violent impact, the magic pattern is broken a little. There are still a few intact ones. Wei Huan thought about it, and summoned a face hugger, took out a dagger from the storage bag, and copied it. The rune looked complicated, but it was not very difficult to copy it roughly. There was no change in the first 2 times. When Wei Huan thought that there was no doubt in what he did, and was about to give up, the third larger rune he copied suddenly made the face hugger emit light. The dazzling light attracted Agries to fly over. She tilted her head and looked at the glowing face hugger and asked, "What is this?" Wei Huan did not speak, because the face hugger died in such a short time. It was less than a second before it turned into ash, and fell to the ground. What surprised Wei Huan was that he could not summon this face hugger in his tomb. It was as if it was purified by the holy light, and he encountered the energy that could directly kill the undead. He immediately became wary of this light. On the other side, Agries looked at his thinning blood mist and said, "This is a kind of energy that can restrain my flesh and blood energy. It feels bad, so what is this?" Wei Huan motioned Agries to look, and he summoned the face hugger to draw again. The face hugger released dazzling light again, and then died in an instant and turned into ashes. Agries looked back at the huge purple-black object behind him in surprise, looking at the magic patterns on it that were either complete or broken, and his eyes widened little by little. Finally, she said, "So you mean, this thing that exudes an ominous aura is engraved with the magic patterns of the light system? And the magic patterns point directly to the essence. Even those of us who are dark can use it?" Wei Huan shook his head. "You can copy it, but it should not be used." "So what is this thing?" "I don't know." "What is the meaning of your painting it?" "Research." "Have you figured it out?" "I am working on it." The blood-red hair behind Agries flew up, and he shouted angrily, "It's so hard to talk to you. Can't you say a little more?" Wei Huan ignored her anger, and ordered the undead to take him to continue observing. Agries was obviously used to being flattered. When Wei Huan ignored her, she had no interest in getting close to him, so she flew away in the opposite direction. After the 2 sides were far apart, Cynthia suddenly said, "Colonel Wei, Major General Frankling's Colossus is bigger than yours." Wei Huan turned to look at her. Cynthia lowered her eyes and said nothing. Wei Huan frowned. Cynthia was reminding him that Agries seemed to have collected a lot of Colossus fragments along the way, but no one was found around her. So it is very likely that she took the Colossus fragments of those people and left them to die without saving them, or... Agries took action. Seeing Wei Huan silent, Cynthia thought he didn't understand, so she couldn't help but remind him directly. Perhaps the Colossus is the door to open this ruin, or it may be the clue of the assessment. If your Colossus merges with her Colossus, maybe it will trigger something? Then, Cynthia leaned forward slightly and looked at Wei Huan expectantly. "Your strength is higher than Admiral Franklin, and with the assistance of me and Captain Jones, we will definitely succeed in one fell swoop." Wei Huan really turned his head to look at her this time, but unlike what she imagined, there was a bit of cold smile in Wei Huan's eyes, which was different from what she thought. The next second, a red shadow suddenly appeared and hit the crypt beast where Cynthia was. The fierce attack knocked the crypt beast over, and then a roundhouse attack smashed the crypt beast. Cynthia screamed and fell out of it, falling to the ground in a mess, exposed to pollution. "Ah!" Cynthia bounced back and stood up, and a red-haired lioness with the same hair color as her stood on the ground. The sharp claws had already protruded from the pads, but she didn't dare to take action in the face of this red shadow. The red shadow rolled, and a blood servant appeared. The man in a tuxedo was handsome and evil. He floated in the air and looked at Cynthia without saying a word. After a few seconds, the blood servant spoke, but it was the voice of Agries. "What do you know about the relationship between Wei Huan and me? The most annoying thing is a woman like you who stirs up discord. I kill one when I see one." Cynthia was stunned for a moment, and looked at Wei Huan in disbelief. Wei Huan did not deny it. Compared to this woman, Wei Huan does trust Agries more. The pillar of the human race, who could stand in front of the human race in the previous life and fight against the Dark Beast Lord with his flesh and blood, No matter how arrogant he is, her heart must be warm. Of course, Wei Huan is not familiar with Agres. The only time they met was the battle on the 5-star island last time, but that was not something that a woman with ulterior motives could instigate. Wei Huan and Agres will never have a civil war, and they both know this tacitly. If necessary, Wei Huan does not mind giving the Colossus in his hand to Agres. Because there is one thing, Wei Huan always believes that the ultimate goal of their adventure here is to lead the human race to defeat the Dark Beast Lord on the battlefield. So anyone can do it, as long as she is willing to take this responsibility. Apparently, Agres thought so too. She said through the blood servant, "You want us to kill each other for a mere trial? Only fools like you are still immersed in the stupid dream of playing with the strong and manipulating the situation. Do you think that this civilization war can be won by one person? No wonder you can only be in the 4th level world and cannot enter the 5th level world. Stupid things are not worthy of rising any further." Cynthia's face was already very ugly. More importantly, Wei Huan's underground beast did not come down to protect her. After her little thoughts were exposed, she obviously lost the protection of the 2 strong men in front of her at the same time. "I'm just helping you think of a way. What if this is the way to pass the test? You can't be trapped here and wait outside." Cynthia still wanted to quibble. Agres's blood servant suddenly made a move and slapped her away with a slap. She fell to the ground with a pop. Agres chuckled, "Then give mine to him." "Is that difficult?" Wei Huan no longer looked at Cynthia. "Order the undead army to leave here. There is no need to keep such a woman who cannot see the situation clearly and has too many small thoughts around. Wait until she is polluted. Whether she can be saved depends on her life." Wei Huan's abandonment frightened Cynthia. She shouted Wei Huan's name, first begging for his forgiveness, then apologized loudly, and finally said, "You are a hero of mankind, and I am also a human. Why don't you protect me? You have hundreds of thousands of undead. Why don't you take out one to protect me? I just need a little bit of your mercy, please." Wei Huan didn't actually hear Cynthia's crying. He had already flown to a high place with the help of the crypt beast. And even if he heard it, he would not change his mind. Is this woman blackmailing him morally? He is indeed a hero of mankind, and he is indeed willing to take the responsibility of saving mankind, but it does not mean that he will protect such a scheming person who wants to control the strong through words without any ability. Just when Wei Huan was at a loss, a blood shadow flew over, and a handsome blood servant showed his figure, but he spoke with the voice of Agres. "Colonel Wei, I seem to have found something, come and see." Wei Huan followed the blood servant and came to Agres. Agres was also floating in the air, and the rolling red clouds and her blood-red figure made her look very evil. But Wei Huan, sitting in the pile of bones, was no less evil. Agres pointed to the front, a place that did not seem to be too abnormal, and said, "Many of the runes have come here." Wei Huan looked carefully, and it was indeed as she said, and looking at it again, he found that this nearly 100-meter-high stone wall was very flat. Then, Wei Huan found half a footprint under the stone wall. "This is half a footprint, the position of the back foot. Someone has been here," Agres said with surprise, stepping on the half footprint with her small feet. "Oh, it's a men's shoe size." Wei Huan guessed that someone went in. If it was Captain Fong, it would be even better, and of course Jacques would be no problem. So the rest is how to get in. Once the location is determined, it becomes much easier to reverse the process by checking the abnormal places. Soon, both of them found the direction of these magic patterns, and finally they all converged in one place. Agres injected his energy into that spot, and the magic pattern was instantly lit up and emitted a faint stream of light. Wei Huan noticed that the light was not purple, but a bright and dazzling light like the one he had drawn on the back shell of the face hugger before. The stream of light flickered, and then a square door appeared in front of him. The door was very large, just at the height of 100 meters that Wei Huan had observed before, down to the position of the half-shoe print. Agres was the first to fall down, and stepped on the first half of the shoe print with her feet again, turned her head, and smiled at Wei Huan. "Look, someone went in first." Wei Huan was also shocked, and was looking forward to the next meeting with Captain Fong William. "Let's go in," Wei Huan said. Agres flew up again. She glanced at Jones, who was protected by the abdominal cavity of dozens of face huggers behind Wei Huan, and those who turned purple, and didn't know whether they were alive or dead, and said nothing. Wei Huan sent out the undead to explore forward, and Agres's blood shadow also shuttled among the undead army he summoned. At the same time, Wei Huan left a large number of undead behind him to prevent any accidents. But they walked less than 10 meters forward, and suddenly the eyes were dark. When they looked back, the exit behind them was gone. In addition, Wei Huan actually lost contact with the undead outside. The Blood Shadow Demon has lost contact. Agres was obviously the same, looking at Wei Huan with a serious expression. Wei Huan recruited the undead that were isolated outside from the tomb again, and then said, "It's just that the internal and external energy is isolated, not attacked." At this time, Agres also reacted, and after relaxing, he said, "I know you want to leave the undead to guide the way. The woman may change her fate after coming in. Unfortunately, the god of fate is not on her side. Let's go, who knows what's waiting for us ahead." Wei Huan followed Agres without saying a word. He left the undead outside for many reasons. He believed that there were still some strong but slow people who just hadn't arrived yet. It would be best if he could save them time to search. As for Cynthia, when they came in, Cynthia was nearby, so she should be able to find a way in. It seemed that there was no polluted energy in it. After coming in, his undead had not continued to change. But Wei Huan had more important things to do. He would not be a saint who wanted to save every life. If he could explore the secrets of Titan, it might be good for all mankind. Wei Huan and Agres flew away along the passage. The passage, which was as high as the entrance, could be flown easily. Finally, Agres saw that Wei Huan was flying easily on the burrow beast, so he simply found a burrow beast to sit on. After looking at Jones, he asked Wei Huan, "How much do you know about the survivors of the 5th level world? Tell me all at once." Wei Huan said without even turning his head, "All that should be announced has been announced, and the rest that has not been said is business. You know that this is not conducive to unity?" Wei Huan was not morally kidnapped by her, but asked, "Do you want to join my alliance contract? Under the strategic alliance, you can get more detailed information." "I would like to, but unfortunately reality does not allow it." "Is there no other way to share information?" "Yes, when I go to the 6th level world, all the information in the 5th level world will be open. You should be able to go to the 6th level world soon, right?" "I will set off within 3 months. TSK, I also want to move forward, but those old guys will not agree. The foundation of mankind in the 5th level world is still unstable. Okay, I also know that with you in front, we can enter the next world faster as a whole. But you monster, how did you come out? Speaking of which, I didn't even hear your name last year, and then in the blink of an eye you rushed from the rookie king to my front. The last time I fought you, I was very sure that your strength was far beyond mine. Do you have any tricks?" Then, without waiting for Wei Huan to answer, Agres said, "That's right, you are the only gravekeeper in the world, and the resources of the entire sequence are concentrated in your hands. It is natural that you are strong." Chapter 217. Hearing this, for some reason, Wei Huan suddenly thought of the endless tombs he saw after he descended into the tomb through the demon monarch. The number of undead that Wei Huan could recruit in his own tomb was getting fewer and fewer. He was afraid that the undead in the tomb would be swept away by him soon. As for how many there were in the tomb, he didn't know, but the number of the dark beasts in the tomb was obviously not consistent with the number of the dark beasts. Not to mention how many dark beasts had died in the past tens of millions of years. Even now, there were tens of billions of dark beasts, right? That means that he would definitely face the situation where there were no undead to recruit in his own tomb. Does that mean that if he wants to recruit more, he must go to other cemeteries? And are there gravekeepers in other cemeteries? Wei Huan was lost in thought, and didn't pay attention to what Agres said afterwards. When he came to his senses, the road had come to an end, and light appeared in front of him. Finally, it's a little different. We've walked about 100 kilometers, right? Although it looks big from the outside, I didn't expect it to be really big inside. Agres is different from her reputation in the outside world. She is a bit talkative, and has the innocence of a young girl. Compared with Qi Jiaolu, who impressed Wei Huan, although her strength seems to be ordinary now, she has an unforgettable charm. Wei Huan often prefers to remain silent when facing such a talkative person who doesn't keep his mouth shut, and will not chat with her back and forth. Agres doesn't care, she is happy to talk. Soon, they came to the white light, and at the same time, there were several figures swaying under the dazzling light. "Wei Huan, don't come over here." A familiar voice sounded first, and Wei Huan's face finally had a different expression. "Captain Fong?" As the voice fell, Wei Huan, who slowly adapted to the light, saw the familiar burly figure walking towards him with his backlight. It was Captain Fong William. He was covered with the armor of the King of Martial Arts, which not only made his already burly body even stronger, but also surrounded by a sacred light. As long as he was in that light, his strength, agility, endurance and spiritual power would be doubled at the same time. This is Captain Fong's unique ability as a holy knight, which comes from his second awakened profession prayer. The dual professions of farmer sequence and prayer sequence gave him not only the abilities that the two professions should have, but also a more unique change after the efforts of the past years. He called this ability of his Night Halo. Initially, Night Halo could only increase the attribute by less than 1 time, but now it can be increased by more than 2 times, and even the attribute of the chariot can be improved. This is why Captain Fong is world famous, and always takes the lead as the heaviest punch of mankind on the battlefield. It can increase the ability of the chariot, which is very scary. After Wei Huan was reborn, he met Captain Fong 5 or 6 times one after another. The last time he had a drink with Captain Fong in the Suzaku Pioneer Army. But this was the first time he saw Captain Fong's fighting posture at such a close distance. In one word, handsome, it is the fighting posture that all men desire. Captain Fong, who was flashing with a halo and dressed like Iron Man, called Wei Huan from a distance and reminded him, "Don't come over again. The light in front is sacred energy, which obviously restrains you." Then, he saw Agres and reminded, "The same goes for you." But Agres' eyes were not on Captain Fong. At this moment, her eyes had passed over his shoulder and looked at the man, who was also walking slowly behind him. Jacques. Wei Huan and Fong William looked over at the same time, but when Wei Huan saw the person clearly, his pupils shrank slightly. Jacques should have been very familiar to him, but at this moment, he suddenly became very strange. This strangeness did not come from his appearance. Strictly speaking, his appearance and temperament have not changed. He is still the elegant and handsome man, but Wei Huan can feel that the breath on him is no longer the power of flesh and blood, but full of darkness and ominousness. Perhaps Wei Huan's expression was too obvious. Jacques walked up and chuckled and said, "After Agres helped me complete the transformation, the Dark Hunter became a night elf, and my strength will be stronger in the dark night. In addition, I am afraid that I can't return your platinum magic flute to you. It is very suitable for me. I can practice war expert and summoning master at the same time. In the next sequence, I may become a real war leader." The hunter sequence is advanced to hunter, orc shepherd, demon shepherd, summoner, and summoning master/war expert. When you reach sequence 6, you will be war bishop. Wei Huan heard it very clearly. Jacques said war bishop. Although the two words are just reversed, the difference is obvious. It is inevitable that the leader is above the bishop. In other words, Jacques obtained a more secret sequence and a greater improvement through degeneration. Just like Captain Fong William. Let's not talk about the negative effects of this improvement. What shocked Wei Huan the most was that the huge changes brought by Jacques made him realize more and more clearly that the ending of mankind in the previous life was really being rewritten under his efforts. Captain Fong continued, "This is why I told you not to go over. Jacques and I came back and forth. I could enter the white light, but after Jacques tried to enter, he was affected by the white light and suffered a lot of damage. He has not fully recovered yet." Jacques also nodded. "Yes, the white light has a strong lethality to the dark system." Wei Huan asked, "What's inside?" Fong William said, "It's an incomprehensible complex rune, but I just went in and took a closer look. It seems that there are 5 challengers who can withstand light damage, standing in a fixed area, as if to do something." After saying that, Fong William looked helplessly at the 2 dark professionals in front of him. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly fixed on those challengers, who were seriously infected, and came here under the protection of Wei Huan's crypt beast's abdomen. "You actually brought them here too?" Fong William looked at Wei Huan with a hard-to-find expression. Everyone says that knights are the embodiment of kindness, but actual actions prove that the god of death is merciful. After saying this, Agres and Jones nodded at the same time. To be honest, Wei Huan gave up protecting Cynthia, and compared with all the people he had protected along the way, he did prove his kindness with his actions. Indeed, in troubled times, kindness actually has no meaning, and under the universal view, everyone would think that in troubled times, of course one has to live well. However, this idea is only suitable for lone wolves, or the establishment of a very small team. But who are these people? Captain Fong of Yen Country, Agres, the strongest man in Asham, and Jacques, who has a very high reputation among the people. Behind these people are not a few or thousands of people, they often represent the will of hundreds of millions of people, and even have the shadow of the country. When they believe in their hearts that Wei Huan's character is noble enough, it often means that the attitude of a country is also leaning. This kind of prestige is not something a lone wolf can imagine. If Agres and Jacques had some misunderstandings about Wei Huan before, or just regarded him as a stronger person than themselves, then when they saw Wei Huan's actions, even if they were inadvertent, the lawful kindness and perseverance buried deep in the coldness would inevitably be moved by this character. This is also the reason why Agris went from being arrogant and spoiled to a talkative girl along the way. When trust is born, the disguised shell will naturally be put down. Jacques knew more about Wei Huan. After being reminded, he also saw those challengers who were seriously infected. He smiled as expected and said, "It seems that I am not surprised." Fong William said, "I also saw several challengers who were seriously contaminated along the way. Unfortunately, I couldn't take them away. I only saved one person, who could barely resist the pollution alone." After that, Fong William looked at the figure slumped in the corner and said, "It was also because of being with him for a long time that I found that my aura seemed to have a purifying effect on these pollutions. His condition has improved a lot, but because of his own illness, he may not be able to stand up yet." After a pause, Fong William looked at Agris and said, "He is also an insomniac, a fallen wizard, and a Chinese from Asham." Wei Huan glanced over and was slightly stunned. He had good eyesight in the dark. If he saw it correctly, this man's hands and feet seemed to be broken, and his face was full of scars. There was even corrosion on his face. With an angel, how could such skin injuries be unhealed? However, Wei Huan thought of his facial injuries, and the angel also told him that this was a manifestation of his dark energy. If he wanted to heal his face, he had to dispel the dark energy there. Perhaps the other party's situation was the same as his own. As a fallen wizard of the three major dark professions, he might not be easily healed by an angel. As for the injuries on his hands and feet, I'm afraid he will have to wait for the appearance of the Angel of Life to heal them. He has already opened the core materials of the Angel of Life, but it has only been more than half a year since the human race upgraded to the 5th level world. If he wants to upgrade to Sequence 6, no one can get that material in a short time. Wait a little longer, Mu Zhong's legs should be healed within a year. Wei Huan took a look at the man's legs that were almost cut off at the root, and his right hand that was broken at the elbow, and felt a little sorry for him. Only his left hand could move, and 3 fingers were broken. However, Wei Huan did not underestimate the other party. He was able to get the Colossus, and had the courage to enter this world for training. Although he was only Sequence 4, he must have special means. After taking another look, Wei Huan retracted his gaze. He did not notice that after he retracted his gaze for a long time, the man who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed on the ground, trembling and exhaling a long breath. The remaining 2 fingers of his left hand pierced deeply into his palm, trying to adjust his rapid heartbeat and breathing, trying to pretend to be normal. Wei Huan, at the request of Captain Fong, had placed the challengers he had rescued along the way next to Captain Fong William, watching them recover their twisted human shapes little by little from a pile of mud under the continuous halo of Captain Fong William. Getting better. This made Wei Huan very happy. He would not belittle himself, nor did he think that he was an indifferent person. If he was really a selfish person, he could become stronger alone after rebirth. The materials he opened were enough to recruit soldiers, and cultivate a group of forces that only obeyed him, and he could also be the king. But he didn't, he always had only one choice. So as long as it didn't conflict with his ultimate goal, he was willing to do it. If he could gain the trust of people like Captain Fong William, it would be a completely unexpected surprise. And this convenient move just happened to be a way to solve the current dilemma. Now no one knows how many people can still come here, and whether this test has a time limit. But now, we need 5 non-dark challengers to enter the white light to carry out the next step. The people he saved became an important turning point in changing the situation. Seeing those terrible purple spots, I'm afraid most people's first reaction is to stay away. When it is confirmed that they can't escape, it's too late to come here to find out the truth. Jacques observed the changes in these people. His expression was very relaxed. Colonel Wei saved these people because of his kindness, but it was a stroke of genius. Otherwise, we will be trapped here to death. Agris stuck to Jacques. After there was no pollution here, Agris had dispersed the blood mist around him, and returned to his blonde and blue-eyed appearance. Very beautiful, looking at Jacques obsessively and said, "Will we die together? That's really lucky." Jacques smiled, raised his hand to rub Agris's hair, and smiled gently. But the way the two get along doesn't seem to be ambiguous at all, more like the relationship between brother and sister. We will get out. The essence of challenging the world is to make humans stronger, not to destroy the human race. As long as we unite, we can face all difficulties. Wei Huan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly understood why he had been resisting, and felt it was wrong every time he thought of killing and looting the Colossus since he came here. So that's it. After Jacques' reminder, he reacted. Yes, the essence of challenging the world is to strengthen humans, and the Colossus assessment, as a lawful energy of the natural system, should not let them kill each other. So far, Whether it is the need for 5 non-dark energy to enter the empty room next, or the ability of Captain Fong to drive away pollution, including the fact that these people he subconsciously rescued can change the situation, all reveal the 4 words teamwork. So, will the cooperation to complete the assessment be the real content of this assessment? For a long time, Wei Huan just listened to the conversation between the 3 people in silence, waiting for the people he brought to be treated. Finally, after an hour, someone completely recovered from the state of a ball of mud to a complete human form, and had some human skin color on his body. Fong William's expression was always relaxed. Maintaining the aura was like eating and drinking for him now. He just sighed and said, "It's been so long, and no one has come. It seems that everyone who can come has come here." Agris said, "What about the people outside? Will they die?" Fong William shook his head. "I don't know. We can't turn back. I tried, but I can't leave. I can only keep going forward." Less than half an hour later, most of the purple spots on someone's body faded, and finally began to regain consciousness, and opened his eyes. There is no need to say thank you. Those who escaped from danger knew that if they wanted to leave here alive, they had to enter the room full of light with Captain Fong William. Although they didn't know what they would face next, it was their responsibility to face it. Finally, the third person was able to stand up. Together with Captain Fong and Jones, they helped the 3 people into the room full of light. No time to wait. Everyone was not sure if there was a time limit for this assessment. What would be the punishment for failure? Wei Huan couldn't get close to that room. The holy light energy would cause great damage to him and the undead. However, during the waiting process, Wei Huan involuntarily took a few more steps forward. This time he stood beside the man lying on the ground and involuntarily lowered his head to take a look. This glance made Wei Huan see something a little wrong. The main thing was that the other party was avoiding his sight, which was not normal. Wei Huan looked at him twice more before retracting his gaze thoughtfully. At this moment, the dazzling light in front disappeared, and the light that still existed became normal, but no longer had lethality. Captain Fong William came out. "Come on, we have passed this level, let's go on." Agri stepped forward quickly and asked first, "What happened?" Fong William said, "As expected, the 5 of us are like the key to pass this level. My power was extracted a little, and I passed it smoothly. Are we really going to unite?" Agris wrinkled his nose and walked into the room that was previously inaccessible. Jacques stayed behind. There were still 3 people lying on the ground who had not fully recovered. They needed to continue to receive treatment from Captain Fong, and they had to take them with them. Wei Huan summoned the undead to carry these people up, and then turned to look at the man lying on the ground. "Do you need help?" The other party was silent for a few seconds, and then said, "Thank you, I need it." His voice was hoarse, and it seemed like sandpaper was rubbing in his throat. Wei Huan summoned the face hugger over, and the other party struggled to flip over. Wei Huan, who retracted his gaze and continued to move forward, frowned slightly. After confirming the abnormality, Wei Huan found that there was something wrong with this person. A person who dares to take the test cannot be without strength. His physical condition is more like a disguise, otherwise how did he move before meeting Captain Fong? Such weakness now is really a bit too much. However, Wei Huan didn't know how to find out the other party's secret for a while, so he could only keep his eyes open. Some crows were summoned along with the face hugger, and they would serve as his eyes to stare at all the abnormalities around him. The man lying on the back of the face hugger seemed to react, and a trace of regret appeared on his disfigured face. He turned his head quietly, glanced at the ghost crow flying in the dark, frowned, and quickly retracted his gaze. Wei Huan had already walked into the room that emitted the sacred white light before, and found that after the white light was gone, the material of this room was the same as the passage along the way, all of which were a black and colorful color, a material that Blue Star did not have. The light came from the runes on the wall, and now it has returned to normal lighting. Then Wei Huan noticed that this room was round, and there were 5 very obvious circles on the ground, which was obviously where Captain Fong and the other 5 stood before. There was nothing else. Going forward, there was another long passage, and no one knew where it led to. Captain Fong rode on a majestic white horse, turned his head and looked at them, and said, "Let's go, there must be an assessment waiting for us ahead." Wei Huan's eyes fell on the white horse, which was transformed by Captain Fong's ability. I don't know if they have read the same novel. Anyway, Captain Fong turned his sacred power into a horse, and became a true sacred knight. A horse that can fly into the sky and into the ground, and its speed is not inferior to that of the point beast mount. Agris knew that she had to hurry, and she also restored the state of being wrapped in blood mist. In this state, Her movement speed will also increase, and she can also fly. Wave 1 also sat on the back of the crypt beast. In addition, he summoned a large number of crypt beasts and let other challengers, who did not have the ability to move quickly, sit on the back shell. Finally, Jacques was left. Jacques wanted to sit on the crypt beast, but was stopped by Agris and said, "Jacques, let me see your newly recruited nightmare." Jacques thought about it and nodded. He took an object from his neck and put it to his mouth, and blew the whistle hard. It was the platinum magic flute that he had exchanged from Wei Huan. As the sound of the magic flute fell, a black light gate appeared behind Jacques, the light rotated, and then a ball of black mist ran out of the door. When the black mist condensed into shape, a black horse that was not inferior to Captain Fong appeared beside Jacques and rubbed Jacques with its face affectionately. Wei Huan noticed that there was a faint orange flame on the 4 hooves of the black horse, and the same flame was also jumping in its eyes, and there was a pair of black horns on its head. Nightmare. Wei Huan murmured these 2 words, guessing that if Su Qingqiang knew that he could summon such a handsome mount with a platinum magic flute, he would be jealous. Jacques turned over and sat on Nightmare, looking at Wei Huan and curiously asked him, "Are you laughing?" Wei Huan came back to his senses and smiled. "Yes, this magic flute originally belonged to my friend. He said it was his buffet." Jacques raised his eyebrows, thought for a while, and said, "Major Su?" Wei Huan nodded. Jacques said apologetically, "Next time I see Major Su, I will apologize to him alone and compensate him for his losses. The platinum magic flute is very suitable for the dark elves, and it is through it that I mastered the summoning ability." Wei Huan nodded. This is indeed a matter between the 2 of them, and there is no need for him to intervene. Of course, Nightmare's summoned creature is indeed unexpectedly handsome. "Okay, let's go," Captain Fong reminded in front, then he patted his white horse and said, "But I still like white." Agris laughed, "You just can't summon black. I hate the power of the holy system. Your horse is too bright and dazzling." Ha ha ha. Captain Fong was cheerful, and shook the reins. The white horse galloped away like a flash of lightning. Wei Huan looked at Captain Fong, who was leaving, and then at Agris, who turned into blood mist, and Jacques, who was flowing with black light, and suddenly he felt excited. He finally came here, standing with the heroic leaders of the previous life. Chapter 218. Ah! Wei Huan, who was rushing forward, suddenly heard a muffled groan. The sound was not loud, as if it was held between his teeth, but because it came from the front, Wei Huan became nervous for a moment. Then a white light flashed in front of him, and stopped Wei Huan and the other 2. Captain Fong frowned and revealed his figure, saying, "There is a trap ahead. I am attacked by dark energy. Be careful." Wei Huan noticed that the white light on his body was a little turbulent, and the edge of the halo was eroded. He looked carefully, and found that it was actually dark energy. Seeing the dark energy, a guess appeared in Wei Huan's mind. Agris spoke faster. "Huh? Dark energy? Let me see." "It's true. Agris's blood mist has reached the place where Captain Fong was attacked. The blood mist is like her arm, exploring the way." After searching in the depths, she said with a delicious look, "It is pure dark energy, rich without a trace of evil and ominousness. It is the taste I like." Then Agris looked at Wei Huan and Jacques and said, "Do you think there is also our task in it?" Before Agris's voice fell, a quack quack sounded above Wei Huan's head. Wei Huan turned his head and looked around and said, "The number of people is just right." The bag did not shake. Agris pouted and was unhappy. Jacques smiled with a doting face. "There are 3 of them here, and there happens to be a dark professional among the people rescued by Wei Huan. With a disfigured person with broken hands and feet, it is just right. It is also very clear that the test of light and the test of darkness are to block some people. Only when they reach the number of people required to pass the level can all members pass to the next level. It was a very simple test, but it was the greatest test of human nature. If Wei Huan and his Shunzhou were not in this test, it would be hard to say what the outcome would be. After all, who would have thought that those purple muds could really be saved? Agris and Jacques went in first. The one who was saved by Wei Huan was still a disaster wizard. Now that he could walk, he turned into a flying blood shadow mode again and floated in. When he passed Wei Huan, he once again expressed his gratitude to Wei Huan. Wei Huan noticed that the 2 disaster-level wizards and witches also turned into blood shadow mode. The wizard was indeed much worse than Agris, with less than 1/10 of her blood. This was obviously because he had the heart of darkness, and the talent was compatible. After the 3 people went in, Wei Huan also went in, with a crypt beast's mother. The crippled man was carried on the back of this crypt beast's mother. He was also a wizard, but only a fallen wizard, one level lower than them. Sleepless sequence is the most numerous in the dark system, and it is also very easy to grow in the early stage. The sleepless sequence is close to the dark element and controls the dark element, so after awakening the sleepless at the beginning, you can get off the car to touch the treasure chest. The treasure chest touched in the forest is definitely better than the treasure chest touched on the road. Advantages accumulate in the early stage, and excellent people can become stronger like a snowball, so there are also many sleepless in the advanced sequence. Wei Huan walked in with a disabled man. This is an environment that looks exactly the same as the previous light room, except that it is shrouded in a strong dark force. Challengers who are not dark will have their vision affected in such an environment, but Wei Huan and his team will not. Wei Huan saw at a glance the 5 circles on the ground that they needed to stand on. The 2 closest to the door were reserved for them. Wei Huan found the nearest circle and stepped into it, ordering the Crypt Beast Mother to reach another circle. Then the pale and illusory hand of the dead emerged from the space, grabbed the Crypt Beast Mother, and pulled her back. The Crypt Beast Mother, who originally belonged to the other dimension, was easily pulled away and disappeared from this world. The disabled man fell to the ground in a bit of embarrassment. He looked pitiful. Wei Huan's sudden action was obviously a bit rude, and the wizard's expression changed slightly, and he was obviously a bit confused about why Wei Huan did this. As for Agris and Jacques, their expressions did not change at all. When everyone was present, Wei Huan felt a force of attraction coming from under his feet. It felt like someone had pulled out a hair from him. Rather than hurting him, it was more like taking a hair from him for verification. Soon, their dark energy was recognized, and the dense dark energy in the room quickly dissipated, returning to an environment where people could freely roam. But Agris said, "Ah, did you notice? When I was shrouded in darkness just now, I felt that my strength increased a little. I should have stayed a little longer if I had known." Jacques nodded. Yes, pure dark power can speed up cultivation, and it is pure without any impurities. This place is not simple. Wei Huan did not speak, but he thought of the question he had been thinking about before he came in. Is there any way to speed up cultivation? It seems that the purest dark power can do it. It is really the most obvious truth. Wei Huan felt that he was a bit stupid before, and he didn't think of such an easy answer. No, it's not that he couldn't think of it, but there was no environment shrouded in such pure darkness. Wei Huan was thoughtful, and Agris had called Captain Fong and others here. Captain Fong's halo was always on. The wizard who had just left the halo for a while breathed a sigh of relief. While feeling that he was healed, he said, "Thank you very much, Captain Fong. Your power is not so much the power of light as it is a pure healing power. The sleepless sequence can use black magic to heal people of the dark system. I have never been healed by the power of light in the past." Captain Fong said, "The energy that restrains darkness is sacred. Mine is still sacred power, but the purified elements have been deliberately stripped away by me, so there is no harm to the dark system." "How did you do it?" "It requires long-term persistence and control of details. In the past few years, I have been trying to interpret the most basic elements of the power I have." When Wei Huan was listening attentively and seemed to have grown up, Agris came over at some point and asked him in a low voice, "Did you measure anything?" Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. Agris said, "Just now, that cripple, I know what you are thinking, he doesn't give me a good feeling either." Wei Huan narrowed his eyes slightly. There were certainly some reasons for rudely letting a cripple fall to the ground. Just like Agris said, he really wanted to see what this man was hiding. Wei Huan recalled that when he took away the Crypt Beast, the premonition of falling might have made this man try to do something. At that moment, he felt something strange, but soon that strangeness disappeared, and the man fell heavily to the ground. This is even more strange, isn't it? They are all challengers. It's normal to have some skills of his own. Why should he hide them? What is he afraid of? Wei Huan couldn't figure it out, but his vigilance against this man increased again. Speaking of which, he hasn't read his information carefully yet. The silver glasses flashed a light, and as Wei Huan stared for a long time, the man's data also appeared in front of Wei Huan. Name, Denton. Age, 20 years old. Gender, male. Occupation, fallen wizard, sequence 4, endurance, 310/1100. Strength, 190. Agility, 10. Spiritual power, 1220. Special status, severely injured, manic, depressed, dark erosion. The first thing Wei Huan noticed was his special status. When Mu Zhong got on the car with a serious injury, he had many negative statuses. What made Wei Huan most satisfied was that Mu Zhong had no negative status at all now. And this person was seriously injured and manic, which means that he was actually very aggressive. In addition, there was dark erosion, which seemed to be the same as his own dark energy invasion, but there was a clear difference when he tasted it carefully. My own is invading, and this person uses erosion to describe it. Does it mean that the invasion has been completed? Looking up, the basic attributes are mediocre, which is the most basic 3 measurements that a normal sequence for challengers should have. As for the reason for the dissatisfaction of endurance, of course, it comes from his severely injured state. There are 2 other points that Wei Huan should pay attention to. One is that he is 20 years old, which means that he is the same age as himself and is a newcomer this year. For a newcomer to appear here, he must be a real leader. You know, some people have gone through the first-level highway assessment and have not recovered for more than half a year. The large army can barely reach the 3rd-level world. This person got the Colossus that even the old challengers had to compete for. This is a fragment of the artifact. Another thing is the name. Denton looked at it coldly, and it was fine, but if you look at it with a critical eye, you will find that he only has a first name, but no last name. It can only be said that this meets the standard of a runner to name himself. Wei Huan found many things wrong with this Denton, but they were not problems that could be caught at a glance. There seemed to be no other way except to be vigilant. After all, he had not made any mistakes so far. He was just treated rudely by Wei Huan and remained silent. After leaving the room with dark energy, there was still the same passage in front, and no one knew where it led to. Jacques said, "We are getting close to the core." He then explained, "I measured it when I came here. The diameter of this thing is about 500 kilometers. We have gone all the way to now, and it has exceeded 200 kilometers. It is too big." Agris exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Is it an aircraft carrier? It is not impossible, but the lack of a driving area means that it could be something else." Captain Fong walked in the middle of the team this time. Because his aura was still healing others, he stayed with Wei Huan. The Pathfinders became Ghost Crow and Blood Shadow of Agris. Or a planet? That is possible. It can't be a weapon of the gods. Is it an arrow? If we dig down, can we find the arrowhead? We can try. Captain Fong. Captain Franger, you said. Are you 3 mass-produced in a factory? You are all so boring. Wei Huan, Jacques and Captain Fong looked at each other. What does it mean to be mass-produced in a factory? Just because they don't like to joke, if a leader likes to joke, it's not a good thing. This is not a stereotype. It's just that every word the leader says is responsible for hundreds of millions of lives. It's hard to convince people with a talkative leader. Compared to him, Captain Fong said a little more, probably because he was more polite and humble, and he would answer other people's questions. It was Wei Huan who really didn't like to talk. No one was angry at Agris's joke. When their identities were completely equal, the mysterious witch that everyone in the outside world feared was actually an innocent little girl. Just talking and laughing, but walking forward slowly. After walking about 50 kilometers, as Jacques said, they did come to the most central area of this towering building. I didn't expect that the interior of the destroyed forest would be like this. So what exactly are we doing here? Wei Huan also looked at the vast forest that appeared in the center of the building and the large indoor space, and fell silent. So what is here? Captain Fong said. Let's look for it. So far, the information revealed by this assessment is not to let us kill each other. It should be safe here. 3 people who can move, find a direction to explore. I don't know if they think they have reached the end, and the opportunity to seize the opportunity has come. Some challengers, who seem not very energetic, just now have joined this exploration work, and soon found companions willing to form a team. There were 2 other people, who left directly in a group. Wei Huan kept an eye on Denton and Jacques. Jacques was using his eagle eyes. A breeze blew by, and a slight energy disappeared in an instant. Jacques' hair was flying in front of his forehead. When he opened his eyes, he should have seen the scenery 50 kilometers away. Wei Huan envied this talent. He could see too far. Just as Wei Huan was waiting for Jacques to share the news he saw, his eyes suddenly moved away and fell directly on Denton. Denton actually stood up. Dark energy wrapped around his body, extending his limbs, and then he left alone without looking back. Wei Huan frowned as he looked at the black limbs that Denton grew. It was that strong evil power. Although they were both dark, Wei Huan sensed a hint of threat from the dark energy. Wait, this smell? Agris looked at the direction where Denton left and said in confusion, Is this stench a demon? Do you know what it is? Wei Huan turned to look at her. Agris said, The witch's fall comes from the temptation of the devil. We borrow the power of the devil, but we don't want to be controlled by the devil. But the devil likes our soul very much. If we give it our soul, it will borrow our shell to come to the world. Wei Huan frowned. I know this, but I also know that even if you are extremely eager for power and want to offer your soul to the devil will often not respond. Practicing still requires step-by-step persistence. Agris nodded and shook his head. The devil does not respond just because he does not like the soul of the sacrifice. It only loves the soul full of pain and anger, misery and hatred. Then Agris took a breath. Be careful of that guy. If the devil answers his prayer, he will temporarily have the power of the Night Apostle. Although he will be miserable after that, Sequence 6 is indeed a threat to us. After reaching Sequence 6, most challengers will have Dharma form and domain. In other words, can a Sequence 4 temporarily have the Dharma form of Sequence 6 by selling his soul? When the devil descends, it is of course the Dharma form. Wei Huan has fought with the dragon-bodied Dharma form of the Dark Beast King family, and he doesn't know who is more powerful than Denton. I didn't expect that there would be a guy here who made me wary, and he was a challenger in the same batch as me. So there are many people in this world who have adventurers, and I am not the only one who is powerful. Wei Huan reminded himself to be careful. There is no shaman here, and he can't burst out 10 times the power, which means he can't exert his full strength. After a period of silence, Jacques suddenly turned around and said, I have found something, let's go directly. Including Jones, who has been following Wei Huan, the 5 of them mounted their mounts and set off forward. Because everyone's strength is not much different, each way of traveling has its own advantages, and the most important thing is that they all have the ability to fly. From the sky above the forest, they walked forward all the way, and in just a short while, they came to the abnormal place mentioned by Jacques. In the center of the forest, there was a large open space without trees. The open space revealed wet black soil, and there was an extremely conspicuous 12-leaf sapling. The sapling was emerald green, as if it could emit a faint fluorescence. If you get a little closer, you can smell the fragrance of grass and trees. It is less than half a meter tall, with 3 branches, each with 4 maple-like leaves. Is this a reward for the assessment? Agris walked forward, not seeming to be afraid of others misunderstanding her. She squatted in front of the sapling to observe, and took a deep breath. The sacred tree seems to be able to emit pure energy, and it seems to improve cultivation. Wei Huan also walked over after hearing this. There was no need to get too close. At a distance of 1 meter, he felt the pure energy coming towards him. He tasted it carefully. This is the power of nature. I didn't expect it to improve the dark system. Captain Fong, who was on the left side of Wei Huan, seemed to have felt it, and said, nature is the most inclusive power. The 5 elements of energy, the dark and light power, all come from the power of nature, or it can be said that this is the origin of power. We can all improve because we are in contact with the origin of power. So what's next? Agris continued to feel the slowly growing strength, and pointed to the huge colossus flying beside him curiously and said, is the assessment over? What is the role of the colossus? Can't the goal of this assessment be clearer? It always feels like it's not over yet. Not over yet. It was Jacques who spoke this time. Jacques had been squatting in front of the sapling for a while. He pointed to the place near the root of the sapling and said, look, there are purple spots here. As soon as the voice fell, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all leaned over. Wei Huan stared at the root of the sapling, which was half covered by the soil. It was indeed the damn purple spot. Although it was very small now, it was obvious that the sapling was also contaminated. Yes, it's contaminated. I try. Captain Fong spoke, and the halo that had just been retracted was released again, surrounding the sapling with healing power. But after a while, everyone showed regretful expressions on their faces. Because it didn't work. Under the power of Captain Fong, the purple spots on the saplings were spreading upwards, and this trick didn't work. So what should we do now? Should we protect the saplings now? Or do something? Agris asked doubtfully, and then looked at Jacques. Besides here, is there anything abnormal? I look for it again. Jacques used Eagle Eye again. Captain Fong continued to increase his power, and tried to heal the purple spots on the saplings. This kind of sapling that can speed up the cultivation speed by getting close is needless to say very precious. But it is obviously not the purpose of this assessment to take it away. It is more likely to heal the sapling. Wei Huan was not idle either. His ghost crows had already spread out, searching for abnormalities in the sky and underground. Wei Huan also looked up at the top of his head. It was a huge circular dome, flat, and made of the same material as the ones he had seen on the way here. It emitted a faint light that was not dazzling but could illuminate the interior space. Wei Huan noticed that the magic pattern on it seemed to be different, and then he summoned the elite Magic Eye Lord and focused his vision on it. He didn't even need to fly too high. In the Magic Eye Lord's telescope-like vision, Wei Huan quickly discovered the abnormality of the sky. He looked at the edge of the circle, several small valleys, and the big tree in the center, with 3 branches and 12 leaves. The directionality was too obvious. Map? Wei Huan, who had been to the edge of the assessment site, was the first to guess that the magic pattern on the sky formed the map of the entire assessment world. He even knew where he came from. Then Wei Huan's eyes were attracted by the patterns on the edge of the map, which seemed to be drawn outside the disc. They were located on Wei Huan's left and right hands, respectively. There was a human-like pattern on each side. The gender could not be seen, but the body could be felt to be burly and huge. The human figure stepped on the ground with both feet and raised his hands above his head. One held the sun representing the pattern of light, and the other was a crescent-shaped sun. What does this mean? Is it just a simple mural? The most important thing is that there are human patterns. After seeing a large number of alien races in the assessment world, it feels very unusual to suddenly see this kind of mural in human form. But soon, Wei Huan realized that this was not a human at all, but a titan. That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, the fully integrated Colossus will become a titan in the end. Then it was normal for the huge human on the pattern to hold the sun or the moon in his hand. So what's next? Wei Huan was staring at the 2 figures and thinking. His attention was on the small circle where they were, and the place where it bordered the large circle on the mural, which seemed to be open. When he wanted to make further confirmation. Suddenly, a click sounded, and through the antenna behind the Lord of the Magic Eye, it seemed to explode in Wei Huan's ears. Wei Huan subconsciously looked at the place where the sound came from, and his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that on the mural, in the center, there was a pattern of a 12-leaf sapling, and suddenly a crack appeared. The crack was tilted, as if it split the sapling in 2, and the crack was still spreading outward. What is this? Is this place going to be destroyed? Thinking of the huge and majestic building, Wei Huan subconsciously held his breath. They will be buried alive here. Chapter 219. Wei Huan was already thinking about escaping. Then he found that this crack looked familiar. So, it seemed that it was the huge building that pierced the ground diagonally under their feet. Did you find anything? After looking around, Jacques noticed something unusual on Wei Huan's face. He followed Wei Huan's gaze to the ceiling, and seemed to see something different. Then Agris also raised his head. You said the assessment world is round, so is this our map? Captain Fawn William continued to heal the saplings. Although he didn't know whether this would work, he didn't stop, but distractedly reminded, the map will not appear for no reason, this should be a clear clue. Wei Huan pointed to the 2 ends and said, so, these 2 sides are very important. Are you talking about the 2 giants? I'm sure I didn't see them when I explored before, but in the absence of clues, it's worth going back to take a look. I think so too, but how do we leave here? The sky is going to break. Crack. As Jacques' last sentence fell, a large section of the sky broke again, and the forked cracks were increasing, and some fine black stones fell down. This place is going to collapse. If it collapses, we will get out. Are you sure we can get out alive? There are 4 of us together. If we can't survive even if we work together, then we are doomed to fail in this test. I can also contribute a little bit. Joan spoke timidly. Fawn William said, also, I have reason to believe that this sapling is crucial. If it is a reward, we must let it survive the collapse. If protecting it is the content of completing the assessment, then it must survive. TSK. Agris reminded, thinking of something, there are still those scattered people. I didn't expect them to die again just after I saved them. I do it. As Wei Huan said this, the portal behind him appeared. With a hiss, the point beast, which was more than 320 meters tall, walked out of the portal. Its huge body was like a giant umbrella covering their heads, and its 8 long legs pierced deeply into the ground. Then a large number of face huggers and crypt beasts poured out of its abdomen. They were like a construction team, wrapped around the body of the point beast. In a blink of an eye, a huge and majestic bone fortress was built. The vision darkened. Wei Huan and the others were protected under the bone fortress. What a cool ability. Agris praised, and then said, I also have some defensive ability. Although not as powerful as yours, it can add some buffering power. As he said this, blood mist emerged from Agri's body again, and soon filled all the gaps in the gaps of the bone fortress. Then the blood mist quickly thickened and turned into a gelatinous filling, just like filling steel and iron with cement, further strengthening the bone fortress. Jacques was not idle here either. He tried to dig a shelter. It might be safer deep underground. It's so hard. Jacques was surprised when he only dug 1 meter down. His words attracted everyone's attention, and soon everyone found that the ground was protected by magic patterns, and they couldn't dig more. Agris was confused. Do we have to dig down? Wouldn't we be buried alive? Jacques said, it's buried alive everywhere. We need to survive the first wave before we can think of a way to do it later. Wait for me to sort it out. Agris pointed at the sapling that Captain Fong was constantly purifying. This place is about to collapse. We have to protect the sapling, so we have to take a wave of damage that we don't know how much. So we have to dig a hole for ourselves? Jacques nodded. Agris said, who of you can guarantee that this is correct? What if we are crushed? But before Agris could say anything else, Wei Huan said, it took us a long time to get here. We can't escape. The sapling is also telling us that we must be here. Then Wei Huan looked at Jones. Help gather people in. Jones nodded, and went to execute Wei Huan's order without saying a word. Jones arrived outside the Bone Fortress, summoned his snow ape, climbed all the way to the highest point of the Bone Fortress, and kept waving his arms to guide the challengers to come and take refuge. One after another, the scattered people gathered again. During this time, Wei Huan and the other three had been discussing countermeasures, but Agris was still confused, so Captain Fong had to speak up. I'm sure everyone has seen equipment above platinum. From the suffix, we can see that the stars and titans are more like the gods on our side. So a natural assessment that may be related to titans, I don't believe its original intention is to destroy all of us. Don't forget that the core of challenging the world is growth and confrontation, not deliberately killing humans. If we cooperate well, there should be no problem. Agris sighed, okay, I know everything, I just want to remind you, is there any other way? For example, if you can't dig a hole downwards, can you dig upwards? Wei Huan raised his eyebrows and looked at Captain Fong. Bang! Large black stones fell down and hit the Bone Fortress, leaving a white mark on it and then rebounding far away. This was just the beginning. The sky seemed to collapse, and more large and small stones fell down. Jones ran back with his head in his arms, and his snow ape screamed behind him. A large piece of hair fell off his back and blood flowed. Wei Huan quickly glanced and found that there were still people who had not arrived. It was the rotten people named Denton. Bang, bang, bang. More stones fell, and the ground was shaking. Wei Huan decided not to wait any longer, and completely closed the entrance and exit gates, making the Bone Fortress more solid. However, Wei Huan was not very sure that the Bone Fortress with flesh and blood could withstand the pressure that stretched for hundreds of kilometers. Everyone use your skills, or die here together. Someone shouted at the necessary moment. The panicked crowd reacted. There were 14 people in total, and druids were the most numerous, because this test exuded the power of nature, which made people imagine the training ground of druids. I saw a druid transformed into a tree man, rooted himself in the soil, and then said, help me. The other 4 druids exerted the power of nature without saying much. The tree man druid gained energy, and the branches began to grow wildly. In a blink of an eye, it grew to 100 meters tall. The fluffy tree canopy filled the space inside the Bone Fortress, giving them further buffering. This form obviously consumed more energy, including the 4 druids, who could no longer move. After sitting cross-legged, they continued to output the power of nature. The remaining few people, whose sequences could not help, were not idle. They mobilized their energy. Once the Bone Fortress collapsed, they would use their abilities to smash the boulders as much as possible. But before that, Jacques had already raised his pistol to the sky. As his eyes turned golden, his finger pressed the trigger of the pistol. With a bang, the bullet flew out of the chamber and disappeared the next second. Then, a boom sound came from afar. Jacques used his ability to send bullets directly outside to smash some fallen rocks that might cause damage to the Bone Fortress. So cool, Wei Huan even looked at him more. Then, bang bang bang. For a while, all that could be heard was the sound of Jacques firing, and the world outside was collapsing like the end of the world. In fact, the speed of collapse was faster than expected. In less than a minute, Jacques suddenly changed his face and said, no. As his voice fell, the whole world seemed to be dark, and then the Bone Fortress made a crackling sound, like a lit firecracker, breaking all the way down. Wei Huan felt the pain and tension of the point beast from this cry. But in the end, even a giant like the point beast could not resist the pressure of hundreds of kilometers of falling rocks, and it completely collapsed and returned to the tomb. Without the protection of the Bone Fortress, everyone knew how terrible this huge rock was. This feeling was like the whole planet was pressing down. The so-called protection of the tree man did not play any defensive role at all, and it collapsed directly. Darkness enveloped. The terrifying force of nature made people shudder. Can't stop it. Regret, why did I come here? Screams rang out everywhere. All of them were unwilling roars. In the panic, no one noticed the four strongest men Wei Huan. Although their faces were also very tense, there was no despair in their eyes. At this point, it is impossible that they did not have a backup plan. After all, even if it was a few hundred kilometers thick, it was just some pure physical damage without the power of law. Humans have evolved to the point where missiles can't kill them. This is far from a desperate situation. The reason why the group of people panicked was that they didn't know how strong they were now. I saw this endless boulder pressing down, and before it fell on my head, a clang sound exploded in my ears. A ray of golden light swept across, and the boulder was actually blocked 3 meters away. Wei Huan turned his head to look at Captain Fong with a solemn expression, and then looked at the golden light again. This is Captain Fong's most terrifying move, Invincible Aura. A skill with rule-based ability that can ignore any attack within 10 seconds. This move is unstoppable for anyone who encounters it, not to mention the huge and boundless falling rocks, which have no power of law and can be easily stopped by the Invincible Aura, but it only lasts for 10 seconds. What else are you yelling about? Agris looked at those frightened people and rolled his eyes and ordered, attack upwards and smash these rocks, the harder the better. Although some people didn't understand for a while, Agris' prestige made them go all out without thinking. The Master of Forbidden Spells waved out fire in his hand, passing through the Invincible Aura and falling on the boulder. In an instant, the boulder broke into a huge charred crack, and the depth upwards seemed to have split a mountain. After seeing the crack he created was so big, the Forbidden Spell Mage seemed to realize that the falling rocks above his head were not as scary as he had imagined. Hurry up, Long Range. We can split it. The Forbidden Spell Mage shouted excitedly, and one magic after another flew out with his left and right hands. Others didn't understand, but at this time, they did it when someone told them to, and there were hunters shooting arrows. Although the damage was not as bad as shooting tofu, it was true that the falling rocks were not as hard as imagined. For a while, there were gunshots, the sound of magic spells, warriors waving big swords and slashing forward, and druids turned into bears and hit the boulders with their bodies. Everyone thought that they could escape by doing this. Of course, it was impossible. How could it be that simple? Captain Fong's Invincible Aura has a time limit, and what can be achieved in 10 seconds is really limited. Besides, although these sequence 5s can cause long cracks on the boulders with one strike, it only lasts a few hundred meters. Who knows if the falling rocks are still more than 200 kilometers thick, so the few people who were so excited did not see the indifferent expressions of the four strong men behind them, and Wei Huan summoned the puppy-headed man, and the small and large pieces of rubble were eaten by the puppy-headed man ah woo before they fell. Of course, some people reacted quickly, but this would only make them fight more happily. Some people even wanted to leave the range of the Invincible Aura and go outside, but this time, they were stopped by Jacques. It was also at this time that Captain Fong's Invincible Aura disappeared. 10 seconds have passed. The endless boulders falling from the sky were like a brick that was shot down, and with a bang, they were tightly attached to the ground. But they dug out an area in the space where they were in the shortest time to accommodate them standing. It's done! When everyone confirmed that they were really alive, they all showed excited expressions at the same time. Wei Huan also breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief celebration, everyone quieted down and looked at the four people here. Surviving in the falling rocks is only the first step. Leaving here is the second step, and after leaving, how to continue the subsequent assessment. No one knows if there is a third or fourth step. In the unknown future, no one knows where the danger is, but subconsciously, everyone here knows that as long as they follow the four of them closely, they can survive. Wei Huan felt those respectful and trusting eyes. Even though he is now accustomed to such eyes falling on him, at this moment, he looked at Captain Fong, Jacques, and Agris on both sides, and there was always something different, which made him a little excited. Wei Huan, I trouble you next. Captain Fong looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan nodded, and it was indeed the most suitable to leave the next thing to him. As his mind moved, a portal appeared behind him, and face huggers were summoned one by one. The white face huggers were half a meter long, with white bone shells, 8 legs on each side, and 2 small claws near the head. They looked like crabs walking upright. After they came out, they climbed up along the crack, then found a large crack and drilled into it, and never came out again. Face huggers kept coming out of the portal and disappearing into the crack. Occasionally, some ghost crows flew out and cackled above Wei Huan's head from time to time. After waiting for about 10 minutes, someone said anxiously, Colonel Wei, I can help. Wei Huan looked at him and nodded. Jones finally reacted and jumped up. I go too. Wei Huan also nodded. With 2 people speaking up, the others couldn't just sit here and leave. They all got up and left. Of the 14 people, only 4 of them were left. They looked at each other and had an idea. Wei Huan said, "Jacques and I will protect Captain Fong here." Captain Fong nodded. "This sapling is the most special item in this assessment, and it must be the most critical." Agris touched his nose. "Then I go see how the project is going." Agris flew out along the crack, about 100 meters away, and came to another space. This should have been a complete rockfall, but in just a few moments, a spiral upward passage was dug out. The tunnel was 2 meters long and wide. Agris flew up for more than a minute and arrived at the end of the tunnel, but the length of the tunnel was more than 3 kilometers. The face huggers were simply the best engineering team in the world. They were orderly and hardworking. In the short time that Agris watched, they dug more than 10 meters forward. In comparison, the challengers, whose individual strength was far stronger than the face huggers, had nothing to do. They could only act as hammers in the front and help the face huggers loosen the stones in advance to reduce their excavation time. Agris used her ability, and the blood mist turned into a pair of giant hands under her control. Grabbing left and right, a section of the 100-meter area in front was vacated. Grabbing left and right again, another 100-meter area was dug out. A casual move can show the difference between an absolute strongman and an ordinary strongman. The project of digging upwards to escape is in another place, not far from where Wave 1 is. At the beginning, there was some sound coming from it, but now no sound can be heard at all. Captain Fong's halo has been emitting a hazy golden light, illuminating this area of less than 200 square meters. If you leave a little further, you can't see anything. There is a strange sense of oppression like falling into the deep sea. None of the 3 men spoke, and each of them sat cross-legged as if they were resting their eyes. Wei Huan made a low-key chair with a face hugger this time, and lay on it as if he was asleep, but there were face huggers running out of the portal behind him, so he knew that he was not asleep. However, during this period, Jacques got up twice, and Agris came back once, but Wei Huan never moved. Asleep? Agris was a little surprised, and asked Jacques in a low voice. Jacques also whispered, "This position has not been changed for a long time, maybe in the professional temple." "Can you control the undead in the professional temple?" Jacques shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, but don't disturb him." "I know." Captain Fong came back to his senses, and heard the conversation between the 2 people. He also went to see Wei Huan. The bone chair at the beginning did not know when it became a recliner. It looked very comfortable. The excavation work over there never stopped. "I don't know how it was done." Captain Fong smiled and retracted his gaze. Just as he was about to close his eyes again, his pupils suddenly shrank. His sight fell on the sapling, and he widened his eyes in surprise. 1, 2, 3. He counted again. It was right. The sapling with only 12 leaves was missing a leaf. It was too obvious. He couldn't have seen it wrong. Captain Fong's abnormality immediately attracted the attention of the other 2. Agris asked casually, "What's wrong with Captain Fong?" Captain Fong said without reply, "Come and take a look." "Is there a leaf missing?" "There's none on the ground?" "Did it disappear suddenly?" "Ah! Look!" Before they could find out the truth, another leaf shook in front of the 3 people, and fell from the sapling spontaneously, and then turned into a green light and disappeared. Agris pointed his finger in the direction where the green light was drifting, and finally landed on Wei Huan. "Ah, what did he do?" "Speak softly." Captain Fong realized something and interrupted Agris's noise immediately. Jacques said, "Did he learn something from this sapling?" "TSK." Agris reacted, "No way. Why was the reward for the assessment given to him?" Captain Fong immediately retorted, "This may not be the assessment reward. Besides, the 4 of us are here. It's his ability that he can catch it." Agris rolled his eyes. "Are you protecting him?" "He took the reward, and I said something. Isn't it enough?" "I've said it before. Everyone comes in for the assessment based on their ability, and this may not be the assessment reward." Captain Fong, who had not moved since he came in, stood up, slowly walked to Wei Huan, stared at Agris, and said, "You can try, but don't interrupt him." Agris bit her lower lip red, her eyes rolled around, and finally sat down next to the sapling angrily. As she looked, another leaf was shaking slightly, and she watched it fall, then turned into a green light, and floated to Wei Huan's side. Agris didn't care about being angry anymore, and closed his eyes in a hurry. Although he didn't know how Wei Huan did it, he had to try it. Who knows what kind of improvement this thing will bring? Jacques on the side was different from Agris. Instead, he opened his eyes, and stared at Wei Huan in a trance. Seeing Captain Fong looking at him vigilantly, he hurriedly explained, "I owe Wei Huan a big favor. Don't worry, I won't disturb him. Besides, we have been here for so long, and have not been able to get those leaves. It is indeed his ability that Colonel Wei can get them." Agris, who was squatting beside the sapling, suddenly said, "You say, if I pick it, will it be the same?" Agris. Jacques stopped her faster. "You should know it's different." Agris's hand touched the leaves, and then retracted them. She bit her fingertips, and didn't say anything. The expression on her face was very complicated. In the end, she didn't force it, but closed her eyes again, and tried to call the sapling to get a response. Seeing Agris calm down again, Jacques breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Captain Fong with a cold face, and then at Wei Huan, who seemed to be asleep. With Captain Fong protecting him, no one could attack Wei Huan. Once Wei Huan woke up normally, no one here would be his opponent. This is a pure assessment of combat effectiveness. But even if the result of the assessment is that his side has a higher chance of winning, Jacques will not take action. If humans continue to kill each other, they will be doomed. Especially the 4 strongest people of the human race. The loss of anyone will tilt the war of civilization. Of course, Jacques still felt a little regretful in his heart, wondering why it was not himself who had the adventure, or Agris could have done it. Is it destined by God that this is the era of Yin Kingdom? Everyone is here. Why did they choose Wei Huan? What did Wei Huan do? Chapter 220. Wei Huan sank again. After opening the portal, Wei Huan no longer needed to dispatch the facehugger. The point beast took over the command in the tomb, so from the beginning he only needed to open the door. Wei Huan, who was bored, first sorted out his experiences before and after entering the assessment world, trying to find some clues. But no matter how he looked at it, leaving here and following the instructions of the map to explore the location of the 2 giants seemed to be what he had to do next. Wei Huan, who had no idea for a while, simply entered the professional temple and came to the tomb. The undead in this tomb had almost been recruited by him, and the remaining number would not last for more than 3 months, but he had not found a way to reach other tombs. Perhaps he continued to advance, and the bridge to the tomb would naturally open. Or was there some opportunity? This was also one of the reasons why Wei Huan chose to participate in the assessment. The undead in the tomb were limited, and if he could not find a way after 3 months, his strength would stagnate. But Wei Huan, who still wanted to strengthen himself and take advantage of Mafati again before going to the 6th level world, would definitely not be willing to leave with regret. But now that he has entered the assessment world, he has been led by the nose all the way, and has almost no clue, let alone what he can get by passing the assessment. Finally, Wei Huan set his sights on the tomb. If all the undead in the tomb are recruited, he will have to go to the tomb no matter what he says, right? Many times in the past, there was consciousness in the tomb, and it was conveying to him the idea of being recruited, but he ignored it. In addition to the fact that recruiting the 2-headed hidden demon at this time may consume a lot of dark power, and the small number of them will cause insufficient combat power, the main reason is that he can feel that his current strength is not enough, and he may not be able to perfectly control the 2-headed hidden demon. Rather than any accidents, Wei Huan believes that his current combat power should be able to cope with the current world. But now, Wei Huan has to try to beat the 2-headed hidden demon. At least contact it, and feel whether he can perfectly control the undead of this level now. This time he probed his soul into the tomb, searching for these undead living in the darkness, filled with a lot of dark energy. Roar, roar, roar! Ah! Pull! The noisy voices came from the depths of the dark energy, from all directions, layer upon layer, as if they were far away, and sometimes near, and sometimes even like howling in his ears, but he opened his eyes wide, and could not see anything. Wei Huan knew that this meant that it was not the right time for him to enter the tomb. According to this sequence of advancement, his next sequence is Gatekeeper of the Underworld. This name itself also reveals his next stage, which is to go from the outside of the tomb to the inside, and come to the door of the Underworld. These are 2 completely different worlds. It is normal that he is not strong enough to cross the world. He tried to search for the undead, who responded to him in the darkness, just like fishing in the water. Only those who are willing to leave with him can escape the control of the underworld, and come to the surface of the water. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to catch the fish in the water with his hands. Unfortunately, the breath that always hooked him on weekdays was nowhere to be found today. Wei Huan continued to search without getting discouraged. After searching for a long time, he seemed to be lost in the black fog, forgetting where he came from and where he was going. He forgot his past life and future life, like a lonely soul floating in the darkness. At some point, thunder seemed to explode in the darkness, and a white light chopped down from the endless sky, splitting a crack in the black fog in front of him, and he suddenly came back to his senses. He seemed to have gone a little too far this time, and stayed in the world lost in the tomb for too long. He should go back. He knew that his cultivation time was up, and this split crack should be the light that led him away. The professional temple was protecting him from getting lost. It was waking him up. But Wei Huan looked at the huge figure behind the white light, holding up the sky and the earth, with a mighty body and a ferocious face, sitting high on the throne. This scene seemed familiar. Is this the scene he saw when he was enlightened? Yes. That's right. He saw these creatures sitting high on the thrones when he had an epiphany. The next second, Wei Huan ignored the pull of the occupational temple, and continued to let his thoughts follow the deeper part of the statue and fell down. Crack! The lightning appeared more frequently, from slow to fast. One after another struck in front of his eyes, illuminating the huge figures. He even saw the appearance of the human race on those thrones. But at the same time, the occupational temple was also frantically reminding him of the danger, and there was also a pulling force, trying to stop him from falling deeper. Is it protecting him? But at this moment, Wei Huan didn't want to be protected. After so long, he finally felt the opportunity of epiphany again, and he would not give up no matter what. His willpower fought against the pulling force of the occupational temple, and his falling speed became slower and slower. Just when he stopped and was about to be pulled back, a strange force surged into his body. He seemed to be pushed and fell down violently. Soon, it was a faster speed. This time, even lightning could not catch up with him, and he fell straight to the deepest part. Boom! The power of the netherworld was like a sledgehammer, smashing down at a certain moment. He saw a boundless and huge mountain in the deepest part of the darkness, pitch black, rolling to the end of the vision. He was hit by the sledgehammer-like force, and fell rapidly along the mountain wall. He felt that he was about to die, as if he was going to die at this speed. Then, another force came, and his speed suddenly slowed down, and then it seemed that he had some kind of frequency fit with the powerful netherworld power. His thoughts changed from falling to flying, and he became a wisp of wind, a wisp of smoke, and just floated slowly. Slowly, after an unknown amount of time, he seemed to be recognized as a fellow being by the netherworld power. He merged into it smoothly, transformed himself into the shape of the netherworld, and completely disguised himself. As he became more and more like the netherworld power, the black fog that had been blocking his eyes began to fade. The scene in front of him was as bright as day. Wei Huan looked at the huge creature in front of him. Even though he had already seen what it was when his vision was blurred, he was still shocked countless times. This was a huge life that was countless times larger than a planet. In his hair, a planet was just a drop of water, and humans were just the smallest creatures in the water droplets to him. He was like the universe. Wei Huan could not see his face clearly. He only knew that he was a combination of human and animal forms. He had an upright human body, but various ferocious horns. He was sleeping. With every breath he took, countless lives died in the planets scattered on him. They turned into energy, and were absorbed into his body. Then, as he exhaled, they returned to the planets, as if a cycle had been completed. Is this the god of death? Or the universe he was in? Or was it a challenge to the world itself? Countless questions arose, but Wei Huan had no answers. He only knew that the other party had an extremely terrifying pressure that made people look up to him endlessly, but he was not afraid of him, as if he was a part of his body. Even if he was tiny and incalculable, he was still him. In this way, he was like a speck of dust in the universe, floating slowly, and flying around this existence for an unknown period of time. Until he felt tired, very tired, and the power that surged whenever he was tired in the past no longer appeared. He finally closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Wei Huan, Wei Huan, Wei Huan. Wei Huan was pushed awake, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Captain Fang's glowing face. Wei Huan blinked, and it took him a long time to remember where he was now. Yes, it was deep in a huge building, and he was undergoing the assessment of the Colossus. Before entering the professional temple, they were trying to dig a passage out. Sorry, I fell asleep. Wei Huan sat up. He didn't expect that he could still sleep in such an environment. Everyone was busy leaving, and it was really inappropriate for him to fall asleep. Asleep? Captain Fang laughed dumbly, and the ear clip with data glasses flickered, showing Wei Huan's current attributes, and said, "You slept for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought you were sequence 5 when you opened your eyes. 3 days and 3 nights. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, and quickly realized that what he experienced in the professional temple, including seeing the unknown him, was not a dream. His eyes suddenly lit up. Do you think I have an epiphany? Captain Fang nodded. If the dark energy invasion represents an epiphany, it is indeed so. Hearing this answer, Wei Huan smiled. Agri's voice came from the side. You are still using such antique silver glasses. You should upgrade. Advanced data glasses can check your data at any time. The most advanced ones can even carry an AI butler, which is equivalent to carrying a personal assistant. After saying that, Agri's curled his lips. The only AI data glasses I saw were taken by the commander. Fortunately, he was using it himself. If I saw it taken away by some relative, I would beat him up. Wei Huan listened to Agri's complaints and thought that there seemed to be a platinum-level data glasses in his car. I wonder if it is the so-called AI data glasses. However, at the moment, his attention is not here. After looking at Captain Fong meaningfully, he saw the 12-leaf sapling that Captain Fong asked him to see. The only 12 saplings are now missing more than half, with only 5 leaves left. Wei Huan immediately thought of his sudden enlightenment this time, which was very strange. After all, this state of sudden enlightenment is not common, but this is the second time he has entered it in the past 6 months. Moreover, during this period, whenever he couldn't hold on, there was a force helping him. If he counted carefully, it was exactly 7 times. Isn't that right? This sapling has the ability to assist enlightenment. Wei Huan told Captain Fong, because of its assistance, I'm afraid I will have a big burst of strength in the short term. Captain Fong nodded. It's similar to what I guessed. Even if it doesn't increase the chance of enlightenment, it should have some ability to increase cultivation. After all, this is the test site of the Colossus. But how to use it? Do you really want to pick it and eat it? Agri said eagerly, and wanted to pick leaves again. This time Captain Fong didn't stop him. Wei Huan took 7 leaves in one breath. In his opinion, it was enough. If he stopped him again, it would be unreasonable. They discovered this sapling together, and sharing resources is a must. As for how Agri should use his share, he had no objection. But Agri's, who kept saying that he wanted to pick leaves, poked and finally didn't do it. There are only 5 pieces left. Who dares to use them to build? Agri's approached Wei Huan again, wanting to ask him how he used the sapling to gain enlightenment, but was stopped by Captain Fong. Captain Fong said, the excavation of the channel has long exceeded Wei Huan's summoning distance. Now the challengers are taking action, but we don't have much time left. We must leave here as soon as possible. Wei Huan reacted. Yes, even when he was practicing, he always kept the portal open, but the summoning distance limited the progress of the channel excavation. Captain Fong was able to help him block these days, relying on his past prestige. Now that I'm awake, I naturally want to help solve the current dilemma as soon as possible. Wei Huan stood up and walked a few steps, then stopped and looked at Captain Fong. Do you want to continue to protect the sapling? Captain Fong nodded. I don't know what the subsequent assessment is, but the value of this sapling cannot be lost. Don't worry, I will protect it until I can leave here. The latter sentence was more said to Agri's. Agri sighed and stood up. Okay, let's go and take a look at the front together. After Wei Huan fell into a coma, the passage had been dug out for more than 30 kilometers. Everyone worked non-stop, and their lips turned white from exhaustion. Seeing Wei Huan wake up and rush over, everyone showed a relieved expression. The portal of the tomb was opened at the end of the passage, and the facehugger engineering team appeared again, and used a speed several times faster than the challengers, digging frantically and tirelessly. The challengers who had nothing to do for a while sat down in the passage and took a rest. They took out food from their bags, ate it quickly, and then lay down and fell asleep. Wei Huan followed the progress of the excavation and felt the dark energy in his body. He was very sure that this energy would quickly improve his strength, and he would be able to reach sequence 5 in a short time. Moreover, the energy in his body this time was very much, and it was unknown how many times more than before, which was enough for him to use for a long time. Can he directly upgrade to sequence 6? Or even higher? If he cultivated to sequence 9 and turned into Death God, how different would he be from that majestic existence like the universe? What is that? The more I think about it, the more I feel scared. This is the fear of the unknown that humans have, and the fear brought about by the huge power gap. And the unavoidable expectation deep in my heart, the fantasy of wanting to become that kind of existence. Is it possible? Wei Huan looked down at his palm for a long time. Another day passed, and Wei Huan, who was talking to Jacques, suddenly froze. Quack, quack. Jacques looked curiously at the ghost crow, which was obviously larger and had more mist on its body, and then looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan had already heard Sister Ye's report, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes as he said, "It's been dug through." Jacques naturally believed it, but was a little surprised. So fast? Wei Huan nodded. I thought it would be more than 200 kilometers, but now it can't even reach 100 kilometers. Jacques thought about it and said, after all, This test is not to kill us. I am now more and more sure that this is a test of human unity and cooperation. When we choose to cooperate instead of killing each other, burying too deep is actually meaningless to us. Wei Huan listened, and while talking, the two had walked to the end of the passage. Sure enough, there was light coming in from the front. These days, they have been using the wise man's light bullets, or some lighting items they carry with them. And the light coming in from the front is red. Wei Huan almost forgot that this world turned blood red shortly after he came in, and the culprit seemed to be the building under his feet. Even Jacques looked like he had remembered something, and said, the next step is to go to the location of the two giants indicated on the map. But seeing the sky reminds me that the abnormalities here are all caused by this building. Have we really explored all of this place? Wei Huan turned to look at Jacques. What are your plans? Jacques said, the sapling needs one person to guard it, and the two giants need two people to explore them separately. There is just one extra person, so let's see if there is anything missing. Then Jacques smiled and said, the four of us are just in the same direction. Isn't it a coincidence? It is indeed a coincidence. It's as if he knew who would come in, and arranged the most suitable tasks for them, and can test everyone. Jacques said again, I will stay here. Hawkeye can help me explore many places, and as a pure long range, I am not sure whether the task of searching for giants is suitable for me, but I must be the best team with Captain Fong. Jacques and Captain Fong are indeed people who have achieved the ultimate in two fields. In comparison, although Wei Huan's sequence is strong, except for the number, it is indeed not good at attack and defense, but because of its comprehensiveness, it is more suitable for some unknown tasks. The same is true for Agris. That's why Jacques said that this assessment will give people a sense of arrangement. Okay. Wei Huan agreed to Jacques' arrangement, and at the same time, he looked at the other challengers who rushed over after hearing that the passage was opened, and said, I will leave here and go outside to search for more clues. If you want to go with me, you can follow me. Before Wei Huan finished speaking, Jones jumped out in a hurry. Master Wei, I will go with you. Some people were dissatisfied with Jones's clinging thighs behavior, and some people were obviously tempted but did not dare to move because of their face after noticing others' displeased attitude. The last forbidden spell mage came out. He was from the Great Bear Country. Due to the close diplomatic relations between the two countries, he trusted Wei Huan more, so he said, if there is no one, count me in. Wei Huan nodded. In fact, he didn't want to bring anyone, so he didn't care how many people there were. Since he was here, he would go. Wei Huan didn't say anything more. He summoned the Crypt Beast Mother Beast as a means of transportation. At the same time, just like when they came, these Crypt Beast Mother Beasts would also block the erosion of purple spots for them. The three of them flew out like sitting on a jellyfish swing. At the same time, a large number of ghost crows flew out of Wei Huan's portal, and spread out like a dark cloud. This big battle made some people regret a little. But some people whispered, the Colossus has been taken away by them. We have obviously lost the qualification to challenge. It is better to stay here safely to avoid the invasion of purple spots. But some people want to give it a try. Argyle, who was late, saw Wei Huan leaving and was confused. Where are you going? Jacques said, go to the giants, you are needed on the other side. Argyle was stunned. I don't even know the direction now. Without waiting for Jacques to be embarrassed, one of the 5 druids who seemed to have formed an alliance in private stood up and said, Major General Franklin, I still remember the way here, let us accompany you. Obviously, these are people who want to try to get the opportunity. Argyle knew these people, nodded and said, then let's go. Blood mist overflowed from her body, spreading to 50 meters away before fading, and the purple pollution was blocked outside. 5 druids leaped into the sky, transformed into majestic hawks, flew into the blood mist, and flew with Agris to the back of Wei Huan. There were 5 people left here now. Jacques took a look and thought it was just right to let them go down to protect Captain Fong, who was alone guarding the sapling. Jacques stood at the entrance of the cave and closed his eyes. The breeze blew through his hair, and when he opened his eyes again, his eyes turned golden. Then, within the 50-kilometer range centered on him, he scanned one by one, searching for clues that might have been missed. When the eyes of the sky disappeared, a dark and burly man hiding in the dark walked out of the ruins carefully. Behind him was a woman with a flushed face and shining eyes. This woman was Cynthia. This is Jacques' ability, Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye allows him to see a long distance and can send his bullets to the position of his eyes. I didn't expect that our position was within the detection range of his Eagle Eye. After Cynthia said this, she looked at the strong body of the man in front of her. This was a strong man with a height of nearly 2.5 meters, with knotty muscles, broad and powerful shoulders, and skin that was a black color that humans could not have. It was like the texture of lumpy leather, smooth and hard to the touch, and very comfortable. She liked this strong body, but when the man turned his head to look at her, she couldn't help but feel sick. Because this man's face was terrible, as if it had been poured with strong acid and then cut hundreds of times. The whole face was unrecognizable, without a nose, only a dark hole. Denton, does the thing you said really exist? How do you know where it is? Cynthia resisted the nausea and tried to focus her eyes on his chest, showing an obsessed and sincere smile. What's next? What should we do? The man who turned his head to look at her was Denton, and he also had another identity. However, after he was sure to enter this assessment and knew that Wei Huan would definitely come in, he changed his name on purpose. This was still Osam's help. He could not change his name in the challenge world, but if he changed his name through formal procedures, and it was entered into the challenge system by the country in the name of the country, his new name would take effect. As for his past name, Denton no longer wanted to mention it, because the hatred was too deep, like a nightmare gripping him, and he would not restore his identity until he took revenge.